From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Bell. It better not be hump day. It better be Friday. It is Friday.
It is Friday.
Peyton Russell alongside. And, we had a big show change around 6 o'clock last night. Big show change. Maybe 7 o'clock.
Do you think this is the first time in the history of this show, or any show for that matter, where a show lineup was so heavily adjusted based on someone tweeting LOL period? And all lowercase LOL.
Yeah, so what's the
for
difference
that matter?
in the LOLs? I'm not an LOL. I don't do the LOL.
I mean, I hate the LOL with a period on it. Like LOL, if that's what you're typing, just type LOL. You don't need to put, if you're going to put LOL period, like you're being grammatically correct enough that you should have capitalized the LOL.
It's also had a shift in meaning. Like it used to actually mean you were literally laughing out loud.
It is very dismissive a lot of times.
Yeah, it used to be like, actually, this is actually funny. And now it's just a dismissive LOL.
It's this guy.
That's it.
This guy over here.
Guy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so it has had a shift. But I also had a shift on this entire thing over a 4-hour period. Because when you first see the story, it is, okay. Because you see the headline, and the headline reads, Bobby Bell,
Dak Prescott is the greatest quarterback of all. No, that's not what it says.
The headline.
No, it's not. It's CeeDee Lamb dismissively LOLs towards Jerry Jones after Jerry Jones dismissively says, I don't have to get this done. I have no urgency to get this done.
So the headline reads, Jerry Jones has no urgency to get the deal done. So what happens there is, like you said, CD posts the LOL period, and that's followed by a series of events.
Yeah, so where this all started was it was a John Machota tweet. So John Machota yesterday, Jerry
stirring things up for nothing.
No. I disagree. We're going to disagree here, I think. Jerry Jones was speaking after practice yesterday, and as is normally the case, the beat is tweeting out quotes from Jerry live before video or audio of it gets out. And so John's tweet read, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones on contract talks with CeeDee Lamb. I don't have any urgency to get it done. That's what he said. That tweet since 6:20 yesterday has 15.5 million impressions on Twitter.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot because CeeDee Lamb quote tweets it. Says LOL period. That's one of the first times CeeDee's quote or tweeted in months.
Yeah.
Was to just say LOL to this. Micah Parsons then immediately retweets it.
Oh, no.
A little bit later, Dak Prescott is standing up there at the podium doing his media availability. After he comes off of the podium and he sees the media kind of sauntering over to him.
Sauntering.
Then he looks at them and says, I already know what y'all want to talk about. I've got urgency to get it done. And now we've got a full-blown controversy.
Yeah, we do.
A controversy is what I might say.
As Jerry would say.
But you think that misses the mark on this story.
Well, maybe not totally misses the mark, but partially misses the mark. Because we do like to listen to the actual audio. And the way it read to me when it said, I have no urgency to get this done, is Jerry saying literally, I have no urgency to get this done. Like, sternly. So let's hear how it actually happened. Peyton Russell.
Are you saying there's a sense of urgency as you begin the preseason to get CD done?
No.
No? Why you say that?
I went to high school or I went to college. I don't know why I said it, but I'm just saying I don't know. I don't have a sense of urgency about getting it done.
Because it's a long-standing tradition.
Pick any reason you want. I was at Nobu 2 days ago. Give that as a reason.
So maybe the quote itself.
Because Jerry never said it.
Well, he did say, I've got no urgency to get it done.
Fine. In a joking way.
After he was asked the question, do you have urgency to get it done? He said no.
Well, that's not him saying I have no urgency to get it done. You can't quote him that.
Well, you say, Do you have any urgency to get it done? He says no.
Okay, so then you can't.
And then they said,
you can't
why?
say.
No,
you
but they
can't
said
put-
they said why, and then he follows up and says,
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why I said it. I've got no urgency to get it done. That is the quote he gave.
Okay, all right.
Is it? How do you think that misses the spirit of what he was saying?
We'll be all in.
And let us know on the Frankel and Frankel injury turnings fan text if you think this misses the mark of Jerry's intent, because this has caused a firestorm where people yesterday are melting down.
I just like that is such. I don't know, man. Like that does not speak like this guy sternly saying, "I have no urgency to get it done."
The no does. No. And then it's why the follow-up. The longer quote doesn't, but it's the same question, right? It's Calvin Watkins asking him, do you have urgency to get it done? No.
So having urgency to get it done and wanting to get it done, I think are two different things. Like I think he wants to get it done. I think he wants to have him under contract. I think CD wants to get it done. Does he have urgency to get it done, meaning like I've got to get it done this week? I mean, I don't think he would have that.
Well,
because I also think that would put him in a negotiating disadvantage, or at least that's how he would view it.
Well, you know what? This wasn't our last development of the evening.
No.
We had another development. We had the world famous social media bio change, RJ Choppy, and CeeDee Lamb has taken America's team out of his Twitter bio. It just says 8 now because he's 88. He's CeeDee Lamb. He's 88. But America's team is out of his bio now.
This is a classic 2024 athlete. They do this. They do this every time. It means something to them. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just for effect. I think the older people are like, what does that really mean? Doesn't really mean anything. But, it's big for the players. Players absolutely do this. And every single one of them does this. Every single one of them will do this.
Boy, we've already got a lot of fiery feedback on the fan text. 979, his question asked about getting it done in the preseason. 214, too much reaching. 810, didn't miss the mark at all, whether it's stern or not. That's what he said. 321, Choppy's right. 912, he said it. 817, what the hell? He literally said it. I'm confused. So there's a big split on here already. And that's why we have the talk feature.
The Odyssey app. Go to the Odyssey app. Leave a message to Jerry.
The Tolo phone.
Yes. Are you with Jerry on what he said, or is this reaching? This might be reaching. It might be actual real things. He said it, but to me, there's a big difference between him saying it the way he said it versus a headline. I think it's a massive difference. How it's said in the construct of Jerry gets caught up in the joking with the media because he can't shut up.
But that's not a joke when he first gets asked about it.
No,
the explanation after is weird. I still don't know what that means. I went to high school. I went to college. Oh, my
joking.
my bag fell over.
He went full on. Never mind. But it's he can't shut up, so he just digs himself into a deeper hole.
I mean, I just don't understand what the explanation is after that. I went to high school. I went to college. Pick whatever you want. I went to Nobu.
It's Jerry Jones talking into a microphone. We're not supposed to understand what he's saying.
Clarence sitting there trying to pretend like he knows what it means.
Yeah,
like Clarence, come on, you don't know what that means.
We're not supposed to understand what he's saying.
But I think this is indicative of the Cowboys' biggest problem is they try to exert power over everybody in negotiation. Their end game does not, consistently enough, it doesn't seem to be to get it done, Chop. It feels like their end game is, I want to come out of this with the sense that I was in control. I want to come out of this with the sense that who's the power, who's in charge here. It's not you, it's me. That's how the Cowboys seem to approach things. It goes back to the whole Zeke who thing.
Right. Look, I don't have a problem with them not having a sense of urgency to get it done. I don't have a problem with that. Because that means that they want to me, if you have a sense of urgency to get it done, that means you want to get it done at any cost. Like, you just want to get it done. And I don't think that's the right way to go about it. That's a bad way to build your team. Because then you're just going to overpay.
Play it one more time, Peyton. I want to hear it again just after we've talked about it for a second. I want to hear the context of it.
Are you saying there's a sense of urgency as you begin the preseason to get CD done?
No. I went to high school or I went to college. I don't know why I said it, but I'm just saying I don't know. I don't have a sense of urgency about getting it done.
It's a long-standing tradition.
Pick any reason you want. I was at Nobu 2 days ago. Give that as a reason.
Let's see here. 432 says he said he has no sense of urgency. Big difference. Is there a difference between no sense of urgency and no urgency? Isn't the urgency
sense of we're detailing this.
Yeah. That's
no sense of urgency versus no urgency.
Like, does that mean like is there pressure versus are you feeling pressure?
Oh, I guess. I think you could probably go down that.
It could be. I think that this is, again, it's another example of the Cowboys' biggest concern way too often in their negotiations seems to be win it. Let's win the negotiation. That needs to be the top priority over getting it done, getting ahead of things, making sure their books are this or that. They want to win every negotiation. It feels like at least from just when you look at it from the outside, it seems like it's such a high for them.
Yeah, but name me the organization that doesn't want to win every negotiation. And I don't know if you mean athletes.
I mean, we heard years ago, and this didn't work out for them, but I mean, technically neither worked out for them. We heard years ago the Eagles got ahead of Carson Wentz and the Rams got ahead of Jared Goff because they didn't want to see whatever Jerry was going to end up paying Dak.
Right.
And they were like, let's get in now. Let's handle it. The Cowboys have no sense of urgency to get ahead of those sort of things.
They wait until they pay when they have to pay.
It's like the
they do pay, but they wait.
When Jerry gets asked consistently over the years, hey, this contract over here just signed. What does that mean for your negotiations over here? Jerry has said on several different occasions, nothing. Means nothing because what they do has nothing to do with what I want to pay. What I determine I pay, whatever I determine that I'm doing here. They
view the market as their market, not the league market.
Yeah, they have a market that's separate from everybody else in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little, you chuckle at that a little bit because then this offseason, it's, why hasn't this gotten done yet? Well, I'm waiting for leaves to fall. What leaves? You told us you don't worry about the leaves in anybody else's yard. You worry about your yard. Why are you worried about that all of a sudden? And so, I don't know. This just, I think they're feeling the pressure of, there's three massive stars. Arguably, you could make the case those are their three best players. Dak, Parsons, and Lamb.
I don't think you make the case. I think they are.
It depends on how much do you think Zach Martin or
okay, yeah.
But I mean, realistically, you're talking about those are their three best players. I think.
At least the ones that are in their prime. Like Zach's out of his prime.
Yeah, those are their three best players, and I think they've got to be feeling the pressure. They've done this before, though, dude. 2019, they were heading into 2019 with the same situation. Their three best players were coming up. It was Amari and Dak in a contract year, just like Lamb and Dak are in a contract year. And it was Zeke heading into his fourth season, and it's Micah heading into his fourth season.
Oh, this is 2019 vibe.
How could they? I don't understand how they could have laid the groundwork for it to mirror exactly the same one of the most toxic, awful seasons they've had. Chop, they went 8-8 that year.
Yeah.
8-8.
8-8.
And they were, I need to look up.
They were 3-0, I think, too.
Yeah, and I mean, just destroying teams the first 3 weeks of the season. They were 8-8, and what was their point differential? I got to look it up because I remember it was like a historical. Okay, so they were plus 113. It was the highest point differential in the history of the NFL for a team that finished 500.
That was a fake
below.
record. That was a fake record. That was an 11-win team.
It was. It should have been.
Yeah.
But you know why it wasn't? Because they let all this peripheral BS get in the way, and they're letting it happen again.
For the 703, which the Cowboys wanted to win Super Bowls as much as contract negotiations.
Damn right. Damn right. And that's the way a lot of people feel.
Yep.
And this is just a reminder of, and CeeDee, we all felt like, for you, Chop, is CeeDee not the easiest person in that building to pay? When you look at his resume, the market, what he brings, everything else, don't you look at it and go, that should be the easiest parameters to come to an agreement on?
I mean, him or Micah.
It just even Micah, I feel like, is unique because Micah does a bunch of different things. It's like, well, he's such a unique case. The market's the market.
The market's the market.
You kind of feel like CD's settled in here.
Yeah, you would think so.
Use the Tolo phone. That's what we need. We're all going to be
Tolo phone, Odyssey app. Hit us up. Leave us your message. Let us know what you're thinking on this subject. Maybe you just don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, look, if you're tired of contracts, don't want to hear about it anymore, tell us that. If you want to scream at Jerry, tell us that. If you want to scream for CD, get your ass into work, do that too. I put out we'll read some of these later. I put out a tweet yesterday, Chop, where I said, tell me in exactly 5 words your feelings about the CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jones drama.
5 words, okay.
And I got 600 replies.
Oh, nice.
So we got lots of creative responses there.
Sean and RJ and the Fan. What did the Rangers eat at the White House? Is Colleyville about to win the MVP? And the White Sox escaped their first GOAT. Yeah! No, baby. Just came up with that one myself. Sean and RJ and the Fan.
Hectic morning. We've
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
portion of the proceeds donated to our charities. Make your reservations today at dfwrestaurantweek.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the Good Feet Stores and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Whew. The fan text was litty in that first segment.
They were litty.
Litty.
No doubt about it. The messages exploded, and I'm sure we're going to be getting the Tolo phone on the Odyssey app. I'm sure we're going to get people all morning dropping their angry words for Jerry, or maybe their angry words for CD, because there was a lot of feedback I saw yesterday that said, bro, get your ass to camp. You're under contract. Get out there.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely, this is not all one-sided. This is not all like Team CD or Team Cowboys. There's not any of that. There was
a I don't want to spoil it. I'm gonna pull a funny clip from Dak yesterday talking about the idea of holdouts that I think you're gonna appreciate. But it's not all about football around here, Chop.
It's not. We have we are the home of the world champs as well. The
world
Texas
champions.
Rangers. The world champions. Yes, the Texas Rangers, who visited Peyton. Do you have the address yet?
Yes, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Look at that. Yesterday, Peyton Russell did not know the address of the White House. I think he was the last man in the world not to know the address of the White House, but he didn't. So now he does. It's good. It's good. Now remember that. Put that in your memory bank. There's also a movie about that. I think it's a Wesley Snipes movie.
Cool.
That's funny because it was the government that came after Wesley Snipes not long ago for just failing to pay taxes. He decided, I'm not going to pay taxes.
Yeah, I'll pay.
And they're like, all right, you can go to prison then.
Yeah, it's something a lot of people agree with. I'm not going to pay taxes. I'm not paying my taxes.
Yeah, look, I mean, this whole country was. I mean, you could argue it was built on not wanting to pay taxes.
We fought over 2%, and we fought over a 2% sales tax or T tax, whatever. So, all right. So the Rangers were at the White House, and Bobby went and pulled some audio. So they were not outside. Okay, sometimes you'll do it outside, but with Hurricane Debbie or Tropical Storm Debbie, the entire East Coast is just getting pummeled with rain right now.
They're drenched right now. It's which, by the way, I don't know about you, one of my least favorite feelings in the world, like getting unexpectedly drenched by water, like whether it's like you lean up against a countertop and there was water up there, or you step in a puddle. All-time awful feeling, so I don't blame them for wanting to be inside. But they were up there at the White House yesterday, the Rangers, getting honored before they take on the Yankees. And there was something I thought was really cool. The entrance was cool. Whoever it was that was at the White House that came up with this idea, I don't know what staffer, what assistant making less than Peyton Russell came up with this, but it was pretty cool that as they were walking in, the White House had coordinated for a live classical intro for the team to walk into.
Man,
it's pretty good. The classical Creed intro.
I do love the pomp and circumstance of like, you know, government, the White House, state, you know, like DC. I do love that. I think it's great. And then they usually do it up pretty well at the White House.
Yeah, and so that was cool right there. I did not see, did we get word yesterday on what the meal was when we had been talking about that?
We did not.
So we don't know if they got hit
no
with.
meal, they starved there.
They did not starve.
You can starve. No, so the Rangers got up there. They had a great experience with Chris Young and Bruce Bochy getting up there to talk. Bochy giving Biden a Rangers 46 jersey and giving him cowboy boots and the like. And then President Biden stood up there.
Okay.
And, you know, we don't have to get political here. But he addressed the Texas Rangers baseball team and celebrated them a little bit. And he kicked things off with and we're going to play I don't remember which number it is, Peyton, but it's the Seager one. He kicked things off by giving an homage, so to speak, to one Corey Seager.
From football to basketball to hockey to soccer, many doubters wondered if baseball would ever join them. Well, to paraphrase Corey Seager, I guess we do know.
I didn't know what he was saying at first because it was like
No one does.
and then I was like, oh,
Hey, Peyton, stop it.
you chill out back there.
Stop it.
Not the day, Peyton.
Okay? Stop it.
It is the last day before Sean gets
In
back.
fact, take us off the fan cam. I don't want to see anybody see us laughing back here.
If Ryan was here, he'd be protecting us. He'd have the video up. But yeah, this was.
I'm just gonna.
Okay, he was talking about the city of Dallas, like winning titles. So, okay, basketball, football, hockey,
Yeah.
already got one.
Listen,
now the Rangers.
they were the last in town to get one. Although, if you wanted to say they're the second in town to get one this century, you could say it like that.
Yeah, you could say it that way, and you'd be correct.
You would be, I believe, quite accurate.
So this was that's something which, by the way, I want to know if you go back and play it, Peyton, that section where he says, to paraphrase Corey Seager, I want to know who went, yeah. Was that Sandler probably? I bet Sandler's just sitting in the front row, like, having a hard time being the
Big time.
Hallelujah chorus.
Yeah, I bet you he is.
Who was it? Let me hear if I can hear through the voices.
Well, to paraphrase Corey Seager,
It's definitely Sandler.
Tokyo West, Biden!
That's definitely Sandler back there.
And it's Sandler's, and somebody just probably had to like jab him in the leg with a pen, like, shut up. All right. Now he did, President Biden did give a lot of credit in recognizing Adolis Garcia as well.
Garcia, another major league record. Most RBIs in a single season. My job, I'm always looking for runs batted in. You know?
What does that mean?
I don't get the last part.
Postseason.
Yeah, he meant postseason.
No, but
or series, postseason series.
What does he mean? He's looking for runs batted in.
Yeah, that one. I don't know. It's just
my job. I'm always looking for runs batted.
He's trying to crack a joke. I support any.
I do too. I just don't know
support
what it
any
means.
attempted humor.
Now again,
I don't believe there's no such thing as a bad joke. Somebody laughed.
we heard Sandler again.
Yeah, we did.
Play it again. There was another. Yeah.
Garcia, another major league record. Most RBIs in a single season.
There it is. Sailor again. It's phenomenal.
Sandler. This is why Secret Service was following him around. They're like, we don't trust this guy not to keep his mouth shut. Now, Bruce Bochy did get singled out a little bit as
he should.
Yeah, because he's how big an impact do you think? Let's look at the last couple titles for DFW, as he just mentioned there. Switzer with the Cowboys, Ken Hitchcock with the Stars, Rick Carlisle with the Mavericks, Bochy with the Rangers. There's no argument, right? Bochy is the most responsible or the biggest impact on them having the success they did, right? I mean, it'd be Carlisle probably would be the other.
That's interesting. Because, the baseball manager does the least of any of them. Well, maybe hockey. But the baseball manager doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah.
Like, they're managing personalities. Whereas Carlisle, I think, would do more in-game.
Yeah.
So I would probably say Rick. I would think. Bochy did more to change the culture, though.
Which the culture, you could argue, is what carried.
Yes, you could. Yeah, it's hard for me to differentiate between the culture versus the actual, helping them in-game.
Well, Bruce Bochy, the 4-time World Series champion. All his fingers filled up now.
Yeah, they are.
President Biden wanted to shout Bochy out.
Manager Bruce earned 4 World Series as a coach. Yeah. I told him.
Another one.
Told him he's going to need another finger. Or else he got to put the 5th ring on his thumb. I mean, I don't know how you do that, man.
It's right. You got it because you saw Brady when he had the thumb thing when he's doing it. It looks odd. It looks very, very odd. Jordan when he did the pose with the ring on the thumb.
Yeah,
the ring on the thumb looks odd. Looks very, very strange.
Which would look more odd? Do you think having 6 fingers on one hand and then being able to just put rings on 5 of them.
Six-finger man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Inigo Montoya. Yeah, you fill up the 5, or would it just look weirder to have a ring on your thumb? I think the ring on your thumb might look weirder. It's not a bad
very
point.
odd look. I think if you had 6 fingers on your hand, you can, and you did the five rings on the 5 normal fingers, not the thumb, because that thumb, I mean, you've got to keep that clear. You've got to keep that thumb clear. Otherwise, we're no different than a tiger or primate.
Exactly. That's what makes us human right there. So you don't want to sully it with a ring. But yeah, again, very beginning, hit it again. We got another ad lib.
Manager Bruce earned 4 World Series as a coach.
Yeah.
Who is doing that?
That's
is that the same person every time?
Sandler.
The same person. They're like the guy on the side during a hip hop battle.
Yeah.
Or like in the background of a hip hop song where it's just like, boy.
21.
They're the hype guys.
They're the hype guys. They are, man.
The towel wavers,
That's Sandler back there. That's awesome.
They're the member of the entourage. Just throwing out their ad libs. Yeah, boy. That's whoever was sitting there. I don't know. There were a lot of different people there yesterday. I saw there were state senators from Texas. There were, I believe, some sponsors from the team who had gone out there, but a lot of different folks were out there. So it's going to be tough to narrow down, but I definitely think it was Jared. Because you saw when Seager said his I guess we'll never know. Mm-hmm. Have you seen the video, the alternate angle of Sandler getting up and going, yeah, and he's hyped, he's jacked up. So he's got a history of being the most excited person in the room, and I personally think that it was Sandler chirping up every time.
I love it, man. I think you're spot on there. I don't think it's anybody but Sandler.
Yeah.
ABS.
I mean, right? the only way we could have known it was him for sure is if he would have screamed out of here, and then we would have known.
It could have been Raymond. It could have been Bassick. No, Bassick wasn't there.
Now, did you see he had the? I didn't pull the audio, but Biden had the line yesterday where he said, you guys exercised your demons against Houston, something to that effect. Man, there were Astros fans blowing that up yesterday, and we're saying, look at this. Even when we're not at the White House, we're at the White House. Can't keep our names out of their mouth. They're obsessed with us.
You swing. I know you swing.
Oh my God! The whole fan base is a toxic fan base. Toxic fan base.
Man, they I don't know that there's ever been a fan base in sports history. Maybe the Warriors that became more entitled more quickly without a history of doing anything.
I don't know. I don't know anything about the Warriors fan base. I know they're radio hosts. Warriors
baby.
Fan base. I have no frame of reference on. All right, good stuff. Bobby Belt, Rangers at the White House. A little bit of audio. The 2 best bronze medals in Olympic history have been won. It is episode 10 of the Pedal to the Metal, and it's next on The Fan.
Hurt in a car or truck wreck? Call Franklin.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In Arlington tomorrow afternoon. See you there with 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
What a day. What a day in the Olympic Summer Games, as they would call it, which we will get into here in a second. Want to remind everyone, tomorrow is our big party. Fan Bowl 2024, Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. So if you've already registered, check-in starts around 1 o'clock. Party gets going,
2:30-ish.
2:30-ish. We'll have some round tables out there after the Rangers game against the Yankees. We'll be hanging out until 7 o'clock or later. Probably, I might say they're later.
I mean,
I don't know.
depending on how much I have to drink, I might have to stay there.
You might be sleeping there.
I might be. Now, this is so for those who haven't been to the Hurtado in Arlington, it's like there's the Hurtado on one side, and then they've got a separate section with a bar, and it's like a legit bar with like liquor, and it's not just beer. And then they're going to set up this tent in between that's going to be fully air conditioned, and so you're going to be covered. You're going to be out of the Texas
elements.
Heat.
Which we're supposed to get a cold front today.
Oh, what are we going to drop down to? 94?
99.
Yeah,
I
great.
dropped on 99.
Dude, I was driving in. It said 88 degrees at 5 in the morning. It said 88. No, it
felt great.
Felt awful, but
that's because you're in a hoodie.
Yeah, well, there's that. We will be out at Hurtado in Arlington, 205 East Front Street. Come on out. Like we said, 1 o'clock when check-in begins. 2:30, party really gets jumping off, and then we'll be hanging out. I mean, we'll have a couple hours to have some drinks before we have a round table. That alone might get interesting.
Well, it might. Yeah, it might. I got to defend my crown somehow. I don't know who my first round matchup is against. I haven't seen a
bracket yet. I'm sure we will when we get there. I went to Hurtado yesterday in Mansfield, actually.
Oh, how was it?
G-Bag Nation. It was great. G-Bag Nation had a remote out there, and I promised a shout out to Gerald from the UTA Police Department. So Gerald works at the UTA Police Department, lives in Mansfield, and he said the entire station listens to us. Says 105 through the fan on all the time there. In the office, I also got to speak with Andrew, Mason, Patricia, and Wayne. Patricia and Wayne were the ones who came out there who I went to shake their daughter's hand in Glen Heights, and it was this awkward handshake moment, and she ended up dropping the little giveaways we had. The coolers. And it chipped, and I felt bad, and it was my fault. But
you got to get her a new one. Gerald, if you could, can you get a cone, like an orange cone, and just put it in front of a parking spot for me?
For you.
Please.
See, dude, already freeloading. You haven't even met him yet. You've just heard about him. I'll tell you what, I had an awful experience, though. I had one of those moments we talked about where you feel like you want to die.
Yeah.
Because I was opening the door for someone, and like I was coming in, and they were behind me, so I was like, oh, I'll leave the door open for them. It's obviously 105 through the fan remote, so a lot of people showing up there were to see us.
Yeah.
And this guy was walking in behind and goes, oh, thank you. And I was like, sure thing. And he puts his fist out, like for a fist bump when he's walking through the door. And so I put my fist out to fist bump him.
He was putting his fist out to hold the door?
Yep. Didn't know who we were at all. And I ended up fist bumping a total stranger and looking like a weirdo. And I was like, in that moment, I was like, I should leave now.
Yeah, you got to leave.
I didn't, but I felt like I needed to leave.
That's a must.
Couldn't make eye contact with him the rest of the time we were there. I wanted to die.
But the fist out for the door. I mean, that's a post-COVID move.
It is. Well, he had a bunch of stuff in his hand, so he couldn't just flat hold it out.
True. True. All right, it is episode 10. This might be our last episode because this is the last. The Olympics end on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So this might be the last one, but it's been a great ride. Episode 10, pedal to the metal.
Oh, we love an intro.
From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk box until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
My favorite Olympian this year is probably, without question, Noah Lyles. He's fun. He's a true superstar. He's got a great smile. He could trash talk. He's a good quote. I like him a lot. And he's good at what he does. Well, he won the gold in the 100-meter. Fastest man in the world, right? For the next 4 years, he is the fastest man in the world. He has that title.
Mm-hmm.
Can't take that away from him. So 2 days ago in the semis of the 200, and the 200 is his event. That's where he was the favorite to win gold. He finishes second. And nobody thought really anything of it. And then, it's like, okay, he finished second. Maybe just kind of, leaving a little bit of juice for the next day.
Yeah, don't want to wear yourself out.
He goes out there the next day, and he gets upset by Tobago. And he finishes third in the 200. And this was a big stunner. And after the race, he is literally laying collapsed on the ground on his back.
Mm-hmm.
And there had been reports that he was a little bit under the weather.
Sure.
A little sick. And then it comes out, this is Lewis Johnson on NBC with an update on Noah Lyles.
Noah Lyles being taken off there in a wheelchair. I ran down underneath the stadium to try and find where he was. I ran into his mom, Keisha Kane Bishop, who was distraught trying to find him as well. We found Noah Lyles in medical there being tended to, and she did confirm that Noah had been diagnosed with COVID 2 days ago. That's right, diagnosed with COVID 2 days ago, but he decided he was going to run anyway. And obviously what he has there may have affected how he performed. He is now, again, with medical people, and again, his mom is awfully distraught, but that's the issue. Noah has COVID.
So Botswana wins the gold, and then Kenny Bednarik wins the silver. That's a Team USA. That's Lyles' teammate, and then Lyles wins the bronze. So the last time a sprinter won the 100 and 200 at the same Olympics was Usain Bolt. I got to say this, winning the bronze, because like after this thing was over, you could tell how sick he was. Like he got a bad bout. And apparently there is some COVID running rampant through Olympic Village. Like over 40 athletes have it.
There's a lot running rampant through
There's
Olympic
a lot
Village.
running rampant through the village. So about 40 athletes have it. There are people saying that this bronze was more impressive than his gold.
But didn't he have it? Like, he would have, if he tested for it 2 days ago, I'm guessing he would have had it when he got the gold.
When he got the gold? Well, the gold, maybe.
Because what was that? This was Monday?
It could have been before any symptoms hit. Yeah. So he wouldn't have been, like, tired. That's the one thing. Like, COVID made, like, if you're, like, a healthy, super healthy individual, like he probably is, you're probably just tired.
Did you
run
hear?
Down, right?
But
you could see him. I mean, he's on the ground. He probably can't breathe.
Did you hear what Tobago said after the race? They were asking him, I don't even get the question. They asked him the question of like, do you feel like you're the face of track and field now, or the face of, like, it was this weird question from somebody in the international media. But Tobago was like, yeah, I'm not like a really loud, arrogant person like Jordan, so I guess I don't think I can be the face.
Noah?
So Noah can keep it.
Jordan Lyles.
Yeah, that's where I went. I went Jordan Lyles.
Noah's. I mean, he's boisterous, man. He will talk. Noah's absolutely the face of track and field from the men's side.
Yeah, well, and did you see some of the chatter yesterday? A lot of people were like, why didn't we hear about this before? Why did you have to lose before we heard about it? This seems convenient. Seems like you had it built in ready in case you didn't win the gold, that you were going to say, oh, sorry.
I mean, they saw him like with a mask on before the event. Like it was pretty obvious that he did have it. And this is breaking news this morning. He's supposed to be in the 4x100 today. And he announces his Olympic run is likely over. So it looks like, so it's supposed to be today's event. It seems like he's not going to race. He said he would leave it up to them. Like he said, I want to race. I'm willing to play. I'm willing to participate. I'll leave it up to the team. And he goes, I believe this will end my Olympics in 2024. It's not the one I dreamed of. This is what he posted on social media. But it's left me with so much joy in my heart. Hope everyone enjoyed the show.
I mean, I like that he's clearly brash and a big personality, and you love all those things. But
like his last line here, real quick, Bobby. Whether you're rooting for me or against me, you have to admit you watched, didn't you? That's what he posted on Instagram. That's fantastic.
It's very Conor-like. It's very Conor McGregor type of chatter there. But he's impressive and he's funny and all that stuff. I did have a bad taste in my mouth a year ago with the whole stop calling yourself the world champions. Okay, stop. So like that was weird. That kind of put him behind for me. Yeah, where I don't think I was able to enjoy him nearly as much.
And by the way, NBA Twitter, you don't get to dunk on Noah Lyles here like by saying, "Oh, yeah, I guess he's not the world champ." He literally won the 100 meter, the more important race. Like, just chill. Like Wizards muse and Hawks muse and Mavs muse. You don't get to dunk on Jordan Lyles here about not winning. Like NBA Twitter's laughing at Noah Lyles. You're not laughing at him. He won the 100 meter. He literally won the most important race. He won the actual world championship of track and field.
He's the world champion, just like the Rangers.
Just like the Rangers. There's a little bit of drama on the German team. little bit of drama.
Uh-oh.
German track and field star Alicia Schmidt has found herself in some team drama. So she's dubbed the world's sexiest athlete. She was selected to compete in the mixed 4x400.
Let's see if this is true, if she's the world's sexiest athlete.
Team Germany finished 7th and was eliminated from the prelim. Her teammate, Luna Bullman, was nonplussed by this. And she goes, yeah, I'm the second fastest 400-meter athlete on paper. No, I was not nominated for the mixed relay.
Bro, she's cute.
I know. Hence, the world's sexiest athlete.
You're not typically a blondes guy, right?
Not really, no.
Her name's not Olivia Dunn. Doesn't count.
I know she looks. She's got a little bit of, obviously not everywhere, but at least from like the shoulders up, she's got some young Kate Upton to her.
Okay. And by the way, we are not dismissing the Olympic basketball team. We are saving that for its own.
Yeah, that's going to be its own segment.
That's its own set. We did not want to ruin that amazing game yesterday with other stories.
Yes,
that will be its own
Serbia
segment. So these German sprinters are now like throwing pot shots at her and the German team for taking her over them when it's just her for sex appeal.
Okay, what do you want? Like, I'm sorry, but it's not her fault. Like, leave her be. There's so much jealousy running red. It's not like Jaylen Brown. It's not like Jaylen Brown where he just gets screwed over from a Nike endorsement. Is the whole reason why he's left off the team, allegedly. So just relax, y'all.
Yeah, relax.
Let the girl be.
RELAX. How Hootie and the Blowfish changed college athletics forever. It's your college football kegger next on The Fan.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? Go back and listen anytime on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Noah Lyles said he was going to win the 200-meter gold at the Olympics, and he ended up with bronze. Then he revealed that he raced with COVID. It's sad, and get well soon. But regardless, if you're going to do all that talking about winning, back it up. I guess we'll see him in another 4 years, unless he's telling NBA champs that they're not world champs. Get well soon anyway. I'm JR.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments, pay no interest for 2 years. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Sean Sharif here with your brand new career at mycomputercareer.edu. Whether it's going to be cybersecurity, IT certifications, network administration, AI, it's all covered at MyCC, where they're training you for a better life. It all starts with a free career evaluation with no previous background or experience required. Career services, they're nationally accredited. You get your return on investment, military solutions as well, with classes a few times a week for a matter of months. This is not years and years costing 6 figures. We got campuses in Dallas and in Arlington. I've been to the Dallas one. You can do it live online, and we are national if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Resume and interview coaching, lifetime career assistance. So in 3 or 4 months, I want those Tolo follow-ups saying, Sharif, I decided to make the leap. I answered a few quick questions to see if it was for me, and bam, everything worked out. See if it's for you. It's not rocket science, y'all. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, Jason here, the Jersey guy. What's up, Peyton?
Yo.
I think it's not fair that they left out the preseason remark that Jerry said. When he was asked a question, they asked, was there urgency in the preseason? And Jerry doesn't believe so. It's important to get it done before the regular season, but the preseason doesn't matter, and we all know that.
Jason in Dallas, fair point. That is the new feature we have available to you. If you want to just leave us a message on the Odyssey app, you could do that. If they're good, Peyton will screen it. If they're good, we'll play it for you. And he can bleep things out, too. So you don't always have to be PG. But, look, that's a fair point. Like, Jerry could be saying urgency for the preseason. I don't have to get it done before the preseason starts. I got to get it done before the regular season starts.
Which I don't...
But does Jerry really decipher things like that? I don't know. Or are we deciphering it too deeply?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we played the audio. I didn't... We need to go back and listen to it, and we'll play it again at 7:20. We'll chat about it a little bit at 7:20, but I think you're right. The amount of nuance there, I don't think, especially as quickly as Jerry went, nope. I don't think there was a lot of meditating on, do I think there's urgency in the regular season, the preseason? I don't know. And I don't think, I mean, we played the whole clip. We didn't leave any
we didn't leave
context
anything out. Right. So that's the clip. But then again, maybe he is just talking about the preseason. And if he is, then that's something that we need to take into consideration. Okay. So anyway, that's the new feature. Odyssey app. Leave us a message. Tell us what your thoughts are on the Jerry CeeDee drama. Maybe you don't care about it. Just tell us that. It is time, though, for the college football kegger.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win.
Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Bobby, I don't know how this team has any coaches left on it. The Michigan staffer situation, the Michigan controversy continues to roll on. A former employee, coach, staffer for Michigan under Jim Harbaugh says that Harbaugh told him to, quote, go to the line and cross it. He urged him to get guys on campus during the COVID dead period. It's a massive no-no in the NCAA's mind. I have no idea. You can't take the title away. Can't do that. But I have no idea how they let any of these coaches that were on that staff coach for the next X amount of years. I really don't know how they allow it to happen.
I mean, what they allow has been severely, lessened, like we've talked about in recent weeks. The NCAA's power is not what it once was.
Oh no,
even 2 years ago. So, look, if this was a couple years ago, they're ending careers. Now the best they can do is, Jim Harbaugh, you're suspended from a league that you don't coach in anymore.
Yeah, that's they can't do anything about him.
It's like if I divorced you and then you're telling me like, all right, because of what you've done, I'm not sleeping with you anymore. Okay, well, we're divorced. I don't see you anymore.
So from his standpoint, there is no there is no punishment for him. Now it comes to you got to punish the other people that were with him. That's what it is. You got to punish the new head coach, Sharon Moore. You got to punish all the staffers. You got to punish everybody.
Call it now. How many games does Sharon Moore miss?
Well, Jim missed 4 last year, right? I would say he misses. I mean, they gave Jim a 4-year show cause
for a different issue.
I'm
just saying
this was COVID. Yeah, this was the COVID dead period, and Moore's,
which was level 1.
That's level 1.
Level 1.
So was Moore's deleting text messages. Right, that was a level 1. I don't think they're not going to give him a 4-year show cause. I don't think he coaches this year.
Ooh, do you think they get CFP ban?
Yeah, maybe he coaches this year and they get the CFP ban. Maybe that's what it is.
I would be fascinated to see if the NCAA will allow that Michigan-Texas game to have all the juice taken out of it.
But it wouldn't have the juice taken out.
It would if you've got all these suspensions and ultimately Michigan can't even end up in the CFP.
But Texas can, and they can upset Texas.
They don't care about that.
Sure they do.
No, they would not.
I mean,
why would the NCAA care about that at that point? They want the intensity of like, we get a legit. It's just like the Alabama-Texas game they got last year. That was huge for them.
Huge. It was absolutely huge.
If one of them was banned.
Okay, I understand that, but I'll tell you this from a viewer standpoint. From my standpoint, I would not change my viewing habits. I would still watch Michigan-Texas. It's still a good game. Michigan still has a chance to win. Texas still is fighting for a national championship. And I'll be honest with you, we don't know what the expanded playoff is going to do for regular season ratings anyway. Is the game already less meaningful than it was last year? Because now you have to you can lose. So in the history of the playoff.
Yeah, in the era of the expanded playoff, it's
right. But in the history of the 14 playoff.
Yep.
All right. So what we've had. There have been 25 SEC teams that had 2 losses.
Mm-hmm.
23 of them would have made a 12-team playoff had they had a 12-team playoff in those years, based on the rankings at the end of the season. So, does that not already lessen the regular season as it is? Sure, of course it does. You could lose 2 games and still make it if you're in the SEC.
Yeah.
So does that lessen the Michigan-Texas game anyway? I think so. But it doesn't I'd still watch. I think college football fans are still going to watch. Why? because they're two mega brands that never play each other.
Yeah, now this specific thing, this is where it goes a little bit. I think that it's being misreported a little bit. We're leaving the preseason part out of this, Chop. If you want to draw a comparison to Jerry and CeeDee.
I was like, wait a second, preseason.
We're leaving the preseason part out of it. The quote was, like, none of these are direct quotes from, or even claimed to be direct quotes from Harbaugh. Is that the campus director or the recruiting director said that Harbaugh had urged them to get guys to campus.
Get guys on campus and go to the line and cross it.
Right, but that was like presented yesterday in the media as a quote.
Right.
That he had said, go to the line and cross it. When in reality, the report says the recruiting director stated that as a general matter, the culture wasn't to be safe. The culture was to go to the line and cross it if you had to. So that's not even like a line that came from Harbaugh. That's the line that came from the recruiting director as like his interpretation of what the culture had been established as at Michigan. And so, I don't know.
They're still banned in 4 years.
Yeah, no, and it's because they're so salty that they can't do anything about it. So they tried to be as hard ass as they could. But my guess is Sherrone Moore coaches this year. I don't know at what point, but he coaches this year, and there's no CFP ban.
None at all. Okay. All right.
That's my thought on it. That's where I think we're going.
Okay.
We'll pull this for receipts later. We'll see who's right.
We will. We will pull this for receipts. Dan Hurley, the head coach of the UConn Huskies, thought about going to the Lakers.
Total psycho.
What's that?
He's a total psycho.
He is an absolute nut job. Okay. He is absolutely a lunatic. Well, Dan Hurley was on a podcast, and he talked about a story that was talking. This is on the Ryan Russillo podcast. He was originally going to go to South Carolina. He wound up going to Seton Hall. He was originally going to go to South Carolina to play college basketball. And he just proved in this one statement that us folks in the South are just built a little bit different.
I visited South Carolina. Incredible staff back then, Ryan. That was George Felton was the head coach. You had Jimmy Black. You had Joe Dooley. You had Eddie Payne. It was like a big time staff there. But I my last night of the visit was a Hootie and the Blowfish concert, which caused me to get on that airplane and just incredibly hungover. And I knew that there was no way physically that I could keep up with like a Southern school from a party standpoint.
Love it. There's no way. No, it's just different.
Would he have been able to keep up at Rocky Top with you?
That's tough. That was a scene.
How was Tennessee as a party school?
Pretty amazing. Like I don't know what it's like now, but it was pretty phenomenal. There's a reason that I had, of my first 3 semesters there, my GPA in 2 of them was a 1.0.
That's the best, right? 1.0.
1.0, yeah. Look, I mean, it's...
Can't get any better. You're number 1.
It's just a D.
Yeah.
It's just a D grade. Yeah. 1.0, 2.5, 1.0, and then I failed out of business school and went towards the media route, and it was quite easy after that.
Figured it out.
Yeah, figured it out, man.
Found a way. That is going to be the slogan. That's going to be the summation of RJ Choppy's life. He found a way.
Found a way.
No matter what it was.
He
found a way.
Found a way. I was a little disappointed, real quick, Bobby. They were talking about the schools that could kind of make their first playoff. And A&M has not made the college football playoff. And this is an expanded playoff to 12 teams. And A&M is a top 15 team in the nation. And they are not listed as one of the teams that could make their first college football playoff. It surprised the heck out of me.
They were not a good team last year.
No, but they got their quarterback back.
Yeah, I mean, they got their quarterback back. They've had a really strong recruiting class on the edge rusher side. Like the defensive recruits they've been able to solidify this class have been really strong. They've got a couple of interesting receivers there. So, I mean, A&M's got some talent, but A&M's always had talent.
Yeah, they have.
Like A&M, you could argue, has been, and this is saying something given how much Texas is disappointed at times. A&M, you could argue, has been, what, over the last 4 or 5 years, one of the most underperforming teams relative to their talent in the country. Probably the most underperforming.
Yeah, I mean, based on talent, probably are. Penn State is coming in at number 1, Missouri 2, then Tennessee, K-State, Ole Miss, Louisville, Boise State, and then Utah as the 8 most likely to make their first CFP appearance. What about some chaos, Bobby?
Chaos teams. Okay, so the idea behind a chaos team is the team that can just wreck things, has the potential to wreck the CFP because of big games they have along their schedule and the ability to play underdog and spoiler and ruin things. So CBS, even with the expanded 12-team playoff, which kind of changes how easy it is to be a chaos team, this is still something that exists and the parameters are still the same. And so CBS did their 5 potential chaos teams ready to wreak havoc on the CFP race in the 2024 season. Number 1 on this list, the Florida Gators, which everybody keeps talking about all this offseason, how bad their schedule, like how tough their schedule is. And they've got a ton of really tough games there, but that also presents the opportunity for they could wreck things for a number of teams. Home games against Miami, Texas A&M, Georgia, LSU, and Ole Miss. Road games against Tennessee, Texas, and Florida State. Just about every Saturday, the Gators have a shot.
That's a nightmare schedule. Like, I feel bad for Billy Napier.
Billy Napier, I don't feel too bad for him in general just because of the way he's run things. And so, it's kind of put up or shut up time, but I don't feel that bad for him. Georgia Tech. They say that the volatility of the team, just kind of, how the way they played, they were up and down, combined with games against Florida State, Notre Dame, Miami, and Georgia, which is the only road game of those games, makes Georgia Tech a team to watch. South Carolina is another one on this list. It says, this is the kind of sentence that will lead to an inbox full of angry emails, but South Carolina is here primarily for its bites at the apple more than my faith in its ability to be an above-average team. It says, I see a team like Florida as one that could compete for a playoff spot with an average schedule, and I'm not as confident in the Gamecocks. They've got games against LSU, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Missouri, road games against Alabama, Oklahoma, and Clemson, so a lot of different opportunities there. UCLA, I don't know if you've heard, they're in Los Angeles.
They are in Los Angeles, yes, them and USC.
They are in Los Angeles, and they're listed as one of the teams here who could wreck shop. They've got a bunch of different games on their schedule where starting September 21st, there's a 3-week stretch that sees the Bruins on the road for LSU, home for Oregon, and back on the road against Penn State. That's 3 weeks in a row where you can do some damage. And then the final team on here, jump around, baby. Boom. Wisconsin. The Badgers are on this list. They get 3 chances to host teams considered playoff contenders, as well as road dates with at-large hopefuls like USC, Iowa, and Nebraska.
They're going to be jumping around. That stupid entrance.
It's a great song.
Stupid pregame they have. It is a great song, no doubt about that. There's your college football kegger. Thank you, Bobby Belt. Up next, it is a Rangers ticket giveaway on Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. We could take care of you, Tolos. Junk drawer also. CeeDee Lamb making statements online how the Cowboys could pay Dak and still pay everyone else. Your commercial-free expressway is next on the fan. Let's get your...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
In Arlington tomorrow afternoon. See you there with 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Welcome back to the RJ and Choppy Show. RJ brought to you by, my question is, when do they ever actually win these negotiations? It's just players hold out and get what they want, and then now we're behind the 8 ball flipping switches in the cap.
It's a great point. I mean, do they win the negotiations? That is the new feature on the Odyssey app where you can leave us a message. That is Narst in Dallas. You can leave us a message and tell us your thoughts on, any subject really, but today, the main topic of conversation has been and is going to be all day on 105 through The Fan. The CeeDee Lamb contract where Jerry Jones and made a statement, and then CeeDee goes on social media, and now an entire firestorm happens. But to that point, do the Cowboys win these negotiations, or is that not happening?
They very. I'm trying to think of a couple ones that they have. They won Tyron Smith years ago, and I guess you could say they won Amari Cooper. But again, so much of that is do they win it, or do those players just go, "Hey, I want to be here, so I'll cut you a deal"? I don't know if that's winning the negotiation. That's they're allowing you to sign them to whatever deal you wanted. But, man, they paid a lot to Zeke. They lost the Dak thing. They lost the DeMarcus Lawrence deal. Mm-hmm. They've lost plenty of them over time. I don't know why you wait as long as you have. But you seem to think that this is less about a contract issue or less about the tension and more about the story here is how what's the old Winston Churchill line?
I have no idea.
A lie will get halfway around the world before the truth has time to get its pants on.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about there.
The idea that the mistruth gets halfway around the world, spreads halfway around the world before the truth can even get out the door and start trying to fix what was said.
Yeah, okay. So what you're saying is that I think this is all much ado about nothing.
Yeah, and that you think it's more about miscommunication than anything else.
Well, look, This is okay. So it's been presented as Jerry said very coldly, I have no sense of urgency to get this done.
Which, I mean, to be fair, it didn't say he coldly said. It's just the quote was shared.
Right. And the quote reads, this is just like reading a text from Sean. I read all texts from Sean in an angry...
Oh, I read the ones last night from angry. Or not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I read all texts from Sean in a very angry, at the world voice. All of them. Now, not all of them are like that, but that's just how they read, because that's how I've seen him. Every time he texts somebody in here, he doesn't text, first of all. He talks into the phone.
Where are we with John Smoltz?
Yeah.
What a stupid ass take.
And so I just read them all like that. When you just throw words together, I think they read far differently than a lot of times than they're intended to read.
Sure.
So it's the quote read exactly, Bobby, I have no sense of urgency to get this done.
And the audio,
I believe, doesn't tell the full story, or it doesn't tell the story that way.
Are you saying there's a sense of urgency as you begin the preseason to get CeeDee done?
No.
Why you say that?
I went to high school or I went to college. I don't know why I said it, but I'm just saying I don't know. I don't have a sense of urgency about getting it done.
Because it's a long-standing tradition.
Pick any reason you want. I was at Nobu 2 days ago.
So here's the thing about the preseason line, which I needed to hear that back because we had some people saying...
Yeah, he's saying, like, do you have an urgency to get it done in the preseason or before the preseason?
Which that is, I don't believe that's what the question was. See, we're getting into linguistics.
We really are. We're really breaking this down. But I think that, unfortunately, that's the position they put us in.
Yeah, Calvin Watkins is asking the question there. What I believe he's saying, and the only way you can interpret it is not, do you have a sense of urgency to get this done during the preseason? I don't think that's what he's saying, like some people seem to think he's saying. I think he's saying, like, as the preseason begins, as things stand right now and you're getting closer, do you feel a sense of urgency? Because he says, do you feel a sense of urgency as the preseason begins to get something done? Like, hey, does this date, do you start feeling pressure on this day? Like, are you feeling the urgency to get something done? I think that's what he's trying to say there. I think we can sit here and boil it down any way we want and interpret it any way we want. But at the end of the day, they have not taken care of a contract that needed to be taken care of a year ago. And so they haven't shown a sense of urgency. That's the reality. Their actions tell us they have no sense of urgency.
Now, that's true. Now, I will say this. This is not a new development. This is how they view contracts. They let them play out. How often do they give extensions before it's time?
The ones a lot of times that people feel like they shouldn't. Zeke getting done 2 years in advance.
Yeah. I believe they only did that, and this was me talking to people at camp that are within the organization. Yeah, I wasn't always just hanging out with you guys. You fools were doing.
No, you were very rarely hanging out with us at practice. You were working the whole practice field.
You have to work the field.
I know. I saw you.
Yeah, that's the time. You got to work the field.
Talked about your phone case. It was a lot of fun.
I know. It was great. They only did the Zeke deal because of Jason. They only did the Zeke deal because they did not think they could go into the season as a run-first team and give Jason a fair shake on his last year without Zeke.
I did ask, yes.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, no. I don't think that. I don't think that was the only reason. I think that may have expedited it. But I mean, here's what's wild. I don't know that a lot of people realize this. I think it's public. Jerry and Steven weren't even here when the deal got done with Zeke. They weren't the ones. They didn't do it. They were in New York at the New York Stock Exchange the morning the deal got done, and the deal was finished. Like, it was just basically Steven calling and saying, like, finish it up, get it done. Like, that was how things went.
Yeah,
and they got it done. Which is, it's not unusual that you're negotiating a lot of times with somebody other than Steven or Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
You're negotiating a lot of times with their director of football administration, Todd Williams, or you're dealing with Adam Pacifica, their salary cap guy. That's who you're in negotiations with a lot. It's almost never Jerry, and a lot of times it may not even be Steven. It could just be Todd Williams and Adam Pacifica doing it. But I don't know why they've dragged their feet on this one. Steven told us 2 years ago in an interview with Pat Doney. They said, hey, during your time here in Dallas, Pat had asked him, what's something that you regret or you feel like you could have done differently? And the first thing that came out of his mouth was probably would have paid Dak sooner, would have gotten that done earlier. Because he's like, that clearly ended up costing us. Okay, well, 2 years later, you're not getting Dak done early. You're not getting CD done early. You're repeating the same mistakes you made in 2019, where you let a lame duck head coach go into the season. You let your quarterback and your receiver be on the final year of their deals. You let your big first-round pick from a couple years ago, Zeke a few years ago, Micah Parsons in this case, you're letting them kind of just start putting pressure on you. Micah not showing up to minicamp.
They don't
Zeke
view
put
it
on pressure.
They don't view it as a mistake. They don't view it as a mistake.
Steven said it was.
They obviously don't.
I mean, actions do speak louder than words.
They can say whatever they want.
Which is why, exactly. However it was said yesterday, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they've shown it's not a priority for them, and they don't have urgency.
And I'm fine with that.
And I'm
fine with that because if you have urgency, to me, if they said they had urgency to get this done, that means that they're willing to take a bad deal. You know what I mean? Like they're just. I'd rather them get it done and have it be a good contract than get it done at any cost and be in even more constraints than they're going to be.
Regardless of,
if they just wanted to get it done, they could pay him $37 million. They'll take it tomorrow.
If the 49ers wanted, because this is not the question of do you want him or not, or do you want to pay whatever. If the 49ers wanted to keep Brandon Ayuk, and they were hell bent on, we want to keep him, but they got caught up in the negotiation issue of it. You could say there's no sense of urgency. He's still under contract. Okay, but there reached a point where you rubbed him the wrong way and he wanted out. Mm-hmm. And now it's ruined. It didn't matter that he was under contract because now you've ruined the relationship and you're not getting an extension done. I wonder at what point do you start fooling around with this? And CeeDee Lamb yesterday going LOL with a period and then Micah retweeting it and Dak coming off the podium and saying, hey, I have urgency to get it done. Like, I wonder if you're going to start playing with fire here a little bit and you're going to reach a Brandon Ayuk situation where you've pissed CD off and he's like, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
And
that's fair.
That's where urgency needs to exist.
Now, if I was running PR for the Cowboys, I would say, well, if Dak has urgency to get it done, come down on your number.
No, I'm saying Dak.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if I was Dak and if I was like, look at it from that perspective, same thing for CD. If CD has urgency, then maybe you don't need Justin Jefferson guaranteed money. Like if I was the Cowboys, that's what my counter would be to them. Not that I agree with it. I'm just saying that's what my counter would be.
You're also not walking away from CD anytime soon.
You're not.
So what does it matter guaranteeing it?
They're not walking away from Dak either.
But Dak is at least into his 30s, has shown some injury issues. Yeah. Like you could at least, I could see yourself going, well, I don't want to necessarily guarantee that because we've got this or that. I did send on Twitter yesterday, describe your feelings on the CD Jerry drama in exactly 5 words, Chop.
Yeah.
Here were some of the responses I got. Selena Sixtos on Twitter says, I don't like it here. Mario says, when will Jerry be quiet? Brandon, I hate the front office. Man, very common one. Just a reply with the John Malkovich gif. Pay Vietman his money.
Oh, it's great.
From Rounders, which we were talking about the other day.
Great movie.
Acid says, old man yells at sky. Man, this is one that we're hearing a lot this morning. Daniel Nations says, journalists remove context for views.
I mean,
and I don't think that's, by the way, the guy who sent this tweet out initially, John Machota, can promise you, knowing John as well as I do, that's not his purpose. That's not what he's doing.
I agree. He's not a
he's not a clickbait
guy. I do believe that was I don't want to call it a disingenuous tweet. I just thought it lacked a little bit of context.
We got a whole bunch of
he could have. I wish he posted the video with it,
which he didn't. He didn't record.
Okay,
he's recording audio. So typically,
then record the audio. Then post the audio.
So here's the problem: he's tweeting that in the middle of Jerry still talking.
See, that's
the reality of how this is information people want. It's live reporting. That's the stuff that people are trying to find out. When that's said, John was not the only one who tweeted it. John's is the one that blew up, but there were 3 other people at the time posting the comments on there because that's significant. That's movement.
Yeah, that's the whole tug of war that fans have a problem with, being first versus being right. Fans don't care. Media members care. Fans don't care. And they don't even pay attention to what media member has the story.
Here's one of the things that I think you're seeing a lot from people in response to this. And John is, to me, one of the highest character individuals I know. And I don't ever believe he would do anything to sensationalize anything. I don't think there was anything wrong with sharing what was the quote. That was the quote. And it was essentially the quote twice because he was asked, do you have a sense of urgency? No. And then he put the quote of, I don't have a sense of urgency. That's what he said. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with the way that John presented it. But a lot of the stuff that you see from people yesterday replying to this is all negotiation bluster. This is Zeke who. Do you think it is? You don't think things are potentially turning sour here at all?
They may be turning sour, but I still think it's a lot of negotiation. Like, if Jerry said, I have a major sense of urgency, does that not put them in a negotiating disadvantage? I think you can make the case it does.
817 Johnny Matches is definitely a clickbait guy now. Thanks for playing, guys. Wrong, 817. That's a wrong take. I'm telling you, as somebody who knows what John's work ethic is and the way John approaches his job, that's BS, and that's the last individual on earth I would ever describe as clickbait.
I don't consider him clickbaity. I do think this lacked a little bit of context. I
can't be responsible for how somebody takes it, though.
I agree. You can't be. I fully endorse what you just said. If I say something and you misinterpret it, that's not my problem. That's I can't control how people interpret things, and neither can John. I just thought this was. I interpreted this like, literally, and then when I heard the audio, which play the audio again, Peyton. So the quote was like, I have no urgency on this. That was how it was presented. And here's Jerry's quote.
Are you saying there's a sense of urgency as you begin the preseason to get CeeDee done?
No.
Why you say that?
I went to high school or I went to college. I don't know why I said it, but I'm just saying I don't know. I don't have a sense of urgency about getting it done.
Because it's a long-standing tradition.
Pick any reason you want. I was at Nobu 2 days ago.
Now, look, if CeeDee takes this in a very, very bad way, then, that is a problem. And it appears that he has, because he has removed America's team from his social media bios. And
as of yesterday, after this occurred.
Right. And anybody who knows players, they care about that. Like, I think it's stupid. Unfollowing teams, and it's like, whatever, man.
Settle down.
But players value that. They look at that as a power move that they can use.
I just worry you are souring things with Lamb at this point. That's my concern. And CeeDee Lamb is represented by an agent, one of the better agents in the NFL, Tory Dandy, who got A.J. Brown out of Tennessee when A.J. Brown became unhappy. And so there's a history of him saying, I know my guy's unhappy. We're going to move. We're going to do everything we can to make sure we're not doing a deal here. We're moving you out of here.
Hit us up on the Odyssey app, and leave a message for us. Is this clickbait, or is this a real problem for the Dallas football Cowboys? Tolos, let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Minnesota Twins on Friday, August 16th. And the first 15,000 fans also receive a World Series champion short sleeve hoodie. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Every Friday at this time during the Expressway, we do a little thing called the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! I didn't know that he did, but I found that out when we started the segment about a year ago. That, Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer.
You know what that's from? That clip. I believe it's
How I Met Your Mother.
I believe it's from a show that you've told me before you didn't like or didn't watch. Mystery Science Theater 3000. You remember that one?
I do remember that one. I did watch it.
Did you? Yeah, that's from that's Crow.
That's the one where they were the three guys in the front of the movie theater making jokes.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there was a dog. And
I don't think there was a dog.
And a Gumby.
There was Crow. There was Cambot. There was Tom Servo, which was the little gumball machine and everything. So.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about this. This is kind of terrifying. Have you been paying attention to the Taylor Swift situation?
I try not to pay attention to anything related to Taylor Swift. What this time?
She's pretty.
No, she's
big.
not. Oh,
so she canceled her latest concert in Austria because of an ISIS-style terror attack. They had gotten word that ISIS was going to do some kind of a terror attack at her concert. And the latest reports say that they had planned to drive a bomb-filled car into the crowd.
Jeez.
To take out as many people as possible. And one of the teen, by the way, they found nothing but teen suspects here. They got a 19-year-old, a 17-year-old, and then this morning, they have another 15-year-old as a person of interest involved with this as well. They were, and the real scary part is one of the teens had just been hired by the venue to work security. So he got a job working security at an event that he was going to carry out a terrorist attack. And these details of this suicide bombing attack emerged after authorities revealed that two men, 19 and 17, have been taken into custody on Wednesday, resulting in 3 sold-out era shows in the city to be canceled. There's footage of one of these suspects having just vicious knives. Vicious knives, man. So they were going to go in there and just absolutely wreak havoc on these concert goers. The two suspects, who investigators say had become radicalized online by ISIS, had allegedly wanted to carry out the attack outside the stadium and taking out fans with self-made explosives and machetes. This is terrifying.
Yeah, is this... And so this is just about finding a big, prominent area to carry out an attack, right? This was not anything like, I hate Taylor Swift. And
I don't think it has anything to do with Taylor Swift. They were just like, 3 sold-out shows. Cool.
Here's our chance. Yeah, that kind of thing.
So the 19-year-old is an Austrian with North Macedonian roots, had chemical substances and technical devices stashed inside his house when it was raided by authorities. Man, how did they find out about this? The second suspect, the 17-year-old Austrian with roots from Turkey and Croatia, was nabbed by special police forces near the stadium where the concerts were supposed to take place this week. And that second suspect, the 17-year-old, had been employed a few days ago by a company providing services at the venue. He had been hired to work there to work security.
Jeez. Could have been really bad.
Yeah. Yes. Now, Taylor Swift had previously said her biggest fear in life was a violent attack at one of her concerts. And this was back in 2019, she said this. So again, all 3 shows there have been canceled.
What was the... This happened at an Ariana Grande concert, didn't it? In 2017, there was it was the Manchester Arena bombing when her show was going on, and there was a bombing that occurred there and killed 22 people at her show. And so, I mean, this has been an MO over there now for a little while to find these big sort of events and then target them.
Yeah.
So, bad story. Good that they caught it, though. Good that they were able to sneak in. All right. To a more lighthearted,
please,
group of criminals that were stopped. And this is gonna be an L for me for a lot of people, I think. A cinema in New Zealand has ejected 2 women for sneaking in their own snacks. So, according to the New Zealand Herald, 2 women took some children in to see Despicable Me 4 at a movie theater. The pair were said to have taken blankets and snack bags containing, and I love this is from The Guardian, they took in their chopped popcorn, sweets, crisps, and lollies. That's the way that they write about it there. They took that into the screening without being stopped by any cinema employees. However, just as the movie started, an employee told them to put their snack bags away, the report said. They agreed, but the employee apparently insisted on sitting next to them to monitor the snack situation. A few minutes later, one of the children popped a Skittle he was already holding into his mouth, and quite frankly, all hell broke loose. The employee started shouting at them and said that the police would be called unless they left. This is when the children started crying. One of the women said, "My niece asked nicely, if you're calling the police, are they going to kill my mom?" And he laughed at that stage. He looks directly in her face and he said, "Yeah, maybe we'll find out." Now, this obviously went way too far.
What is your taking food into the theater policy?
That's where I'm probably going to be outside the majority here. I think if a theater wants to kick you out for bringing snacks in, I have no problem with it. Now, calling the cops and then saying, I don't know, I guess we'll find out if they'll shoot your mom, that's a little too much. But
I have.
It is the only, literally, here's the thing. I love going to the movie theater. I love taking my kids to the movie theater. Like, my kids, whenever a new movie comes out, Encanto or Migration or one of these movies that they love.
Long Legs.
Yeah. Take them into the theater and they get to take a picture next to the big poster, and they've got all these different things set up, and they love going up to the snack counter and then going in there with their little snacks and watching the movie. The experience is great for them. It's one of the things they love doing. And I always loved going to the theater growing up. So knowing that theaters generally only survive based on concession sales because they don't really make money off the box office, to me, it's like, yeah, if you're taking their one way of making money and staying open, I don't have a problem if they say, get the hell out of here.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that either. I mean, that's literal theft.
There's a lot of people who get worked up about this and say, screw you, I should be able to bring it in there. You overcharge for your snacks. It's like, they got to create margins, and that's the only way that they survive.
I have no problem with them throwing you out. I also have no problem bringing food in. Like, I'm willfully committing burglary. I have no problem with it. I have no problem bringing food in. But if they kick me out, I understand. That's the deal.
But what have you said before? You said it just the other day. You said, I feel like it's better if I know it's wrong and I still do
right.
it.
If I know
at
it's
least
wrong,
I know it's wrong.
At least I know it's wrong. I have no if they throw me out, I have no problem with it. Like, I'm not going to fight. Like, I broke the law. Like, I broke their rule. I'm willfully doing it. But it's just like with speeding. I don't get upset with the cops when they pull me over. I'm speeding. I know the deal. I accept responsibility. Like, I wish more people would do that. I know I'm perfect, but I wish more people would accept responsibility when they do something wrong. I fully admit I speed and I bring food to the movie theater. And if I get caught, I get caught. And I deal with it. And I leave.
What would be your give us some more of your crimes that you're willing to admit to?
I mean, I don't take penalty strokes in golf if I lose a ball.
Oh, that's a big one.
It's not a big one. I just lost $4. That's how I look at it.
You spend $4 on a golf ball?
Man, $4 would be cheap right now. I mean, a dozen balls.
You don't use the Pro V ones?
Yeah, I do use the Pro V ones.
Do? Okay.
They're $48.
For how many?
A dozen.
Why is that so expensive?
They're good golf balls. I've been using oh man, they're the Callaway ones that have the 3 lines on it, the 3 stripes. I can't remember what they're called. I don't think they're the Super Stroke or the Super Soft. I can't remember what they're called. But anyway, I've been using those lately because I got a good deal on them. But I mean, yeah, it's $4 a golf ball, man. I'm playing by myself. I don't keep score anyway. I hardly ever keep score. I'm just out there like, if I hit the ball well, I played well. If I don't hit the ball well, I played poorly. So I'd rather hit the ball well and score bad than hit the ball poorly and score good. I'm not interested. Like, I just want to hit the ball well.
Could just be better.
Could be.
Be better at golf like me.
I don't play much.
Yeah, I could have gone pro. Peyton has a contribution to the junk drawer today.
Oh, my God, finally.
He is complaining about the Riz game of joggers.
Yeah, and this has to do. This takes place in New York City. I guess they're ditching the dating apps out there. They're fed up with the lying and all the the catfishing out there.
15 million people in a city isn't enough for you to find a date.
Yeah, man,
it's too many. It's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming. There's too many people there.
So for single people, they are creating, and they have for the last couple months now, run clubs for singles. And what they do is they all meet up, early in the morning on the west side of Manhattan, and you get a big group of people, over 100 they say, and you're running 3 to 4 miles, and it's all single people. Majority of them are single people. I guess you can join if you are taken. And it's like if you're single, you're wearing all black. If you're taken, you're wearing white. Just so they know who to mingle with. And afterwards, after you run 3 to 4 miles, they are going to bars and hanging out afterwards, which I'm no health nut, but like, that seems a little, if you're running, you're trying to lose weight here, and you go to the bar, is that the move there? Do you want to drink after you just ran 3 to 4 miles?
Are you trying to, I don't know that you're trying to lose weight by running. Like typically it's just, you're trying to make sure the cardio's good.
Maintain healthy.
Yeah. You're just trying to create, maintain healthy blood flow.
Yeah. Just after a workout, Chop, you work out the most out of all three of us, Are you feeling to drink afterwards you work out? Because I don't. The bar thing kind of throws off. If you're gonna meet up with someone, then just go to the bar. The run part is a little weird to me.
Look,
I get the idea. It's all right if it works, but
it's a way to meet people.
Pick one or the other.
It's a way to meet people, right? If you're trying to meet people,
yeah,
you want to meet people with that have hobbies, right? That they're like interests.
Yeah, your interests align.
Yeah, and if you both like to run. That could be a lot of fun. If Sarah and I wanted to go jogging, which we don't run. At least I don't. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Play golf together as a couple. We like to play golf. We're going on a golf trip to Michigan next week. Gaylord, Michigan. GaylordGolfBecca.com.
Now this is, I agree with what you're saying here because specifically, let's look at what the hobby is too.
Yeah.
You got to think about that, Peyton. So, for instance, if you've got somebody who's really into CrossFit, have you met those individuals before, Chop?
The CrossFit people?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
you better be in a relationship with somebody who's also into CrossFit.
You find out they're in CrossFit 11 seconds after you meet them because they tell you about it right away. And we will talk about the CrossFit tragedy yesterday in Fort Worth at 8:20.
Yeah, it was what was it? There's some old joke that's like an atheist, a CrossFitter, and a soccer fan all walk into a bar. I only know that because they told me within 2 seconds.
Yeah. They will tell you right away.
It's a good joke. But that's the thing, that jogging community or that running community, when you join run clubs and stuff like that, that's like your life.
Well, yeah,
so you need to find somebody who's going to be okay with that life. And so naturally, I can find somebody here who this is part of their hobby too.
If you join a bike club, you're riding, you're riding in a peloton of 30. On a Saturday morning, right? 7 a.m. You see them on the road. And then, what do? They go to brunch afterwards.
If Sarah didn't like golf, if she really hated it, do you think you guys would have more tension or it'd be tougher for y'all to connect if she hated it?
No, I don't think so.
Well, she'd probably get mad if you go, if you're a Saturday, Sunday morning, you're always at the golf course. I think she would get mad at that because most girlfriends do. I've noticed that.
Yeah, it's weird. When I was a kid, the amount of guys that would just go play golf on Saturday morning was and the wives were like, get the hell out of the house, please, give me 4 hours to myself.
Yeah.
And now I think it's a little bit different. I don't know, but we would find something else to do that we enjoy together. That's the whole point. She didn't really like golf when we got together. It kind of just happened that we enjoyed to play. But people going out to drink afterwards, that's just a social setting. That's all it is. And running, if you're in a running club, you're just there to meet people. You're not there for the exercise necessarily. You're there for the fellowship.
Yeah, come on. You're getting the endorphins going. You're
you get the dopamine hit.
You're side eyeing some of these individuals in the run group and going oh, okay, they're kind of attractive. And then you want to sit down if you got a connection. You're telling me that if you're going on a date, like a Tinder date, Peyton, where you connect with somebody, you're not going to have a drink after? They basically just swiped on each other.
Yeah, I am, but I'm not working out before that. I'm been dressed up. I got the cologne on and everything. And that's the thing is these girls and these guys are getting all dressed up basically for this. And it's you're working out, bro. Come on, just go in there, work out, go home.
When was the last time you put cologne on?
Does body spray count?
I don't know. Does
Axe body spray?
I use that. I got it at Perfume Mania. I got whatever's on sale. I think it was Kenneth Cole or something. It's $8 for the body spray bottle.
I used it when I went to the baby shower. I use Versace.
I don't own.
I don't own any either. I just heard him say, I've got the cologne on. I'm like, you put a cologne on? You put cologne on for every day?
I'm not putting on for you guys.
Don't. Yeah, Sarah wishes I would. Sarah wants me to. I just I'm find me a bottle that you like. I don't care. Just find me a bottle that you like. For the 254 Choppy dropped the proper use of the word Peloton. I'm so impressed. Listen, I can't take credit for that. The great, late Ted Nichols Payne taught me that.
TNP
taught me that. So I do know that is what that is. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Team USA survives a scare, but the real winner is actually the loser from yesterday. We'll talk about that next to The Fan.
You can either go to Bobby's place after the
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Misic's going to have to hurry. Bogdanovich puts it up. Short. And the United States, trailing by as many as 17, back from underneath the grave, advance to the gold medal game. 95-91, your final score. Steph Curry, magnificent. 36 points and heartbreak for Serbia.
Man, what a finish that game on USA in the Olympics. Team USA in the semifinals comes from behind, beats Serbia, which I refuse to believe that's how they actually spell Serbia.
How do you think they spell it?
Serbia, like everybody else in the world. Not Srbja, or whatever. I just refuse to believe that's how they actually spell it.
The J's silent, I think.
Thank you, Peyton.
Peyton Russell, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
I know that's how they actually spell it. I just refuse to believe that's actually a language. You can't put S, R, and B together. Three straight letters. That's just...
Oh, yeah. That's like the Chance the Rapper bit on SNL when he was having to be... He's the NBA reporter who got assigned to cover hockey for a day. And he says, turn around, what's your name? Let me see. That's a S, a J, and a K all next to each other. So that's a no. I'm not even going to try to say what this is.
95-91 U.S. wins. This was a flurry of a finish.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, for all the hate that Kevin Durant gets, the dude is like, he's without, I don't think there's a question anymore. Like, he's the best Olympian from a basketball standpoint that we've had.
He just passed Lisa Leslie as the all-time leading scorer in the Olympics.
There you go.
So,
and he passed Melo. Like Melo had this great Olympian kind of mantra to him, and KD's got that now. I think it's KD's title.
Yeah, and look, I mean,
Steph was great. LeBron was really good. Embiid made plays down the stretch. They were down 17 in this game. It did not look like they were going to win this one. And then KD with the big shot late to kind of ice it. But I think, I've said before, I think KD gets too much hate. I understand it's easy, but it feels like low-hanging fruit a lot of times. And I think that he's matured a lot. Like, I think in recent years when you hear him talk about some things, or the way he handled those fans at the Mavericks game that were shouting at him, I respect him more than I may have 10 years ago. Like I think he's grown into it a little bit. But KD was fantastic. I know after the game he was talking about, hey, I know there's a lot to look at sometimes in the day-to-day life of like our country and think, oh, this is bad or there's that. He's like, but there's a lot of good stuff too. And like today was a good thing. And today was something fun to celebrate. Yeah, it was.
And as Anthony Davis said after the game, Chop, he said, got 2 words, Stephen Curry and Joel Embiid.
Well, that is 5 words. But look, Steph was tremendous. He was tremendous. 2 clutch free throws on the stretch. With 8 seconds to go, a terrible decision on Serbia's coach to wait that long to foul. Then let's just foul the best free throw shooter all time. Let's just foul him.
Just do that.
But let's just wait this thing out. I have to say though, it is the biggest winner of this is Joker, right?
So there was a thought like this yesterday.
He was gassed at the end, by the way.
He was, and he did not shoot well yesterday. He shot 7 of 17. He was 0 of 6 from 3, but he had 11 assists.
Yeah, he had a dozen assists.
Yeah,
he
had
played a bunch of rebounds. He played really well.
Damn near a triple double. And as a Denver radio host tweeted yesterday and had to go all sorts of crazy, Zach Bye, he says,
"Bye, boy."
Not one member of the Serbian national basketball team would make Team USA's roster other than Jokic. Even in a loss, it's almost a mic drop moment for the Joker when it comes to the best player in the world conversation. Can you get down with this line of thinking?
Yeah, I mean, there's a Luka vibe to this, like, and a Dirk vibe when he was with Germany. Like,
get him some help.
Yeah. That absolutely, man. Like, that is, for them to even be in that game, like, Team USA should not be, like, excited that they won. Like, be happy that you won, but they shouldn't be like, that's a team of, I mean, everybody on that team is, with the exception of Halliburton, is already a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and Tatum.
Tatum's already a Hall of Famer.
Tatum can't even get on the floor, Chop.
Yeah, that was Steve Kerr's fault. You cannot make a case.
What do you mean fault? It was a great decision. They won.
Wasn't a great decision because the guy he chose to put in over him Derek White did nothing. Has done nothing. How do you play Derek White when you're down double digits in the second half? Don't give me fit.
I don't know who's his shoe deal with.
Yeah, right. Don't give me fit. Like, Jason Tatum's a better player than Derek White. You can't make that argument. You can't even make the argument.
Boy, that is becoming a bubbling storyline, though.
It kind of is.
Just the idea of, like, boy, there seems to be I know I made this comparison during the finals. Like, he's a little Russell Wilson-like. Tatum is. And I wonder if there's just I wonder if other players just don't like him very much.
Very well
or if
possible.
Kerr doesn't like him.
Very possible.
Because he can be a little off-putting sometimes.
Yes.
But also, like, when you think about skill sets, like, and you watch Tatum play, like, we watch the NBA Finals, and even if you think he's strong or whatever, like, the skill set is not jaw-dropping like it is with other top players.
He's an all-around good basketball player. He's good.
Nothing about it looks spectacular when you watch Jason Tatum
He's
play.
not like, KD on that the final possession that they scored on where he had that big bucket. Like, that's just, KD is he's a unicorn. Like, he really is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he does things that are just special. That's not Tatum's game. He was a good passer. He's a good ball. I mean, he could shoot, but he's not great at anything. Like, he's not elite at anything. He's just a really good, sound basketball player.
Just the most boring elite basketball player in the world.
Yeah, he's easily a top 10 player in the league. But, like, I don't know that I'm paying to watch Jason Tatum play.
No.
Right? Like, I think that you would want him on your team. He's going to be a good teammate. He's going to be a good player. He'll fit in any system. But I just don't think he's not special.
He might be the fifth most exciting player on his team. Behind Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Kristaps Porzingis, and Peyton Pritchard.
But, man, like, dude, that's a bad look for Team USA to struggle to beat that team.
Yeah, Serbia has a population of 6 million people.
Yeah, and that's probably the 25th most populated state.
And they are, like, the number of NBA players. I don't know that there's a better NBA players per capita.
Yeah.
than
they got a half a dozen of them.
Than Serbia.
More than that.
I mean, that's where that's Bogdanovic, Jokic, Peja was from there. Who else was from there? I can't remember who else. But I mean, they've had several Serbian basketball players over the years.
So that's Team USA wins. Now they face France. And France is probably, I mean, I don't think Adam Silver could have asked for anything more.
Than to get France?
I think that absolutely is what they wanted. Because you get Wemby.
Well, now
Wemby has not played tremendous. He has not shot the ball well. I think he's like 7 for his last 26 or something.
Not just Wemby. You get the most hateable player in the NBA.
Oh, Rudy Gobert.
If he plays. And he had the same thing happen. Did you see that? France benched him.
Yeah.
They've got a Tatum situation over there where now he's been banged up. He had a finger injury or something like that. But Gobert, they said afterwards it was like, no, it was a lineup thing. It was just a matchup thing. And, it can be tough for big guys like Gobert to be able to fit naturally into some of these matchups in today's NBA. We saw it with Luka at the end of the year and the way that he crossed him up when there was like isolate on Gobert and just go to work on him. But yeah, Rudy Gobert got benched in France. It was in order. The headline was France saves its playoff run by benching Gobert. That's got to be a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, are the two first and second overall pick on the France team? Did they make the team? Are they good enough? Sarr and Richardson?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I've not studied France's roster.
I have not.
I've not done that yet. But
boy, people are not happy. They're saying, but you got to give Serbia their props. Like, they're a good team. Are they a good team? They're a 15.5-point underdog.
No, I mean they're 15.5-point underdog against a team of all-stars. Right, so I get that. But
they're a good team, but they're not. They should not.
They should not have been up 17 on.
They should not have been within 17 at any point in that game. You're playing that the Team USA has 12 or 11 Hall of Famers. Serbia has 1. Like, you should not be remotely close. It should not be remotely close of a game.
We talked about the Jokic thing there. There was another tweet from the other side of it. You know how there's been this discussion about Embiid is ducking Jokic from playing Jokic in Denver? Like, coincidentally, it seems like every time Philly's in Denver, Embiid's hurt, or Embiid can't play. And a lot of people think that he's running from him. So one of the tweets that went viral yesterday said, Denver fans have been begging Embiid to play Jokic outside of Philly for years. Got Jokic against him in an environment where Joel got booed on every touch and had to watch him saute their guy once again. There's no defending that, though, right? Like, that's not the same as going into Denver and playing Jokic.
So does Embiid have this this history of absolutely destroying Jokic?
He's had good performances against Jokic in Philly, but it's not necessarily been consistent. And there were a lot of people who thought it was connected to the MVP race. During the MVP race where Embiid won it and a lot of people thought Jokic should have been given it,
right.
He was ducking people thought he was ducking those games against Embiid. And then past year, he didn't show up for the Denver game. And so I don't know that that's putting it on a level of a French crowd booing you is the same as stepping up in a big primetime NBA game and performing against Jokic. But that's the way they wanted to put it. That's fine. Choppy, did you see the announcement yesterday about the Christmas Day NBA schedule?
I did. I did see this.
And you have a problem with it?
I don't have a problem with it. I was just a little bit, because the Mavs are playing Minnesota.
Yeah. So the NBA Christmas Day games that we got are, according to Shams, Spurs at Knicks, Timberwolves at Mavericks, 76ers at Celtics, Lakers at Warriors, Nuggets at Suns. So I thought this was as good of a matchup in terms of sex appeal storylines that you could get for Dallas. I thought this was the one. And you felt differently.
I would have thought, I would have preferred Boston. I would have NBA Finals rematch. Let's do that. Like, that would have been, to me, okay. Now we got, like, that to me is the sexiest. If they were, read those again, because I think they are keeping them conference to conference.
Spurs at Knicks. That's not.
Never mind.
76ers, Celtics. But 76ers are going to be considered the big challenger, especially after they went and got Paul George.
They are. Absolutely. I have much more intrigue of Oklahoma City than Minnesota.
But didn't really?
Yes. I think because isn't the common thought right now that, like, we knew Oklahoma City was going to, I knew Oklahoma City was going to lose to the Mavericks because the Mavs had already been in a position of making it to the conference finals. Oklahoma City it was their first playoff run. They had never been there before. History of the league shows that they were going to bow out early. Like, to me, Oklahoma City's clearly the team in the West that most people are probably going to pick.
Yeah, I think I look at it and I say, you've already got if you want to talk about storylines, there was a lot of animosity that seemed to build up between Minnesota and Dallas. And there's the Anthony Edwards factor, which he is their star. Like, that's you could make an argument that in terms of the stars of the league, the future is Luka and Ant. That's the future in terms of, like, the faces of just, these are the guys that we're pushing forward. And with the new media rights still coming, like, getting that, all right, we got them in the Western Finals. Awesome. Let's keep this going. Let's keep this tension building. Let's keep this narrative going. Let's put Minnesota and Dallas on Christmas Day. The one angle I would have flipped on this, actually, but nobody wants to go to Minnesota in December, is I might have said Christmas Day, Dallas goes to Minnesota. Because then you're getting that crowd just, when they got to the point they were hating Luka, you're getting the opportunity for Luka, who was talking a ton of trash to Minnesota throughout that series. You get the chance on Christmas Day for here's Luka coming back to Minnesota.
That's true. But on the flip side of that is, like, the Mavs won. They earned the right to have this game at home.
That's fine.
They won the series. It's just like the Cowboys going to San Francisco every year.
How many teams
San Fran earns the right by beating the Cowboys to get the Cowboys in San Fran.
How many teams would you have put above Minnesota as a better storyline for you? For just like a national game.
3. Boston, Oklahoma City, Denver.
Denver just feels, as good as they are, Denver feels kind of boring to me. And Minnesota, you could say, is maybe a little boring too. They're a smaller market, everything else. But it's Ant, and Ant is the guy that they're going to push forward as, like, this is our
Ant's not
character.
boring. Yeah, Ant's not boring. I think the issue is, like, the Timberwolves, like, they have zero history.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they've got one of the guys who was the 25 greatest athletes of the 21st century, Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, they have zero history. So they just do nothing for me. But yeah, I get it. I mean, it's a tremendous player, and he'll be. I mean, I think that he is eventually going to be the face of the league, because I do think the face of the league probably is going to lean towards being an American.
Face of the league is not always best player either.
It's not. I think the face of the league is going to be an American, regardless of whether they're the best player or not. But I'm okay with it. I just think that Boston would have been a much better matchup, or Denver OKC. It would have been sexier.
I think better. I think those would be better games. This to me just seems like, from a storyline perspective, if you want eyes, that would be the more interesting one.
All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are going to touch on this absolute tragedy that happened yesterday in Fort Worth. That's next to The Fan. But let's get...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, recap the Rangers' visit to the White House. They were invited there, Bobby, because they won the World Series last year.
They did. I heard about that.
As is customary, you go to the White House, and they did. And now they will take on the Yankees in a 3-game set in New York. I assume they're going to play today. I don't know. It's raining, and it's been raining there for a week because of the hurricane. So maybe they do, maybe they don't. But they have a 3-game set. You can hear every game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, Fan Bowl is tomorrow at Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington, right off Front Street. Check-in begins. So if you've registered already, check-in is at 1 o'clock. If you haven't registered, well, we're full. There's no more spots available. But that doesn't mean that you can't come and, maybe you're being an alternate because somebody drops out, doesn't make it, or just party with us.
Mm-hmm.
Just party and hang out.
That's the biggest thing. It's just going to be about the party more than anything else.
Yeah. So check-in starts around 1 o'clock. The party will get going to 2:30. We'll be there, till about 7, hanging out. I'll be coming in hot after my son's basketball game. Yep. So I'll get there 3:30-ish, and then maybe 4 o'clock, and then we'll have a round table set up. We'll be able to go on the air. Bobby will probably be hammered by then and say something inappropriate.
I mean, you'll be hammered by then too, I imagine.
I can be.
Doesn't take much. First thing in the door, you and I doing shots, okay?
As long as I get to pick what kind of shots we have.
Sure.
Yeah. One of those, Bobby, you shoot bad stuff. You shoot bad stuff.
What does that mean?
You shoot stuff to be should be sipped on.
I just shoot things with high alcohol content typically. That's how I do it.
This is a very sad story. So yesterday, boy, this is terrible. So I just have a little pet peeve of mine. On ESPN, you know how they do the byline?
Mm-hmm.
It says Dallas, Texas.
Oh.
This was in Fort Worth. Come on now. Fort Worth's a real, it's a real city.
Yeah, the catch-all.
Yeah, come on now. What are we doing? So they're having the CrossFit games over at Marine Creek Lake, which I don't know much about. It's not really it's not a lake that you generally see boats out on. It's very small. So they had the CrossFit games out there, and they were competing in a swimming event. And this was early in the morning. They got a call that there was a missing competitor, that someone had gone under. And they did a fire department. So the MedStar does all the medical, the EMS stuff in the Fort Worth area. And, so MedStar was on site. The fire department wasn't necessarily on site yet. Then they came on site to go and do the search and rescue. So they get out there and they found him. And it was a 28-year-old from Serbia, Lazar Dukic, who passed away. They had not yet listed the cause of death as of, late last night and this morning. But an official with the Fort Worth Police Department or Fire Department said they got a call around 8 a.m., like I said, to assist police because there was a participant in the water that was down and hadn't been seen in some time.
Yeah, and I know somebody who was actually out there yesterday and was around, and so I'm not going to repeat it, but I think they told me what the conversation was going on out there as the explanation for it, and it sounds like it was, without getting specific, it just sounds like there was a medical emergency that occurred and while in the water, and then things went sideways. But that's awful. This is somebody who was this was not some rookie just jumping in there and do this. This is somebody who is very familiar with this sort of thing.
So the event was a 3.5-mile run and then an 800-meter swim. 10,000 people were in the area for the games, which began Thursday and were set to run through Sunday. This competitor played water polo and was an athlete ambassador for Fit Aid, which is a sports drink brand over in Europe. And, this was if you're at the CrossFit games, you are an elite athlete.
Yeah.
You are in tip-top shape. It's very, very sad. And now they have postponed the rest of the games. This is a huge deal for Fort Worth because the CrossFit Games had been in like Wisconsin for a long time, and Fort Worth got them. And look, it's 1 billion degrees outside right now.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin, and I'll be in Michigan next week at Gaylord, Michigan, for my annual golf getaway, GaylordGolfMecca.com. And
hell of a time for your
plug. Come on, Peyton. We don't need to do that, Peyton. We're doing a death dedication here. I'm just saying. I'm going to Michigan, and the weather up there is it's like 70 degrees, and Wisconsin's like the same thing. But you come down here, they're running the event at 8 o'clock in the morning because it's 105 degrees outside by noon. It's just a different animal these competitors are having to deal with.
Which the CrossFit Games they postponed everything yesterday. They are going to pick back up and continue today.
They are going to do today.
And there's a lot of people going off on it right now. That's saying, oh, money valued over life once again.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're picking them back up out there in Fort Worth. They will be continuing later today. They'll continue the CrossFit Games. But, man, it's...
Yeah, because as of last night, they were like, the remainder of the events have been suspended, the well-being of the competitors, and now they're back at it.
Yeah, it's just it's awful.
I guess from their standpoint, like if somebody died, we're watching water polo right now. Like if somebody died at the Olympics, they canceling the Olympics, the rest of the Olympics. I don't know that they are. They put so much into it. Everybody's there. I don't know that they are. I don't know what. There's no right thing that they can do. If they cancel it, then I mean, it's still a money making operation, and like everybody's already there.
I guess the thought would be postpone more than a day. Like it literally happened yesterday.
Right. Postpone till.
Like I think it's a little. I think where it seems a little cold is the idea of, oh, somebody just died. Hey, y'all take the rest of the afternoon off, but be back here tomorrow.
These competitors, because these competitors, this is small. CrossFit's a very small family. Like they all know each other. Like now you're having to go out there and compete when somebody that you knew probably quite well just drowned.
Yeah. Now 682 says they talked to the family and the family told them they wanted them to continue.
Okay.
So, I mean, if that's the case, then, I mean, I guess it's hard to point that. Now, somebody else points out 817, when Owen Hart died in the ring, they didn't stop the rest of the wrestling matches. Absolutely. It's funny enough. I was just reading about that yesterday.
You really want to follow the...
Well, and I was reading about it yesterday. Coincidentally enough, I was reading about the Owen Hart death, and they had... that was a massive controversy, too, at the time. But they got crushed for keeping that, continue the pay-per-view event. They got absolutely destroyed for it.
I don't remember. Did everybody know that he had died at the moment?
No, but Jim Ross announced it in the middle of the pay-per-view event.
Oh, God.
And they kept going. Because he died at the hospital, I think. Or he had either died at the hospital or was pronounced dead at the hospital. But I don't remember which one it was. But it was announced by Jim Ross in the middle of the event that he had died. So that's a little much.
It is. It's a little much.
All right, let's go to something a little more lighthearted, Chop, okay?
Yeah.
We're going to go to an airline that is against you.
Against me?
Yep, you specifically.
Why? Do they fly Boeing?
No. An airline, this is thought to be, CNBC wrote about this. This is thought to be a test run. That's something you could see other airlines in the U.S. and elsewhere pick this up. An airline is now allowing women to avoid sitting next to men. So India's biggest budget airline, Indigo, has been, I like that, that's funny. Indigo, that's good. Has been trialing a booking feature that will allow women to avoid booking a seat next to men on flights. The feature, the first of its kind for an airline, works by showing female travelers a pink seat at the seat selection page if it will be occupied by a female passenger. A company representative told CNBC Travel. Male travelers, however, will not see this information, the company said. Travelers on Indigo must identify their genders when they purchase tickets, which allows the airline to control access to these details, according to Indigo. So the carrier began rolling this out in May on a pilot basis and is available on all flights, the company said. However, Indigo's website and mobile app did not show the feature when CNBC did a check for it. That may also, they note, be related to trying to book from the U.S. and other things that may have just been an issue there. But they say that the new feature has received positive individual reactions on social media. The Indigo's CEO told CNBC last week. Your thoughts on this? Because I think I understand comfort, people wanting to feel secure, everything else. It's an airplane. Like, I mean, I don't see how if they started rolling this out on airlines in the U.S., I think I would just not use that airline.
Well, you might not have a choice. Like if they all do it, right? They all decide to do it.
Yeah, if they were all to do it, sure.
Yeah.
At that point, I don't have a choice. But if I've got choice, if there's a free market selection here, I'm going to pick somewhere else.
So, I mean, it doesn't affect me necessarily, so I don't really care.
I just hate this default thought that's been propagating
that we're all just
society
predators
in the last several years. Yeah, like if you're a man, you are a constant threat.
Oh, Bobby,
like
Robert Montgomery
I don't
Belt.
love it.
Hey, what do you think of that one?
I was talking to Broaddus. Sorry.
He's not listening. Yeah. Good gosh.
Thanks, Peyton. Again, 6:40 yesterday. It's past 6:40 on Thursday. But no, the word you use. I hate the idea that there's an assumption that every man is a predator. That is essentially what this gets to. Now, I understand there's some people who are going to naturally be comfortable about, man, I'd rather not. I don't want to sit next to somebody. All right, fine. Maybe you ask to have your seat moved if somebody in particular is making you uncomfortable or there's any of this. But to me, we need to create as a priority. There's so many other things that I feel like the airline industry could be doing to better themselves, namely keeping their planes in the air. I think that's a big one right there.
That's a big one. I do agree. It's a big one.
Or anything else to make as a priority. Well, let's make sure that men are women can make sure that they're kept away from men.
It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It's just, what if I'm flying with, what if we're flying with our spouses? Well, you get to see then. Because to me, like, my number one thing on the airplane, I don't care if I sit next to a guy or a girl. I don't care. All I care about is, so when we were flying back from California, the three of us in the row were all dudes. And we were all, like, pretty broad-shouldered. So there's no room. All I care about, I don't care who I sit next to. I just want to sit next to somebody that is relatively skinny. Like lean, like small shoulders, like somebody who like is not gonna.
Sure,
it's not gonna be an intrusive three-way that we have in the seats, right? It's not gonna be like overbearing, right? That's what I want. I would love for Alec Bedford or Carter to sit between me and some other guy, like right, somebody like that's very like lean, skinny, not broad-shouldered, right? That's what I want. I don't care if it's a girl or a guy. I don't care. And
so
by the
what
way,
you're saying is you should have to enter your weight.
You should have to enter
your weight, and then you can pick.
Measure your shoulders. You got to measure your shoulders. That's what I want. Measure your shoulder. How wide are they? That's all I care about. Other than that, like I'm not. And by the way, if a guy's talking to a girl, it doesn't mean I'm hitting on you. I could just be engaging in conversation because I like to talk to people.
Yeah,
like Sean loves to talk on the airplane. I don't talk on the airplane.
Now, as a lot of people are pointing out on the fan text, India specifically deals with a lot of sexual harassment issues.
Does it?
That's what they say. And so, I mean, I haven't looked up, but they're saying the statistics are rather staggering. And to me, it's like, okay, well, and that's
different story.
It's a different context and everything else, and that's good. But also, is that just I feel like shouldn't there be more enforcement on the planes, like to make sure like women are being kept safe rather than just, oh, you can move your seat over here. Like, I don't know. I mean, Chop, would you like to read Derek Holland's text to us all on the air, or should we not read that one?
Derek, how'd you know he was going with that one? How did you know?
Because I follow him on Instagram.
How did you know? Bobby, what's coming up next to Below the Belt?
Brian Broaddus recaps Cowboys, Rams, joint practice, all the CD news we haven't even been able to get to the joint practice. Brian Broaddus is going to have an update for us. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
We did have football yesterday.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't all just, social media drama. We had football.
We did, man. Tennessee quarterbacks were all over the place in the NFL.
Stop it.
It was fantastic.
Stop it.
What, Hendon Hooker, Joe Milton. Joe Milton's QB1.
Yeah,
I don't care. He's QB1.
Let's talk about real football, not preseason football.
Isn't it amazing, though, that Joe Milton's going to wind up having a better NFL career than college? Just like Tom Brady.
Yeah, okay. Let's slow down with those comparisons. Brian Broaddus joins us live from the Oxnard tennis courts where the Rams and the Cowboys had a joint practice. Brian, we will get into the practice, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the biggest headline of the day. Your thoughts on the CeeDee Lamb drama, the Jerry comments, how CeeDee reacted to it. Do you think stuff is getting lost in translation at all? What's your take on what we've seen the last 12 to 15 hours?
Man, it was kind of a shock, to be honest with you. We were sitting down kind of finishing up our show on the G-Bag Nation yesterday, and I was going through the practice and what I saw, and, it was just kind of, and all of a sudden then I, get a tweet from John Machota, and next thing you know, it seems like, oh, geez, what's going on here kind of a thing. But, the Cowboys appear to be very dug in on this. And well, I'll take it back. The owner appears to be very dug in on this, and and the owner is, he's looking at this and he's thinking that, he's got these players. They're all three potentially. When you look at Dak and CeeDee and then Micah Parsons potentially, he could be paying three guys top of the market money, and he's kind of looking at that as, okay, that's a daunting task. I got to figure it out, but also holding a hard line on the way these contracts are going. I believe, whether the fans don't think he's doing the right thing here. You got to take care of your players, But he is like, listen, I've got to think about this cap today. I got to think about it in the future, and him taking this type of stance. This is the way that the Joneses, if you follow them in business, they negotiate very hard. And so I think that's where we're at right now. I'm not surprised he said what he said, because I thought this thing was going to be about 10 days. It's going well into that, and they very well can make CeeDee Lamb have to make a decision whether to give up $1 million a week sitting out of NFL games. And it looks like they're heading in that direction.
You think the fans really are more on CeeDee's side than?
Yeah, I do.
Because isn't that counter to because I'm more on CeeDee's side, but isn't that counter to most where the fans are like,
no, I don't think
save
so.
money? They're always team. They're always team.
Yeah, the fan base here has had enough of this front office. They've had enough, and it's very evident of that they want changes. They're not going to get changes, but they've had enough. They've had enough of the way that Jerry and Steven operate. They just do, and they, and it's very, very clear that that's the case. If you just kind of follow along, and I'm not just talking about attendance out here, but I know, we talk about it every day on our show. We ask the fans, hey, the Tolos, hey, yes or no, are you in or out? 70%, no, we're out. And I think the loss to Green Bay really hurt a lot of Cowboy fans, and they're to the point now where they're like, hey, anything that's probably against Jerry and Steven and this crew, they're on board with. They're going to side with Dak. They're going to side. Now, there's people with Dak. I should say that there are people that don't want Dak as the quarterback here anymore. But there's a lot of people that believe that Dak deserves the $60 million a year. Statistically, it's proven he should get that money. I mean, there are lesser quarterbacks making more money than him, so that have gotten to that, that high 55 range. So I just feel like, to me, the fan base is in that mode right now where if it's anything against Jerry and Steven, they're on board with that.
Brian, this practice itself, the actual football that took place yesterday in this joint practice with the Rams, obviously you had eyes on it. We were not in attendance for it ourselves. But I know just looking at some of the feedback that was out there, some of the discussion points that came out of there, sounds like Jalen Tolbert, maybe a little bit of an up and down day. He's somebody who has checked every box along the way, so this was kind of like the final one, it felt like maybe before the season. In general, what did you think of Tolbert, how he practiced yesterday, and specifically how the offense was moving the ball in some of these team periods?
I was with the offense early. There were 2 fields that they were practicing on, and I went to the offense early, and the running game actually showed up early in this practice. When you look at, and I know you asked about Tolbert, but I'll tell you about the offense from what I saw in general. Brandon Cooks was, I thought, outstanding in the periods that I watched, where they were running these deep crossing routes, and Dak was able to step up in the pocket, and here's Cooks just flying across the middle of the field, and Dak hitting him on the move, and the Rams in chase mode. Happened a couple of different times. They were running their waggle packages where they moved the pocket, and Jake Ferguson was open quite a bit. The Rams really didn't have an answer for him on that way. Dallas ran the ball both with Zeke and then also, though, with Rico Dowdle a couple of different times where there were some massive holes, and it mainly came off the left side of the Cowboy offensive line. And at the time, when I was watching, it was Chuma Edoga, and I understood that Chuma Edoga got nicked up late in the practice and then had to step aside. But Edoga, Smith, Hoffman got the job done running the football over there. So that part of it was really, really positive. Then I went over to the defensive side of the field. I think you're going to give me a different question on that. So my Tolbert, I'm going to have an opportunity to kind of go back and check out some things. I'll look at the Tolbert thing, but I went from, like I said, from the offensive early in the practice to the defense then later in the practice.
We saw some pretty viral clips yesterday of the one-on-ones with the defensive line versus the offensive line, and there was a lot of positive stuff, it looked like, of positive reps with Mazi Smith winning and some of the things. So it looked like it was a good practice for him. During, if you got a chance to see individual or team or whatever it was, how did Mazi look progressing, going up against guys who are going up against another team, and specifically going up against guys who are not all pros necessarily the same level of Zach Martin and Tyler Smith?
You're absolutely right. The clips of Mazi and the one-on-one stuff were very, very good. Now, when they went to the team stuff, I felt like that Rodgers was a little bit better than Mazi when it came. I think Mazi got a little tired, and they put him out there for 6-7 plays in a row, and his stance wasn't as good. His take-on wasn't as good. He didn't get off on the blocks as good as he needed to. The thing with Mazi Smith is we always talk about his consistency. He could look like a first-round player like he did in the one-on-one stuff, but then, he's got to fight through that he's got to bring that type of energy, that kind of effort from the one-on-one pass rush drill to where he was playing on defense. And they ran the ball inside on the Cowboys a little bit. The linebackers had to fight some blocks and, get off and make some plays. But they just need more consistency from Mazi. That's just what he shows. He's one of those guys that, to me, that he plays very, very well, very capable. There's a reason why they picked him in the first round. He shows flashes of the ability to make plays, get off blocks, get up the field. He's just not consistent at that right now. And whether he struggles with his conditioning, and, people will say, well, Brian, he really didn't have an opportunity because he was coming off, the shoulder injury, and he was trying to rehab and all this, that, and the other. But, they're going to need Mazi Smith to play. If this defense is going to be good, they are going to need their defensive tackles to play well this season. And Mazi Smith is part of that. And like I said, it's good to see him have some success. He just needs to find a way to be more consistent with it.
Did it get chippy at all? Was there anywhere close to a fracas?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was funny. I was watching the. I flipped back over. I was doing, like I say, went offense, defense, and then kind of circled back to the offense late, and it was it was surprising that the one offense was a little bit, they had a couple of times where you could hear the crowd go, oh, and they were starting to whoop and holler and all that. and then it kind of broke up. If you're out here fighting during a scrimmage, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's everybody's hot, they're tired. I mean, like you could see where attitudes change during a practice, but and you're just wasting energy if you're out here fighting. But it never came into a full on where we've scrimmaged the Rams out here with that Coach Jeff Fisher, and every other play was a fight. Yesterday was a lot of really good work and not so much fighting.
Dak Prescott overall, solid practice from what you saw. I know there were a couple of really impressive throws that I saw in team period. Some of the videos that were out there shared looked like he was kind of on one yesterday.
No, he was, and I mentioned the throws to Cooks and the waggles, the boots. The accuracy, the touch that he was able to throw. It was. Dak's been good this entire camp. He really has. There's, the one interception he had, was just a really good play by Jordan Lewis. But when they get down in the red zone, he's done a good job of finding open receivers. His ability to climb the pocket, the mobility that he has, the decision making that he's made has been really, really good. So it would be hard pressed to find practices where Dak has just been really, really off. I think the majority of them have been very, very good.
11:15 today, Brian?
11:15 today. Sounds good to me.
Let's do it. We'll dive into all the specifics of Cowboys-Rams practice, the CD stuff, and all your questions as well. Brian Broaddus, an absolute trooper, joining us all week here during Below the Belt. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Brian Broaddus, below
the belt
here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's recap the Rangers' trip to the White House next on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I like to wait until don't make me take off my belt in order to go to the restroom at work for my long, hopefully 15-minute long work dookie.
Listen.
What does that mean? Does that mean he wants to avoid below the belt, so he goes to the bathroom? Or is he saying, I want to listen to below the belt, so I go to the bathroom for 15 minutes?
I think he does. That's what he's saying. And I'll tell you this, because there are a lot of people out there who do not go to the restroom at work. You realize you're just giving the company a free 15 minutes of work. You're getting a free 15 minutes off. Sometimes you got to go every hour.
I've got to go to another floor.
Yeah. I love the good. I look, if I had a 9 to 5, the work bathroom break, literally. I mean, that's not a smoke. If smokers get 15 minutes every or 10 minutes every 2 hours, why shouldn't poopers?
Yeah, and I mean, like, you can't be discriminated against for.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? You gotta check.
No, you can't do it with this job though.
No, this job's tough. We got 4 hours. It's like, what are you gonna do?
You got to have MGC.
Machine gun colon.
Got to have machine gun colon.
Got to have machine gun colon. There's no segue to that. I was trying to come up with one for the Rangers at the White House.
From an efficiently moving colon to an inefficiently moving one. Let's talk about the Rangers trip to the White House.
The Rangers met the president yesterday, and they presented him with a jersey, a Rangers jersey with the number 46 on it, because he is the 46th president of the United States. So they gave him that jersey, and there was obviously a big ceremony at the White House. Now, it was indoors. A lot of times these ceremonies are outside, but the weather, because of the Hurricane Debbie, or maybe it's now Tropical Depression or whatever, Debbie. Obviously, the rain has battered the East Coast, so they were inside for this one. But Bobby went and pulled some audio of the president talking with your world champion Texas Rangers.
Indeed, and we'll just take these in order, Peyton. These were just legitimately, I just searched on Twitter, Biden, Rangers, White House, kicked up, and I pulled the first couple ones that I saw there. So this is President Biden yesterday, channeling a little bit of his inner Corey Seager while honoring the Rangers.
From football to basketball to hockey to soccer, many doubters wondered if baseball would ever join them. Well, to paraphrase Corey Seager, I guess we do know.
I see what he did there.
Okay, you know what? It took me... Because I didn't know, I was wondering what the hell he said. He said paraphrase.
Yeah.
I thought he said power phase. And I was like, what does power phase mean?
No, to paraphrase Corey Seager. Because Corey Seager said, I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. I guess we do know. Okay, very good. All right.
I get it. It's a callback. It's good.
Good callback.
It's good. Adolis Garcia, obviously a big part of the playoff run. So when you're recognizing the team, you could not go to the White House without recognizing the contributions of Adolis Garcia.
Garcia, another major league record. Most RBIs in a single season. My job, I'm always looking for runs batted in. You know?
Carter, can you take me off the cam? I don't want the people.
No, it's he obviously meant most RBIs in a playoff run.
It was a playoff run, which and Adolis was without question he was probably the most fun guy to watch during the whole start to finish the playoff run last year. I mean, it seemed like he came up in a big spot all the time. Seager obviously as well in the World Series, but
I didn't know that was slang in DC though, that like the politicians are like, I'm always looking for runs batted in, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't,
because I don't know what
Is
that
he talking
means.
about votes? You think?
I don't know.
maybe?
Is that way? I don't. Why would that be runs batted in?
Don't talk politics. Don't give
This
your
whole
opinion.
segment is about politics.
No, it's not. It's about the Rangers. Runs. I just don't know what that means. Runs batted. Finally, Bruce Bochy, big part of this Texas Rangers team. Bochy gave him some boots. It wasn't just the 46ers. He gave him those. Boots.
Yeah, the boots.
Gave him the boots out there. And President Biden had to recognize the great accomplishment of the four-time champion, Bruce Bochy.
Manager Bruce earned 4 World Series as a coach. I told him. Told him he's going to need another finger. Or else he got to put the 5th ring on his thumb. I mean, I don't know how you do that, man. You know?
One for the thumb. That's what.
How you do that, man?
My favorite part of this, though, was on each of these clips. Every time he would say anything, the one guy in the Hallelujah Chorus, I think it was Jared Sandler.
It's Sandler.
Going,
play these all again, Peyton, and just play it around that one spot where the guy. It's clearly you can hear it for the first one. This is Jared Sandler in the background.
Manager Bruce earned 4 World Series as a coach.
That's Sandler. Okay.
All right, now the next one.
Garcia, another major league record.
That's Sandler again.
Sandler again.
Sure.
Okay, now the Seager one.
Well, to paraphrase Corey Seager.
Yeah. See?
All of them are Sandler.
It's Sandler. That's easily Sandler.
There's no decorum. Like, do you even know? Do you know where you are? You're at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Peyton.
As Peyton found that out yesterday. You cannot. You're in the White House, man.
You can't just shout things.
No.
You can't just be like, you can't just
Although, as we found out, the Secret Service doesn't really do anything right now. Anyways.
Yeah, that's true. You can't be like Drake on a feature. Yeah, boy. Like, you have to.
Yeah, you can't be the hype man here.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
So, no, you got to just keep your comments to yourself, Jared. All right? Keep them to yourself. That's not for you to be
offset the background,
just popping off in the middle of a ceremony honoring the Texas Rangers. A ceremony that went by, it sounds like, without any controversy.
It did. Without. Now, I did not see a meal. Did you see a meal? What they had?
I did not.
I didn't see what they fed. Because I assumed it'd be some kind of brisket.
Yeah,
barbecue,
but I mean, would you want DC barbecue or brisket?
What is DC cuisine known for? I don't even know.
I don't know.
I don't even know what they're known for. Bullets. Stop.
One more thing really quickly. The coolest part of this, though, was the music that the White House had ready to play for them. The orchestral music ready as the Rangers made their way into the White House for the ceremony. Do you think that's the first classical composition of Creed's Higher that's ever been played?
I don't know, but I can pretty much guarantee you that's the first time that song has ever been played in the White House.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
When was that, 99?
Clinton's listening to Higher?
Could have been in the West Wing. Listening to Higher.
Yeah, he was probably listening to something else. And then W came in. W wasn't listening to Creed.
No, he was listening to Cross Canadian Ragweed.
Probably. So there's Rangers with a little trip to the White House. Now they take the train to New York City. And they are going to take on the Yankees this weekend, weather permitting, because it is raining like crazy up there. And they may have caught the Yankees at a good time, who they just dropped 2 of 3 to the Angels and they got outscored 17-6 in the last 2 games.
Boy, all that Aaron Boone silhouette knowledge I texted you yesterday.
That was pretty impressive.
It was on Talking Yanks or something. It was some podcast. They were interviewing Aaron Boone, and they threw him up.
I think that's the John Boy podcast.
Oh, okay. So they threw up like 10 silhouette clips of guys batting or pitching.
His players, or former players.
Players or former players. And then they made him guess by the silhouette, like, can you tell whose motion that is? And he nailed every single one of them.
I'm like, that is super impressive. That probably shows, because your vantage point from the manager is not what it would be watching it on TV. Like, he's watching a ton of film.
Did you hear his Severino dig, though? He goes, that's Sevy. He's been ducking our 2 best hitters.
Oh,
because Severino's hasn't pitched against them.
No, that's right. The White Sox fired Pedro Gafal, their manager.
And this made you guffaw.
This made me guffaw. They're 28-89. By the way, they're going to hit 100 losses before September. Here's my issue with this. And Steve Phillips talked about this on MLB Network yesterday. What was he supposed to do? You actively tried to lose, and then you sold off all of his best players, right, at the trade deadline. They were already bad enough.
Mm-hmm.
But what was he supposed to do? You weren't expecting them to win. You were trying to lose. What did This is more an indictment on the general manager than the manager to me.
Is this Monty Williams in Detroit all over again? Where it's like, what? The Pistons are awful. What do you want
to do?
Why are you firing a guy? Like, you gave him nothing. Right. Cade Cunningham, by the way, Piston star at Cowboys practice yesterday.
What
we'll ask Nick Eatman about it.
What they should have done is keep him and keep letting them lose. Now, do you think the new manager wants this on their resume? Like, so the White Sox want a guy currently in uniform. They want a guy who's currently a manager of Major League Baseball. Do you think that you think Joe Madden wants to come back and manage this team and put 100 losses on his record? I don't think he does.
No, now they are. I mean, maybe what they were just looking for is like, hey, let's have somebody to just get us by while we rebuild our farm system.
That's what Grafal is.
But they've got one of the top 10 farm systems. Like, hey, we just need a figurehead as we get by and we build the farm system. And then we're going to present ourselves as a young, up-and-coming team with all this talent in the minor league system to a manager. Like, hey, come in here and help bring these guys up.
Sidebar here is Jerry Reinsdorf is the owner. He is he is the worst owner in sports. He's been the owner there.
More than David Tepper?
David Tepper's been there for, there are, people have broken wind and it's lingered longer than David Tepper's tenure, okay? This guy's been there 41 years. I'm sorry, 43 years, but the team in 81. How many times have they made the playoffs in the 43 years he's been the owner?
I'm going to guess 5.
6.
Okay.
6. How many years of those 6 have they won a playoff series in?
3.
1.
Oh, and they won the World Series.
And it was the year they're like the Eli Manning of baseball. Like, Eli's only won playoff games in a year in which he won the Super Bowl. Other than that, he was one and done. That's the White Sox. Like, you're the problem, dude. It's not Pedro Grafal, who nobody could. I mean, you're probably paying him nothing, and now you're going to pay him to sit on the beach. Like, cool, man. If I was Pedro, I'd be like, thank God I have to manage this team again.
Yeah, I don't have to sit. I mean, that can't be. That's got to be just absolutely brutal for all those guys to lose that consistent as much as they do. By the way, Chop, we have a little bit of breaking airline and NFL news.
Airline and NFL.
Oh yeah,
news.
I feel like this is right in your wheelhouse. I get to combine the NFL
and I love
I get to combine an airline incident.
Okay.
All right. Reports this morning: the Carolina Panthers players were aboard a Delta airline plane that ran off the taxiway at Charlotte Douglas International Airport early Friday morning. Ian Rappaport follows behind with more comments. The Panthers say the team can confirm that their charter team plane, after landing safely, did run off the taxiway and into the mud. The team can also confirm that no injuries were reported and no one was hurt. So just again, now you can't even trust the chartered flights, Chop. Even
with Boeing?
I mean, I don't know. Does Delta fly mostly Boeings?
I don't remember.
Well, it's another plane, landed apparently safely, and then just was like, well, let's just stop here in the mud for a little bit.
I do notice this, that most American U.S. airlines, because I assume NFL teams fly those big jumbo jets,
Yeah, like the
777.
What are they? What are the A330? Is that the big one?
The 380 is the double decker.
Okay.
Most American U.S. airlines have, don't use a lot of Airbus big planes. They use their narrow body.
It was a Boeing. It was a Boeing 767-332.
There you go. There you go. Real quick, is Colleyville about to win the American League MVP? There is a late push for Junior, Bobby Witt Jr., to win the American League Most Valuable Player. DraftKings has him at plus 550. Now, Judge is still the absolute favorite at like 1-5 to win this thing. And Aaron Judge is like crazy. But, Bobby Witt Jr. has got tremendous numbers this year. Like, literally tremendous numbers.
Leads the majors in batting average.
He leads the major batting average at 349, hits 162, total bases 281, and runs 99. Now, Judge leads the league in, let's see, home runs, RBIs, walks, on base, slugging, OPS plus, OPS, weighted runs created, all that. So, like, he's the best hitter in the sport. It's just, does Bobby have a chance? Because if the Royals make the playoffs, that would be a pretty impressive feat.
You're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard time arguing against what Judge is doing, though.
You are,
because we don't see these 1,100 OPS seasons very often anymore.
No, we don't. All right, let's head it back out to Oxnard. We guys have some. I got some breaking WWE news.
Since June 30th, by the way, Bobby Witt is hitting 464. Since June
30th,
that's 31 games. He's hitting 464.
God, stupid. Let's head back out to Oxnard. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins it next.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know,
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece coming up in 20 minutes right here on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. It is Sean and RJ here on the Fan. Sean is out. Last day of paternity leave. Well, for this session. He's still got a couple of weeks left. Peyton and Russell alongside. Carter finally making his way into the show this morning. It was nice of him to join us. Also nice of Nick Eatman to join us at DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nicholas.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Not a whole lot out there for you to do yesterday, was there?
There was a little bit.
No,
there was a little bit going on. It was good.
No joint practice, no drama, nothing.
No, nothing at all. No, thanks, Jerry. Yeah. Yeah, it's always crazy when you're here for a few weeks like this, established, then all of a sudden just another team just shows up and steals your tent, things like that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that happened. It was okay. It was okay because it was the Rams. It was okay, and so that was my saving grace. Like, that's all right. We'll be good teammates. If it wasn't the Rams, if it was another LA team, maybe we'd have some. It would be different.
I mean, that's like your sister team. Jerry basically owns that team. The way he got him to LA,
He got him there.
All right, so we're gonna ask you about the CD thing. We are gonna play the audio of it first because there is a little bit of a bubbling controversy.
Yes, there is.
Where I mean, my God, I said it earlier. For there to be an internet claim that John Machota, of all people, is a clickbait artist is hilarious to me. But there is a claim that he was taken out of context. Jerry was taken out of context yesterday. So here's the full context of the discussion yesterday that led to the viral CD interaction.
Are you saying there's a sense of urgency as you begin the preseason to get CD done?
No.
No? Why you say that?
I went to high school or I went to college. I don't know why I said it, but I'm just saying I don't know. I don't have a sense of urgency about getting it done.
It's a long-standing tradition.
Pick any reason you want. I was at Nobu 2 days ago.
All right, so the quote that John Machota shared was just the portion after that where he said, I don't have a sense of urgency. Right. But the question also has been, some people have said, well, clearly the question was about, do you have a sense of urgency to get it done during the preseason? And I hear it and I say, that sounds more like Calvin saying, at this point in time, as the preseason begins, do you feel like you have a sense of urgency? Not that he's limiting it to the preseason. So I don't know. Lots of different interpretations.
Yeah.
How did you take it yesterday, and how did you take CD's response of LOL with a period at the end?
Yeah. I don't know if I saw the period at the end. It's not good when you get that. It's just like, okay, that's all I've got to say, which is like, 3 letters. But I was there for that part of Jerry, and I'd still laugh at the high school college thing. I don't even know what that means.
I don't even know what that means.
We were talking about that. We have no idea what that means.
Just because it's because I said so is really what it sounds like. But I took it as the preseason is starting. Now that the preseason's here, do you have a sense of urgency? And it's no. And I don't fault any of that. I kind of thought it was a little taken out of context, because you also have to and no one's tweeting this part, but the first part of that interview, somebody asked him, do you anticipate with these receivers how they are performing with CD being out, and with the season here a month away, and he goes, well, I don't anticipate not having CD. So let's just stop right there. So he kind of corrected one reporter's question by saying, I'm not thinking we won't have him. So that's the tone that I kind of took from there, and then everything else was just, no, I'm not going to jump into your question and say that I'm getting, that I'm it's all leverage. It's a leverage thing. He's not going to change his stance on that. I thought he was even worse towards Zach Martin last year, if you remember that. I thought some of the things he said towards Zach, who has been here a lot longer, and he's even more established than CeeDee at the time. So I think it's just a game. It's just a game that they're playing, and he's definitely not gonna sound like he's with CeeDee's getting the upper hand through the media. So I don't know. I don't think it's that big a deal, and maybe the LOL isn't that big a deal either. But I think I think it is. I think there's some sensitivity here that's growing as this thing goes on.
Yeah, and any concern that right after the LOL he took hashtag America's team out of his Twitter bio.
Who's on that beat is what I want to know.
ML Football, Ari Myrov, although I don't know, those accounts steal things.
It doesn't I've never understood the impact of like removing your somebody's tag or
because it's a generation that learned to I'm unfriending you. And so it's that same thought process. It's definitely meant as an insult.
Yes, from there the players value its impact for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, and I understand the part about being fair, and so that I don't get caught up in the these guys are making this. What's another couple million? I don't get involved in that because I understand that it's all relative to where you stand, and if this is the market and this is what you should be paid, then I get that. But as we get there, it just I don't know. Dak's not making it that to me when I look at Dak and I think, all right, well, CeeDee's upset about this and this. Well, Dak could be doing the exact same thing and not here, and then what would the team look like? How worried are we about them getting ready for the season? If Dak were to do that. So that's why I just kind of wish this whole thing. Hopefully it'll end soon. I thought yesterday on 8/8, I thought it would be a perfect day to get that thing done, but I guess not. Actually, it was the perfect day to get it to blow up even more.
Right. So, do you have a problem with Jerry not having a sense of urgency?
No, yeah, a little. Not. I mean, it's not just Jerry, but it's like, I think that they could have gotten this thing. You would like to think they could have gotten this done earlier. I feel like, and I could be dead wrong on this. This is why it's kind of tough for me to talk about that. Any of us to talk about how this negotiations were, but you just kind of get the sense that they it ramped up when they got to training camp, and you just wonder, did it have to ramp up then? Could it have? Could this have happened a little earlier? Again, I don't know how all that works. I really don't. I know other teams do it, but then again, other teams aren't necessarily trying to sign 3 at once. But this didn't sneak up on anybody. Like these contracts haven't snuck up on us.
No.
So that's why I kind of wonder. Yeah, I think the urgency could have started a little earlier, but I just don't feel at the end of the day that they think that it's a problem with CeeDee not being here. I don't think they. I think they feel like he's going to come when he does get here. He's going to be fine with the offense. He's going to be in shape. He's going to be ready to roll. And so I just don't feel like they're at the panic level yet.
Talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Okay, so that addresses the CeeDee angle of it without even getting into Micah Parsons retweeting it and Dak walking off the podium and everything else. But let's talk about Dak Prescott a little bit. Edward Matt Mosley had an interview with Stephen Jones, and we're talking to him about Dak's future and the negotiations as they stand. And this is what Stephen had to say yesterday about Dak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we signed him to a long-term deal last time, and we don't look at it that way. We look at it that Dak's our partner in this. We're trying to win a championship. No one wants to win a championship more than Dak Prescott. I can assure you that. And we don't look at it like we're trying to, pay him not to go somewhere else. We just look at it as we're working with him and his representatives to try to come up with something that's good for Dak and his family. But of all people, Jerry in particular doesn't blame anybody for wanting to make money. So we certainly understand that. But, he's just, he's the leader of this franchise. No one respects him or thinks more than the Jones family, the Cowboys organization, and we just continue to work to get something done.
Nick, is it dangerous if you genuinely have the intention of re-signing Dak Prescott? Is it dangerous to look at it through the lens of Steven's quote there, where he says, "We don't look at it like we're trying to pay him not to go somewhere else"? Should there be a healthy fear of, hey, he's potentially got the open market waiting for him?
Yeah, and again, I don't know what the question was, and so I'm not. I guess it was. Are you worried about him going somewhere else? If that was like the general part of it, but I think that's always like the secondary part of losing a player in free agency. I mean, the first part is that you don't have him, and you've got to figure out how to replace him. And then the second part is, you don't want him to go somewhere else, especially if he's going to end up, beating you or playing. You have to play against them and all that. But I think it all just goes hand in hand. I mean, again, I'm not sure what. Maybe it's too early in the morning for me. I'm trying to like. That didn't sound like anything that I don't think I've heard before. And so for me, it's like, yes, it's all part of the process here. Get it done so he can be on your team, and figure out how to structure it when you got to pay the CeeDee for sure, and probably Micah as well. Because I'm telling you, if what you're seeing out here with Micah, it doesn't seem like somebody. It's really easy for people to say, trade him, or I don't think you have to worry about that, or franchise him. But he at least looks the part right now of a player that, man, I think you'd want him on your team as well. So all three of them combined, I think, is creating this dilemma for the Cowboys.
All right, Nick, we appreciate it, man.
Right.
We'll see you. We'll talk to you on Monday.
All right, sounds good. See you guys.
That is Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Crosstalk. Mike Bassick.
Oh, baby.
Crosstalk. Coming up next on The Fan.
But first, Bobby Belt's here to sing the praise.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, it's the Mike Bassett Crosstalk. And I was driving in this morning and I was listening to you guys crush on the Chicago White Sox.
I mean, Jerry Reinsdorf's got a 43-year head start on everybody else in the league, and he's got 6 playoff appearances.
Well,
pretty bad.
I'm not going to argue that, but they hired Chris Getz as their general manager in the offseason.
Anything you need, Chris Getz.
That's why they're firing the manager.
Yeah.
He was not going, no matter what, unless they would have somehow played 500 baseball. That's not his guy. Just like Chris Young's guy was not Chris Woodward. The only reason Bruce Bochy is here is because of the relationship of Chris Young in San Diego, with Bochy being his manager. So I'm not saying the White Sox are 5 years away from being 5 years away. But the reason that the manager, Pedro Grifol, I always have to say his whole name to try to get it right, is he's fired because he was the day that they hired Chris Getz as the general manager was the day he was going to be fired.
I get that. My thing is like, let him be the sacrificial lamb for longer. Like, because the next guy you bring in is going to get fired in 3 years anyway.
They need to let this happen now because Skip Schumacher is going to be their next manager. Skip is leaving Miami. They need to let it be known immediately. Just like the Rangers firing Chris Woodward, they pretty much already had a deal done with Bochy. So it's kind of this. What they're doing is because they know Skip is probably leaving because they fired or they demoted, I'm sorry, the lady.
It was Kim Ng.
And she's like, I'm not getting demoted. We made the playoffs and everything. Right. And so she just left. And so her and Skip were tight. That was like the combination that worked well in Miami. So once she was let go, he was like, all right, I have an out in my contract after 2024, which I will probably use. And the White Sox are letting you know, hey, it's a rebuilding situation here. If I was Skip, though, if I had
I would
a family,
not take that job.
I wouldn't either, especially moving my kids to the south side of Chicago. Like, I'm not living anywhere close to that place. I guess I'll live in Chicago, but it's going to be a nice commute to get to the south side.
Like, I would much rather be the manager of the Marlins than the White Sox.
Well,
did you know the White Sox have never signed a $100 million contract?
No,
it's
I didn't
Chicago. The highest contract they've ever signed.
Is it Luis Robert? I don't even know.
Andrew Benintendi.
Oh, and he's been really bad.
It's like $75 million.
Well,
they're cheap.
The small rumor is that they could be moving in the next 5 years to Nashville.
Could you imagine? Really?
Oh,
Yes.
man. Would they be the White Sox or the Sounds?
I don't know.
The Bats.
That's a good.
Sounds.
That's a good question. It's just there's no S on the end. It's just the sound.
There's no is that the Sounds?
Like
I think you're wrong. I lived in Nashville and I went to games
then
there.
it's the Sounds.
Like the Stanley Cup final.
I don't know. That's a good question. And I think there's only like a 10% chance. But the south side of Chicago has become so bad. It is the Sounds.
Thank you.
Has become so bad. As a city, a place to live. Players don't feel safe there. They don't want to be there, one, because of the safety, two, because of the weather. Now, the Cubs deal with the weather, too, but they have this unbelievable historic place.
Yeah, it's a unicorn.
They're in the nice part of Chicago, and so there is a kind of rumor in baseball circles that it wouldn't happen at the end of this year anytime super soon, but there is a rumor that Chicago, to your point, not getting great attendance, horrible place to live, a lot of violence and murders around that area. And so there's the possibility of Nashville has grown so much over the last 10 to 20 years that Nashville wants to be a major league city, that maybe instead of them being an expansion city, the White Sox would just move out of Chicago and move to Nashville. I don't think it would happen, but there's that possibility.
So when I was in Knoxville, so obviously 2 hours away, like, the state of Tennessee is clearly like Braves country. And I wonder how baseball works in the like Atlanta is like the Denver Broncos, where like Denver like kind of owns like all, if you're in the Mountain Time Zone, you're pretty much a Broncos fan. And like Atlanta, the Braves kind of own like everything from I don't know, DC to Tampa.
Yeah.
Like just south, right? And then like Texarkana and east. Like they just own everything. I wonder how baseball plays there.
But Nashville, they do support the Sounds, I think, pretty consistently.
But
like
the
it's
Sounds are a minor league team.
No, but I'm saying that's what I'm saying. There's an appetite for baseball there. There's an appetite for
downtown. I played in the crap one. But
so much so they didn't even have the second S back then.
Yeah, I know.
It fell off.
Couldn't afford it.
It fell off the stadium. It had fallen off the sign.
Honest to God, it might have fallen off. that place was pathetic. Now, they have a brand new, I say brand new, I'm sure it's like 10 years old now, maybe a little bit older than that. Beautiful stadium downtown. Now, they'd have to totally redo the stands, but they do have the field there to then knock down the stands and then rebuild all the stands If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, so not build a new stadium, just use that one for a while until you build your own.
Outfield seats, obviously, you don't have a third deck. You don't have outfield seats in most minor league stadiums.
Because there's a limit, right? There's a minimum in baseball. You got to have like 35,000.
It matters what level. Yeah. Oh, yes.
To be a major league.
Yeah, for major league, I think it has to be 30, but maybe new ones have to be 35.
And that's so like, but the A's are going to Sacramento
supposedly
next year.
Yeah, I think it's different when you're talking about you're just trying to get by for a year while you're sitting there. Yeah,
and they only need 2,500 seats for
the two cities that most frequently get talked about as expansion cities are Nashville and Salt Lake. As
probably Montreal.
Montreal? What is the better? Who do you think would be the better baseball city though between Nashville and Salt Lake City?
I think Nashville.
Because I don't understand the Salt Lake City thing. Like why they've put.
It's a big town,
but they've pushed. That doesn't strike me as like I mean, have the Jazz like carried Utah? Like I don't know that it doesn't strike me as a big this is a market we need to tap into.
I assume that my assumption is the Jazz do pretty well attendance wise. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think the Jazz do great attendance wise because it's the only major product. That's the only thing about
like San Antonio.
Oklahoma City. They sell out pretty much every Thunder game. It's the only product where it's not a minor league product like their AAA team. Now, let me go to Kevin here.
Okay.
Kevin, we are talking in the other room, and it sounded like you were super invested in the United States versus Serbia basketball game.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that game was awesome. Like, it was unbelievable, and the comeback was great. I thought Bogdanović and obviously Jokic played really, really well. Seeing Steph go wild in the first and the fourth quarter was great. It was really entertaining.
I have a question. I was watching quite a bit of it, too. Why does Serbia hate Carmelo Anthony?
What? Because
is it because
he almost got to the record?
Did you not see what Serbia was doing in the game? They were doing the three thing that Carmelo would do, and they'd look right at him in the first row and were screaming obscenities at him.
I guess I was not paying attention to that.
So did you have it on?
They were.
Is this multitasking and didn't have the sound on? Because Dwayne Wade, I get it.
I don't want to listen to him either. Yeah,
he's a well.
Oh, is this some?
I don't know.
It's Darko Milicic related, right?
I'm being dead serious.
It's got to be Darko. Darko was the second pick right before Carmelo, and he was Serbian.
Yeah.
When they were making all their threes, especially Bogdanović, but they were all looking at Carmelo throughout the game, and sometimes they would do the Carmelo like three sign and then scream obscenities at him.
Okay,
and Dirk was sitting next to him.
I did see Dirk, and when I saw Dirk, he was sitting next to, maybe that was the game before. He was sitting next to Manu for a little bit, but maybe that was during the France-Germany game.
He was near Carmelo. I don't think maybe right next to him. So, Corey.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I'm trying to figure out
why Serbia hates Carmelo. I hate Carmelo because I think he's just an individual player looking for points, just like.
But
Adrian
he was good in the
Daly.
Olympics for years, right? I mean, he was.
Yeah, as a solid role player.
Like KD.
This is Darko Milicic related.
Really?
Yeah,
Serbia hates Carmelo.
Darko was is Serbian. There's this history of Carmelo apparently saying he wanted to play him one-on-one for the rights to be the second pick in the draft because he went third overall. Darko responded to him, said maybe if I were the third pick, he'd be picking apples. Like there was a whole bunch. They've gone back and forth at each other a bunch.
Wow.
So I would guess it's just a Serbian thing.
21 years later, they finally get to yell at Carmelo.
There was also in one of the Olympics, Carmelo torched Serbia and kept doing the three things. So and Bogdanović was on that team that got torched, so he was doing it back at him, and then so it became a thing.
I'm like looking at all this stuff now. I didn't realize this at all.
Okay, well,
what a win for Joker though this was, right?
Unbelievable.
Well, he lost.
No,
it was the opposite of a win.
But he's the biggest winner in the entire Olympics, like from the basketball standpoint.
Clearly reasserting who is the best player in the world. In case
pretty much. I mean, he took a ragtag bunch to the semis, and the other guy didn't even qualify.
Tatum had some pretty good moments cheering from the bench. Yeah. I thought he was really strong there.
Man. This might not be fair, and he'll probably get a gold medal, but does it feel like Jason Tatum will walk away from this Olympics as a loser because people are making fun of him for getting benched all the time?
Yeah, he's the least exciting, interesting, like, superstar player in the history of the NBA. That dude does nothing that's like really special or awesome.
Like I would love him on my team. Like I think he's a really good
Tatum.
Yeah, like he's a really good team basketball player, but like he's not elite necessarily in anything. He's just really good at everything.
Do you find it interesting, Kev or Corey? I'll go to Corey here.
All right.
Sorry, I was looking right at you and called you the wrong name.
It's okay, it
You're
happens.
like one of my sons.
Even though a bunch
When it comes to watching this United States basketball team, yesterday was the first game where Steve Kerr had to go, here's my 6 or 7 guys and nobody else is playing. That the Phoenix Suns had 2 major players out there almost at all times, Durant and Booker. And then I won't say at all times because Anthony Davis was more of a filler than a main player, but he was out there quite a bit, part of the 7-man rotation, and LeBron James, who played great. Yet the Lakers and the Suns aren't good in basketball.
Yeah.
Like in the NBA, it's funny to me that Phoenix and LA on the United States basketball team have the combination. The United States are saying these 4 guys on 2 different teams are 4 of our 6 or 7 best players in the United States, and yet they don't win in the playoffs.
Who was the other person on the court? Was Steph the other person?
Steph Curry.
So there you go. That's where Steve Kerr knows he can trust that guy, that for one, and that he can get all the rest of them to play team ball.
Well, he knows he can trust Durant too.
And on
I mean,
those
he's
other
had him.
teams, they don't play team ball; they play star ball, and they're playing team. I mean, nobody's scoring 50 points in these games. It's distributed evenly.
Steph
across
tried
the street.
yesterday.
I felt a little bit bad for
Again,
Anthony
sometimes
Edwards.
Steve Kerr says, "Hey, go ahead and do it, buddy."
For who?
Anthony Edwards, that
Oh,
he
yeah.
kind of, as the game progressed, as it got close, they were like, "We get it, young man, but
We're going with the
not
old one.
not in this moment." And he wasn't making his corner threes. When I was watching, he had 2 or 3 like wide open corner threes, and he missed them both. But how many times in his life has he been the guy who stands and waits for a corner 3 shot?
Yeah.
So I think it becomes difficult on guys like that. All right,
But
so
you really enjoyed watching the game, right?
I
thought
did.
It was amazing.
I did, and I thought going into the fourth quarter, I thought Serbia was going to win.
At 10:20, our new Olympic segment, hopefully the last name, We the Steeple. And then this is weird, Kevin, at 11:20, cocaine-buying Olympians Jerry Jones and Mike Bassick.
Oh,
do they
yeah,
deserve
Mike.
Forgiveness
This is
Friday?
about the Olympics.
He's a cocaine Olympian?
Jerry Jones or me?
Jones is?
I mean,
Jerry and Mike?
I've never
Jordan?
There are
done
commas in there.
I
Never
don't know
done
how that
cocaine and never
means.
will.
Unless Ricky Henderson asks you.
The other option we had was conundrum.
Conundrum.
That might be what we run
Very
out on
nice.
Monday.
Very nice.
Hey, Peyton, I remembered your name. Thanks
Hey,
for
Mike.
the music. That
Is
was
it not
awesome.
Eugene?
You're welcome. No.
Fan Bowl tomorrow, Mike.
Fan Bowl tomorrow.
Fan Bowl.
He
Or
just
Todd
found that
O'Barr.
out. You can see on his face.
Arlington.
I know. Coming up next, KNC Masterpiece.
We chat. O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. I would like to get this started. Shout out to everyone who doesn't reply all to the emails.
Shout out to everybody who does reply all to the emails.
I knew it.
I love reply all.
All right. I am a not reply all. Corey is a yes reply all.
Just delete it. It's
Alec,
all one.
Are you a reply aller?
I'm very much against it, but in the right circumstance,
like for Reggie,
go for it. Yes, Reggie is worth it.
And Mike, you are against it as well.
100% against it. I get too many emails already. I would like to have one email a day. I would like for my email to go, this is the most important email of the day. Everything else, gone.
Okay, I like it.
I hate email.
Everything else gone. I did not realize that email defeated you as much as
Did you
it
look
does.
at your email? No, I'll tell you what. At 2 o'clock today, I closed this computer. I do not reopen it until about 9 a.m. on Monday morning.
Wow, really?
I do not look at my computer until that day. So at 2 p.m.
There's
usually,
something to be said for that.
when the lovely Stephanie sends an email about getting something done on Friday after our show is over, I'm not going to see it until Monday morning.
All right. That explains so many of the things here. All right. There is the famous Mike Bassett.
877-881-1053. I asked Kevin's favorite color this morning, and he said, I don't have a favorite color because I'm an adult. And Atolo asked this specifically because they wanted to donate something to Peace-a-thon. And
well, see, you didn't say that.
So I asked Kevin, and he was like, I'm an adult. I don't play this stupid game. But then he eventually said green because it's the color of money. So there you go.
Man, Corey was so beat down by that too, and he goes, yeah, all right. Will you just tell me your colors? I was like, oh,
give
my
me
man.
something to work with here.
I didn't know that's what it was for.
But now that I have the collection, it's green, blue, and gray is the favorite colors on the show.
Oh, interesting.
There you go.
All right. So
I need to get Alec's favorite color. What's your favorite color, Alec?
Blue.
Look at that. Blue. Getting the win right now.
Man, blue's in the lead. I like it.
Oh, God. 10:03, Alec Medford. Reply all. Jeez. Fart head.
I love it.
Immediately deleted. I didn't even read what you said, Alec.
That's hurtful,
Yeah,
man.
and your email.
I missed you yesterday, too.
Email
That's
is
crazy.
dumb, too. It says, congrats, Reg.
I bet Reggie,
That's it?
I bet Reg reads every single one of them.
No way.
Except for y'all's.
He doesn't like extra work.
When I see him on Monday or whatever day I see him, first of all, I've already congratulated him. Second of all, I'll just say, hey, congratulations again through not email, through human interaction.
Fair.
Congratulations.
I think that is totally
I don't know
fair.
what that is.
Seems like an excessive amount of use of words.
All right. Let's go to, we'll be positive. Let's go to cut number one, because I have a question about the Rangers, and I might have info that will encourage or discourage you.
Full count here to Seager. Simeon on deck. And now the 3-2. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball, deep right field. Leon going back, looking up, and this ball game is tied. Corey Seager launches his 23rd home run of the season to make it a 2-2 ball game.
All right, so things are really positive in that cut, and so focus on that. Don't worry about the fact that you've lost every non-White Sox series since the All-Star break. So I was reading an article, and since the wild card started in 1995, no team has reached the postseason with a worse record than the Rangers have right now through 115 games.
Okay.
So that's per stat head. That is discouraging. However, 5 teams with an under 500 mark at this point have made the playoffs, including the Arizona Diamondbacks, who last year were 57-58, and they went on to the World Series. So the Rangers are only 3 games worse than that. There's been multiple teams that have made it from 56-59.
That team made the wild card.
They did.
The Diamondbacks.
84 wins.
There's no way the Rangers are getting the wild card right.
No,
like that
I
just
agree.
seems impossible. It would be a massive collapse and the most magical thing ever.
I agree with you on that.
Right.
I don't think that's likely to happen. And so this is the concerning thing for me. This is the positive that I could come up with. Well, the Rangers are close to teams that in the past have made the playoffs, but in terms of their record at this point in the season right now, no one has ever made the playoffs from here. That feels pretty damn discouraging.
I'm on Tankathon right now, and I clicked on the MLB one. The Rangers are 3.5 games out of having a 14.2.3. Oh my God. I quit again. 14.23% of having the best odds to get the number one overall pick. And that would be the third worst record in the lottery.
Yeah.
Remember the White Sox in Oakland? They're eliminated from it. They've been bad for so long. They're not in the lottery. They're going to pick 10th and 11th. Right now, if you go to tankathon.com, you can't catch Colorado or Miami. They are horrible. But the Los Angeles Angels, according to your lottery odds, have the third worst record. They are 51-64. The Rangers are 54-61. They are closer to having the third worst record in all of baseball for the number one overall pick than they are from winning their division.
And if people are confused at all, remember some teams are sorted out of this because
White Sox and Oakland are out.
Because they've been in this situation too.
But if I
frequently.
do that, if I put the White Sox and Oakland back up, the Rangers have the 8th worst record in all of baseball. All of baseball, they have the 8th worst record.
Is that bad?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty bad.
So we got some work to do.
However, for the 817, Rangers love making history, bro. I like that. From the 214, those teams didn't have a world-class athlete like Josh Smith, though.
I agree.
That is a good point. And then as a tangent from the 214, I definitely feel Mike's energy 1,000% about that email.
Good for y'all.
I'm with you.
Always got to hate on something. I just can't enjoy
All right.
love.
Get me optimistic.
Here's the ace in the hole. Yesterday,
What?
they went to the White House and met the president so he could remind them who the hell they are, and that's the defending world champions.
Play the audio.
Do we have audio?
I don't know. I feel
Was
like
that was that a joke because
Oh no, my
oh
I fear what you're about to say.
well, like Biden reminding or remembering, like I was confused.
He pointed out that Adolis Garcia, he highlighted Adolis Garcia yesterday. He highlighted the guy that we need the most right
wrong
now.
Thing, right?
It doesn't matter. Hey, you know what? I think Adolis probably loved that. He was like, you know what? Finally, somebody's recognizing me a little bit around here.
And then
the
he was
Rangers
like, they should have given me a better contract. I could see that.
But
Yes.
get a contract with America.
I don't know. It's gonna be tough. They take on the Yankees today and then tomorrow. And honestly, they're probably not even going to play today.
Day.
They're probably going to get rained out because of the hurricane. It's a tropical storm now, whatever its name is. Katie or something. What's the tropical storm? Hurricane?
Barbara.
Sorry, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the name.
It's like 100% chance of rain for 100% of the time. Debbie. I knew it was
That's
a woman.
my mom's name.
Yeah. And so I think they're probably going to play a doubleheader tomorrow.
Okay.
But they are going to be massive underdogs in all three of these games.
See, you say that, but I think you're forgetting. Let's go to the president talking about Adolis Garcia. I think you're forgetting about this weapon that we have.
Garcia, another major league record. Most RBIs in a single season.
Hell yeah! In your face!
I was wondering this because Biden said,
Wilson?
I did read like on Twitter and stuff what President Biden said, and it was all awesome. I was like, I'll tell you what, man, to memorize all those things after not watching 1 second of baseball last year, because he doesn't watch it, and I get it. Like, they give him all the notes. Like, here's what you're going to say. Just try to memorize as much as you can here and get up there and say positive things about the Rangers and then take your picture and we'll be done with it. And so he messed that one up. But that has to be tough. Can you imagine right now if a year from now somebody's like, hey, talk about the Olympians up here who won the gold medals. And you're like, crap, I don't remember any of this. Give me a point on each person up here. The like 5 or 6 people that were the most important in our Olympic gold medals. Give me a key point and I will mention them. And he accidentally messed up.
I actually think his research team messed that up. That's going to be my guess, is that they gave the wrong info.
You say to memorize, Mike. We went to the Reagan Museum and we finally got to read off the panels, those little glass panels. I never really understood how that worked, but now I finally saw it. So I do think the research team screwed that up.
There was one person there who couldn't get it at all. They were like, the words are backwards. And then the tour guide was like, well, yeah, because you'd be up there.
Yeah, you're on the wrong
other
side.
direction.
All right, you said Hack Wilson, which is true.
Yes.
1930. Who is the modern? I'm going to say modern,
Juan
Kevin.
Gonzalez.
After 1950, at least.
Juan Gonzalez.
Who's the got the most modern? Not for just the Rangers, but for baseball.
I'm going to stick with that. That's my best
Mike,
guess.
do you have an answer? You played with him.
Oh.
Manny Ramirez.
Manny Ramirez in 1999 had 165.
That is unfreaking
But didn't Juan
believable.
Gonzalez have like 100 by All-Star break
and that's
that year?
what I remember is they're like, he's going to make a run at
He's
Hack
going to make
Wilson.
200, yeah.
I'm sure if you're the president, you get desensitized to like, hey, here's a new jersey and a new champion and all of that. But when I saw him get that customized Rangers jersey with the gold on it and stuff, I was like, that'd be awesome. But like, I'm sure as
You can get it at the ballpark.
Oh, can I get it customized?
Yeah.
Can Bochy hand it to me?
Maybe. We got
We got cronuts, dude. He might be like,
right.
dude, you know what? These calorie-free cronuts here.
I don't know.
He said it. I believe Boch.
Okay.
But that's the first time a president has ever gotten that from the Rangers. That's
and
awesome.
he was like, hey, you guys in the Metroplex, you guys are used to championships. I'm like, most of the people weren't even alive when Jerry was winning championships.
But don't you think Jerry Jones sat there and he goes, that's right.
That's right.
Thank you for saying that. By the way, and we'll talk about this more later, it does seem odd to me that people at the moment are very upset at Jerry Jones for just saying exactly what he believes to be the truth. When he's like, yeah, there's not a lot of urgency to get the CD deal done. I understand people are mad, but he's telling you exactly what he thinks. That's what I think. I think that's what you think as well, Corey.
Yeah, honestly, what does it hurt? In Jerry's mind, Kevin, what's it costing me?
Yeah.
It costs me nothing to not sign CeeDee Lamb.
He made
right
sure
now.
to point out in his presser that 99% of their season ticket people, they re-upped. The TV deal is already done.
And Kevin, you were like, hey, it's going to cost you $7 million. $7 million that I can do with what?
Yeah.
What's that? Well, it's going to cost you a starting player.
$400 million.
I didn't want that player anyway. I wasn't going to go do the research to get that guy on this team anyway. I'm going to pick up some of these other guys from the UFL and some other guys off the scrap heap. I don't need the veteran player right now. It's not costing him anything to hold out with CeeDee Lamb in this front. So it's really not that big of a problem to him. I really do think that he looks at it completely different than we look because he feels he has the leverage.
Yeah.
He's like, my leverage is your money. And that's really what my leverage is.
For the record, I don't like it either. I really don't like that at all. But when people are getting up in arms now, I'm like, I mean, he's telling you what he really thinks. Like, you don't have to like it, but that is what he really thinks.
I really do think that he doesn't need, he's like, I don't have, why would I stress myself out about that right now? We're only in training camp.
We're the Kansas masterpiece.
Real quick.
Okay.
Nobody's favored more in Major League Baseball tonight than the New York Yankees versus the Texas Rangers.
I do see some people saying they think the game might have just gotten postponed.
It's postponed.
Already?
Have you seen the official? I've not seen an official.
I figured
because
I saw the weather and I was like, there's no way they're playing.
Yeah. It is Shout Out Friday from the 214. Shout out to my daughter, Carly Ray, who will start her senior year at Saxe High School on Monday. Your mother and I are proud of you. Well done. Happy final year, hopefully, in high school.
Yankees have tweeted out that it's been rescheduled due to the forecast of sustained inclement weather and will be made up tomorrow, Saturday, August 10th, as the second game of a single admission doubleheader, which will begin with the first game at 1:05 p.m.
Okay.
More information
Eastern time
will be provided shortly.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it's from New York, so I'm presuming it's Eastern.
I have pre and post.
Oh, yeah.
So Mike's thinking, he's like, how do we do this?
I have questions about our fan bowl roundtables now as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Brought to you by Corey's Hat.
Coming up next, it's time for our brand new Olympic segment, We the Steeple.
Oh, my gosh.
We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
You've made a
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Micic gonna have to hurry. Bogdanovich puts it up. Short. And the United States trailing by as many as 17. Back from underneath the grave. Advance to the gold medal game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we got all kinds of updates for you. I just turned off my phone. Corey can give you more information about why that is. But also, the Rangers-Yankees traditional doubleheader will get started at 12:05, which means 11:30 pregame, 12:05 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan. and that should carry throughout most of the rest of the afternoon.
What does that mean for Fan Bowl, Kevin?
I would say that should push you even more to come out to Fan Bowl tomorrow because we've got roundtable schedules. It's looking like those are unlikely, so you're going to have to do the roundtables in person by coming to Hurtado in Arlington and just chatting it up with us.
So just sit down and eat barbecue with us is what you're saying.
Oh, man. If like a group of fan hosts sat next to me and then a whole bunch of people sat around us, I would absolutely just like start doing that if that's what they wanted.
Do y'all agree that the actual round table feels more like a family table than a square or a rectangle table when you sit down to eat dinner? Because I had a boss at a restaurant who he was a culinary chef, he was a master chef or whatever, and he was like, yeah, the round table is built for you because you can see everybody, you can see all their faces, and you can talk that way.
You worked it On the Border?
No, well, yes, I did, but I also worked at a restaurant.
You really never heard him say that?
No, he worked it On the Border, right?
Yeah.
He also said there was a master chef there.
No, that was a different restaurant that I worked at.
It was
downtown.
Wait a second, what is happening at this On the Border? I need to go to that one.
It was in Uptown, and he was the owner of the restaurant, and he was the master chef. But but we had round tables at On the Border also. But so anyway, I always just thought the round table itself was a better table than like the square table.
Though means you're probably only sitting 4.
Yeah.
So I feel like a square table is
I'm used to the square, the
rectangular.
Table.
Yeah, I get it. There's the head of the table, and if you're at the other end, you're not having a conversation with that person.
Very true. Now, speaking of master chefs from the 214, you guys will never believe this. My donut shop has started making cronuts.
They're smart. Corey brought in the cronuts today. Oh my God, I had a cronut. It's just the most glorious thing. Hey, Alec, tell me about cronuts.
Dude, it's a game changer. So buttery, so sweet.
I know. I like them.
Donuts are dead, right?
They are. Big donuts, bye-bye.
I'm telling you, Kevin.
We've been doing it wrong.
I went to the donut shop this morning. I told them that we took cronuts to Bochy, and they were just so like smiling, so big. And then 3 moms from the Plano like schools that we all know came in behind me, and they said they heard us talking about it, and they went,
"Awesome.
Did you just get all the cronuts?" And I said, "Yeah, I did." And they were like, "Oh no," because they've been listening too, and they said those are the. By the way, they all said those are the best donuts in Plano.
Okay,
and they could have been saying that just because the owners were there,
sure.
But also they were saying that, and I didn't realize like everybody loves those donuts. So there you go.
Now it is also a shout out Friday from the 469. It's going to be my 23rd birthday tomorrow. Can I get a shout out? That's from Alex. So happy early birthday! Now it is time for our brand new Olympic segment. We the Steeple. So there's a lot to go over. I know we played a highlight of the basketball game. We'll circle back to that in just 1 second. But I don't know, Mike, if you always know the results of some of these. I'm going to take you to the 400-meter hurdle, cut number 6. Can the United States get it done?
Jasmine Jones here in the foreground. Coming out of the final turn, Sydney McLaughlin is clearly ahead of Thinkable. I'm going to give you a time to watch. 50.65 is the existing world record. Nobody has ever won 2 gold medals in this event, let alone back-to-back. Sydney McLaughlin Levrone. It's a world record and back-to-back gold for Team USA.
So Sydney McLaughlin Levrone, she, as you heard the history being made, and that's how you knew she was far ahead. You could go through the historical points that she was about to make, and it's a 400-meter race. It's not that far. But she won multiple gold medals in that event, first person to do that. She won them back-to-back, and she set an Olympic record, a world record, all in the same race, and gave the United States another gold medal. She won by 1.5 seconds. Don't get me wrong, I couldn't do this race. I'm sure many people couldn't. But it's 400 meters, and she won by 1.5 seconds. That is a ginormous margin of victory.
That's my GOAT.
Oh, it
my
is?
GOAT.
She's awesome.
Yeah, it's her and Bolt. Like, I'm so serious. Those are my 2 greatest runners of all time.
Interesting.
I thought you were saying that that's how far ahead she was because the announcer said her full name, which is a pretty long name.
She has the hyphenate name. They waited until she finished to give the hyphenate. Like in the middle of it, he's like, Cindy McLaughlin. And then he was like, I'll give you the rest later.
Adrian, whenever she married me, her last name was McLaughlin. So I think they actually might be related. Because that's how it works. And yes, she knows her cousin is one of your old teammates from high school, Mike.
John.
Yeah. And so when she got married, she goes, now my last name's shorter. And I was like, there you go.
Okay, that is lovely.
That's awesome.
Now, things went less well on
is there any way you can go to your local Plano school and set up hurdles and make Adrian try to do hurdles?
Yes. She will not clear a hurdle. She will not clear one
Her
hurdle.
shins will be bleeding at the end of the
I have
event.
a different thing I would like her to try. Today is the official debut of breakdancing in the Olympics, also known as breaking.
Oh, my gosh.
But
I can't wait.
It's happening.
That's
right
why
now.
Mike wants the doggy paddle in.
Things
He's
you
like,
missed
they're going
it
to do
yesterday.
I
breakdance.
guess in gymnastics, it's just based off of judges. Like you can't say, we look at it and we say, that we really have to listen to the announcers.
Yeah.
They're like, well, that looked awesome. And they're like, that was awesome. Or like, that one looked better. And they're like, it wasn't better. The degree of difficulty was, and you're like, I don't know. They both looked awesome. So I guess the breakdancing thing.
Yes, same concept. Now, it was easier on the track where, unfortunately, Noah Lyles, we talked about this race while it was happening. He did not do the double-double and win gold in the 200. Afterwards, he looked freaking exhausted. And I know some people on social media were going after him and saying, oh, he's being a poor sport. You just lost, like, accept it, blah, 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 blah. And then you find out he had COVID. He was diagnosed with that 2 days before the race, I believe. And now he is dropped out of the 4x100 meter relay.
Oh, he really dropped out too. Wow.
Yeah, because they could just replace him on the relay team.
Yeah.
But that's a tough break for somebody who, they won the 100. Obviously, I know the goal was the double-double, and I believe he got the bronze medal in the 200.
Wow, that is...
Being able to
that's gotta
run
really
with
stink.
that is pretty incredible.
To get there, you travel there, you do all this work to get to it, and then that kind of jumps in the way. Like he's got one. He's got one on his list though.
He does.
He's got the one to hang his hat on.
That he does. Now we saw Olympic history as Quincy Wilson, the 16-year-old who caught the imagination, I know, of both Corey and Mike at the U.S. track and field trials. He participated as part of the 4x400 meter relay team. And doing that, he became the youngest U.S. track athlete in the Olympics ever.
To step foot on a track field?
To compete. It didn't go super great, but they did still qualify for the final. He will not run in the final, but he still made history. And that's
awesome.
probably good prep for him for Los Angeles.
Yes, and hopefully he grows.
Oh, I could see that because he's 16.
Like how?
Height-wise. It's tough. Your stride means a lot.
Yeah.
So
we just saw it with Gabby Thomas. Like,
and
her stride was amazing.
Bolt, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Bolt was, was he 6'6" or 6'7"? Like
6'5"?
Okay. But his stride, he probably in 100 probably took 2 less strides than a lot of his competition. So in the race, he strides 2 less times. He has to take 2 less steps, and maybe I'm way off on that.
Yeah, I think you got a good point there. Alec was a track star, so you could ask him.
And his feet had to move really fast at his height.
They really did. It was
his
such a
feet were
disadvantage,
moving
man.
faster.
So if it was a feet per second competition, you think you would have been winning?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But
how many steps did you take? Way
Man.
more than that tall guy.
And what sucked as being a sprinter at that short of a height in like middle school and high school was there were some in that district. We had some guys that were 6'3", 6'4". So it's just like I'm standing next to them, getting in the box, and I feel like I'm like 12 again. It's just not fair.
Oh.
And then like you can see it as they're taking a few less steps. They're a little more comfortable in their kick and everything, and you're trying to, that's the sound. That's the sound it makes.
A few more Olympic notes for you. I did like that. Team USA's Grant Holloway won a gold medal in the 110-meter hurdles at the Olympics. And then long jumper Tara Davis Woodhall, she also won gold, this time in the long jump. She had finished 6th in the long jump at the Tokyo Olympics, but at 25 years old, she wins the gold. The 3rd American woman in the last 4 long jump Olympics to win gold. So congratulations to her for that. Now, the basketball game. And by the way, the women's national team is just getting started in the semifinals against Australia like just a minute ago. But yesterday, the men against Serbia for, I'm not going to say most of the game, but after the first quarter and the distance just kept kind of eking up, it felt like this was a game the United States was going to lose, did it not?
For the boys?
Yes, for the boys.
Yes. Watching it, I did watch almost all of the game. The lefty couldn't miss for Serbia. It makes me think when you watch that and you see that they're playing against the best Americans in the world and they are beating them for most of the game, you're like, how aren't all of these guys on an NBA team like as a role player?
Was that Avramovic?
There's no way I'm going to remember any of their names. I just know Bogdanovic and Jokic.
Yeah.
If you don't have the itch at the end, are you not Serbian?
You don't. What's really weird, now that I'm looking at it that you say that, 4 of their 5 starters do have the IC to end their last name. So I did not realize that. Holy cow.
It is.
And 4 of their 5 bench players do as well. So 8 of the 10 players that played yesterday had the IC to end their name.
If they had
I didn't
Poku.
realize. Yeah, then they would have lost by more.
It was shocking when they made, it was early in the game. When I say early, I think it was second quarter. They made a bank 3-pointer totally by accident. I think their point guard, whatever his name was. But I was like, oh no, this is like how it happens when another team that you're way better than starts making bank 3-pointers, or they're just like, it's a quick catch and shoot. You're like, you're closing out as fast as you can. It's like the ball wasn't even in his hand. And we know that these guys aren't stars. They're just role players at best in the NBA. If they were in the NBA, you're like, I don't know. How do you win? If a team shoots 50% from 3 and they're going to jack up a lot of them, how do you win?
I mean, it's a great question. It was a fascinating game. LeBron James made history in that. He became the first player in Olympic history to have multiple triple-doubles. Obviously, we saw Luka in the last Olympiad had a triple-double, and then Alexander Belov back in 1976. And LeBron had done it once before, but now he becomes the first player ever to do it twice.
Honestly, that's where LeBron's at its best. When he doesn't have to be the dominant scorer, he can be the dominant player on the court, but still allow somebody else to be the scorer on the court.
Who was Steph yesterday.
Yeah.
And Embiid, too.
Yeah,
Embiid
he was awesome. Really, I was listening to G-Bag Nation driving to pick up my son from Bishop Lynch, like orientation thing. And the game had ended. United States had come back and win, and G-Bag Nation, Gavin Dawson was talking, and I don't think he understood a little bit of what he was saying, because he was saying, well, even in today's game, LeBron, I would take him in like a playoff situation. And here's where I disagree with him. If it's just one game, yes. Yeah. But he's 40 years old, and he is still, he's the greatest 40-year-old in the history of basketball, and it's not even close. But he has to play in 7-game series. And so that's the issue, is why is he so good right now? And he's still awesome. But he even sat out a game in the Olympics, being like, I don't need to play. We're going to win by a lot, and this game doesn't mean anything. But when you put him in the condensed fashion of today's NBA, of whatever NBA, he used to be able to do it even 4 years ago, where there was no travel, no audience. He took advantage of that situation, and he did win a title. But I was listening to him going, Dawson, this is a lot different. One, they're staying in one place. 2, they are not playing like a series. They're just playing a random game here and there. And I'm like, I get it. He's awesome. But I just like, if you just say one game, just one game, I might take LeBron.
I think I would too, because one of the differences I thought in this game was switching him on more defensively with Jokic as opposed to Embiid, because I thought, I don't know, I'm not going to say Jokic was eating Embiid up, but he was causing some problems for Embiid. And
Go ahead and say it.
When they made that defensive switch, I thought LeBron did significantly better.
It helped out, too, that when Jokic was picking for all of their guards, LeBron would switch.
Yeah.
And then you would have a guard, per se. You'd have a Booker or somebody then switching on to, let's say, Jokic. But then they would hurry up and run some sort of switch where Jokic did take advantage a few times. He knew that he'd catch the ball, and there was a layup late in the game where he made a great pass because LeBron was like, I got him, Durant, get off of him. And Durant couldn't get to the basket quick enough to stop Jokic from making another awesome pass.
Steve Kerr said, this is one of the greatest basketball games I've been a part of, and I'm humbled to be a part of it. When you saw Steph and LeBron after the game, they looked like they had just forced like a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. They were stoked. And then I love this quote from Kevin Durant. He was talking about patriotism and playing for the USA. I'm going to have to shorten up one of these words. A lot of BS happens in our country, but a lot of great things happen too.
That's true.
I know. I thought that was a great quote.
Balance.
Now they will play for the gold medal against France, which, by the way, that was an upset as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
I do have a little bit of criticism about Bruce Bochy next.
Oh.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Swinging a drive deep into left field. Benintendi going back. It's over his head off the base of the wall. Wyatt Langford provides the walk-off single to give Texas a 4-3 win in 10 to open this series against Chicago.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my daughter, Addison. She just got her braces put on and starts middle school on Tuesday in Granbury. Hope it goes awesome. Also, Olympic spoiler shout-out, so be prepared. 3, 2, 1. The United States men's volleyball team just won the bronze medal in a thrilling match over Italy. Congratulations to them. And congratulations.
Thank you, Lucy.
To all of you.
Didn't they beat them 3-0?
I know, but the sets were like 28, 26, 27, 25. Those sets were exciting, man. You know what? Now, whatever. Baseball nuggets.
Baseball.
I was about to hype you up huge, Mike.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, come on, Mike.
Mike's down right now.
I
know.
Down bad.
And he even ate a cronut today, and
Rangers
he's still
have
this
destroyed
sad.
me.
And he gets to do a doubleheader tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I do. Pre and post here on 105.3 The Fan and also on Bally's Sports Southwest. Okay, baseball nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Now, I will pay off on this tease immediately. I think Bochy is making a major mistake this year, but if I go back in history, this is who he is, and it will never change.
Okay.
Okay? The Rangers have 151 doubles this year. That is dead last in Major League Baseball.
Yikes.
Not even close.
Yeah.
There's 3 teams in Major League Baseball that don't have 160 doubles yet. The Rangers are one of them. The Rangers, when it comes to slugging percentage, 380. That is 23rd in all of Major League Baseball.
Okay.
So, if we see what's happening here, we're not getting to second base with the baseball bat. We're literally the worst in all of baseball at getting to second base with a bat this year. The worst.
Yeah.
White Sox better than us. Whoever better than us. So here's where I put it together. And I talked about this last year, and Bochy answered the question. We haven't talked about it this year. I wonder what his answer would be. But when I go back to his championship teams in San Francisco, it doesn't matter who's on the team. This is who Bochy is. And it's fine. This is his way of managing. The Rangers have 59 stolen bases this year.
Yeah.
That is 23rd in all of baseball. And there are teams that are just destroying him.
Doesn't Ellie De La Cruz have about that many stolen bases?
Yep. So here's the deal. Last year, for the most part, fine. We are top 5 in slugging.
Yeah.
We are top 5 in all major categories offensively. Why steal second base? Why steal third base? Doesn't matter. We're hitting doubles. We're hitting homers. We score in bunches, extra base hits in bunches. No bunches this year. 0 bunches this year, it feels like. But I'm going to go back in history. So I'm saying, Boch, if they're not going to get to second base with the bat, Simeon, Smith, Langford, Garcia, Taveras, at the end of the year, they should all have 20 or more stolen bases apiece. Yeah. Apiece. That's 100 right there. From 5 guys. I'm not including Evan Carter because he hasn't really played this year.
Yeah.
Hey, Young, Seager, catchers, Lowe, don't steal. You guys can't. You're too slow too. You'd have to like double steal where you're the guy trailing or just a huge advantage type situation to steal. I get it. Those guys are going to have probably combined 10 steals all year. They probably don't even have 10 steals all year. If you only have 59 all season, you probably are just... So here's the deal. Chris Woodward, I get it. Boch, better manager than Chris Woodward. They're not even in the same category, and I love Chris Woodward. Great guy. We can see Chris Woodward hasn't got a job. We don't hear his name up for other jobs, and maybe he will be a manager somewhere else sometime later in his life. He still is a younger guy. He's in his late 40s, so he has plenty of time to possibly become a manager again. When he was the manager on a team that struggled to score in his time, you would have you'd have Simeon and you would have Garcia stealing 20-plus bags in a season. That was before the new rules.
Yeah.
That was before it was a shorter distance. That was before the 2 pickoff minimum. So I know that Simeon can steal 25 to 30 bags. I know that Garcia can steal 20 to 25 bags. It's already been proven that they can. Now, Leote has to get on base more to steal bases. Langford has to get on base probably a little bit more to steal bases. But when we see Langford flying around the bases, why do we never steal with him? Here's the reason we never steal. I go back to 2010. Unfortunately, we remember that Rangers, we make the World Series, but San Francisco wins the World Series. San Francisco that year, dead last in stolen bases in Major League Baseball.
Okay, so this is like you said.
This is
that's
who
the way he manages.
Boch does not believe in stealing bases unless it is just given to you for free. He does not want to take that risk. He wants to be as conservative as possible on the bases.
His rate is 7.6% of the time he will steal in his career. He will 7%. Yeah,
which is super low.
Very low.
In 2014, regular season, world champs, San Francisco Giants, 29th in stolen bases that year. Now, I click on 2012. It wasn't as bad. They were about league average in 2012. I'll click on it real quick because I didn't memorize it here. But in 2012, they were above league average. They were 10th in stolen bases that year. But if you go look at his San Francisco history, his San Diego history, and now his Ranger history, he does not like stealing bases. Well, we don't hit doubles.
Yeah.
You have to. They've made rules to make it easier to steal the base. And we have, at almost all times in the lineup, 5 guys who can. They have to reach first base, which has been very difficult for these Texas Rangers this year. Because I just told you, they are 23rd in slugging. They are last in doubles. They are in the bottom category. They are in the bottom third in almost every category in Major League Baseball for hitting this year.
Yeah.
But the one that I don't get is, if we can't get to second with the bat, you have to steal second. They made the rules that they're giving it to you at a better rate, and Boch won't do it. And so in this offseason, because I'm kind of moving on to next year already. I hope not, but I'm moving on to next year.
And we did talk about that some yesterday.
Is you have to start stealing, or you can give it the month of April, and in the month of April, if you're not cranking doubles and homers left and right, every time Langford and let's just say Carter, those 2 guys, young guys, every time you get on base, you are going to steal within the first 3 pitches. Now, if the dude's slide stepping and he's under 1.3 delivering the ball at home plate, we can shut it down. He's obviously not even allowing you to. But most pitchers are power pitchers today. What do power pitchers have to do a lot of times? They have to lift their leg up to generate the power to throw the ball in the mid to high 90s. At this point, I'm looking at this team, and I'm almost looking this as now 2 free months of baseball. I know I hate saying this.
Okay.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope that they compete a lot more than I think they will. I think if I'm Chris Young, I go to Boch and I say, Boch, I want to see if Simeon and Smith and Langford and Garcia and Taveras can steal bases under the new rules. If they get thrown out, they get thrown out. We have to find this out. If they can't, then they can't.
Yeah.
But we don't know because we refuse to try. So I just think in today's game and with this offense, because now, are you going to go into next offseason and go, well, we know we're good offensively? No, you're bad offensively this year. You're probably going to end up somewhere between 18 and 30 in every major offensive category as a team in Major League Baseball. If that's the case, if that's what I have, and I don't have a budget to go help out the offense, then we have to try to be top 10 in stealing bases next year, because we're not going to be the Yankees. I don't have Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. I'd say the Red Sox, but I just watched the Red Sox. Do you know how much havoc they caused in that 3-game series?
Yeah.
Because of all of the guys that were athletic and running, and they were hitting and running, and they were stealing, and they were bunting, and they were doing all of these things. You're like, slow down. We don't play the game this way. We don't even know what in the world is going on right now. And I think the Rangers have to turn the game into that, because, yes, Corey Seager can be Rafael Devers, like trying to compare. Unfortunately, we don't have the other guys to compete offensively with the best offensive teams. So at that point, you have to look at it and say, how do I get to second base without hitting a double? You have to first reach first.
And then
you have to steal, and you have to bunt, and you have to hit and run. And I don't think Boch likes doing it. His history says he doesn't. But I'm wondering with the team in 2025 if he's going to have to try to change because the rules are telling you to change.
The KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go out to Oxnard and talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here. I already told you, 105.3 The Fan.
The North Texas
The Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V.
Team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout out to my cousins, Jeff and Ashley, for getting me tickets to the White House for the Rangers World Series ceremony, which is awesome. However, then they had inflammatory things to say about Cronuts. So, not sure
Get out of here with
how
that.
you guys want to handle that. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. What you got?
Well, I want to see if you think this is a good strategy. This is a hypothetical. Let's say you run a business and one of your best employees looks like he's not going to be under contract. And somebody asks you, hey, is that a big deal? And you're like, it's not that urgent. And then the employee goes to social media and puts LOL. Do you think that's just all part of the deal? And they're just like, hyping it up and everybody knows CeeDee Lamb's going to get signed?
Well, let's start here. He is under contract.
That is true for another year, and obviously they can franchise him and everything as well.
Right. So, and obviously you guys saw the rest of the quote, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was laughing going on. But if one person tweets out no, I don't have any urgency, then the whole Twitterverse blows up, right?
Right.
And you guys, how many segments?
This is the first time.
No, come on.
We mentioned it.
We had a brief mention in the first segment.
In the first segment, we mentioned it for 2 minutes. I kid you not. But you know what else blew up social media too is when
What's that?
CD just tweeted out the date, which was 8/8, which is 88, and then people are like, "Oh my God, it's done."
8 years for $80 million a year.
And like he was just saying, this is the date, and I'm number 88, and everyone's like, "Oh, deal's done."
Yep,
oh
nope.
my gosh, give me the details.
I just think you have to, I don't know why I said it. I went to college. I went to high school. I went to college. I was at Nobu on Tuesday.
Ooh.
I mean, that was the rest of it. Why don't you do the whole thing, right? Is there a limit on how much you can tweet out?
Yes, there is, but
could you have
I
added
think
that?
you could have fit more in that tweet.
Yeah,
Yes, that is
so
that is fair.
This is part of the world we live in, right?
I do have. You're right.
It's kind of like the other day when DeMarcus Lawrence said, I'm here. I want to be where my feet are.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see us hoisting the trophy. But we got to focus on training camp first. And then, Mickey, guess which part of that got put out there? I can definitely see us hoisting the trophy.
Right.
There's more to that.
Or the part somebody asked him, I think the question was, you're not under contract next year. Do you think you're going to play next year? And he says, I don't know. Are they going to pay me next year?
Good question.
Right? Good question.
Good question.
I mean, there's a bunch of guys on last year of the contract, but he is under contract.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
Okay.
And it's $1 million a week.
Is that right?
Oh man.
Oh, that's what he gets paid. I thought you were
Yeah.
saying that's the fine. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah,
but
I got you. Yeah.
Well, it is kind of a fine, isn't it, if you don't get it?
Yeah, that's
Right?
true. That is true.
Is there any red-blooded American out there that's going to forfeit $1 million a week?
Ooh, maybe the guy who used to run Amazon, but that's about it.
Yeah.
He might
I
need
mean,
the money now.
unless you've got that $18 million in the bank right now.
I do not.
And
So-
think about it this way. Has anybody asked him if he has any urgency to get the contract done?
Yeah.
And he probably doesn't because he knows he's guaranteed $18 million this year. So there's two sides to it, I think you have to. And I think Jerry was kind of having fun, and I think the fun backfired, right?
Yeah, I do, because I heard him laugh after that. But the very first part, it did feel serious. But as I'm sure you know, everyone comes at it with maybe their own preconceived perception, right? And so they're just like, well, that's what I think.
Well, and the other thing is I think the original question was prefaced with, well, now that the first preseason game's going to be played. Looks like he's going to miss it. Do you have a sense of urgency to get it done? Well, he's not playing in the preseason game, right?
Right.
Probably not playing in the next preseason
I can
game.
see that.
Dak Prescott's not playing in any of the preseason games. So that's why, I guess they should have asked, do you have a sense of urgency because he missed the scrimmage against the Rams? Because for the, bottom line is that's probably maybe the only time we see some of these veteran guys that, are very important to this team actually work against another team. Because they may not play. It won't be just Dak, right? You think they're going to send Zach Martin out there?
No, and see, that's why my question would have been, hey, why do you think the Cowboys are favored by 4? How do they put together these preseason? How do they put this line together?
They put a line on preseason games?
Of course they do.
And not knowing who's going to play?
Yes. Degenerates will gamble on anything, man.
I can feel RJ making a wager right now. That would honestly be my question. I would be like, how do you suppose they come up with that?
And you don't even know who the Rams are going to play.
Yes, you're correct. I do not. So
anyway, well, that's the world we live in.
What is who is your player that you're like, I think I'm going to see a big game from him, and he needs a pretty interesting game to highlight himself here?
Well, again, not knowing who's playing and who isn't, I'm going to assume the young guys are going to play.
Yeah,
right?
that's kind of where I was looking.
And I'm pretty anxious to see the continued progression of Kalen Carson.
Yes.
Okay. He continues to make a play, it seems like, every practice. And, in my books, that fourth cornerback position is wide open. And to me, he's the guy that's got his hand in the air saying, hey, look at me. I thought it was funny. They asked Dak, the question was, so what are your thoughts on, you're going against this rookie, Kalen Carson. And he said, who? And they said, Kalen Carson. And he goes, oh, Seatbelt Carson.
Yeah.
He understood Seatbelt Carson and probably didn't know the guy's first name, maybe. And so then he continued talking about Seatbelt Carson because, he locks people down and makes plays. So I like to see, what he does in a preseason game. I'm guessing that they're not going to play Stafford, right?
I would assume not, but I guess
see, and then usually you're going up against the second or third quarterback. Well, watching the practice yesterday, it was like the seconds or third. Well, the defense is going up against Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not exactly some guy just off the bench. He's been a starter in the league, which is somewhat unfair, but so I would imagine that's who they're gonna face.
Oh man. It's a good thing they're not facing Matthew Stafford, though, because Caleb Williams said Matthew Stafford is the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Well, I saw the Cowboy defense, having a pretty good day yesterday. Thought the offense did well. It's hard for one person to watch both fields, but, Zeke ran the ball well.
Did he have a fumble, too, though?
I believe he did, yes. But it was sort of at the end of a run. It wasn't like he ran in the middle and somebody knocked the ball out. It was like, okay, he's been thumped up, and then the ball came out. So we have to put a little context on that one, too. I don't know if anybody reported that Stafford scored a touchdown, but he threw a pass that got deflected by the Cowboys defense. It got deflected by, I think, Micah Parsons and somebody else. And then he ran over there with the ball loose at the goal line and grabbed it and stepped in. And Sean McVay almost had a heart attack. He chewed his butt out for, what are you doing? This is a practice. You don't need to be getting in the middle of a scrum and try to dive for a touchdown. Anyway, I thought Mazi Smith showed something in there. I thought the guy, and Jerry Jones said it. Now, this one probably didn't get reported, but he was very impressed with Brock Hoffman and what he did. And at one point, he said he is a starting center. So that was the level of play he was playing, including getting in a little tussle with Kobe Turner. I think he's a nose tackle with the Rams.
I've seen it before from Hoffman, man. I've seen him throw some people on the ground before.
Right?
Yes.
He'll
he's
talk
got a
some
little,
trash on you.
He's got a little edge to him. Yeah.
Which I like. That just took place for a couple seconds, right? Like from
it wasn't. Okay. It wasn't anything that was going to cause the teams to get fined $200,000, right?
Or DK Metcalf to take his helmet off and swing it at somebody.
Which is always, it's like, what do guys think about swinging your helmet and then you got your head that can get hit, right?
Yeah,
it happens all the time.
It happened once at my high school. A little fight broke out. Dude ripped another guy's helmet off and then broke his orbital bone. It was bad, man. That's not good.
See, I think the same thing when somebody punches somebody who has a helmet on.
Why?
I'm like, you could have the greatest punch in the world. I feel like that's going to end up poorly for you, right?
But you know what? Something doesn't change. Randy White got in a skirmish with the Bears in a preseason game, right? Preseason. And he yanked the offensive lineman's helmet off and bunked him on the head with the guy's helmet.
Oh, man. I believe that. If you told me he got in a fight with an actual bear, I would also believe that.
And then he got thrown out. In his comment, I don't know if it was after the game or later on when I reminded of him, he goes, it was a preseason game. It was hot. I didn't want to play.
He bumped another guy on the head.
But,
what better way to get kicked out?
So, this stuff's been going on. It just doesn't, get reported the way it does now, instantly, by the way.
Now, Mickey, since I've told you there's a point spread, I know you feel a sense of urgency going into Sunday's game. It has
Don't be saying that now because I can get in trouble, right?
It has been 7 years since the Cowboys won their preseason opener. How nervous are you about this one?
Yeah, now, I wonder if Michael used that in his pregame talk, right?
There's no way.
We got to win one
before the preseason game.
We got to win one.
We need just one win. We just need one win to start this thing off. I like it.
I can just take you to
Why
89.
don't you just ask that? Mike wants to know if he crushes watermelons before the game.
Right before the game, when the Cowboys went 3-1 in '89 in the preseason, beat Houston on a walk-off field goal, I think, and Jerry and Jimmy went running off the field. Their arms were waving, and it's like they won their season opener. Oops, and then they got beat 28-0 by the Saints.
Yeah.
So welcome to the NFL,
Drew
right?
Brees.
Drew Brees? No, it was probably
Bobby Herbert.
It's A-Bear.
A-Bear.
I'm trying to even go further.
Billy Joe
back.
Tolliver.
Archie Manning.
Archie Manning, maybe.
I don't think that's is that
89.
right?
I don't know who was playing quarterback.
All right. Well, okay. So maybe
Bobby Hebert. It was Bobby Hebert.
Was it? All right.
John Forcade and Dave Wilson.
John Forcade. I covered John Forcade when he was in college at Ole Miss.
Somebody iron-headed us.
I remember the
That's right.
Hayward.
I have to admit,
Mike's back in form.
I know. Well, what he really wanted to ask you and why he turned his mic on to begin with was, do you think Mike McCarthy should smash a watermelon before the preseason game? That's what he really wanted to ask you.
I'd love
Well, the Cowboys are so worried about this one, they're just basically bussing up to the game on Sunday before the game. So it's not like they're going there to spend the night and be nice and refreshed for the game. It's just like a long trip from the hotel to the stadium, that's all, on game day.
I'll tell you what, I don't know about California, but watermelons are in season here, Mick.
Oh, very good.
They taste good right now.
What does that have to do with anything?
They haven't dried up with 100-degree heat?
I guess not. I feel like July and August are the best watermelons.
Your thoughts, Mickey?
That's
okay. That's
I'm
how
big
I
on
feel
the
as
strawberries out here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're 97 cents at the Kroger down the
Okay,
street
Mike.
right now.
That's great. All right. Thank you very much, Mickey. You've been very informative.
Just make sure when you guys talk to me, you have some urgency.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, clearly we do. All right. There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I can't wait for this segment. Mike, you're going to think this is the dumbest thing in the world, but cocaine buying Olympians, Jerry Jones and Mike Bassick. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
At the Philadelphia 13. Two tight ends on the left, back to throw, looking left, looking right, pumps, runs out to the left. Throws on the run, Lamb at the 7, and strolls in. Walks all the dogs. Touchdown, Lamb. 13 yards, first touchdown of the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out. After a week of having it, I just got tested negative for COVID and I'm feeling better.
Oh, is this the runner?
No, it's not as far as I'm aware. And they said their new hit song is hitting the radio as well today. It's been a Tolo vibe for 10 years. Love it, love it, love it. All right, it's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053.
I have one.
Okay.
Please forgive me. Are the Chicago Bears practicing in the woods? I turned on the television this morning, and I turned it on to ESPN, and they were talking about Caleb Williams. And in the background, he's throwing the football, and it looked like they were just practicing in the woods.
He just throwing the ball into the trees?
No, but right behind him was like a whole woods. Like, I was like, where are they at? Like, I know that the Cowboys are at a hotel, and they have a lot of grass back there, so they practice on two fields. But I was like, they just look like they're practicing in the woods.
But like, isn't the team facility in the background too?
I haven't watched the HBO show, but they had to just, it looks like they're in the woods.
This isn't going to help. I believe they're running training camp in Lake Forest, Illinois, so I don't.
There is a forest right next to it.
Like, are they worried about like bobcats or something coming out?
No. Middle Fork Savannah Forest Preserve is literally right there. Like, it is.
So I'm not crazy.
They're the Bears.
I was like, they are practicing in the woods.
That's right.
It is surrounded by woods.
Do you think if one of the players has to use the bathroom, they can just run into the woods then?
Yeah, just watch out for snakes.
All right.
You're not worried? You don't play golf. If you go pee in the woods, you're around here. You're like, you got to check first.
Maybe a
before
snake
you start peeing, because you might have it. And if there's a snake that attacks you while you're peeing, you're in trouble.
Have you ever gotten a snake in your boots?
No, luckily I've never been like scared off by a snake.
Yeah,
like as in I've gone to pee in the woods or just walking in the woods and then a snake came upon me that I didn't see, which is very scary. That's why people wear cowboy boots. Because they can't bite through the boot.
But have you ever found out that somebody poisoned the water hole?
No, I know we're talking about what's the show Toy Story.
You did it, Mike. I'm so proud.
I know what you're talking about, and To Infinity
But you
and
can't
Beyond.
figure out why the Bears would practice near the woods?
I was just thinking, that doesn't look like you can put stands there.
All right.
Like, it's all about stands for the Cowboys.
Okay, I see.
And so
what
I'm
Mike's
thinking,
doing
like, they're
here.
just practicing in the woods. And I'm like, do people go to Bears practice? I guess I should watch that HBO show where they do all the fake commentary that we're supposed to really believe their storylines they're putting out.
Is it Jerry Jones or perhaps our buddy John Machota who deserves forgiveness or
Shota
needs to
likes the
ask
Cowboys.
for forgiveness. Man, it feels like Mickey thinks it's John that needs to ask for forgiveness for the context of that tweet.
All right, so
I thought
Jerry feels very comfortable around the writing media, right?
He does.
And I mean, for some part, he feels comfortable around us, comfortable enough to say some things to us.
Curse words.
So when he makes those kinds of jokes, I don't think he thinks about it the same way. I think he knows he's going to make waves, but I think he thinks he's just making a joke to some people that he talks to. And then whenever it makes a headline, he's like, oh, well, it's just a headline. Whereas Dak's like, you guys make millions of dollars to write headlines. And they're like,
no, we don't.
He said, you're paid very well to make headlines.
Ooh.
And
No, we're not.
they said, you think that? And he said, you guys should start holding out. That's what Dak said. He was like, media should start holding out if y'all want to. So, but that's
interesting.
But yeah, I think Jerry needs the forgiveness here because I don't think he thinks the way other owners think whenever they say things. A lot of owners are like, Kevin, they will fight their minds over things they said. They'll go to bed and think about it. Jerry says it and he's just like, oh, well, it's out there.
Now, Mike, do you think Charles Barkley was a great basketball player?
100%.
I know you don't like this other person, but did you think Dwayne Wade was a great basketball player?
I hate saying it, but yes, he was a great basketball player. Horrible commentator, though.
All right. Dwayne Wade shot 67.1% in the Olympics in 2008, but he was bested by Charles Barkley, who during the 1992 Dream Team run shot 71.1%. They were both bested by Andre Jimenez, who not Andre the Giant.
I thought you were going to say the Giant too.
You know, I guess, who shot 73.9% in the 1988 Olympics to set the record.
1988?
Yeah, that's right.
That's when we lost.
However, that was the old record. The new record is held by an upstart Canadian basketball Olympian by the name of Dwight Powell, who completed this Olympiad having shot 90% from the field.
9 of 10?
9 of 10. That is the greatest shooting percentage for a single Olympics in the history of the Olympics. Mike, your thoughts?
I honestly think they should put Dwight Powell in the Basketball Hall of Fame. For his talent and ability, for him to be doing these things is just the most miraculous thing in the history of basketball.
It's pretty impressive.
That's a very impressive number.
Better than Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan shot a basketball. Dwight Powell has never shot a basketball in the Olympics. He's only dunked
shot it
it
10 times.
It's not shooting it.
He made it 10 times, yeah.
Yeah, he did. He dunked a basketball or laid it in.
All right, let's go back.
We know he didn't get an offensive rebound because that would mean there was probably people around him. And that would mean he'd miss it. And that would mean he actually got the offensive rebound, which he never has.
But did he get hit in the face?
100%.
I got a couple of Olympic Forgiveness Fridays. Forgiveness Fridays? Which one do you want to
What did you just say?
Is that not
Don't
the
say
plural
that.
of
Don't
Fridays?
say fried eyes.
Okay.
Don't ever say that.
You'd be like,
again.
I'm sorry, I'm
Sounds
busy for the
weird.
next 3 fried eyes.
Nope.
All right.
2 to 7.
Skateboarder Nia Houston has criticized the Olympic medals for being crap quality. Now,
aren't they made of the metal?
But here's the thing. He says poor quality medal. He took a bronze in skateboarding, but he said he wore the Olympic medal around his neck and he let it sit on his skin with some sweat, and now it's rusted. Do you think that's because he got a bronze?
No. Is that
he put a picture up? It does not look great.
Silver medals are made up from solid silver. The first place gold medals are comprised of 6 grams of gold.
Ooh.
So it's not completely gold.
That makes sense. I guess that is a lot of gold that the Olympics would have to buy.
They contain authentic iron.
And when you watch the news right now, you should only be investing in like metals, I guess. I'm not doing that.
For the longest time, I've heard that if you're not invested in gold, like all of your money is going to go away.
But yeah, well,
why are people going to need gold? If we go into like the Great Depression, people are like, "Oh, I don't want bread. I want gold." I'd be like, "I don't think the gold is edible."
I found my Adrian's family found some gold doubloons.
Oh
from
my gosh!
Their grandfather. And
what?
It went for a pretty penny. I mean, or lots of dollars. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. I was like, can I just see the doubloons? That's kind of I've never. How do you know?
So why did does bronze rust easier than silver and gold?
I guess, or this could have been a one-off, but the metal did look pretty tough.
It greened?
Not quite, but it looked like it had like rust on it and stuff, but it wasn't greened over.
Do you take toothpaste and a toothbrush? How do you get like a little rust off of your bronze metal?
That is the fanciest
It can react
question.
with oxygen and other elements in the air or liquid it's exposed to.
Like sweat.
Over time, bronze can tarnish and lose its luster.
Oh, he's saying it happened in like a couple
Develop a green
days.
film called patina.
Do you think they all make the metals the same? Or do you go, it was skateboarding?
I think they make all the metals
like
the same.
The break dancers and the skateboarders are getting different metals,
man,
and the people that run the 100, the 100 is the fastest man and woman in the world. They're like, let's make sure those metals are good. This break dancing thing will be like, yeah, sure, it's bronze.
On your face.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
That skateboarder over there with his McTwist.
In fact, if you unwrap it, there's chocolate in there too.
Which you said would be good for the depression because then you could eat it.
Would you rather have gold or would you rather have a chocolate covered gold?
Chocolate covered gold.
I would rather have gold.
Why?
Because I could trade that for so much more than a thing of chocolate.
You could eat the chocolate.
Yeah.
What if I think they would barter you down so bad because they're like, he's starving. We'll give you $10.
Also, think about this.
And what are you going to do?
How much does the chocolate cost at this point?
If they're starving, if they have the gold, they'll give you the gold. The problem is now you have the gold and you have to figure out some schmuck to give it to that will end up giving you more than $10 for it because everybody's starving.
Well, Mike, you might relate to this next story. Tom Craig, the Olympian field hockey player, he was arrested for allegedly trying to buy 1 gram of cocaine from a street dealer after he left a team function on Tuesday night.
No.
Now, the dealer who got arrested also was in possession of 75 ecstasy pills and 7 vials of cocaine. I don't know how big those vials were. I don't know how that translates into like what they're going to charge him with, but that sounds bad.
Yeah, I don't know the laws over there. Like, are they like
definitely can't just go buy cocaine?
Does cocaine come in vials?
I don't know. Usually, I've seen it in little baggies.
Every
Or
movie
cups.
or TV show you've ever seen isn't like in a wrapped kind of
but then there's
plastic and
the
then
guy
paper
who
bag.
That's the people
cocaine.
that are buying it to sell it, not
the
buying
guy-
it to use it.
The guy that does the cocaine, he has the little tiny spoon or his pinky nail, right?
And they all put it in their gums. They're like, oh, it's quality Coke.
Because it makes them numb. According to what I've
this
heard.
isn't the right Coke. Kill the guy. Isn't that somebody's dad? That happened to somebody's dad.
What?
Yeah.
Is this from real life or a TV show?
God, I don't want to say the name because I don't want to get it wrong. I'm pretty sure one of my teammates, I will just say on the Washington Nationals, dad got shot in the chest twice for selling bad cocaine.
Oh my God.
What?
Yeah. I don't know if the dad knew it was bad cocaine. He might have just bought it and like, I'm selling it. But yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure that happened.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying
in the
you're
drug
wrong.
World,
That's-
if you sell bad cocaine,
I'm not saying
say
that
his
was
name,
wrong.
and I'll tell you if I'm right or not.
Esteban.
No, his.
No, he was dealing. He denied dealing it. My bad.
Okay. Look up the last name of.
Can you just tell him and turn your mics off? Turn your mic off real quick, Corey. Oh my gosh, that was almost.
I think I got it. I don't know.
I'm so glad that you barely turned your mic off.
I did
in
turn it
time.
off.
No, not you, but Corey, who you were yelling it at. I think he got his mic off in time. So
Yeah, if you Google his dad, I think you might find some bad stuff.
the segment took a pretty hard turn, and then I don't
sell bad Coke.
You'll
die.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually.
Mm-hmm. And then does an Appalachian State player need to ask for forgiveness for
he beat Michigan again?
Getting into it with another one of his teammates in practice and swinging a helmet at him. So this has happened multiple times in the last 3 or 4 days. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The 940 isn't Kevin the resident expert on cocaine. That's from the 682. That's why I always test my cocaine first.
I don't.
I haven't, Mike, I'll be honest. I can't find that. So,
okay.
My apologies.
He's going to look it up, I'm sure.
He's trying.
He's going to come back in Gridiron and be like, yes, it was this guy. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the second-year NFL QBs. What we know, what we don't, and what's next for this group. Plus, more of your shout-outs on a Shout-Out Friday on The Fan.
They say it's always better to give than to receive. But at Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand there are a few things you need to take.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Play action here. Steps up in the pocket, looking downfield. Now he'll take off and run. The whole left side of the field, wide open for Richardson. Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Gridiron coming up in just a second, but it is also a Shout Out Friday from the 682. Shout out to me. It's my 13th birthday today, and I'm going to Six Flags. Sweet. That does sound fun. And then shout out to my beautiful wife from the 469, Yvette, who gave birth Monday and is moving and grooving without missing a step. And to my 7-year-old daughter, Mia, who has been helping us with her baby sister. That is awesome right there.
Do you feel like Six Flags has gone a little bit downhill over the years?
Oh.
And I'm not talking about roller coaster joke. I'm talking about, like, I don't know if they're...
Maybe they need a new coat of paint.
Keeping up the park as well as they should.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
New coat of paint here and there
That would
once
help
in a
out.
while. Yeah,
Okay.
man.
Now, I know we got Fan Bowl tomorrow. Hurtado,
Yes,
Arlington.
I'll be there.
Up to $3,000 in prizes, so you can register to compete in the paper football tournament. But also,
And don't forget, Kevin, I am also allowing somebody
to kick for you.
to kick for me in this event.
And I will argue this. You should just show up either way, even if you don't technically have a spot, because sometimes not everybody shows up, and you could be like the walk-on person. But while we're talking about events, tomorrow, Fan Bowl, Arlington, Hurtado, would you want 105.3 The Fan to put on a cronut party?
Tomorrow? During
tomorrow's probably too soon. We
Oh,
need
like
to organize-
sometime during football
Anything's
season?
possible. It sounds like cronuts are harder to make because your donut store is not making like 10 dozen of them.
Mm-mm.
They're just making a dozen of them.
Yeah.
Also, on the Olympics right now, did you guys ever watch Saved by the Bell when they all worked at the beach house during the summer?
Heck yeah.
I feel like they made that an Olympic event.
So the name
they're just running like at a country club. They've just made an obstacle course that Slater and Jesse Spano are competing at or something.
The name of either this event or the one before it was the Laser Run, and this is for the modern pentathlon.
Seems to outrun a laser?
They were shooting like little laser guns.
They shot them?
They shot laser guns
That's
or
not
something
right.
like that.
Wow.
I'm telling you. Now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
Hate it. Now, Anthony Richardson, as well as most of the rest of the Colts starters, look like they're going to play Sunday against the Broncos. And so this has led us into a discussion about the sophomore quarterbacks.
Yeah, it has.
You've got Young, Stroud, Richardson, Levis. If you want to throw in Aiden O'Connell, we can do that. What do we feel like we know, don't know, and are expecting from this group? Because, Mike, I always feel like, and I'm not doing this as a joke, that you've made your mind up about Bryce Young. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
I think at best he can be an average quarterback, at very best. I just don't think he has the ability to be an NFL quarterback. Guys are just bigger, stronger, faster, and he's just not tall enough. But maybe he can get by. He can be like Doug Flutie. type of deal, but I think it was a major mistake to take a guy that little. I think that Arizona is finding out that too. Kyler Murray, at one point I thought he was going to be great. I just think that maybe there is a height requirement and a size requirement for that position.
I think I've made up my mind about Stroud.
That it's just going to be excellent.
That it's going to be a step, the next step in his progression. I really like their coach. I think he has a good idea of what he wants his football team to look like, and he's getting the players that he wants it to look like too. So his mind, I feel like Bryce Young still has another place to go. I think you get drafted by a crap team. You have a coach that gets fired in the middle of the season. You have crap wide receivers and a bad offensive line, no running back because you traded Christian McCaffrey away.
Right.
Your defense is subpar anyway. I think you're going to be a bad team no matter what quarterback you are. We saw it with Trevor Lawrence.
Maybe this is for Caleb Williams. Maybe it's against Caleb Williams because he's kind of an OU quarterback. I get it. He's USC, but OU moved to USC. Is all of these guys, help me out here, in the history of football, especially since the game has become more throwing in college, if you play for an unbelievably great college team where your guys are getting open by 5 yards like Alabama usually does, can you be a great quarterback in the NFL?
And I'm assuming you don't think like Tua or Hurts fit that bill as being great, right?
No, and neither does Trevor Lawrence, neither does Kyler Murray. I guess Joe Burrow has for a second. But, like, the best quarterbacks in the NFL, when we think about them, Joe Montana, yes, Notre Dame was really good, but that was a different era. They weren't passing as much. But Tom Brady, they were handing the ball off all the time. They weren't very good. Like, I don't know. I'm wondering, UCLA, Troy Aikman, they were just an average team. Like, if you play on too good of a college team, is it too difficult to go to the NFL? Because you're like, hey, why aren't they open by 5 yards? Why am I not getting 7 seconds to throw the ball? They're like, no, this is the NFL, where maybe other schools, I don't know, Texas Tech. I'm just using an example. It's not like Texas Tech has produced anybody besides Patrick Mahomes at that position, but maybe it's like, no. Like, your guys aren't going to be open by 5 yards. We don't have those recruits. You're not going to get 7 seconds to make a decision. We don't have that offensive line. And I'm wondering if that makes college, it's worse to go to the best schools if you're a college quarterback for developing into an NFL quarterback.
I think that's one piece of it, Mike, in addition to the way that they give you the information, the way they study with you the week before, because a lot of it, you're on your own now. I mean, I know they're getting up there and they're telling you, but you're on your own, where when you were in college, they're feeding all this stuff to you. Trent Richardson hops on with us whenever we were doing Emmitt Smith's thing a long time ago, and he was like, I didn't have to think when I was in college. When I got to the NFL, I was all by myself. And when I was in college, they came and got you to take you to practice. They told you what your schedule was. You had somebody holding your hand every step of the way. And I think whenever you're studying to be a pro, you have more downtime, you have more off time to go do things that you want. But when you're studying, it is a lot on you, and it's not as much people just giving you the outs on those things. So the way that they consume their information is a different way too.
When we're talking about this group of quarterbacks, I have to admit I find Anthony Richardson by far the most interesting, because I understand what you're saying. It looks like it's going to be a rough go for Bryce Young, also because his team is awful. I think that C.J. Stroud has a significantly better team and looks like he is a significantly better quarterback. And then there's Anthony Richardson, who ran into 2 different injury problems last year. And I know people will talk about like his physical tools and how much he has the opportunity to stand out from that perspective. And I appreciate that. But
is that part of it?
Yeah, it is. But if you can't stay on the field, then I don't know. I'm really intrigued what he does.
But aren't his physical tools what is going to keep him from being on the field too? Because he'll run.
Yeah.
And so because he got injured because he was running one time.
Yeah.
Was it both times last year?
I thought it was one time. Let me double. I don't remember.
He knows, and if anything else, I can break down and Joe Milton this thing and run for 22 yards. That was awesome, by the way. And run for big gains, maybe a touchdown. That's how I'm going to get my team to score easiest. And so I think that's another factor in that, Kevin, is it's a high thing for him. It's also a low thing for him.
To your point, I know you're talking about young quarterbacks here, and he's getting into his prime or in his prime. This is it for Joe Burrow, for me, and I think most NFL fans. Either like he plays about 17 games, or we all know it's over. Throw him off the board. Whoever you want to compare him to, it's tough. I don't know what NFL quarterback ever we're like, hey, he could be great and maybe the best quarterback of his time, but he can't stay healthy.
This is an extreme scenario. What if Joe Burrow, let's say he gets hurt, he misses like 8 games.
Yeah.
And the team is 3-5. But then he comes back, ekes them into the wild card, and they make it to the Super Bowl. Are you still like, that's amazing? Or are you like, well, great, you showed up for half a season?
Yeah, I would just say you better have with Joe Burrow, which is very tough, and Cincinnati doesn't seem to like spending money. You better have a really solid backup because he's going to have to play 5 games minimum, maybe 10.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can do that if you're paying a dude $50-something million and be like, we have to have a really quality quarterback because we know he's going to miss half the season almost every year.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying now. Corey, you just mentioned Joe Milton. We talked about him, I think 2 weeks ago, about how perhaps he was looking better in training camp than Drake May. And then you got the game yesterday where Joe Milton didn't have a ton of time, but 4 for 6, 54 yards with a touchdown, no turnovers. He had a really electric run.
An electric throw, too, man.
There is buzz building on, like, he'll be on the team now because you can't release him, because if you release him, he will absolutely get picked up by someone.
Look, man, Tennessee, brilliant job saying we're taking a dude who might be built like a defensive end, and we're putting him at quarterback. And we're going to let this dude run, and we're going to let him throw. He's still very raw and has a lot of learning and growth.
You say Tennessee?
Was it
New England?
New England. No, I meant Tennessee, the Volunteers.
Oh, okay.
Back whenever he was in
Gotcha.
college. And so but he's an interesting guy, man. I really like watching him play.
He is big.
He's huge. He's fast. He's got a big arm. Like, there's a lot of things, but I just don't know how well he plays cornerback based on what I saw at Tennessee. So,
okay.
But can he beat Drake May? He's UNC quarterback.
Mike
Kevin.
will say definitely.
Yeah, because I was just thinking about this. Peyton Manning, not a great team at Tennessee. Not horrible. They're good. Don't get me wrong. Ends up being arguably the best quarterback in NFL history, especially regular season with 5
Yeah, and I'm thinking
MVPs.
about Aaron Rodgers and people like that. No, I understand
it's not that you
your
go to a
point.
bad school, but maybe going to a school where there's too much talent can kind of hurt you in your development at quarterback.
Couple more quick notes for you as we wrap up Gridiron. And by the way, thank you very much to Rhino Shield, who brings us Gridiron Gravy. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Brandon Ayuk supposedly turned down $32 million per year to be on the Patriots. Now, this maybe wasn't an issue of money as much as he's like, yeah, but it's the Patriots. And then Marvin Harrison Jr. has an amazing new that's what it feels like.
But it's the Patriots is a thing still.
But it's a negative thing.
Yeah.
Drake May.
Marvin Harrison Jr. said it was his company, but not him, who signed that deal with Fanatics. You know how we've been talking about issues in terms of cards, issues in terms of jerseys and everything? He's like, no, somebody from my company signed it. I never signed it. Not valid.
That's amazing.
It really is.
Well, I have
don't
something
know.
on Fanatics.
Okay.
Let me give it to you.
Yeah.
Burbank Cards, which is close to Oxnard.
Yes.
They sell 40 million cards a year, and I'm not making this number up. Literally 40 million cards a year on eBay. They're pulling all of their stuff off of eBay because of fees, and they are going to Fanatics. Now, it hasn't happened yet, as in the whole thing of pulling all the cards and moving to Fanatics. So now when you search for, let's just say, CeeDee Lamb jersey, it will also come up with all the auctions that Burbank has on all of the cards that are available through Burbank Sports Cards.
Holy moly.
So, Fanatics is making a push right now to take eBay out of the game.
Yeah, they're trying to take everyone
that's
out of
impressive.
the game.
So I thought that was interesting when it comes to football. So now, not today, but in the near future, when you search for somebody's jersey or an Orioles hat or a Ranger hat, you might get flooded also with 100 different sports auctions for sports cards on their website.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Shout Out Friday continues, but also it feels like it might be over. But what are your reasons for Rangers optimism?
Kumar Rock.
I need to hear them. Let's do that next right here in the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some Olympic updates for you, so get ready for that spoiler. But also, it feels like it might be over. But what are your reasons for Rangers optimism? We're going to try to cheer us up and turn this around. In the Olympic women's basketball semifinal, the United States defeated Australia 85-64. So they move on to the finals where they will play either Belgium or France. And also now we're getting to maybe the weirdest sport in all of the Olympics is the indoor bike racing where the goal is to not be ahead pretty much for the first few laps, and then you just go like crazy on the last lap or two. I've always been fascinated by this sport.
Explain why the goal is it because you're trying to get the drag from somebody else?
Yes. So...
And then you whip around them, you do the whip.
Yeah.
The slingshot around them at the very end.
I believe so. To be honest, I believe so. I think this is amazing and very scary.
Yes.
We would all wreck, and we would all like plop on the plywood they've made this
I agree with
track out of.
Now, it doesn't look good for the Rangers. If you missed, I believe it was our opening segment earlier in the show, we talked about how through 115 games, no team has ever made the playoffs with a record as poor as the Rangers at this point. So it's not looking very optimistic from that standpoint. You look at the second half of the season, the Rangers have lost every one of their series to teams not named the White Sox, so not looking good from that perspective. If you missed it earlier, the Rangers are rained out today. They will have a doubleheader starting tomorrow, 11:30 pregame, 12:05 first pitch right here on The Fan. What are your reasons, if any, for Rangers optimism?
Not much. I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, I think that at the end of the year, they're probably going to be closer to 90 losses than 90 wins.
Yeah.
So that's my reality of where the Rangers are now. But if you want me to give optimism, here's where I would have to hope and pray. I heard you guys yesterday talk about this a little bit, and I'll go with Corey. Somehow Adolis Garcia turns into one of the 5 best hitters in baseball again. He has been just MIA since about May 10th. I don't know exactly what date it happened, but somewhere in early to mid-May, his season just took a turn, and it has just been really bad.
He looks like a lollygagger out there.
And so he turned, number one for me, Adolis Garcia, there's 47 games left.
That is correct.
He has 47 RBIs in 47 games. Now, I'm not saying one per game.
No,
there's going to be games that he struggles, but
he's the reason you win a couple of those games because maybe he has 4 in one.
If all of a sudden in the first month of the season, he hit close to 300 with 8 home runs. He's going to now have to hit the rest of the season, starting tomorrow, I guess, in the doubleheader, hit 300 with 47 RBIs and over 1 OPS.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm optimistic about it, but I'm just telling you,
that's what needs to happen.
That would be my optimism, is that I've seen Adolis do this for small stretches. This would be the biggest stretch in his life if he ever went 2 months on a stretch. But yeah, he has to go on a heater where we start going, my gosh, he was the MVP of the second half of the season.
One of the ones that I thought about straight away was, and I think you and I are probably in the same spot, Mike, in terms of there are good players on this team. There are good things happening on this team. It just doesn't look likely, but if it were to happen, here are some of the reasons. Malley looked really good in his first start. Now,
that was awesome, actually.
I realize that got lost because of what was happening.
Because you lost a game.
That too, but also because of what was happening on the other side.
Yeah.
But
we got a hit.
Yeah, we did. We scored 2 runs.
It was late, but we did it.
I thought Malley looked really good in his first start, and DeGrom went up against hitters. And so I'm like, hey, maybe Malley does come back and he's strong. Maybe Jacob DeGrom doesn't hit any more setbacks and he's back and ready to go. And so that's what I've come up with for my optimism. Now, I realize the issue, of course, with that is those players don't hit. But that is one of the things that I heard, one of the things that I thought. And when you hear that the DeGrom throwing went, quote, really well, that is encouraging.
I'm with you. I'm looking at this to add on your optimism. Right now, the Rangers team ERA is 3.99, which is pretty much right in the middle of baseball.
Yeah.
The best ERA in all of baseball as a team right now is 3.19 for the Tampa Bay Rays. Now, if the offense is going to stay the same, which if it does, they're going to lose 85 to 90 games. But if the offense gets better, I'm not even going to put them as top 5. That's probably too much to ask. But you're probably going to have an ERA the rest of the way that's better than Tampa Bay for the whole season.
And one of the things that factors into that I think is, I don't know, encouraging is Chafin being at the strengthening the back of your rotation and being a beast against left-handers. Because if there's one thing that we feel like has really worked for the entirety of the season, it's the very, very back part of your bullpen. Yeah. And if you add another piece to that, that's what you're going to need. You're going to need hey, maybe my starters only give you 5 or 6, but once you get there, you're done.
And I know you haven't updated this, and I forget the exact number, but you had at one point in the second half of this season, scoring more than 4 runs is almost impossible for the Rangers.
It really is astonishing.
So if you look at them scoring 3 to 4 runs a game is about what you're going to get. I mean, on average, the Rangers in New York will probably score 10 runs. Well, then that means, I know that it adds up differently, but if you're going to win the series, most likely you're going to have to hold the Yankees with Aaron Judge and Juan Soto and what they're doing offensively this year. You're going to have to hold them as a team. You're going to have to hold them to 9 runs or less in the 3-game series, which means that would be a team ERA of 3 or better. To win the series, you can only give up a total, and I'm not even saying you're going to win the series doing this, but to your point, you have to somehow figure out a way how to only give up 9 or less runs in the 3 games in the Bronx.
Corey, the Rangers in the second half have played 19 games.
All right.
How many times?
It's almost 20.
That is true. We'll get to 20 on Saturday.
Yep.
How many times?
21.
That is also true. Good point. How many times do you think that the Rangers have scored more than 4 runs in 19 games?
19 games, 7.
5.
That was close.
So I know they lost one of them against Boston. They lost 11-6 in one.
That is true. They actually lost another one to Toronto 6-5. But if only I can only count on more than 4 runs, 1 out of every about 4 games. So not even necessarily once a series. That is, to dramatically understate, not good.
This is a tough segment, to be honest. I'm so discouraged, Corey, with what happened against Houston. I shouldn't be. It was just a 3-game series, but then I go to, it's not just a 3-game series. It's Baltimore. It's Toronto. It's St. Louis. It's Boston. Now it's Houston. I mean, if you don't play the White Sox, you can't win a series.
Yeah.
The only, I guess, the thing that really has, what I said yesterday about Adolis definitely still exists. If somehow he finds his happy drug, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's cheese. All right. Cheese has an element in it that makes people happy. Maybe there's something else that he can find that just kind of brings him back to life. That's the one thing. But still, Kevin, I stick to this 5.5.
Yeah.
5.5 games back. You can make up 2 of those games tomorrow, right? Or maybe 1 or something like that.
You have potential to make 1 up, 1.5.
So like that's a big deal. And I've still just being that close, being right there, almost in the mix, gives me that kind of hope. Now, the Malley thing honestly gives me more hope for next year, because I feel that's when I'm looking at like my rotation next year and what they're spending, who might be leaving, and what your goals are going to be in the offseason. But for this, where Bochy tells us every day, every time we talk to him, for this day, for this series, for this the rest of this season, it's the fact that you still have a glimmer of hope. It's dwindling.
Yeah,
it is dwindling a lot. But 5.5. It says 5.5 on ESPN right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Somebody said they're 6.
It's really 6 if you want to do the tiebreaker. At this point, you can't have the same record as the Astros. If you have the same record as the Astros, you lose. So that was. Now it's not 5.5 against Houston. It's 6 against Houston. And you can say it's still 5.5 against Seattle. But I just...
The thing that would have made me...
before it got rained out today, by the way, the game's rained out. The Rangers were the biggest underdog in all of baseball before they had to pull the game off the board because of the rain out. Like, that's where Vegas sees the Rangers going to New York as... The team that is least likely to win today in all of baseball is the Texas Rangers.
Who's the most likely dude to stand up in that club? And Mike, I don't know if this has happened already a couple times this year.
Yeah.
But who's the most likely dude to stand? It would be Simeon, that he would stand up and say something?
I think he's a quiet guy. I think he's a good leader. Don't get me wrong. I think that he's a good leader by example. I don't think he's that vocal of a leader. I know he has been, but not like maybe from Michael Young. I know I'm going back because I know Michael.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe Max Scherzer, but as a pitcher who's not even pitching, who's pitched 5 games this year. I don't even know if he's pitched 5 games. Like, that's probably your most vocal guy. But I don't know if it rallies anybody right now.
It's got to take a special touch, Kevin, to call out an Adolis, but also get him to say, you know what, he's right. And that's what that right leader does whenever you're in this kind of apparel, whenever you're in this kind of situation. You have that one person who's like, I know every one of y'all. I also know I have the respect of all these guys because I give my all, and I know. So I'm going to stand up and say this. I'm going to call people out and hopefully get the best out of them instead of turning them off and turning them the other way.
I know this is, I love what you're saying because I know this isn't about this year. You can't change it anymore. You can release players if you want, but you can't change the chemistry of this team. And this isn't fair. This team won a championship last year.
Somehow they did it.
But in the offseason, maybe Chris Young has to go get
Austin Hedges.
Yeah, or like I hate saying
I did not expect that.
Maybe get some really loud vocal jerks.
Yeah.
Like maybe you have too many guys that are just, we're going to play baseball today. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. I don't know. Like, it's just all this whole season is making me question the future.
Yeah.
These guys won a championship. Obviously, they're not defending it at all. They are struggling tremendously. In fact, tomorrow when I have to do my keys to the game for Bally's for a doubleheader, my first key, I'm already going to give it away. Have fun. Forget about the championship. Forget about this season. Just go out there and play like you're a bunch of 10-year-old boys. Like, I don't know what else to tell you guys, because I do believe what Bochy is saying. These guys are trying hard. And in a way, maybe they're putting too much pressure on themselves to win.
Maybe.
Because they're defending the title. I don't know, but like, you guys don't look like you're having fun. And I get going 0 for 4 and getting hammered more than winning the game. It's not fun. It's tough to have fun when you lose more than you win. It's tough to have fun when you're 0 for 4 at the dish on a consistent basis. But I'm like, something has to change here, because there doesn't seem to be this connection of we'll figure out how to win. We will figure a way to win. And I kind of was like, dude, just try to steal all the bases. If it doesn't work, so what? It's not working, not stealing.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of where I'm at, is like, start trying to do dramatically different things than you've done. And maybe that will change.
Maybe bring Scott Stapp in. Just have him.
Is it the lead singer of Creed?
Yeah, have him do an a cappella version. Guys, we got to get back to it.
Have him manage the game.
Yeah, have him manage with Boch. Assistant.
Okay.
Interim manager. I don't know what it's called.
Have fun.
Bad ideas.
Number 1, have fun.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the combo platter. Tomorrow is National Garage Sale Day. So give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the best or worst part of running a garage sale? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Olympics going all over the place, including this cycling track, which is very...
It's captivated us all.
It really has.
And the breakdancing.
Yes, which I think they call breaking because they decided breakdancing would be like, oh, that doesn't sound like
it's
an Olympic
art
sport.
instead of sport.
Yeah. It's interesting why break dancing is the... Are there other dances? Like, I know there's other dances. Are there other... like, how come square dancing isn't in the Olympics? How come I don't know. How come breakdancing made it, but other dances don't?
Maybe that should be your sports.
It's
opinion.
ballet. Ballet should be ballet's been around for thousands of years, right?
I think so.
Why don't they have ballet competition in the Olympics?
Good question.
The Patriots are releasing Juju Smith-Schuster, Kevin. So
okay,
he's now available.
Pick him up.
No, from the 817.
You think the Cowboys would be interested if CeeDee Lamb doesn't sign?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a name. People have heard of him, so I'm sure he'll be coming to the Cowboys.
Lots of Instagram.
Hold on, does he cost money?
I mean, at this point, probably not.
Yeah.
You know?
Then we might be interested.
Do you think? Serious question. Do you think San Francisco picks him up just in case Ayuk really sits out?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like Kansas City picks him up because they get a whole bunch of horrible wide receivers.
Maybe they do want him because they're like, look, we still need some help. For the 817, I don't know if you'll like the shout out, Corey. I think you will. Can I get a shout out? My name's Adam, and I'm ready to leave work and go play Rebirth Island with the boys.
Let's go.
Okay.
I'll see you after the show.
Okay.
My son really likes college football 25. He's been playing a lot of it.
It's very fun.
And then I wanted to give a shout out to Cindy Ngamba. She got a bronze medal in boxing. It's the first ever medal for the Olympic refugee team. Did you know they have an Olympic refugee team?
So like you're not affiliated with any country.
Yeah. And she won a medal. I think that is freaking cool.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing.
I guess if you had to escape your country because of war or whatever it was, they're not going to allow you to represent that country that you fled from.
I would assume not. Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Yeah,
Is this the first year they've ever had a refugee
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that, Mike. That's a great question. I'm sorry, I don't know. Now, tomorrow is National Garage Sale Day. So I wanted to throw this combo platter out for you. Hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube, or the Frankel and Frankel text line 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the best or perhaps worst part of running a garage sale? To which my wife said, is there a best part? And I was like, yeah, you get money. That's a pretty good part.
At the end, I do like when my wife runs the garage sale and she's like, look at all this money. And I'm like, thank God I didn't have to do it.
I was about to ask.
Well,
I
you did nothing?
You don't help?
You didn't even put any stuff out?
I do donate. Like my wife will say in the garage, like put your shoes that you're not going to wear anymore into a trash bag. Sometimes we just take them to Goodwill, I think. But sometimes if she knows there's no way, like this is National Garage Sale for people that live in like the Northeast and stuff, not here. Like, there's nobody who wants to sell. First of all, it's raining right now. Second of all, nobody wants to sit outside in 100-degree weather for a garage sale right now. Garage sale is fall and spring here.
Even in the shade, it's 98 degrees. So, like, it's like no.
But isn't that a yard sale as opposed to a garage sale?
I mean, there's shade in your garage, Kevin.
It'll be cooler in there.
Why? No. Well, I guess if you get Milo insulation in your garage,
exactly,
it's definitely cooler in there because
exactly
it's all the cool in. Smart.
All right,
smart.
so
Kevin, I'm gonna have to give some thought to this. I really hadn't thought about it yet, and I'm gonna have to really think about this one for sure.
Cheat out.
What?
Okay.
You know how this goes.
All right.
We have to think about it.
Okay.
877-881-1053. I know you're texting in, but give it some thought.
My sports opinion is that not only should Frank Gore not be in the Hall of Fame, he's a terrible predictor of things that will happen. He said that Jonathan Taylor will run for 2,000 or more yards this season.
Let's go.
I will take the under.
He gets the carries. Him and Anthony
How many
Richardson.
Carries? 500?
480.
Okay.
Did he get close to it a couple years ago?
I'd have to look at his
I don't
stats.
believe he's going to make it. Now, the worst part about a garage sale, and this is easy.
He got
for me.
1,800 in 2021.
All right, so 3 years ago. What about since?
There's
And
only
that was
16
only
games.
with 16 games.
What about since?
And now he's been really healthy ever
Well,
since.
the next year he had 861, and then the next year he had 741, but far less carries.
So in the last 2 years combined, he has 1,600 yards. Give or
You're
take?
saying there's no revival at play, or are you just saying the odds are against him?
2,000 yards is crazy. If he said 1,500 yards, I'd be like, okay, well, good luck. The worst part about the garage sale is a lot of these things are priced to move. And when somebody decides that they're going to break your balls over like 4 cents or whatever it is, it's like, hey, I see this says a quarter. Could you do 2 for 45 cents? And you're like, what? Do you have 45 cents on you, but not 50 cents? And
Who carries around a nickel?
I know. You wouldn't need a nickel for that.
Or 45 cents.
Oh, yeah. No change.
Or 5 pennies.
Yeah, no change.
Sorry, man.
And so
it's $1.
I think that's absurd. Like, I get it if it's something's $40 and you're like, ooh, can you do 35? Like, you see that at the Dallas Card Show all the time. But when it's that low already and you're like, ooh, I don't know, a dime's a lot. Like, that's the worst part of the garage sale to me.
I agree with you that that's not a fun part of it, because you're like, I'm probably not going to sell this otherwise too.
Yeah.
So you're like, there's probably nobody's going to buy this for that 50 cents, but this nickel is definitely part of it. Can I ask a question as my sports opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Because this is the first time I've ever really kind of considered this. This morning, Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show was discussing the face of the NBA, the faces of the NBA, and they said it's Luka and Anthony Edwards, and that rivalry, as those two are now facing off in the December the Christmas Day matchup. Yeah. And they're like, of course they would put those together because that's going to be another Western Conference rivalry for probably years to come. And while I look at Boston, maybe I'm wrong about this. You guys have much more understanding of that time. But the Magic and Bird era, and then the Michael Jordan era, Bird had the best team as those were coming up, right? Like, didn't he have a better team before the Lakers started to dominate again? Am I wrong about this?
I don't necessarily.
Kareem was considered the best player in the whole NBA, and then Magic got drafted by him.
Okay, all right. And so was Bird winning championships before? I'm kind of
Bird won his second year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So went Magic, then Bird won, and then Dr. J. And then I think, Dr. J won 83. So 82 was Magic again. Yeah. So it went Magic, Bird, Magic, Dr. J, Bird, Magic, Bird, Magic, Isaiah, and then Michael for 3.
Okay, that's really fascinating, the way that maps out, because it feels like there was just this other dominance that just was established. But when you're looking at this era, it looks like Boston's set up for a bit. Like they have now, whether Brown or Tatum is the face of the Eastern Conference is a different discussion.
Yeah, I don't think that either one of those players are the face of the Western Conference either, because I also think that's flawed.
You think Jokic is?
No. I think that's flawed logic, because Minnesota and Dallas are playing 10 teams playing Christmas Day now. It's a lot. You look at the game 2 games after that has a more prime spot. Lakers and the Warriors, I still think
it's still LeBron
and Steph.
So I was talking to somebody who covers DFW sports, and I won't say his name because I don't know if he wants his opinion shared or not, but he is really locked in to the NBA. What we pumping?
Sha'Carri Richardson just smoked every chump on the track out there in the final leg of the 4x100.
It doesn't even look out of breath.
I know. She's ready to run some more.
Was this final or was this?
No, this is the final. So the United States just picked up that gold medal. She smoked.
Is she looking for world record? Is that what she's fired up about?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the time. Okay, we'll find out on that in just a second. Right. But that's what I'm going with.
So my guy, he was saying the thing about Anthony Edwards is Anthony Edwards loves to talk to the media. You're gonna feel like he's your best friend anytime you interview Anthony Edwards. He's willing to do a lot of interviews. His shoe, the Adidas shoe, the Adidas shoe sold more shoes than any basketball player's shoe last year by anybody. Any Nike shoe, any Jordan shoe, he outsold everybody. He wants to be the face of the NBA.
Yeah, I understand that.
He told me Luka wants nothing to do with it.
That
so, like Jokic,
same for Jokic.
Luka doesn't want to talk to the media. He's not really that nice to you. Because he feels like it's something he doesn't want to do. He doesn't want to promote his shoe. He doesn't want to promote his brand. He doesn't want to talk to the media. He doesn't want to act nice to the media. Not that he's a jerk, but he wants nothing to do with being Magic or Jordan or the way that they would do commercials and all of those things.
That wasn't his dream growing up.
So I think Luka's not the face of the NBA because he refuses to do the things that would make you the face of the NBA.
And I think that
with the LeBron and Steph are gone.
Yeah, I think Anthony Edwards is absolutely on track to be that person. I just think sometimes it takes maybe like a tiny bit longer than it probably should. And so when I see that they match the Lakers and the Warriors up, I was like, they're being like, sorry, I said that word so many times. The NBA, ESPN, ABC, they're saying this is still our marquee matchup.
Right. Good. I'm glad that was able to create good conversation with that question. Now to the worst part. I'm sorry, Kevin. I have never found a best part. Other than maybe the best part is finding a deal. Finding something that nobody knows is valuable and being like, oh my gosh. But the worst part is definitely when you go take a break and you leave your wife out there and then she sold a dresser for $20 when it should have sold for maybe $400.
Oh my gosh.
And then you're like, what is happening? And then you find out she sent the wrong drawers with that one, and now you have another dresser at home that has mismatched drawers.
Oh no, did that happen?
Definitely happened.
See,
it's my dresser set now that has mismatched drawers.
I was going to say my favorite part and what I always hope for is if I disappear, somebody comes in and they want to make a bulk purchase. They're like, you know what? I want everything on these two tables. And you're like, okay, great. I'll definitely cut you a deal on that. Now, somebody else said they still believe, sorry, I lost the phone number now, that the Texas Rangers can make the playoffs. And the worst part of the garage sale could be happening right now. It's the rain bargain hunters. So they said there's people who will start searching for the garage sale, and they're like, look, man, it's raining. You're going to have to close it down. Do you really want to take all this stuff to Goodwill? And that's how they bargain to get their deal.
Man, that is probably the Goodwill sees us a lot. Because I have lots of kids that are kind of growing out of stuff, and we don't have anybody else to pass it down to necessarily. With Lucy, we have nieces to pass it down to, but we're like, look, I'm going to throw this in the back of Adrian's car. It's going to be there for about 7 or 8 months before she decides to stop by. It's on her way to work, Kevin. It's on her way to work, and she still refuses just to swing through and drop the stuff off for about a 7-month period. I don't understand. I love her to death, though. Still love her.
It sounds like garage
so
sales.
Many things I love about that woman.
Yeah. All right.
Not garage sailing.
Alec.
And she refuses to garage sale.
Okay, if you're ready, let's go.
All right, you ready for my hot sports opinion?
I am ready.
CJ Stroud will be the 2024 NFL MVP.
Whoa, that is an opinion right there. I like
So
it.
here's what I was looking at.
This show is a Stroud show now.
I hate it because I want Trevor Lawrence to be good, but I don't think he's going to be good enough. He'll be good, but not good enough. I look at some of the worst defenses in yards allowed last year. Now, CJ Stroud, help me out here. Did he just not start the first 2 games of the year? Why did he only play in 15 games? Was he not the starter? And then after 2 games, was it Davis Mills? And then they're like, we've seen enough of Davis Mills. But he only played in 15 games and racked up over 4,000 yards passing. But I was looking at, I'm going to tell you my other dark horse.
He missed a couple of games in December. That's right.
Great. Well, I'll take this back then. But here's who else I was thinking about for a dark horse MVP. Jordan Love.
Okay.
But Jordan Love, I think Minnesota's not going to be a good team. That's an easy team to rack up stats against. Chicago, I think, is going to be all right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I think Detroit's going to have a good defense. They're not going to have a bad defense. I think they'll be pretty solid. So I'm looking at those 6 games to help me go, hey, where can I rack up a lot of stats? In fact, looking at Washington, they were the worst in yards allowed last year in the NFL. Dak eats those things up. Dak will have, probably in his 2 Washington games, he'll throw for at least 700 yards and at least 6 touchdowns. That's where Dak racks up tremendous stats for a season where he can compete for MVPs because he does that. If CJ Stroud can do that, I'm looking at yards allowed. The Colts allowed almost 6,000 yards last year. Then I go to Jacksonville. They allowed 5,800 plus yards. They were a little over 5,800. And look at the Tennessee Titans. They allowed approximately 5,700 yards. These are 3 of the below average defenses in yards allowed. It's a new season.
Yeah.
Things can change.
Sure.
But 6 of CJ Stroud's games are against teams that give up an above average amount of yards. So I'm thinking CJ Stroud is going to win the MVP of the NFL. It doesn't mean he's making the Super Bowl.
I like it.
But I do think Stroud wins the MVP. That would be my dark horse pick.
It sounds like you do not participate in the garage sale.
I don't. I do like that my wife does them because then you get some money for things that you would donate. And you usually at the end of the day, we do a garage sale once a year, I will say. She usually banks about $200. It's $200 you don't have. For me, I start doing the time. Like you set up, you wake up at 7 a.m. It's like she's waking up earlier than that, right?
Yeah.
And I know that garage sale shoppers like getting out there at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
But Sue will usually have everything set up by 8 a.m. But it'll end like for her at like 1 p.m. And so I start doing the time and you go, okay, so for 5 hours you make $200, but you're working hard for those 5 hours. It's not easy money. I get you didn't go buy things to sell things. You're selling things that you don't want anymore. Yeah. But it just doesn't add up to me, the cost of your time.
Okay. I get that. From the 6-8-2, the Cowboys will go 11-6 this season, and the best part of garage sale is getting rid of junk. The worst part is everything else. From the 9-0-3, the Cowboys will miss the playoffs. I almost said the Olympics.
Didn't have a garage sale?
Miss the playoffs this season. And the wife and I had a yard sale, made over $300 in 8 hours, made more than I would have at work. We put out 2 folding chairs under the shade and had a shop fan keeping us cool all day. So maybe a little garage/yard sale hack for you right there. All right, Alec?
What do you spend garage sale money on?
That's a good question.
Is it just folding money for you?
I think so. I don't usually have it. I don't think I've ever. I like this idea though. Going into a garage sale, being like, I need to raise this amount of money to like save the youth center or just buy something that you really want or whatever. I think that would be a fun endeavor. Then
save
I would.
The youth
yeah, you know. Then I would be willing to wheel and deal, and I'd be like, I'll give you all the rest of this stuff for $58.50 because you just have to get to your goal.
They're
all
like,
right.
What about 54? No, get out of here.
It. All right, Alec, what do you got?
All right, sports opinion. I'm going to go Olympics based here because you guys know that, I'm a big proponent of the track and field events.
Yes.
I enjoy them outside of the Olympics. I love watching all the different invitationals and world championship meets and everything. I think this might be the healthiest that the sport has ever been. And I think a big part of it is because the accessibility and the visibility that we're getting to these athletes nowadays. And I think that's across sports in general if we want to go more broad. But the YouTube channels, the Twitter and Instagram pages, like Corey, I heard you mentioning Tara Davis Woodhull and her husband, Hunter Woodhull. They have a TikTok page that's awesome. Blown up, and they're awesome. I love watching their content. I've known Tara for years. She ran here in Texas. So like watching the come up was really, really cool to see her. And then seeing like Sha'Carri Richardson, people like Jasmine Moore, who I used to train with, like seeing people that I know get these platforms and people across the world are like, I want to invest in this product and watch these people compete. I think that the social aspect of it is fueling a much healthier sport.
You're going to love this then, Alec. I was talking with our buddy Paul Worth at Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. I was like, hey, did you open or do much of this Olympic product for 2024? And he goes, dude, it sold out the first day.
Wow.
The first
That's awesome.
day. And I've seen people posting their autographs and they're freaking out because they're like, oh my God, I got a Katie Ledecky autograph. I realize that's not track and field, but like for the summer games. And so I think you're onto something. I really do.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to all the different Olympic events that it's just probably the healthiest it's been in a really long time just because of social media and the reach that it's getting. And it is nice to know that, growing up, I was the dork for keeping track of these different non-Olympic meets and all the current world bests, not just the world records, but who's the best right now. And now other people are just morbidly invested in this. It's awesome to see. And then the garage sale topic, I've been a part of one. And the best takeaway I had was sometimes learning how much you undervalue stuff. Because I had a bunch of old books and video games that I did not use. I had already played or read through. And I just could not get anybody to buy them in bulk. I was like, look, it's a box full of probably 150 different video games and books. Take it off of me for $25. I need this off of my shelf. I take it all to half price books later in the day. And they're like, yeah, we'll give you about $175.
Wow.
And I'm like, are you serious? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, where's my money? So sometimes you undervalue your product, and if you take it to the right place, you might actually get more money for it.
I took a bunch of books to half price books once, and they said, we'll give you 75 cents. There were like 58 books. And as I walked out, I just pushed over one of the shelves. I was like, whatever.
Half price books is the only place to buy books. You shouldn't sell books to them.
Because they're going to give you half price or less.
Yeah, you can buy them for half price. You are getting them for
way less than that.
I don't even know if you're getting 10% of your money back on them.
From the 901, last one to throw it out there. Cowboys will go anywhere between 6-11 and 8-9. The key to a garage sale is having the grill going and offering hot dogs and hamburgers to bring the crowds in.
That is a good idea.
That is a good idea.
How much did you spend on that, though?
Yeah, would you factor that into your prices? You're like, it's a quarter more, but I gave you a hot dog.
I'm ready for
now. KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Mike Likes It.
As I turn to my left, the Olympics are live, and it's Hans and Franz from Saturday Night Live.
It's because it's weightlifting?
The deadlift competition, and all I can think of is when Hans and Franz's arms fell off when they did it, and blood started spurting out of their shoulders.
That's from Saturday Night Live, if people don't know. You off.
I just looked over there and I'm like, they're doing the Hans and Franz.
Hey, now I don't want to look.
Have you seen though in these? I don't
just
like watching
her arms fall off.
Her arms won't fall off, but we've seen knees buckle in this thing.
That's not any better.
No, it's not. But
elbows just fold in half.
Franz just did great. So she was able to lift up a lot of weight that we couldn't lift up.
She had a lot of piercings.
Oh, look how low they have to get to the ground. They're like Jonah Heiming it.
Okay.
Right?
Look at that smile.
Time.
So proud
yeah,
of
she
herself.
was smiling while she was lifting it up. Put another plate on there.
Yeah, put 2 more plates on.
It feels a little gymnastics-esque where there's also like an artistic score, and they're like, she was smiling during that. So
is he doing smelling salts before he goes out there?
I don't know.
Absolutely. Putting something up to it. Really?
Yeah. Sometimes, I don't know if MLB players do that, but some used to do that. I don't know if they still do that.
I saw a Trevor Bauer video the other day, and he was trying to strike a dude out on like 3 pitches, and he told the guy, I'm just going to strike you out with a fastball then. And he was like, should I do smelling salt before? Where are the smelling salts? Go get them for me. And so, like, that is kind of one of those things.
And then, whoo, they feel like they take the hair out of your nose. All right, so here's another Hans and Franz. I just want to check this out.
I don't think you should just be doing live commentary of the Olympics.
Not as good a form.
Okay.
Okay, now, I will go to Major League Baseball. So we just saw the game at Rick Wood Field in Birmingham, Alabama, and it ended up being it was going to be a big deal for Willie Mays and the Negro Leagues, but it became even a bigger deal because
it was
2 days before Willie Mays passed away. So then it became much more Willie Mays, and it was really cool.
Was there any part of you, I might be reading way too much into this, but is there any part of you that believes that was like Willie Mays? I'm gonna do one more thing to help the game.
I don't think so.
Okay,
by dying,
he was really old. He was like, I'm gonna help out one more time.
All right. I was going to talk about Bristol Motor Speedway, but now I'm going to ask Corey this based off of what Kevin said. Can you just will yourself to die?
Oh, you can for sure. I'm not saying every time,
Nick
but
Cage
it can
did
happen.
It in Raising Arizona or something, or Leaving Las Vegas.
I believe
he
it can
willed himself
happen.
To die to death.
If you're 93, you could probably figure it out.
I'm not saying, obviously, I'm saying like if you're just like, I'm just going to stop breathing right now.
I don't know about that.
I think your brain and your body just keep doing it until it doesn't anymore, but you can't will it not to. But you do hear people that maybe their spouse pass away late in life or whatever, and they just don't have the will to live.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, I don't know like how that kind of happens.
Can I bring up something potentially sad?
Okay.
Our friend that recently passed away, his wife said, "You promised you wouldn't die on my birthday. You died the day before."
Yeah.
And that was
So you think?
he looked like he was holding on to see everybody.
Okay.
And then said, "Okay, I did it." And so I don't know.
All right.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I guess hopefully, I don't know if we get to the point where we have a long enough life where we get to that point.
And that's what I was thinking about Willie Mays. Like, I promise I wasn't joking. I just wonder if you get to this point and you're like, I've been so helpful to baseball all of my life. This is the last thing.
Okay, so the next event will be August 2nd, 2025 at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Okay.
The Speedway can fit 146,000 people in it, but that's for obviously a NASCAR event or whatever, a racing event.
Yeah.
I know it's NASCAR, but they might do other things there.
Yeah.
But in 2016, if you remember, they did Virginia Tech versus Tennessee, a football game, a college football game.
Do you remember that?
So now they are going to have the Cincinnati Reds. They're going to be considered the home team in this game versus the Atlanta Braves on August 2nd. So that's the next spectacle game. Obviously, for hockey, they do. Is it on January 1st every year?
Yes, the Winter Classic.
The Winter Classic.
They've expanded that out too to have an outdoor series.
And so we have baseball going to Bristol. Now, I've been to Bristol. I played in that league. It's the Appalachian League. I'm going to tell you, that is a beautiful part of our country. At the Appalachian Mountains, all of that. Bristol, to me, is a very dumpy town. That's why it's rookie ball and not like AAA. So I look at this and go, this is awesome. And it did, like, the players might have to stay in a Holiday Inn with bugs or whatever for a night or something, which isn't fun. It just reminds you of rookie ball.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't even know if they have nice places in Bristol. Like,
I'm not sure.
But anyways, they compare Bristol, their racetrack, they compare it to kind of Wrigley Field or Fenway Park, like in the history of, I guess, NASCAR events and everything. And they said they're going to have a whole bunch of cool things to go with it, a whole bunch of events around the Speedway, obviously on the outside, because it does have a lot of parking lot space. It does have a lot of kind of tent space where you can do a whole bunch of different things. But the next event for Major League Baseball will be at Bristol Motor Speedway. They're going to have over 100,000 people.
That's pretty
at
awesome.
A Major League Baseball game. And this game will be on Fox. It will be a nationally televised game. And they did say, I guess on Friday, August 1st, I'm just looking at this. It says Sunday will be held as an off day for both teams just in case of weather. So if for some reason it's not played, I guess, on that Saturday, they will have the Sunday to make it up. Because, like today, if you don't know, the Ranger game will not be here on 105.3 The Fan against the Yankees because that game has been rained out because I guess it's tropical storm now. I don't know if it's still a hurricane, Debbie. As it moves into land, it eventually becomes a tropical storm. But that tropical storm has rained out the Rangers. They're playing a doubleheader tomorrow.
Starting at 12:05, 11:30 pregame here on The Fan.
And then I'll turn it over to you. I will succeed my time to you, Kevin, as you can say where we're going to be at tomorrow, because we're not going to be on the air because of the doubleheader.
But tomorrow, so it looks like roundtables aren't going to happen over the air, but they can happen in person if you come to Fan Bowl tomorrow at Hurtado in Arlington. We're going to be out there.
Pretty sure they only have rectangle tables, though, Kevin.
I am not against that. They are going to have an air-conditioned tent, so delicious food, paper football. The prizes given out in the paper football tournament are going to be up to a total $3,000. So if you didn't get a chance to sign up, I hope that you show up and come hang out with us. Also, it is a Shout-Out Friday, and I wanted to throw this out there from the 214. Shout out to my little cousin, Danielle. She graduates tomorrow from Texas A&M Commerce, all while taking care of her husband, who's been serving in the military, and their 3 boys who are 5 years old, 2 years old, and 9 months. Holy moly, that is impressive. Congratulations.
I'm trying to do this math here.
Just
Okay,
stop
that
it.
checks. That
Stop
tracks.
it.
You're good.
Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
Yeah, Kyle Yeomans joins us next from training camp, next on The Fan.
We're combining two.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. Shout-out to my mom, Cynthia. Today ends her first week of retirement. She retired after 18 years working for the city. Man, and she's gone through a lot of stuff. She got divorced, had to go back to work after 16 years of being a stay-at-home mom. Sounds like you earned and deserved that retirement. Congratulations. And congratulations to everyone listening, because right now you get the C Block starring Corey Majors.
There's only one O in congratulations. Congratulations, Kevin.
Congratulations.
You said congratulations.
She worked so hard she forgot how to vacation.
But I like it. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it work more. Congratulations.
I also say it with a D. Congratulations.
Man, what a day this is, Friday. Let's go to California right now, where Kyle Yeomans is for DallasCowboys.com. We really appreciate you hopping on, Kyle. How you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Doing real well. Do you like that drop of Sean Sharif using your name and then the way Peyton just drops your name in for all sorts of stuff?
It's all fun and games. I love it. I mean, if anything, it's just, I mean, it's like what Jerry Jones says, all media is good media, right?
Helps the brand.
I mean, it helps build the brand.
So did you think
it's not the same thing at all? I just wanted to compare it.
Just joking around when he talked about CeeDee Lamb? Because I think maybe he was joking, but I also think that's 100% what he believes.
I think it was, I mean, in context, I think there was some seriousness to it. But, yeah, he was laughing when he said it specifically. I mean, I was a little bit to his left whenever I was listening to the quote. And in the moment, whenever he was kind of joking around, what it sounded like is he was saying CeeDee Lamb doesn't need to be in Oxnard because CeeDee Lamb's one of the best in the league. He's not worried about him ramping up and being ready whenever the time comes for the games to count. We're 30 days away still, right? I mean, it's September 8th. There's a long way to go. So that's what he's saying when he said there's no urgency. He wasn't throwing a slight at CeeDee Lamb saying the Cowboys don't need CeeDee Lamb here. That's not what he was saying at all. And so I think once the quote kind of came out, and I said this yesterday with Chris Arnold and the guys, they called me right after the CD quote tweet happened, and I hopped on with them real quick, and I said the same thing. Once the quote comes out, it will be a lesser of a story, and I think even Des Bryant retracted on his words early in the night. I think CeeDee Lamb, he hasn't necessarily said anything, but I'm sure once the news came that he was talking in context about CeeDee Lamb getting ready for the season, not exactly how the Cowboys view this team without CeeDee Lamb.
All right, Kyle, I know I'm playing hypothetical here, but what date would it be, hey, CeeDee ain't going to look too great in week one? Let's just say you're playing that Sunday game against Cleveland.
Oh, yeah.
And he signs on Monday before that Sunday. So literally he's coming in, he's taking his physical on Monday, he's at practice Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning. Is that like, dang it, guys, I get he's going to play all 17 games or be signed for 17 games, but would that be one of those things where you'd have to write an article going, hey, don't expect CeeDee Lamb to go out there and catch 6 balls for 100 yards. Literally, he's only been with the team for 5 days.
Yeah, I think I would like to see it earlier than that because, like you said, 5 days, that Monday's Labor Day, by the way, too. So, you've got a holiday thrown in there. I mean,
is it weird we
have
off on Labor Day for working? It sounds like that would be the one day we're supposed to work.
Yeah, the one day we're supposed. I bet you they have practice that day because usually the Tuesdays before, and they're going to try and get on schedule going into that 8th matchup. I would say maybe the 26th, a week before that Monday before. I would want at least 4, maybe 5 full-speed practices for CeeDee Lamb for me to feel confident that he's going to be in the right spot at the right time in this offense, to be completely ramped up and ready to go for week 1. If it's anywhere after the 26th is where I would start to get worried. He's not going to play in the preseason game, so yes, I know the preseason ends on the 24th. He doesn't need to be in any of those games. He doesn't need to be in Oxnard at all. Team will be back in the building at the Star on the 26th and 27th. Those are the days that I think I would circle as, okay, now we're cutting it close, guys, cutting it close to see him at full strength whenever it comes to fruition, because it's not like he's sitting at home drinking Pepsi, hanging out on the couch, not doing anything. I mean, he's training just as the way the guys are training out here, but he just isn't getting these team reps. He knows the offense. He knows how to play receiver in the NFL. I think if he has 5 or 6 full practices to ramp up into it, I think he'll have some success. But that puts us right at that 26th, 27th date.
I thought it was kind of interesting the different ways that it's being presented by Dak Prescott, where, hey, look, man, maybe you guys should hold out. And then from Mike McCarthy, McCarthy's like, look, it's business. Whatever happens in business stays in business. So it seems like the players are kind of they have a little more of a fun conversation with it than the coaches and businessmen's.
Well, and they're all in the same spot, right? This is their job. This is their career and their livelihood. So I think there's a mutual understanding whenever something like this happens. And I'll even go back to last year with Zach Martin. Zach Martin's as much of a team player as you'll ever have in an NFL organization. And the fact that he held out as long as he did into last year's training camp showed that it can happen with anybody. And CD is in a position, I think, that's even more volatile than the offensive line position. Usually, if you're really good at offensive line and you're a great offensive lineman, you're going to play for 10-plus years. Wide receivers don't necessarily have that longevity. You get 1, maybe 2 contracts if you're really good, lengthy contracts, that is, to really get your money and to set yourself up for financial success in the future. So we've seen it so many times before. I don't think the team faults CeeDee Lamb for holding out. Would they love to have him back in the fold? And if you ask Mike McCarthy the same question that Jerry was asked yesterday, I think he would have a different answer. Of course he would want him in the fold. Of course you want one of your better receivers getting team reps. But at the end of the day, they do know it's a business, and you got to get your money while you can.
Kyle, are you the one continually making those squeaking noises?
I think it's a whistle in the background.
Yeah,
I think it's practice whistle.
It's one of the practice, it's like they just got underway. They just finished up playing, I think, like Bon Jovi or somebody behind me, and now that you've got the whistles blowing. And I think it's a special teams drill, and then they're also hitting the sled behind me, too.
Okay.
It could be this the sled, maybe a little metal on metal action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you think people are able to put together a preseason game betting line? Because the Cowboys are favored by 4. I just wanted to know, in terms of degree of difficulty, how difficult do you think it is to put together point spreads for these games?
Oh, man. It was funny because we were even talking the other day about media and post-game reaction. And somebody was like, yeah, you can have the final score in it, but you don't necessarily have to have the final score in it if you don't want to. So I think that would be about as tough as of a bet, maybe along the lines of some of these outlandish Olympic sports that people are betting on right now. I think that's a sport of its own, betting on certain outlandish sports and then preseason football games. That'd be about as tough as you could get.
The fact that CeeDee Lamb's not there means that we're getting to see more Brandon Cooks. Yesterday against the Rams, what did you feel about Brandon Cook's game?
Oh, I think he's ready to roll. I think he's excited about the opportunity to be in the same building 2 years in a row. I mean, he's bounced around so many NFL teams at this point, the Rams being one of them. But he's such an intense player. But then when you get him off the field, he's just a phenomenal teammate, and he's a guy that loves to talk to anybody. I mean, he stopped by one of our offices the other day and just had a conversation. But yesterday on the field, he had a long reception against the Rams in the early parts of team drills He even kind of ran into Cavante Turpin as he was trying to turn the corner, and they were working their way back. And there was a Rams fan behind me, standing up on the fence line, and he was jawing at everybody, just going after it. And Brandon Cooks walks by, and he goes, "You'll always be a Rams receiver. You'll always be a Rams receiver." And Brandon Cooks, audibly, you could hear it, goes, "Man, F the Rams."
Oh, wow.
And that was, he turned around and just kept going. And so that was just kind of where he was at. I mean, the intensity of a practice even like that, and he has that sort of practice intensity anyway, anywhere he can go. So it's exciting to see, I think, him getting these first-team reps and having success with it, or not even first-team reps, but wide receiver 1 reps, and having success with it. It's going to be even better whenever CeeDee's back in the fold and you have 2 guys to worry about whenever it comes to top-level receivers.
The other thing, I do like that, Kevin. Let's hold on to that in case when the Cowboys and Rams match up.
Yeah, I hope that's okay with you, Kyle.
Hold on to it.
Yeah.
I'm a drop already on the other shows. I think I'll be all right.
I like it. All right, and then
as long as it's FCC regulated, then I think we're good.
I think I
didn't know if I needed to say bleep or if I needed to even go outside of that. I didn't know.
F works. That works for me. I use it all the time.
He could have said something else. You never know.
Kevin is a big fan of this guy, and I think we're all starting to become bigger fans. I'm kind of curious on where his placement's going to be by the end of this whole thing. Kalen Carson just seems to be a baller.
He's been outstanding.
Yes.
And yesterday was his best practice. I've written about it a couple times on the website.
Just real quick, when you say best practice, what is it that you see that makes it his best practice?
It's different elements of practice, and you look at it from a coverage standpoint because you don't want to give up the big play. I mean, Cowboys fans know very well that even though these receivers can force turnovers, these corners can force turnovers, they're susceptible to the big play at times. So you don't want to give up the big play. You want to be sticky in coverage. You want to have maybe 1 or 2 pass breakups, and the cherry on top would be an interception. And he had 2 pass breakups against the Rams yesterday. I don't remember a big play over the top that he gave up, because even in some of these other practices where the Cowboys are going mano-a-mano with each other, he's given up a big play over the top to a Jalen Tolbert or underneath to a Tyron Billy Johnson who's able to turn the corner, or just somebody else that's in the fold. He still gives up a play here and there while also getting a pick or a PBU or whatever it was. Yesterday, he stacked all those things together. Had 2 pass breakups, had a big interception of Matthew Stafford in team drills. I thought he was good in the red zone, too. I thought there were a couple times where he could have gotten lost in the shuffle of the red zone, as some of these young cornerbacks tend to do at times, and he didn't do that. He stayed put. He stayed disciplined whenever going up against his assignment and knowing where to be, when to be there. I really like what Kalen Carson's doing. I don't want to compare him to DaRon Bland just because striking gold in the 5th round for a rookie cornerback is rare, and to do it twice in 3 years would be just unbelievable.
Anthony Brown wasn't he a 5th?
He was
6th.
6th, okay.
6th round pick. Yeah. They have success drafting day 3 corners.
Yeah.
I don't want to compare him to DaRon Bland yet, but this camp from Kalen Carson reminds me a lot of what DaRon Bland was doing in his rookie camp 2 years ago, because he was playing the football, he was forcing turnovers, and he was staying good in coverage. I would even venture to say Kalen Carson's been better in his rookie camp so far. We're only halfway through. There's a long way to go. But he's been better so far in his rookie camp than DaRon Bland was even in his rookie camp 2 years ago.
As you just pointed out, there's still a long time to go in the evaluation process. But I was curious, players like Cropper, you just mentioned T-Billy, and maybe whoever else, who do you view as hey, they could really use a good game on Sunday to continue the momentum that it feels like they've built up through the early parts of training camp?
Yeah, it's really 3 guys. It's Tyron Billy Johnson, it's Jalen Cropper that you mentioned, and I'll throw Jalen Brooks into the fold there too. I think all 3 of those guys know what it means to have success on the training camp field and not necessarily perform in a preseason game. I go back to last year. Both Jalen Cropper and Jalen Brooks were phenomenal out on the practice fields. There were times where they were making spectacular highlight reel plays. They were running with the ones. They were rotating in with Dak Prescott, and they were building trust, and Dak was talking highly of those guys. This year it's kind of been the same. They've had good camps, but Tyron Billy Johnson's been the receiver that's come from out of nowhere or from under the radar to make that move and jump up into a rotation with the ones. But we've seen it so many times before that these wide receivers then disappear whenever the gameplay happens. Whenever you get on the field and you're under the lights and there's an actual script and there's an actual game plan, and you're playing with not Dak Prescott but Cooper Rush and Trey Lance, it'll be interesting to see who sticks out. And it's tangible, too, because when you look out here, you say, oh, man, Tyron Billy-Johnson had a phenomenal grab on the practice field. He had multiple touchdowns in red zone work. But when you get on the field, he had 3 catches for 27 yards and no touchdowns. But Jalen Cropper had 3 catches for 101 yards, and he had 1 touchdown. You know, it's tangible at that point, so you can kind of go in and look at the box score. You can look at the film and pair those together. Here, all you have is the film. And so they've done good. Check the box. They've worked their way into that conversation initially. But if they're ever going to actually cement themselves either a 53-man roster spot or into the rotation at any point in the regular season, they're going to have some success in these preseason games, and plenty of it.
Appreciate the insight. As always, good sir. Just work on the squeak for next week.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get them to calm down a little bit.
Or find out
a little too rowdy.
Yeah, find out who's starting it and see if we can get a conversation with them.
Somebody texted in and said, I'm really glad you asked that. I thought the brakes were going out on my car. And so I just think that is phenomenal. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
Kyle Yeoman's right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I had another Cowboys topic for you.
What?
We can go with that.
I'm just joking.
Or I can ask you about AFC football and the Olympics. Do you have a preference one way or the other?
We'll decide during the break.
Oh,
Surprise
plus
you on the other
masterpiece
side.
of the week. Next on The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Booker, James.
I'm going to pick and roll. Oh.
Curry for the lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a few minutes. But first, the men's gold medal basketball game is going to be the United States against France. What do you think the point spread is set at?
12.5.
64 and a half.
I think it's in between 10 and 20, somewhere.
Okay.
That's going to be, it's somewhere in there.
It is at 16.
Wow. And wasn't it the same for Serbia?
I believe that is correct, which is interesting. So it would have been closer, one would assume, against Germany because Germany was favored against France, but then against Serbia is favored over Germany. Maybe they're just like, about that area is a catch-all for all these teams.
Hey, I get Serbia doesn't, like, English isn't their language. It's Serbian, I guess. I don't know what their language is, to be honest.
I have to admit, I do not know either.
They just randomly took the E out of their jersey.
Oh, are you talking about the spelling on the front?
I was like, how do they spell Serbia in Serbia? Because they don't have vowels?
Now, it is also
Except for
a
at the
shout-out
end?
Friday from the 214. Shout-out to our daughter, Melanie. She's starting her freshman year at Midlothian and just made the freshman A team in volleyball. Let's go.
Let's go.
And
I think I might go see some high school volleyball this year.
Why is that?
Well, because I have a friend who has a daughter who is awesome at it and got a college scholarship. And I think that I might want to go see her play. I think before she graduates high
There's
school.
nothing wrong with that. I just wanted more context.
I'm not going to Pepperdine to watch her play.
From the 214, shout out to my mom, Connie, 83 years young. She will retire from Waterburger in Forney. She started working for Waterburger in Mesquite in 1970.
Connie's the best.
Hey, Forney loves giving speeding tickets.
And I love Waterburger.
I love Waterburger. And you had milkshakes yesterday?
Milkshakes for their birthday, 74th birthday.
Dang it.
God, they're good.
That's why you should have shown up to work, Mike.
I should have.
All right.
Are there extras?
Real quick, there might...
No, they're not.
I had to throw out
he's going to tell you no to not encourage you because you can't be like, I miss work and still got a milkshake. What? And then he'll be like, whatever.
And it tasted very sugary.
So good. So good, dude.
All right. You ready for AFC contender tiers?
San Francisco.
No. This is what happened last time with the NFC. With the AFC contender tiers, who would you put in the first tier?
Kansas City and Baltimore.
What if I told you only Kansas City?
I understand. I feel like sure, just do it. I said Baltimore, so I just told you what I felt like.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many NFC teams are in the
None.
first tier?
This is the AFC contender rankings. There are no.
So only
NFC
Kansas City's
teams.
in tier 1.
Tier 1, yes.
Do you feel like that's appropriate when it comes to tiers, that one team should be in tier 1? Okay.
Corey.
Well, for Kansas City, I do. I don't know if I always think that, but for Kansas City, yes.
Is tier 1 the highest anger level you get to? If there was tiers of your anger.
That's a good question because I never quite understand.
Tier 5 be a higher anger because it's a bigger number?
See, I know people help us out on the text. I never remember if DEFCON 1 or DEFCON 5 is the really bad one. So when it's 3, I'm like, all right, we're in the middle. I know that one way or another, but I'm never sure which one is which.
Where was your tier of anger on Tuesday after this segment?
It wasn't a 6 out of 10, maybe.
Oh, but 10 being the
10's
highest?
the highest. Yeah,
Okay.
10's the
But
highest.
after our conversation in the garage, in the parking garage, you felt a little calmer afterwards?
Yeah.
All right.
4.
I calmed him down a little, Mike,
Oh,
before he called you and berated you. I calmed him down.
There are 3 teams in tier 2 for the AFC. I'm assuming Baltimore.
Baltimore, Buffalo, Houston?
I don't want to put Buffalo there. I get their quarterback. I'm going to put Cincinnati there.
Ooh.
I'm going to put since you took Baltimore out of my tier 1, I'll put Baltimore and Cincinnati in the second tier.
Okay. It is Baltimore, Houston, and Buffalo.
All right.
I quit.
This is for CBS.
You don't have to quit, Mike. We're just having some
Oh,
fun.
yeah,
here.
CBS. We left them a long time ago. Still get their sports talk radio minute or whatever it's called.
That's a great point. And whenever Jim Rome's on it, you know it's going to be trash. All right, tier 3.
Facts.
There are 3 more teams there.
All right.
I'm assuming you put Cincinnati.
If I had them in tier 2.
Cleveland, Cincinnati, and
Green Bay.
Miami?
Okay, Mike.
You said Houston was in tier 2?
Correct.
Jacksonville is in the 3.
No, they're not. And you know that they're not, Mike.
Why not?
Because they're not. I don't know, because the way they play.
Hey, what about the San Diego Chargers that play in Los Angeles?
It's Cincinnati, the Jets.
The Jets.
The Jets.
And
hey.
the Dolphins.
They jumped over Cleveland?
That's right.
Interesting. That should be a cakewalk for the Cowboys in game 1.
And
like
then,
Waterburger.
By the way, what are the teams in the bottom tier that are just like, hey, when's the draft?
Tennessee.
Tennessee is 1. There's
Carolina.
4. No, this
yeah.
is for the
Hey,
AFC
good call.
only.
Good call. They could be in either division, though, or conference.
Denver?
Correct.
Oh, Oakland/Vegas.
Correct. One more.
New England.
New England Patriots.
with
Correct.
Derek May.
It's Drake May.
Whatever his
And
name. Sean May. Who cares? He's done.
He hasn't even started yet.
They've already regret it.
Okay.
I did turn on NFL Network by accident last night.
Uh-huh.
It was at the 2-minute warning, and I think it was 17-0 New England against Spud McKenzie's team.
They scored some points.
They kicked a field goal.
Yes, they did.
So I was like, good job. I don't know who played. Zappy, when I flipped the channel,
Yes,
I think
Zappy did
was
play a lot. By the way, Mayo said I expect Drake May to get more reps in the second preseason game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 817. Hey, guys, we shout out my daughter, Allie. She's in the midst of her first pregnancy and having complications. She lives out of state, which makes things extra difficult, but she's handling it very well. Great show as always. That is from Tolo Dana in Crowley. Thank you very much, and obviously our best wishes to your daughter.
Kevin, we just got a text from Bobby Belt, which features a little tweet from DallasCowboys.com writer. And it says, practice started 20 minutes ago with 2 notable absentees.
Dak Prescott.
And Jerry Jones. And now also Stephen Jones, Will McClay, Todd Williams, and Mike McCarthy, and Jerry Jones and Dak. What do you think is going on out there?
They figured out the contract.
With Dak, or they figured out CDs, and now they're like, all right, let's figure this all out together at the same time, boys.
Dak. I mean, if you think about it, though, what better way to divert all attention, even briefly away from the CeeDee Lamb deal?
Get the Dak deal done?
Get the Dak deal done. And then everyone's like, oh, my God, they signed Dak. And then you don't have to worry about the CeeDee Lamb deal for a minute. Or maybe Dak will take that leverage, and he's like, I'm going to help get CeeDee paid.
Kevin, why is this happening? Why do we have to do this? Why do we have to go through this? Let's just get there and play some football.
Well,
exciting news.
Yeah, I can't
It's
tell
news.
if he's being sarcastic or
Definitely
not.
news.
Neither can I.
Now, I do think that sometimes. Now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
All right, boys, before we get interrupted by the random contract signing that seems to happen every offseason, it's time.
Hold on. Is signing Dak a random contract signing?
I mean, like the timing of random, like how random it is. I mean, Trayvon Diggs, I've said it a million times. I thought he was going to get franchise tagged. And it's no, here's $1 million years and $1 billion. So it's time for Masterpiece of the Week, where we revisit some of the weird, wild, and wacky things said on this very program. We got a lot of celebrity shots, if you will, this week that I'm actually excited about. But, Corey Majors, you're up first. The good thing is I don't remember half of what you said this week, so we're all going to experience this for the first time, essentially, together.
Let's do it. There were about 12 people with some kids, and I was comfortable.
Okay.
It wasn't like we're all, rubbed up next to each other or anything. We all had space. Yeah. In the pool. Mike, you have a pool.
I left the water on last night. I was getting low.
Yeah, I have to fill mine up a little bit today, yeah.
You ever wake up in the morning and your backyard's kind of flooded?
Your alley has got a drain. You got water running down the alley. Yes. It's the worst.
Yeah.
You just forgot, man. One day I went to a soccer game. I was gone for an hour, and it started overflowing. I was like, what happened?
What if they made pools? They probably do.
Sensor.
Yeah, that it would fill up like to the level it needs to be. Like it hits a line,
like the
and
gas
then
pump.
The water just now turns on in your pool, and it just fills up the pool to that line. And then once it hits that line, it stops filling up.
That would be awesome.
Does it splash out and evaporate? Is that where the water goes?
There's a line that like it's kind of underground a little bit, but it just goes to our driveway. So our driveway was flooded. Yeah. Driveway had tons of water, though. It was really refreshed.
Yeah, it's going to grow plants. But that being said, in the pool, Mike, do you have lots of space? Like, how many people do you think you could fit in the pool comfortably?
Comfortably?
Yeah.
And they're just hanging out, like
having some drinks and talking and hanging out. We're not playing football or anything.
16 people.
Okay.
Ooh,
yeah.
It's not that big. He's saying like
mine's
we're
not
just
that big either.
If we're like moving around and stuff, then probably like 10.
Antics, Kevin.
Thank you, Corey. We'll go away from Corey now. We'll let him have a minute to recover. Mickey Spagnola has been giving us some great insight this week from Oxnard, but he's been giving us some very detailed descriptions as well.
I mean, large head and large neck, and he's still tall.
That's my favorite part. And he's still tall.
Because with a large head and neck, it would push you down.
Who has the
gravity.
big head on the team?
I don't remember
who's talking about the defensive line coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You
Still
didn't get
tall.
to see him, Mike. That dude is a giant.
Yeah.
That's dude.
It's not Leon Led. He got fired, right?
There have been times.
It's not Leon
There have been times where Mickey's talking, and we asked him at camp, "Hey,
Yes.
are you trying?" And he was like, "What are you talking about?"
Isn't Greg Ellis a coach now?
Yep.
What is he the coach of? Isn't he a
Defensive
line?
He's
Is he the head neck guy?
No, he was not the head neck guy.
Okay.
Next up.
Mike Bassick. Reggie left this one for me, and he has it named Take It Out of His Pants. This is going to be fun.
They'll be okay in that. At least they won't hurt themselves unless they're like Plaxico Burress and they forget to take it out of his pants.
Sure.
But, like...
I also wish I hadn't responded like that because I'm definitely more...
Yeah, I forget what it was. Probably maybe Olympic or something.
Talking about the gun, obviously.
Yeah, but Plaxico, luckily he only shot his foot. But the bad news is he did it in New York, so he had to go to jail for it.
Yeah.
Here, they'll let you shoot yourself in your foot all the time.
Good? I don't know.
It's fact.
I mean, you'll have to go to the hospital and get it fixed, but they won't put you in jail for it.
Okay.
Maybe they would. I guess if you had, criminal record, you're not supposed to have a gun.
Inside your brain, Are there periods on these sentences, or are you like, no, I need to keep telling you stuff?
Yeah, I think periods are for English.
Could have been worse. What he just said could have been worse, and you know it could have.
You don't have periods in your head.
Next. Don't ask any more questions.
You're asking what's in my head, and I just told you.
Okay.
Not English.
Okay. Back to you, Alec.
Back to RJ Choppy. He said this yesterday during Crosstalk.
That's quicker. It's like 2 seconds. If I haven't eaten it all, by the time it
Then
gets
you're
down
about
my
to.
throat, it's ready to go.
All right. And that's where I knew. That was the moment I knew. And then, by the way, ask Peyton to pull that for us
You
and send it
showed me
over to me.
this?
He sent me an email.
Text file,
that
right?
said, it was an email that just said something like, RJ down my throat .mpeg, and there was no MPEG there.
I noticed that too.
Son of a gun. But that's why Peyton and I have the relationship we do.
Oh, let's see.
It exists.
What did you say here, Corey?
Because he just shot off some some stuff real fast. Like Spider-Man, maybe? I don't know.
I don't even remember the context.
Oh, you're talking about Spider-Man cleats the other day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But that sounds like we're out. Maybe it was. Maybe we were at the Ranger
But they
game,
said
yeah.
something bad Cowboys
They
on
did.
it.
I think Corey said he liked him.
You showed me not the part that said F the Cowboys.
Yeah, I did that on purpose, obviously.
But Kyle did say this a few minutes ago.
Man, F the Rams.
Yeah.
That was everybody when C.J. Anderson came off of his couch.
I like that. That's great. I love it.
C.J. Anderson, was that one of the running backs who ran for 722
Yes,
yards?
that was one of the running backs who,
In
when
that
I'm sitting
playoff
next
game?
to you and the Cowboys give up 9 yards in the first carry of the game, and Mike looks at me and he goes, hey, guess what? We're going to lose.
And we did.
We did.
Based off of the running game.
Mike Bassick also said this.
It sounds like I want nothing to do with it, so you're going to have to make it tasty.
I forget which food we were talking about.
It was the cotton candy burrito.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That had, yeah. Yeah.
So, no.
That was
more.
in, where was that in?
Arizona.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's like the Cardinals.
Yeah. Soft,
you did
fluffy.
say it was like the Cardinals.
Not very good.
Mickey Spagnola is going to be our final entrant here.
That's a pretty good threesome right there.
I'm voting for RJ Choppy.
Sounds like a Cowboys thing.
That's quicker. It's like 2 seconds. If I haven't eaten it all, by the time it
Then
gets
you're
down
about
my
to.
throat, it's ready to go.
All right.
That really could have been two different clips.
It really could have. Now, you just
It's
threw
better
me-
that it was one.
You just threw me for a loop because I thought I was going to vote for Mickey saying he's got a big head and a big neck and he's still
tall.
However, I would like to change my vote to the last entrant that Mickey just said.
That's a pretty good threesome right there.
Right there.
Right there.
Mickey. He just did Mickey like scouting out. That's a good one right there.
I'm voting on our conversation about periods.
I don't even remember what that one was. It's this one, right?
They'll be okay in that. At least they won't hurt themselves unless they're like Plaxico Burress and they forget to take it out of his pants.
Sure.
But, like...
I also wish I hadn't responded like that because I'm definitely more than
There's a lot going on there.
How did y'all get to the period talk from there?
Because I asked Mike if in his brain any sentences had periods to them. And,
there you go.
And then he said some other stuff that it was in an English class. Could have been worse. Alec, do you want to break the tie?
Oh, that conversation, Mike, is definitely coming up next Friday, by the way. I hope you're ready. I'm going to go with this.
That's quicker. It's like 2 seconds. If I haven't eaten it all, by the time it
Then
gets
you're
down
about
my
to.
throat, it's ready to go.
All right.
All right.
All right.
By the way, that was his description of Blue Chew, which I'm really intrigued that he says he can also control when Blue Chew kicks in and when it doesn't.
If about 30 minutes, I know you have to wait a little bit, 30 minutes, maybe as Kevin said, maybe a little warm-up act.
That's right. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
An opening act, that's what it was.
Like stretching?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Like a
That
band.
would make sense.
Coming up next, Mike stretches on the Twitch and the YouTube, but also we chit-chat with those, fellas from the G-Bag Nation next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot happening in the world. Want to remind everybody that our pregame for Cowboys Rams gets started at 12:30 right here on The Fan with kickoff at about 3:36. So you can catch everything you need for the Cowboys game Sunday on The Fan. Tomorrow, you can come see us at Hurtado Barbecue, 205 East Front Street in Arlington. If you're registered, that participation, will begin at 1 o'clock. And if you didn't get a chance to register, you just want to show up, hang out, maybe somebody drops out, you get a spot in the tournament. It could happen. I would suggest it. And then also, Todd Archer is reporting that it is not a contract that's imminent, but per the team, Dak Prescott is being held out of practice today for precautionary reasons because of ankle soreness following the joint practice with the Rams yesterday.
And Broaddus also texted us and said Todd Williams was on the field, fist bumped with Will McClay before practice, and Mike was talking with Micah. So those guys were there, just not seen by somebody.
Somebody that's had ankle and foot reconstruction similar but not the same to Dak's, didn't have the same injury. I would say it gets a little bit worse every 3 to 5 years, and mine's like 15 years old now, so it sucks for me, and I can feel it in my hip. My knee's gone totally arthritic because of how it changes your gait and the way you walk. And you can see that in Dak's footwork, especially when he tries to put that in the ground and explode out of a drop. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I don't think he's going to miss any time, but this is the normal increase of discomfort, lack of strength, balance, inflammation that comes along with this over time. And if the Cowboys are smart, they'll consider that in their negotiation.
We all in the same boat, like no huge concern, but also something the Cowboys have to keep in mind when planning a contract.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think for this season in particular, I think this is something that we could be talking about all season. I mean, we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago before camp even started. He's wearing a boot on vacation, and they wanted to act like that wasn't a big deal. And it's a big enough deal that it ends up now he's missing a practice here throughout the football season. I can imagine. Do we get Dak Wednesdays like we got Romo Wednesdays just because the ankle's a little flared up? I don't know. I could see it. So yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on here. My goodness.
I just don't think it. To me, like it's a big deal if he misses a practice, right? Like if we're talking about a game
in a nutshell,
day, and I don't think he's missing game days because of the ankle. So like to me, as a precautionary move, I think this is something he's going to always have to deal with, and we've talked about that, but. He's in year 9. You miss a practice. He's been at every other one. I'm not going to overreact to that at all.
Okay, Ed, I agree that I don't think he's missing a game for it. Does it hinder him during a game because of it?
That could be. Maybe.
Or, a hinder a practice because, which hinders a week.
The adrenaline on game day, though, maybe that masks it a little bit. Yeah, the Toradol. You get shot up a little bit, and you're just not feeling that ankle anymore.
Okay.
We can go ahead and numb that whole right or left side, whatever side of his body.
Just the entire lower half.
Yeah, if we need to.
Just take off.
Yeah.
Why not do the whole body? Why not just do the whole, numb the whole thing?
Just not the arm. I think you want to feel the arm.
The throwing arm you probably want to feel, but otherwise, I mean, and maybe not at times.
Yeah. Sometimes the throwing arm, you're like, you know what? It feels better this way.
At the end of the day, he was second in MVP.
That is a great point.
And 12 wins.
That's
for 3 straight years.
He's deteriorating. You have to be able to run the ball. Now he's old and still coming back, and now heading in the wrong direction from the mother of all sports injuries.
Yeah.
Players didn't come back from this. To think that Dak's going to be 100%, that it's a good idea to pay him for ages 31 through 35, I think that's homeristic.
But if you're only paying him $60 million a year, that's only like $15 million more than what you see Mahomes getting paid from the Chiefs.
Tomato.
It's only $15 million more per year.
Yeah. Definitely something the Cowboys should use in negotiating, 100%. But just for this season, like
week
to week.
Is that weird though? Because the last time they're like, "Hey, you destroyed your leg, and we gave you more money."
No,
than
this
you were
is
asking for
Actually, it's probably more incentive. The Cowboys are probably going to.
They're going to pay him 65
This excites
now.
them a little bit.
This is Dak's team negotiating. Like, hey,
guys,
Dak, limp into practice a little bit today, and watch what they do with their dollars. It's just going to keep going up and up and up, baby.
Tomorrow is National Garage Sale Day. Do you have any do's or don'ts for either shopping at or running a garage sale?
If you're running it, it's a no haggle. It's a haggle-free zone. Now, it's the opposite when you're going to the garage. You want to be haggling. I'm trying to get these prices down.
You won't talk with anybody?
You're coming into my house. The price is the price. Do you want it? Do you not? Wow. I've already lowered this. This is a garage sale, dude. I'm not overpricing anything.
You put a sign up
what
that
it
says
is.
Prices are
haggle-free. Yeah, I just put like duct tape over my mouth. I won't even communicate with you. You just hand me the cash. This is a cash-only business. Sorry, I don't have a random ready-to-go debit card for you to swipe it. Okay, you're at a garage sale. Bring the necessary items. That's dollars. That's cash.
Yeah. Bring your bag of pennies with you.
You run the Randy Moss garage sale.
Straight cash, homie.
Straight cash, homie.
Have you done one of these in adulthood?
Yeah, my wife is her and her mom love to thrift shop, and then they think they're getting all these awesome deals, and then it's like, wow, we have all this stuff that we need to sell now. Okay, we're gonna garage sale it. Well, Daddy's gonna be sitting at the front of that driveway.
I do think you got a good point about the credit card. If somebody's like, "Do you take credit cards here at the garage?"
I looked at this lady like, "Are you serious right now?" There's a 7-Eleven down the street.
You can
get cash
Venmo
back.
me. You can send me a Zelle.
Sure. All you need is $5 cash for this.
I'm just surprised people will pay me for the junk in my garage. I mean, I always look at it and I'm like, this is worthless. I'm just going to sit around my garage for 10 hours and nobody's going to come by and buy this. So I'm just going to take it to the dump.
I'm with you, man. I really am. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll talk with Broaddus here ASAP on everything going out there with the Cowboys.
And then last question for you, Corey. They're doing weightlifting in the Olympics. They have the clean and jerk, and what is the other?
Snatch.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Come see us at Fan Bowl tomorrow. We've been the KNC Masterpiece.
Just snatch it.
We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m.
Just
2 p.m. right here on the Fan.
Snatch.
It gets down my throat. It's ready to go.
All right.
The North. our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service at ease. There's Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Broaddus is on the practice field as a lot of stuff is going on. At the start of practice, you had the Jones boys, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott not there. We have learned from Todd Archer, Dak is sitting out due to some ankle soreness. And now various members of the Cowboys front office have made their way back to the field. There's a lot of private conversations. And this definitely feels, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but something is going to happen. A contract, a trade, it's definitely different enough to know that business is being done over there in the hotel.
Business is happening. I think there will be some type of move. Maybe it's a name that is not one that we deem high, to talk about. Maybe it's just, hey, you're adding a defensive tackle or an edge rusher. Maybe it's CeeDee Lamb. But something's going on out there in Oxnard on the practice fields unrelated to Dak Prescott and him missing a non-padded practice due to ankle soreness today.
It seems like the urgency around CeeDee Lamb is the highest. That's the far and away thing that I expect here. I mean, over 2 weeks into training camp now, number 1 wide receiver not there. Maybe things came to a head last night with the things that Jerry said. We had that audio. We'll play that audio so you can judge for yourself. The context of it has been a point of contention today. I think the biggest thing there is, I think in a lot of ways Jerry has lost his ability to capture a story with his quotes. He's really not paying enough attention to care enough to constantly be thinking about a way to craft the narrative that gives the story extra juice. When he starts talking, a lot of the times it's talking in circles, and he's, intentionally leaving something out there, to try to get the media talking. But it just doesn't have the intended effect anymore. Plus, everybody knows Steve is a more reliable source of info. And Steven was also on the practice fields last night. And while Jerry was doing his thing, saying no urgency about a CeeDee Lamb deal, made Lamb LOL about it, Steve himself said we plan on doing it, re-signing all 3 of these guys. We want all 3 players here. We have the best chance of winning a championship by having those players on our roster, but we continue to work very hard on getting this deal done. Zero thought process about CeeDee not being a Dallas Cowboy. Yeah. It's just not consistent with the way they go about doing things. If this was a championship roster or a championship front office, they would genuinely be thinking about trading all 3 of these guys right now. Maybe they're going to ask for too much. We're not really in a championship window anymore after losing Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick. You could consider Broaddus a part of that. Defensive depth. I mean, we had to let Stephon Gilmore go. We're not contending for a championship. What young players we have now, or what players on our roster might not be in championship mode by the time we get to the next championship window? And I think if you're up against the salary cap so hard and players and agents are negotiating at you so hard, a smart team would go like, well, hey, which one of these guys should we let go? Give us just a little bit of breathing room. We'll restock our draft picks. We'll draft these guys over the next 2 years, and then we'll really hit the ground running with a nice free salary cap situation in 2026. That's what a smart team would do. But again, the Cowboys aren't smart. So the idea of moving on from CeeDee Lamb should have 0 chance of passing through your logic barrier.
Man, yesterday when you were talking like the CeeDee trade stuff, which is really one thing you're right. They're not going to do that, and they're going to pay him.
Yeah.
But it did.
They like their TV stars.
Right.
They're not going to let a TV star go to another team.
It started getting me thinking, though, like as much as I love CeeDee, and CeeDee's in the prime of his career, and I think this contract will probably age well compared to other big-name money contracts they give out to receivers.
Because he just continues to get better every year.
And he's young. Like by the time this thing's done, he might be 30 years old. And if you want to let him walk, then fine. But this thing's going to be throughout his 20s in the prime of his career, and he's gotten better every year to that point as well. And he's a hell of a player. He deserves it. He's earned it. But I'm just looking at, like, if you're constructing your roster to win a Super Bowl, obviously you need good receivers. Yeah. But looking at the list of Super Bowl champions here, man, I don't know how many have guys that they've paid top of the market to at the wide receiver position. The Chiefs got away with it last year. Hey, look, and if you want to say the Chiefs are an outlier because they got Pat Mahomes, fine, I'm not going to fight you. And Travis Kelce's a tight end. He's their best wide receiver. But if you go through the list here, I mean, man, the Patriots never had a top receiver, right? The Eagles, when they upset Alshon Jeffrey, was he their top receiver? Didn't have one. Green Bay, when they won the Super Bowl, they had what? Greg Jennings, Donald Driver. I don't think either of them were paid at the top of the market. Baltimore sure as hell didn't. Seattle sure as hell didn't. Denver, I mean, yeah, I guess Demaryius Thomas maybe, but I don't know that the wide receiver's ever been the player to put any of these teams over the top when you're talking about building a Super Bowl champion. I mean, the only outlier would be maybe you look at the Colts in 2006 with Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, but it even took a lot for them to get there, right? Their defense had to step up and finally play well. So it's not saying, hey, you don't need good receivers, but we talk a lot about the running back, and that's not a position that's worth paying. I think Miami screwed themselves. I don't think Miami's got a chance now. You've paid Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. They're both making what, top 8 money, maybe more. Maybe they're top 6 right now. You know, it is questionable. Is that the right position to throw $35 million top of the market money to? And that's not something I was really considering. But when you go down the rabbit hole and you kind of look at, okay, what are these teams doing to build a champion? Maybe the Rams with Cooper Kupp. Maybe that's the one team you can point to and say, hey, they paid a wide receiver and that they won a Super Bowl out of that.
You know, obviously acquiring talent, your scouts, your draft process is the most important thing for building a Super Bowl team. But after that, it's salary cap management. And what kind of an edge are you getting there? Are you getting an edge by saying no, like Bill Belichick did to the guys who were trying to reset market dollars, even though they weren't the absolute best player at the position? Or are you getting it by borrowing money from the future and using your credit card to buy now?
Right.
I think if you're using both of those along with drafting and developing quite well, then, you know, you're giving yourself and your organization a tremendous advantage. We've been looking at that for years, you know, and even when you do find an elite receiver on a Super Bowl team, it's almost always in a year where they hadn't hit the fatty boom bar yet, or their compensation was structured in a way where it wasn't killing their cap that year.
Right.
You could look at Demaryius Thomas with the Broncos as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned Cooper Kupp, so I'm like, yeah, let me go look and see what Cooper Kupp was doing, and he hadn't gotten the big money deal.
Okay, there you
when
go.
they had won the Super Bowl
and we're
yet.
getting good texts like Devontae Adams. Packers say no, thank you. And look where the Packers are now. They're back to contending. They could win the NFC this year. Chiefs said bye-bye Tyreek Hill. Right, and I guess the Chiefs might not be a good example for any of this stuff because of what they've got.
How much of an outlier they are, right?
But Randy Moss, arguably best receiver in NFL history, best receiving season. They didn't win the Super Bowl in 2007 with the Patriots. He doesn't have a Super Bowl ring.
You absolutely need a great receiving core. You need a great passing game. What do you think about having that superstar at the top of your group, Chief?
I mean, I'm sitting here nodding my head along to Walchuk here as he talks about it. Like, I'm all about, when discussing things, putting it into how does it help you win a Super Bowl? Because, like, what else are we doing here? When we're discussing the Cowboys, it's like you're envisioning something to try and get to a Super Bowl. So when I don't want to pay Dak all the money in the world as a very good quarterback and paying him elite money, I don't want to do that because I don't think history tells you that's how you win a Super Bowl, paying elite money to good quarterbacks. And you're laying out a pretty good situation here when it comes to the wide receivers over the years and who's getting all the money, who's the top five paid wide receivers in the NFL getting Super Bowl victories. I don't know. I mean, you even think about like Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs goes to Buffalo, and even that wasn't enough to put them over the top. Would they have been better off using whatever it is they gave to Stephon Diggs to shore up the roster in a couple of other ways? And could the Bills have been more fortified to try and go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs over the last couple of years? I don't know, but you're right. You don't see the big dog, high paid. It's not that good receivers don't win Super Bowls. Good receivers win Super Bowls all the time.
Right.
But they're not usually being paid like the best in the sport when they win it.
100%. And a lot of texts coming in, oh, you don't want to pay the running back, you don't want to pay the wide receiver. And I knew that was coming. You know who you pay? You pay your offense and your defensive lineman. You pay your quarterback if you had one of those, right? That's what's winning games. In the trenches, you want to pay a corner? Pay a corner. There's not a lot of good ones out there. I think now the special linebackers, the Fred Warners of the world, that's few and far between. If you get one of those elite guys, you pay one of those. You pay an edge rusher like a Micah Parsons. Those are positions that it's proven if you're solidified there, you're winning championships.
Pardon me, what the Patriots and now the Chiefs have done is they paid positions that caught the ball but weren't true wide receivers. So the top of that market is half of the wide receiver to get a tight end or a slot receiver. We're going to take Edelman and Welker and Gronk. These guys are going to catch about as many as a number one wide receiver, but will make half the amount of money because of the different position that they play. And I think, again, that's the salary cap anomics that the absolute elite teams that you use. And I just don't think the Cowboys are going to have a new idea. It would require caring about winning so much and obsessing over it so much. But they are business partners more than they are a team trying to come together with their players. And I think that's a massive difference. On top of that, CeeDee Lamb is the best 88 ever. Maybe not the biggest celebrity 88 ever, but he's awesome. And they gave him that 88 jersey. They co-branded him with the Cowboys and history that day they made him 88. They ain't walking away from that. You know how much Jerry loves having one of those to continue the legacy, the marketability, the story, the lore of this organization. And again, all those things in the leader of your organization are more important than winning a championship. So once again, we get a massive example of it. I don't think it's a big mistake to sign CeeDee Lamb or anything like that. I generally, you need great players.
Right.
You
do.
But when you are post-championship window, that's when every smart team in every sport says, why are we going to continue to pay these guys and kill our salary cap for the next 2 years when we don't really have a chance to win? Who should we trade for draft picks that, if we hit on those, is going to give us nearly an insurmountable advantage when we get like the Chiefs had? How do the Chiefs win without Tyreek Hill? All of the draft picks that they acquired in those two drafts, giving them the depth and the quality elsewhere on the roster. And we can only keep our fingers crossed that at some point the Cowboys will have a visionary leader that can make a decision like that. Tyler Guyton might not play Sunday with his illness. If you missed the story from Crosstalk, Dak Prescott is missing practice today due to ankle soreness. He was working awful hard in the offseason. He got a little tweaked there, wore the boot. I don't know if he's in a boot today, Chief.
Well, I guess you guys were right, man. Something was up in the air because Calvin Watkins is just saying that the Cowboys are finalizing trading Nahshon Wright, cornerback, to Minnesota. So that may be what was holding up.
So that something was going
some
down.
Of the front office folks.
That's a lot of hullabaloo for Nahshon Wright.
Yeah, well, I think when you combine the fact, okay, we're trying to pull off a trade, and then we're also trying to evaluate our quarterback not showing up to practice, and we know this is going to cause something. Let's all get together and make sure we're dialed on what our report is here on Dak, as he's not going to be practicing today. So maybe that combination of things held stuff up. I don't know, but I think what this does tell you, is that Kalen Carson, the rookie. My gosh, and I think I saw him having an interception, a pick six yesterday in the joint practice.
I know he had a pick.
I mean, he's been fantastic. I know a voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham, took issue, and I think that he didn't read the tweet very well that I put out yesterday. But that, to me, is your future. Like, Jordan Lewis, badass, having a great camp, but he's on a one-year deal. Ideally, Diggs, Carson, outside corners. You can kick Bland back inside. I know Deron Bland talked to us, and his most natural spot is on the outside. But that dude was special, playing inside the slot in his rookie season. And that might be the most important spot when it comes to DB play, with how they're moving the top wide receiver into the slot now.
Oh, my gosh, yes, 100%. I have more on this, but we got to get back to whatever you just said. He just sprinkled in there, Brad Sham misread his tweet, and I'm assuming fired back at you.
He always does.
That's his move.
Always does.
It's his move, but he has that right. Okay, so forget what I said, because they're just doing a player swap, a corner swap. Ooh. It's Nahshon Wright for Vikings corner Andrew Booth.
Okay.
So there you go.
I believe Andrew Booth from Clemson.
3-4 years back.
Yeah, maybe Zimmer's familiar with this guy, Andrew Booth. That would make some sense. There we go. Now we're connecting dots. We got to get back to this Brad Sham thing.
Yeah, how would you recommend Bully deals with this? I would put an eye roll emoji there.
I mean, I already replied and said I did say future in quotes, which if you read it, that's it. Jordan Lewis is on a one-year deal, Brad. I don't know if he's here next year, buddy.
Why, did you just buddy Brad Sham?
No, clearly you meant week 2. Get your stuff together, Wolchuk.
I love you, Brad. You're a legend, but gosh dang it, you're looking for fights with all of us.
Wolchuk has met his hero,
I think he gave up trying to fight me. Okay, Rangers are rained
Wait, how
out.
did you used to handle it?
I would
you completely just act like it didn't happen, try to avoid the confrontation? Okay, so you were just super respectful.
It wouldn't happen on X. You know,
but like on the pregame
post-game
show or post-game show.
Yeah.
I mean,
because he'll get you. I mean,
you're getting ready for pregame, Eric. I mean, he'll hear something 2 hours prior and bring it back up to you in the pregame.
I would just ask one question, put my headset down, and run.
You guys do the rest.
Dude, it's so funny you say that. I don't know what it was yesterday, something dawned on me about Sunday. We have our first pregame show. And so like I'm getting in the car and I'm just like driving. I got the family in the car. And I guess my wife could tell like I was really thinking. Like she's like, why are you thinking so hard right now? I was like, honestly, I just remembered like we got the pregame show and stuff. And I was like, I know I'm going to have to interview Brad Sham. I'm not joking with you. I said that. Like,
I need to make sure I phrase every word perfectly.
Every syllable of my question or two to Brad is not one that he is going to find something wrong with.
Team USA women cruise to their 60th straight win. They whooped Australia 85-64. They're going to be in the gold medal match once again. Congrats to Sha'Carri Richardson and the USA 4x1 Hundo team. They took the baton. She was in 4th place. About 12 seconds later, she was crossing the finish line in style, triumphant. Great Britain, Germany, and France all went down. Bad segue, I guess. Terrifying video out of Brazil. If you've seen that, a jetliner goes down. It went to a flat spin at 20,000 feet. Apparently, the flight records say it took a sharp up and then stalled, and then and it's a Vopas, a Brazilian regional airliner, operates a fleet of 1,500 aircraft. The ATR-72, no survivors. About 60 plus people.
Man, this is as crazy a video as you'll ever see. I'm like, oh my gosh, what? I was thinking maybe this is one of those like single engine, just random like 1 or 2 people kind of airplanes that you see go down from time to time. This is a full-fledged flight, dude.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
A legit jetliner in a flat spin, falling like a brick out of the air, just unbelievably gives me chills. Just I've been locked into it for about the last hour trying to get more info. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Jared Sandler joins you talking Rangers here next in the Nation.
It's afternoon.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. The G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in about 6 minutes. Segment of the Nation brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com as Jared Sandler joins you now here on your home of the Rangers. Yeah, I had a rain out today, man. Tough one in New York there with the storm still making its way through, and the East Coast is just getting doused with rain. So we're going to have a double header for you tomorrow starting at 12:30, and then the second one about 4 o'clock or so, and we'll be hanging out there at Hurtado in Arlington all afternoon, watching the games and competing with you in Fan Bowl 2024.
It's going to be amazing tomorrow. I cannot wait to be out there. Literally 24 hours from right now, we're going to be in the midst of the celebrations, waiting for tip-off. We'd be like 24 hours and 5 minutes away from tip-off, USA-France, going for gold.
Oh, my goodness, that is right.
It's just going to be an amazing experience. Like,
really cool.
Think about how fun it was yesterday at Hurtado in Mansfield, soaking all that in with the Tolos in real time, and then we're going to get to experience it again for gold with everyone tomorrow in Arlington,
all hanging out
the
with
city
our
of
besties.
champions.
As Jared Sandler joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared, good afternoon. How are you, buddy?
What's up, guys? We have a Fan Bowl tomorrow. Is that what it is?
We do.
That's right.
That's right. You're going to be there in spirit.
Yeah, no, unfortunately.
Quite a storm, huh?
What's that?
Quite a storm today, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's not often that you have a game banged like hours before gates even open, but I think it's happened twice now in New York, maybe the last 2 years. Each of the last 2 years, the Rangers have had a game postponed against the Yankees before gates even open.
So how badass was the White House visit yesterday?
Yeah, it was pretty cool, guys. It's cool to go, and I'm not a big history guy, and I'm not a big political guy, but like even I, just walking around, like recognizing this is a building in which like our country was built by decisions made by men and women in that building, and the history that's a part of it. It's incredible. And, here's the reality. Like, that was not a political event yesterday. That was a celebration of last year's Rangers team. And, it's more, in my opinion, a celebration of, what should be great about this country. People from different backgrounds, different beliefs coming together, and hopefully all rooted in compassion and love and respect. And, that was really special. And I'm, still grateful. I'll always be grateful for all the players and coaches and staffers who made last year possible and everything that came from that, and getting to go to the White House and see the president of the United States of America. Like, I never thought that, I guess like seeing George Bush at Rangers games, it's a little different because he's not in like his presidential capacity. He's just kind of a super famous fan. Right. But to see the president of the United States, like while he's working, I mean, that was neat. And we got to talk to, all sorts of different people, Secret Service agents who were super awesome, just like, answering all these questions and telling stories. And it was just really cool to get to experience that. I'm incredibly grateful.
Were you showing off your bald eagle bicep tat?
Yeah, no, I was for sure. Yeah. Bald eagle bicep tat, even, my boxers, everything.
Your Chuck Norris tattoo.
Definitely New York. You getting honked at?
Yeah, I'm getting honked at by my wife right now.
Get in the car, honey. Get in the car.
Yeah, I don't. She knows that I'm talking to you guys, and she's also currently upset at my outfit because I'm wearing basketball shorts, a purple polo, and then I'm wearing a pink headband because I don't want my hair to get like in my face.
Okay, you're channeling your inner Adam Sandler.
Yes.
Yeah, I really am. No, I am. You're right. Today, I'm doing this to honor Adam Sandler.
How surprised would you be if the Rangers have a great series here against these Yankees the way they're playing?
Well, I guess nothing would surprise me, Dawson, at this point. I don't know that you expect the Rangers to necessarily go to New York and sweep the Yankees. The Yankees are a really good team, but what happens if the Rangers wake up tomorrow on the right side of the bed? You play a doubleheader and you get rolling, you win the first one, and you just kind of roll through the second one, I mean, that'd be pretty sweet. But yeah, Dawson, this is just such a weird year, right? You know, up to this point, the Rangers really, I mean, there's no other word to describe it other than underachieved. You know, there's a lot of talent on this roster. The Rangers have had several seasons in franchise history in which they have not been good. They've missed the playoffs, but you know, a lot of those years you don't really expect them to make the playoffs. And this year is not in that category. And so, you know, there's still a lot of talent on the roster, but they just haven't been able to put it together for any legitimate stretch of time.
What was the toilet paper like in the White House?
So I didn't go to the bathroom. I was told I needed to, but
you idiot! Come on.
Yeah, I know. But honestly, guys, it was like everyone was super cool, but like I didn't want to step like the wrong place because like I don't know,
You'll get shocked. You'll get electrocuted.
Yeah, like listen, if Corey Seager walks in the wrong room, they're like, oh, not a big deal. As a matter of fact, like, yeah, you do now have security clearance because you're just a total badass.
Right.
If I walk in the wrong room, they're like, sir, next flight out to Dallas.
Intruder.
Yeah.
Intruder.
Yeah, right? Like, straight out, like, you know, I need, like, Gerard Butler from one of those, like, you know, Olympus Has Fallen movies to come and rescue me. But I did get the White House napkins. I brought some of those back.
You go.
With, like, a seal. That was pretty cool.
Right on, buddy. Well, have a good weekend up there, and we'll chat with you real soon.
Sounds good, fellas.
He's at Jared Sandler on X if you want to follow his adventures and his Rangers insights. It's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
The White House. The White House.
You've been there, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been there a few times. Sure have.
What was the toilet paper like?
I'm like Jared. I didn't go to the bathroom while I was there. No.
That'd be the first thing I do is like, can I go pee here? Where's the bathroom? Gotta get a lay of the land.
Ain't that what Forrest Gump said?
Yeah.
I gotta pee.
Yeah, that's right, dude. He knew what he was doing.
Then he mooned the president. President wanted to see them cheeks. Turn around, boy. Let me see what you got shot at in the butt. Let me see. That's a wild movie when you think about it, bro.
It's crazy.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Our winner. Let's go to Cleveland Browns training camp where Jameis Winston is putting some respect on Deshaun Watson. He's got some freaky stuff on his record. What is he doing there?
I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget. When you can go out, you can see practice, you can knick-knack, this, that, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Deshaun Watson is going to turn it on. He always going to find a way to shine when the lights come on.
Yeah.
Man, I just rhymed. Oh my, can I leave off that one? I know that one going to hit.
Man, Holo
The
Watts.
paddywhack, you might want to walk back.
Holo, yeah, that paddywhack.
Yeah.
That's an old school 80s rap. Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. My DJ said you're going home. What else we got for you boys? Doo-doo-boo-doo. Let me hold on 1 second, everybody, as I send this text message off to my barber because I had to cancel those that situation.
Yeah,
I want to make sure he doesn't charge me that $40 cancellation fee.
That's right. Yeah, we thought we were going at 5:30.
I want to let him know. Hey, it's me. It's your boy.
I'm
sorry. It's your boy. I'll see you tomorrow.
I promise I'm not making this up.
Yeah, I'm
you
not
can
making-
tune in. You can hear me. LA Live,
Check.
540.
The Rangers have a doubleheader tomorrow.
Yeah, man. All right, here we go. I got that taken care of. Let's see. The brother that beat Noah Lyles in the 200, the Botswana sprinter.
Yeah.
What's his name? Lestil?
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know, man.
You're in the ballpark.
Yeah, I'm close enough. I'm not from Botswana. But my man was talking hella spicy. Did y'all see that?
Dude, I literally I didn't even hear it. I just saw some quotes.
It was, yeah.
Talking spicy.
And it's great seeing the fellow Americans sitting next to him, and they're just like smiling because I don't know how much the other Americans like Noah Lyles.
Must have been a COVID denier. You know what I'm saying? Over there in Botswana, dude. Hey, I'm picking it up. Did y'all see the videos of the pre-fight or the pre-runs yesterday? He comes jumping out there. Noah Lyles looks like COVID is the furthest thing from his body.
Yeah, as a sprinter, why are you using so much energy? First of all, before the race. And second, if that's not AI or some type of editing from another situation, what are you doing, dog? I'm
like, what?
You can't lean on COVID, bro, when you just came in third. It's all good, man. Say, hey, the better man got me. Right. It's not COVID. The better man got me. I don't know, man. Yeah, look, I don't know, bro.
He came bouncing around out there like he'd already won.
Yeah.
You thought he'd already won.
He put on a whole concert like Eminem at the Bud Crawford fight.
He's a showman.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's this Botswana sprinter right here. They asked him about being face of track. Listen to what he said.
I think for me, I can't be the face of athletics because I'm not an arrogant or a loud person like Noah. So I believe Noah is the face of athletics.
Oh my gosh, arrogant or a loud person.
Oh, I thought he said peasant. It did sound that way.
Passing now, yeah.
Do you have to be? Can you not be quiet, humble, and be the face of a sport?
It's tough, man.
Is it?
It is. It's tough. I mean, just at least having some level of personality. If you're going to be Mr. Stoic guy, then people are just going to be resenting the fact that you are. Like Mike Trout, has he been the face of baseball? Maybe he has, but he's been certainly. He gets called out for not being a good face for it. That's for sure.
You do have Ronaldo, very arrogant, but also Messi, very humble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's harder to do. It's harder to thread that needle.
Noah's really putting on that American vibes right now. That arrogant American. Oh, you silly Americans.
Guy had freaking COVID. You can't even get your guys back.
Listen, I'm riding with him, dog. If you came in third and you had COVID, that's amazing. In the 200, you're the third fastest man in the world in the 200, even with COVID on your ass. That's amazing.
Absolutely.
But again,
don't lean on it.
The pre-sprint
because you were doing
festivities.
You were doing a lot.
You looked
You're
like
still fired up.
Yeah, you're fantastic. Yeah, maybe you're trying to psych yourself out. Absolutely.
He comes out like that all the time. That's a normal thing for him.
With or without COVID, apparently.
It could take 8% of your energy. And with 92%, you're still freaking ecstatic to be at the Olympics.
I don't know,
trying
man.
to put on a show.
I don't know. You won that last one by just a chesticle, by a nipple.
Yeah, he probably should have done it. Probably should have reserved all of his energy.
all of that, man. But hey, listen, that might, like Dawson said, that might be his vibe to do his thing to get in his mind frame.
Right.
I'm riding with the American.
Could have surprised me.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah. I'm looking at him side-eye, though, but I still got his back.
Quincy Hall showed out in the 400. Shout out to Quincy Hall, man. That was amazing. I've ran the 400 a few times in the competition-wise. And to dig that deep and come back from the fourth, that is running.
Yeah.
That man
painful.
Yeah.
Is he the 16-year-old? Quincy?
No. That's another cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen him this morning.
That was also awesome.
I didn't get to watch the race.
Imagine that, like 16 years old, you're in the Olympics.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Okay. Who is that? What's his name?
I'm going to find
I
out.
thought she was looking it up.
I am looking it up.
Anyway, you got me confused now. Now I don't want to say if this is Quincy Hall's brother, Milton.
It's Quincy Wilson.
Quincy Wilson. Two Quincy's, bro.
Couple Quincy's.
How you got some young Quincy's out here?
Q squared.
And young Miltons and everything. That's some old last
Milton
names.
is weird.
It's an old last name. Yeah, there's Quincy Hall's brother right here during the comeback. This is some live news. Quincy Hall's brother was pretty excited.
Man, this is awesome, man. This is 18 years in the making, dog. You don't understand. Miss Aisha and Quincy Hall been through it all to make it, man. Oh, man. I just keep saying, oh, man. God is good. He did it for his best friend, Brandon. He did it for his man, Rashid. He did it for his Uncle Tony. He did it for everybody, man. This is a blessing, dog. Like, God. Man. Quincy, I love you, dog. Man, that was crazy, man.
Like you saw him run that last 60 meters and coming back. What's the emotions going on?
The emotions seeing that. Hey, when he dropped that neck, he didn't get. He get to work.
What?
He say get home, son, for a reason. He say it's that dog for a reason. You heard me barking in the background for a reason. That's that dog, man. Oh, come on now. Hey, let's go, baby. Hey, yo, 2024 Olympic champion Quincy Hall, Kansas City, Missouri native. Hey, he did it for everybody, man. He did it for everybody. Put the cameras on somebody else, dog.
Quincy Hall's family fired up, man.
Man said he dropped that neck and did what? Went to work? That's crazy.
Went to work.
That is wild.
Pause
That's
the moment
wild
right there.
stuff.
Left it all on the field.
You left it.
Not as wild as the breakdancing, though. This is bad.
Oh, that breakdancing.
We should not have invited the rest of the world. It should be New Yorkers only.
Bronx.
Yeah.
Bronx in L.A.
Okay.
In Bronx in L.A. right now. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I've seen a few of those. Dak says the media needs to start holding out if they want more paper in their pockets.
I've said it over and over. I'm just present where my feet are, and I control what I can control. And
the noise is going to happen, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's about the contract, whether it's about my play. I can't stop that. I mean, you guys get paid pretty well to write headlines and to do your job, and respectively so, but I can't allow that to affect how I get paid in my job. You don't get paid well? A couple of y'all need to start holding out too then.
That's amazing.
That's a mic drop.
Freaking hilarious. Yeah, Dak, that negotiation go a little different. There's only about 15 of y'all that can play the game decently. There's a long line of people just biting at the chip to do what we do. All right, is it Jameis Winston talking Deshaun Watson? Is it the 200-meter champ talking to Noah Lyles? Can't be the face of athletics because he's not a loud person. Quincy Hall's family was fired up for him. Dak says the media
arrogant peasant.
Yeah. I'm going Dak.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh man, I think I'm gonna go with the guy who called out Lyles.
All righty, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Sorry, Jameis.
Quincy Hall's brother, Milton Hall.
Still.
And shout out to their mama for naming them young boys them old ass names.
Yeah, tied at 1. That must be a family name.
Man.
You got a great grandfather.
I'll go Dak.
Okay, by a score of 2-1. New G-Bag of the day. Champion is quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Not practicing today. Little ankle soreness. He's going to be fine. Okay, coming up next, what do we have, Chief?
Biggest L, biggest dub for the second time in the 2 o'clock hour in the history of the world. We go 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Broaddus will be done with Cowboys practice. He'll take a seat there on the tennis courts, tell us about the day. Eric Nadell is coming up at 3:20. Right now, in addition to Biggest L, Biggest Dub, here's Giafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Giafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Seems the 817 likes a little bit of violence and some good old-fashioned restaurant action. 817, Biggest Dub. Watch this lady who was under the influence, who attacked my manager, get her butt beat by another server, and then thrown out of the restaurant. Man, get a little entertainment. You know, you don't even have to pay extra for that.
Served her.
Absolutely served her. That's every good. Fast food restaurant needs one gal that can really fight.
Yeah, that's legit. It reminds me of, I remember that McDonald's video where they were all wishing there was at least one McDonald's employee who could have stood up to that lady that looked like an offensive lineman, just throwing dudes and chicks around.
Oh my goodness.
Right there in the middle of that lobby.
Guy was strong.
That's one of the more legendary clips of all time. But yeah, that's an impressive skill set. If you got one of those guys or ladies on your wait staff that's just waiting for that moment because they're ready to handle a situation.
Yeah. Pay him double too.
Yeah, for sure.
Who do you need me to put out of here, huh? Right here?
Who is it?
Come on, you come with me, baby.
Big dub to Adam Sandler fans, as it looks like he will be having a new stand-up special on Netflix coming later this month. So now I'll tell you what, the last one he did, and it's been some years now, I would say it's been probably like 4 or 5 years since Adam Sandler had a Netflix stand-up. That last one he did was absolutely fantastic. And the way he works in like his little music bits and stuff, like his goofy songs or whatever. Adam Sandler, the last I saw him do a stand-up there on Netflix was an absolute freaking home run. So I will be very much so looking forward to this one. Let's see here. We have the 903 Biggest L of the week was the 10 minutes of thoughts we were about to get after re-signing Dak Prescott, as everybody thought that that's what it was about to be. We all thought that Dak was maybe getting a deal done when in fact he was trying to figure out how to explain to everybody why his ankle was going to prevent him from practicing today. So it was a false alarm. It's a false alarm on that end. But that certainly is an L for Dak, not getting to get out there and practice today. I just pulled some sound of Deion Sanders handing an L to a reporter. We will get to that sound coming up here a little bit later on in the program. But my goodness, there's a pretty funny primetime interaction with a reporter today that we will be addressing.
You know, I never thought that we could actually get a deal done with Dak today, but maybe in a way that's kind of holding up Lamb. You know, I guess that could make sense. But at this point, I would be surprised if we get a Dak deal done before like March 10th.
Yeah, I don't think anything's happening this year.
Yeah, like when everybody was kind of saying like, oh, this might be happening here. I'm like, wow, the Cowboys must be really bringing it strong.
Yeah,
with a financial offer, because there's really very little reason for Dak and his team at this point to agree to anything, because when he gets on the open market next year, it's going to be just they're going to be making it rain on him.
I thought, what if the Cowboys went and said, hey, we can do this deal right now. If you make us wait till March, we're going to be done. This is your last chance. You know, I just don't know if anybody is interested in negotiating that hard right now.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that would be another deviation from the way that the Cowboys do business. That would be a massive surprise as well.
Be a huge surprise. 214, Biggest Dub. Finally getting a job after 3 months being unemployed.
Congratulations.
Nice work, 214. Gosh, I can't imagine what the stresses of that situation is like. Trying to job hunt, how many different interviews you're on, like all those different like websites that are helping you acquire interview opportunities.
Get the resume together again.
Yeah, always digging up the resume.
Talking to bill collectors.
Yeah, man. It's just, it's a grind. Couldn't be happier for you, 214. That's wonderful.
God, them bill collectors are tough, too. Yeah. Hey, do you have like an aunt or something you can borrow the money from?
Yeah. Anybody else that you can owe money to instead of us?
Yeah, boy.
And they fool you, man. I still get FedEx office calling me. I've caught on to that now. I know it's not FedEx.
No.
Fool me once. FedEx office.
Yeah, that's some credit corporation.
I'm like, how did you get in cahoots with FedEx? How did you make it to seem like it was FedEx calling me? Fool me once. 214, biggest dub. 8 months clean and sober off of all opiates and benzos. Good for you.
Bravo, 214.
Congratulations.
That's progress.
That's high level difficulty.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the grind, especially the first, the initial portion of those 8 months, going cold turkey on those.
Yeah.
He's taking good poos now, too. Good, solid poos, bro. They move when you want to.
Yeah, man. No more Hail Mary fiber thins.
Yeah. Like I was telling Dawson the other day, the disappointment is when you're constipated and you realize, man, this is just not going to happen for me. I got to get on up off the toilet.
This is just not going to happen.
That's the real
Don't even have to
wipe.
It's so disappointing.
Man. Yeah, that is a bad feeling that I don't look forward to. 469 Big Dub. Also, Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore 2 coming out as well. Yes, that's a very exciting thing. I'm looking forward to that in a huge way. 972 Biggest Dub. Made it through another week not punching my boss.
Congratulations.
Nice. 972. I'm proud of you for the discipline and the ability to stay calm, cool, and collected in the in the heat of battle. It can be difficult. 806 Biggest Dub. Got an internship with the Port of Corpus Christi Emergency Response and Recovery Team. Let's go. Nice, 806. Doing the Lord's work out there.
Guess you're going to be streaming us.
Biggest L, going to miss listening to y'all on the dial. Going to have to punch up the Odyssey app. No problem. App. Odyssey app's ready to go. Back that app up, baby.
A lot of people, that's the only way they listen anymore. Go ahead, snuggle up to it.
Yeah, it was cool. I was chatting with Tolos yesterday, and they're like coming in. They got their headphones in. They're like still listening. They're on their lunch break or whatever, working out in the field. We got some blue collar, hard working mofos, man, and I absolutely love them for it. Coming in for a little bite to eat at Hurtado yesterday. Plugged up on the Odyssey app.
Lunch break, stopping by, saying what's up.
Big L to the Olympic field hockey player who was arrested for allegedly trying to buy cocaine in Paris. Allegedly.
Oh, no.
Allegedly.
Who's this now?
Could have been just a happy mix-up there. It was an Australian Olympic field hockey player. Yeah.
Wow.
Going for
the throes of a cocaine addiction, competing at the highest levels.
That's probably a guy who thrives on that stuff, and he's like, dude, if I'm gonna get gold, like I'm doing this for my team and my country. This isn't even about me anymore. If you guys want me to perform at my highest level, I'm a creature of habit, okay? And this is a serious habit.
My habit is cocaine.
And speaking of, biggest dub of the week is going to go to the DEA, who seized almost $500 million in methamphetamine hidden in a shipment of tomatillos. They're getting creative with where they're wedging this stuff. You know, every day they're finding new things to be like, maybe we could hide our drugs in this. And then it's like a bunch of Taco Bell burritos. This time
that was hilarious.
This time it was a bunch of green tomatoes.
Interesting.
I don't even know.
I don't know how that works.
I don't know how it works, but they did their damnedest, and unfortunately they're catching that L. But I'm gonna give the dub to the DEA. That's a big.
Somebody snitched.
It's a big dub going into the weekend for them.
Somebody snitched, bro. I seen a truck with like a false bottom, and they opened it up and like people got out. I was like, how did they know?
What? Yeah, somebody. You're right.
They had a false bottom in the bag. I was like, oh, somebody snitched,
What's that
bro.
bookshelf doing right there? Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
It is the G-Bag Nation here. 1 down, 4 to go. If you didn't hear, the Rangers game was rained out, so you get full G-Bag Nation and no Rangers disappointment with your afternoon or evening hours today. Sorry. I think they earned that shot fired, though. And you know how much I'm a Rangers guy. Okay, NFL News of the Day is coming up next as Broaddus joins us live from the tennis courts. We'll check where you taking it.
Ayuk made a smart decision. The Panthers' runaway scare, and even the best can forget their pants. That's next.
Groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Broaddus is joining us from Oxnard here any minute now, as I believe Cowboys practice has concluded. Very eventful day, even though it was a less intense practice than maybe anyone they've had to this point. But, Dak was out. They made a trade, and Dak's ankle soreness was back. They traded a depth corner to Minnesota, right? Who was it? Mukuamu? Nashon Wright. Nashon Wright moved to Minnesota.
Nashon Wright.
Player for player swap. There's Broaddus. How the hell are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Great to be with you guys this afternoon.
It's good to have you. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
All right, so the Cowboys did make that trade, the swap of corners. They get a former second-round pick, Andrew Booth Jr., who I'm sure we'll hear about more. Brian's got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:45, and I'm sure you'll probably do like a deep dive study on him when you get time. Maybe we'll circle back.
Got a scouting report on him right now.
Perfect. Well, we'll hit that. That's going to be perfect. I can't wait to hear that. Juju Smith-Schuster got released today by the New England Patriots. In other NFL news, as Juju, man, he looked like he was about to be one of the next budding superstars at the wide receiver position, and then he leaves Pittsburgh. He's dealt with some injuries, just hasn't quite been the same. So I don't know what the next step is for him. Kansas City, I mean, he was successful there, but they brought in Hollywood Brown. They drafted Xavier Worthy. They've still got Rashee Rice. Maybe Rashee Rice gets suspended. That opens up a spot for Juju Smith-Schuster, but Patriots, I guess, that says a lot because they're hunting receivers. I mean, we knew they were interested in Brandon Ayuk. They drafted Jalen Polk. They drafted Javon Baker this past draft, but man, that means Juju's just not very good if the Patriots are saying goodbye.
Probably Dunsky. I bet he'll get at least one more opportunity, and then if he wants to keep playing, it'll be in the XFL or something like that. But he's done quite well for himself.
Yeah, made a lot of money.
It looks like just he got old early.
He did. Now, Brandon Ayuk turned down the Patriots trade and that $32 million per season because he didn't like their quarterback deal that they've got. Like, he wasn't a believer in Drake May. Mm-hmm. Wasn't a believer in what they've got cooking with Jacoby Brissett, and I know Joe Milton's kind of really turned some heads there. You talk to people at Tennessee, he's like the greatest practice player of all time, but he did look okay yesterday in the preseason game, threw a nice touchdown pass to Jaquay Jackson out of Tulane. But I think this was probably a smart move for Brandon Ayuk. You're looking at where you're going to go next, and if I don't have a team that I'm believing in their quarterback, why should I go there in the first place? I side with the player on this one.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's not like he's still willing to go to Pittsburgh, where you're not going to do much in the way of winning.
But he believes in the head coach, and they do win.
Well, I mean, if you want to win 8 games, but like.
Well, I mean, they don't lose. I mean, they win 9 at least every single year, right, and make the playoffs. So maybe he likes Justin Fields. Maybe he likes Russell Wilson. But, I mean, he knows with Mike Tomlin, he's not going to be on a losing team there. Mike Tomlin doesn't have losing records.
Why do we have the feeling that he's going to sign back with San Francisco?
Maybe he will.
I think to me, it's their, San Francisco is going to look at him and go, listen, you don't want to go here, you don't want to go here, you don't want to go here. Okay, we'll offer you this. We'll sweeten it up for you a little bit, and maybe you want to stay here. He might be seeing that the grass is really not greener somewhere else. Maybe it ain't all about the money. You're running me to some teams that I don't think are very competitive, and I don't want to be a part of that just because I got a little bit bigger contract.
Like if you're Brandon Ayuk, San Francisco offers you 28, which supposedly is the report that they did.
Sign.
Taking that, I would.
Sign.
I mean, that's still what did Waddle get? 28.5.
Yeah, something.
And I think that's
something like
they're comparable type of players, right?
I mean, but that's really like $20 million guaranteed, right? If like 3 of it's guaranteed.
The guaranteed money would be, and hey, that might be a good play for Ayuk. Like, all right, I'll take less per year, but I need the guarantees to be more. Like, I need to make sure I'm getting the majority of this contract. I know I'm getting the money.
Yeah, I mean the San Francisco taxes are probably way worse than what you're paying if you get traded to Cleveland. Like I think that feels like something that would be a pretty big factor there. But yeah, how much does winning matter in San Francisco? You're going to not just be 8 or 9 wins. You're going to be in the playoffs, and you're likely going to be in a conference title game, and there's a pretty solid chance you'll be in a Super Bowl again. Yeah. So how much does that matter to you? So if it was all about the money, then it would have sure been you just take the 32 and you go to New England, and in 2 years you get yourself out of there, I guess, you know?
Man, they're really working hard to find him the perfect spot, aren't they?
They are.
Well, that's the thing, is because he has to sign off on it.
He does, and they're waiting on that. That's their whole thing. And talking to people out there and talking to Gang of 7 people that kind of know what's going on, they're very adamant about, listen, we want to do what's right for the guy. If he wants to move on, and they had trade partners that the New England deal was acceptable to them. They have acceptable trade offers. They're just trying to make sure the player goes where he wants to go. And so I think that's the biggest issue right now. Or they, if this thing, I say, they could go, hey, we're out of trade partners here. You could sign with us and, we can maybe work some things out. But man, if you keep telling me no, I don't have anybody else to trade you to. I'm sorry.
It'll be interesting. Do they have the cap space that they're willing to do 28 instead of 32? Like that seems like you could create a little bit of wiggle room with how you structure it. I just think that they're out of slots for essentially max paid players, under their salary cap, and they got to move on one way or another.
Especially if they end up a year from now, we're talking about Brock Purdy. What are they going to do there? So that's definitely going to have their hands tied once their quarterback gets paid. Now, they do a good job, it seems, of staggering contracts, much like the Eagles do, and maneuvering money so it doesn't all seem to be hitting at the same time. But I don't know. That's one where you can't pay everybody. Maybe Ayuk was the one that they looked at and said, this is the most we can give you, man, with our cap situation. This was a scary deal. Carolina played New England last night. They get in at 2:35 a.m. Friday morning at the Charlotte airport. They flew on Delta, but the flight ended up running off the runway. Now, I guess emergency crews respond. Everybody was okay. It took a skid into the mud while it was taxiing to Wilson Air Center, and the lighting ended up being a little bit off, apparently. But, man, that would be terrifying. Like, you land, next thing you know, you're skidding off the runway, you're in a ditch in the mud. Luckily, everyone was okay here, but, man, a scary moment for the Carolina Panthers.
Did they have to pop the doors to get everybody off?
Yeah, they had to deboard right there on the runway.
They did.
Did they hit the slides?
I didn't see video of it. Maybe they did hit the slides.
I don't think it was an emergency like that. They might have just brought up staircases.
I think they probably just boarded up and normally.
You want to hit those slides, don't you, Brian?
I think that'd be a blast.
You know what? I really don't. I always volunteer when the lady asks, hey, will you get the door off? You're not going to have to worry about me. I will get the door off if I have to. Yeah, even if I have to push Chief out of the way to get the door off, I'll do that.
I'll yank that door.
Yeah, I don't want to use those slides in an emergency, but if they want somebody to pull off a demonstration,
I tell you what, man. Yeah, because you got to do.
Fun.
They got the technique where you have to kind of jump in the air and then go down. But you got to take, you take your belt off and all that other stuff because you don't want anything to catch on the slide and rip it.
Makes sense.
For the other people. You got to make sure that you're ready. Shoes off, boom, let's go. Get down that slide. Yeah.
And I told you guys yesterday about Falcons wide receiver who they traded for from Arizona, Rondale Moore. He had a non-contact injury, had to get carted off the field yesterday. Leg was in an air cast. He's officially been placed on IR due to a season-ending knee injury. So a big loss there for the Falcons when it comes to their wide receiver core. But Pat Mahomes was mic'd up at Kansas City Chiefs practice, baby. And I'll tell you, sometimes you just forget what you need on a practice field, and it just makes Patrick Mahomes that much more human as well. He forgot kind of an important detail for a padded practice.
Oh, dude, I didn't put my pants on. Think anyone notices? I forgot my pants pads. Hey, I forgot my pads, my pants. Maybe you'll think my quads are so big that they look like pants.
I doubt it.
I'm like an idiot now, dude. Gotta go put my pants on. See you later, Creed.
Go get dressed.
Forgot to put my pants on.
Looks like an idiot now. Man, even Pat Mahomes forgot something.
That's a big thing for Andy Reid. He's an all pads in guy.
Yeah,
that's why he's kind of panicking right now, because Andy would have probably said something to him, even though he's one of the best players in the National Football League. But Andy's big on wearing all your gear.
You think they'll notice? You think I can get away with this? No, I don't. I don't think you can, Patrick. I don't think you can.
He's the only coach left with some standards, isn't he? The Bill Belichick.
I remember Andy would walk around and he would, hey, you don't have your thigh pads. And then those receivers started doing it with a little. They would take a knee pad and cut it into like a little, almost like a skull can. Ooh. And then that's what they would wear. And Andy's like, no, we're not playing that way today. He had trouble with Hill and all those guys, but Andy is a big stickler on having all your equipment in. So yeah, I remember those days of him. I think I think
he looks
the
like
only
a
one.
PE coach, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
he's the only one that I ever remember. I don't remember any other coaches ever. I think Tom Coughlin, I should have probably paid better attention there, but he was surely yelling at me about something, so I didn't pay much attention.
Was
But yeah.
Parcells big on that?
Oh yeah, Parcells was
Okay.
a gear guy, but not like Andy. Andy was a walk around and hey, you get your tail pad in today, and nobody wears a tail pad. We did in 1978, but not anymore.
Yeah,
But
Andy, come on.
I think protecting the tail is pretty important.
Oh yeah, tailbone thing is. Hey, I saw a deal the other day where like babies can wear this thing, Wolchuk. You might want to look into it.
Okay.
It's like this vest, but it has a little donut on the back of their head, and when they're walking and they fall backwards, they don't like smash their heads.
That might be something I definitely need to get
Yeah,
into.
I've never seen this before. I'm like, babies are tumbling right and left, but this like little vest with a protective on the head part, they can fall on their back and it doesn't injure them at all.
And some of this gear
But
that they've got for the babies now, it's
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Broaddus, after some of the stuff, some of the spills in Oxnard, I might want to see if they make adult sizes in this for
I'll
you.
tell you what, man, it is. My knee still hurts. I'm not gonna lie. It's still, and it's. I've tried to kind of get it right, but it's just not. It's not coming back like I thought it
We
would.
need to get you in full pads, man.
No, we need to get Broaddus on the umbilical cords with the rest of the injured guys.
Yeah,
you're right.
I might go to Britt Brown, man. Me and Deuce Vaughn will hanging out over there.
Yeah, part of the rehab crew.
Get ready.
Yeah.
Britt will get you into shape. Well, okay, speaking of Britt Brown, he's the guy that's going to tell you like it is. Sean McVay jumped on Pardon My Take, and Big Cat is trying to sell him on this fake punt deal, and I think McVay just has the common response that probably all NFL personnel have when they're driving around listening to us talk on the air.
Ready for this play?
Yeah.
Fake punt.
I'm confused.
Okay. You snap the ball to the fullback or someone standing about 5 yards behind the center.
I know, but why?
And then
You're already
fakes
criticizing
the
me
punt.
for punting it on fourth down.
I understand, but no one expects the fake punt. Because they say, oh, fake punt, then he laterals to the
down and
punter,
distance?
then he punts.
When are we doing this?
Second down?
Why would we just give away a possession?
It will everyone up. Sometimes you got to people up.
You know what? Sometimes you got to shut the up.
Sometimes you got to shut the F up. What a great bar.
And sometimes you're thinking too much yourself. Just shut the bleep up.
He was trying to dial up a second down fake punt.
Fake punt. Yeah.
Quick kick.
Pin him down.
We're
with
gonna
the
fake
punter in the
punt
game.
this.
We really trust our
You're going
defense.
to see it coming on second down.
Why
with
would
the
I
punter
just
in the
give
game.
up a possession? Just shut the bleep up, Big Cat.
That has less to do about trusting your defense and more to do about having no faith in your offense. We're
That's
just
something where, hey, the Giants at times, maybe they should have.
They should have busted out the fake.
Okay,
punt.
I got two things on this. Number one, that sounds like the kind of sports show I'd love to listen to more.
It's a good show.
But number two, we need to start planning for multiple throws of the ball on the same play.
Yeah. I do like this idea.
I know these are football players, and they're like, oh, ball, I can't throw it and catch it. What kind of an athlete are you? Okay? We have multiple quarterbacks on the team. A lot of wide receivers played quarterback in high school. This is the biggest opportunity staring offensive minds in the face.
Well, hell, Matthew Stafford, it looked like yesterday in the practice, Brian, he ended up catching a pass that
He
got
did.
deflected and
It's
scored.
amazing. It's amazing. The ball gets knocked in the air, and he sprints to the goal line to make it a contested catch, and he catches it and gets in.
It's like Mariota, right?
I'm
in that
like,
playoff game?
what? I go, I mean, they protect these quarterbacks to a point. He sees it go in the air, and he's going to get a touchdown out of this thing. So it was amazing. I'm like, why? Why would he? He could have injured himself, but that's Stafford. He was trying to, and he did. He pulled it off.
Everybody in soccer and basketball knows the ball moves way faster than the players. In football, we're stuck in the 50s still, to be honest with you.
Finally here.
Called you out, Brian.
He did.
It's okay, man.
Caveman. Krusty. Shout out to Frank Gore. He's going to be inducted into the San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame. They're going to do it on a Monday night game against the Jets, September 8th. I believe that might be their season opener.
And yes, I might turn it over 3 or 4 times in a game, but the other 6 times we're going to score touchdowns.
Hey, I'll take the 6 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Kind of sounds
Were
like
people calling you out for your take that on the text? Is that what happened, Dawson? That you had to
No, I just
jump
wanted to
that
add
one in
more
there
to it. I thought it was more interesting than what Wolchuk was talking about.
He's just trying to fight.
You know, kind of like my 60-second player yesterday. Yeah.
Gosh.
Stop talking about the 60-second player, Broaddus. You know what I mean.
No, I'm a big
back to you,
Ryan Florida guy.
Wolchuk.
You know that. And the Commanders are going to retire. This is also one of your favorites, Darryl Green, number 28
Oh, my
jersey,
gosh.
halftime
Yes.
week 7 against
Yeah.
the Panthers. So shout out to Darryl Green getting into the Hall of Fame. That's one of the fastest players in the history of the sport.
Even at age 50, dude.
I think he can
Guy's
still get it
running
done.
4 threes, I think. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Broaddus. Anything else?
No, all good.
Brian,
Thank
you got anything else?
No, I'm good.
But Brian, one more thing.
Yeah.
You got anything?
We got Eric Nadel coming up next. You looking forward to that?
I tell you what, I am looking forward to Eric, yes.
Nice little baseball conversation.
You got a rain out, right,
Speaking
today?
of Flournoy, I got told it was Flanoy, like the R is silent. Can you do some
I've
hunting
heard
on that?
75 different versions.
What is
of
the
it.
right way to say his damn name?
I have no
Brian?
idea. I'll ask. I mean, I'm out here for a reason. I'll find that out for you, Wolchuk.
Thanks, buddy.
So you don't mess it up 75 times this weekend.
That's exactly
Just
what
want to
we
make
need.
sure he's out there for the walkthrough today,
When he
Broaddus.
catches a touchdown, Brian, we're going to need to know about this.
Of course, speaking of this weekend, we will be at Hurtado Arlington tomorrow for Fan Bowl. There's going to be a doubleheader going on, a gold medal Olympic basketball game, a gold medal soccer game, and everything in between. Come enjoy the festivities with us. And we're back with Eric Nadel here on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Shoot ya. Welcome back, nation. Segments brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, as it's time now for the Eric Nadel Show here on The Fan, powered by the Good Feet store, and it's joining you now, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. And Advanced Body Scan. It's Eric Nadel here in the nation, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Enjoying a semi-rainy day in New York.
Yes. Is it nice enough that you can at least get out and do a little something? Or are you stuck in the hotel?
Yeah, no, it's been okay this afternoon. There's been a few periods of light rain. Apparently, it's supposed to get much worse, within the next couple of hours, and not let up until after 10 o'clock tonight. So they made the prudent decision, I guess, and kept everybody from traipsing out to the stadium and called it early.
So when you get to go back to New York, do you still have some spots that you like to visit from your childhood, or any favorite restaurants or local joints to hit up?
Yeah, not really childhood spots. My childhood spots, I grew up in Brooklyn, and it's kind of a hassle to get there. I don't really have the ambition to do that. But in Manhattan, I've got lots of places I like. There's a Cuban restaurant called Guantanamera, which has live music every night. And I got a chance to go there last night. I went to a Broadway show called Stereophonic, which is a wonderful show about a rock band recording an album, which is loosely based on Fleetwood Mac recording the Rumors album in 1976. It was a wonderful show. The music is by Arcade Fire. And afterwards went to Guantanamera, took in a Cuban band and some great Cuban food. That's just one of the many places that I love to go here in New York.
My sophomore year. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Eric, if you had to watch a documentary on baseball or a documentary on music, are you taking music every single time?
It kind of depends on what the music documentary is.
Muscle Shoals, the Muscle Shoals thing. The Muscle Shoals one in the recording studio in Alabama. Have you ever seen that one?
Oh, yeah, it was fabulous. Love that one. There's one called The Wrecking Crew, which I love, about the backup band for all of the hits of the 60s. The Glenn Campbell documentary is sensational. The Shania Twain documentary is tremendous. There's a great one about the Avett brothers. I don't miss many of those.
Eric Nadel here with you on 105 through the Fan. The Guantanamera reminded me of my sophomore year Spanish class. Mrs. Combe taught us the great song Guajira Guantanamera. Isn't that a great song? Yeah.
They played it last night. The band closed with that.
Nice. There we go. Nice. Man, that is so cool. So how do you like a good double header still? You up for that tomorrow?
When I was a kid, every year on my birthday, I would force my dad to take me to a doubleheader, either the Mets or the Yankees, whoever was home around my birthday. And I'm sure he hated it. And he always agreed to go, but, we would leave in the middle of the second game. He couldn't quite make it through the doubleheader. And broadcasters hate doubleheaders. It's, it's just too much baseball for one day. It's better now with the pitch clock, of course. But the first time we actually played at Shea Stadium, and the only time the Rangers played at Shea Stadium in interleague play, was the last year of Shea Stadium. And I kept thinking as that series started how I would force my dad to go out to Shea Stadium and sit there, for 5 hours or whatever it was. And then we had a Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend. The Saturday game got rained out.
Ooh.
The Sunday game was Father's Day, and I had to do a doubleheader.
There you go. Wow.
And it was my karma for dragging my dad to all those doubleheaders. And it was a horrible day. It was 85 degrees and 80% humidity, and we were dying up there. And I'm sure my dad was up above us just laughing.
So was he a broadcaster or just not a big baseball fan?
He was a big baseball fan until the Dodgers moved to L.A. He was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan. When the Dodgers moved to L.A., he completely lost interest in baseball. And at that point, he was going to games really just for my sake. But when I got this job, all of a sudden, both of my parents became really interested again and really closely followed the Rangers and everything that was going on in baseball.
It's Voice of the Rangers, Eric Nadel here with you on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed it, rained out today, doubleheader tomorrow starting at 12:30 here on your home of the champs. Now, Yankees, best team in baseball right now?
Well, it's a good question. The Phillies have been struggling of late, so I don't know if you would go with them anymore. It's a good one. I still kind of like the Orioles. I think that they probably have the best team, at least of the teams that we've seen. They do. We haven't seen the Yankees yet, and we haven't seen the Red Sox yet. So this road trip is really going to be telling, and it's coming at a crucial time, of course. That doesn't need to be said.
What do we know about the pitching matchups, and how do you like them?
Well, I don't know if they're going to stick with the original matchups or not, or if either one of the managers is going to change the order of the starters, now that it's a doubleheader tomorrow. But, the first game we were supposed to have Bradford and Rodon, and Rodon's had a very erratic season, not nearly the year the Yankees thought that he would have in a year that so far has been fully healthy for him. And the Rangers have Cody Bradford, who since coming back from the back injury has not looked anything like the pitcher who went 3-0 to start the year. Whether the back has something to do with it or just a matter of rust. He is due for the kind of game that he had in those 3 starts back in April. So that's the one we're kind of focusing on. After that, we've got Garrett Cole and Eovaldi, if they stay in order, which is about as good a matchup as you can possibly get.
Love that. Love a pitcher's duel like that. Now, what about watching Aaron Judge? I mean, where does that fall in line for you right now of like guy you most look forward to watching, particularly at the plate?
Well, considering the year that he's having, I'm looking forward to watching him, not looking forward to seeing the damage that he might do. And seeing now that he has a chance to break his own record, the 62 home run record. He's just very slightly behind that pace, and he's been on a tear for the last month or 2 months. Really looking forward to seeing Juan Soto as well. Haven't seen too much of him, in the interleague play, just a few games the last couple of years. So, we'll see the Yankees this series and then the first week in September back at our place, and we'll have a much better feel for what that tandem looks like, batting second and third or third and second, depending on how Aaron Boone's hitting him this week.
Eric, we've had a blast watching the Olympics during our show, and it seems like maybe baseball is going to get back into the Summer Games 2032 in Brisbane. What do you think about baseball as an Olympic sport? And would you like the big leaguers to be given the opportunity to compete?
I'd like to see them get the opportunity to compete. I really don't think it's doable the way the Major League Baseball schedule is laid out. I really don't think it's going to happen. But I don't have a problem with the major leaguers not being in the Olympics. I don't think they need to be. I understand that, some of the other countries, Japan, in particular, are probably putting out a better team than the United States because of the lack of the major leaguers. But we put out a pretty representative team in these Olympics. And, when you consider that last time David Robertson was the closer, during what was a comeback year for him from arm surgery, I think we do okay without the major leaguers. And I don't really want to see the big league schedule, delayed for 2 weeks or pushed back into October for 2 weeks. I just don't see it happening. But I certainly think that baseball and softball should be back in the games. And when you see some of the sports that are in there now, and, I don't mean to demean, any of the sports, but the cross canoeing or cross kayaking or whatever that is, that looks like these guys are on a log flume ride.
Yeah.
Some of these sports to me are not as deserving as baseball. Let's just put it that way.
How about the breakdancing? You getting in on the breakdancing action?
Somehow I'm not considering that as a sport either. I understand it can be a competition. I understand it's an art. I just don't think of it as a sport.
I'll agree with you on most of those points.
I'll
Eric.
drink to that.
Yeah, we don't need to be squeezing out great traditional sports to be, making them up for to get everybody involved. If you ask me, as more of a stick and ball type of sports fan, I'd like to see more of those kind of things in the Olympic Games. But it is a Friday, buddy, and I'd love to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Well, what I'm thinking is that this road trip is absolutely crucial. And as you guys know, I am very reluctant to place a larger importance on a particular game or group of games over any others. But the Rangers have a chance to get buried here if they don't do well on this road trip. You go from 5.5 games out. If they come back and they're 7.5 or 8.5 games out, it's really hard to foresee a path to winding up in the playoffs. So, they really have to at least split this road trip or go 4-2. Or, they're going to come home probably in a lot of trouble. And being in New York, there are now more coffee places in Manhattan, I think, than there are in Seattle. But I'm a particular fan of Gregory's Coffee in Manhattan. There are a lot of them all over town. And if people come to visit New York, check them out. They've got a good variety of coffees. I really like it. Gregory's Coffee.
Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend. As soon as it dries out, we'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes, Eric Nadel with you every Friday here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I got a scouting report for you for a player we just traded for and some thoughts from practice. We'll do that next.
I love it.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Happy Friday to everybody. We'd love for you to join us tomorrow at Hurtado in Arlington for the best barbecue in North Texas and Fan Bowl 2024. The corner right here is brought to you by Dallas College. Your future begins here, and it's Krusty live on the tennis courts.
Thanks, General. Appreciate that, and thanks to Dallas College for being a part of this. You guys promoting this Fan Bowl stuff, huh? Ready for this tomorrow?
We're pumped, man. We're ready to rock.
Ready.
Yeah.
Dawson, are you going to play? Are you going to actually play a game? Are you actually going to try and play one of these paper football games?
He can flick it with the best of them, Broaddus.
What
you know
are you
that.
suggesting, Brian? Of course I'm going to play. I'm the best to have never won the big one.
I was
This
just
is my
cur-
year.
Do we know who your first round matchup is by any chance?
I think it might be Wolchuk.
It might be me. We don't know for sure.
What?
I got drunk Will Chambers, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Light work.
He'll be in the bag by 3:00.
Yeah, Will show up with a bottle of Brown in his hand, and so he won't be any good. He won't be any good. I was just curious if you've been practicing at all, Dawson. I know you're a big fan of this paper football stuff.
Might have got a couple of practice kicks yesterday at Hurtado in Mansfield.
Damn
Thank
it.
you very much.
A disadvantage now.
I would say you're probably in trouble, Wolchuk, to be honest with you.
Probably am, man.
Probably being
I'm chalking
trouble,
up the L.
All right. Speaking today we had a shells practice today. And I will at the end of after I talk about this shells practice a little bit, I'll get into this cornerback that we traded for today here with the Dallas Cowboys. On the injury report, the guy that didn't practice today was Dak Prescott. Today was really a rest day for him. It really wasn't anything to do with ankle soreness, I don't believe. I think they were just giving him a reason not to practice today. But the practice was really based a lot on, they were using cards. And when I talk about cards at practice, here they worked against the Rams yesterday, but they went ahead and they took their backup players, the guys, a lot of the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and they got them ready for this game is what they did. So you saw a lot of Cooper Rush today. You saw a lot of Trey Lance today. And I think that, like I say, they're getting these guys ready. When the offensive line, our young tackle, Guyton, practiced today. So I think he'll be good to go for the Rams game on Sunday. But it was pretty much all the backups were taking all the reps when they called for the first, the first group, and then so it's all your seconds, your thirds, your fourths are getting that work. The ones were just, you kind of had an idea that they have a plan. It just looks like they're not going to play many of their starters at all in this particular game. Just for watching how they ran their offense and their defense today, it didn't appear that we're going to see a lot of these starters on Sunday. So if you're looking forward to that, that's kind of where we're at. Any questions about that, boys?
Yeah, any at all? Like rookie starters, you think?
Well, I think
your guys, where's the cutoff?
Nealon, Guyton, Carson.
Those guys, Guyton.
Give me something, Coach.
Yeah, to me, but like I said, you're gonna. I actually, when you look at it, it was like Beebe was the starting center. Guyton was in this. They had T.J. Bass in this thing, but then all of a sudden it was also like Awesome Richards. There was no Steele. There was let's go. The wide receivers were all the down the line guys too. It wasn't like that you saw, with Tolbert and Brooks and those guys. It was and Cooks. It was like the Billy Johnsons, the Croppers, the Cam Johnsons, guys like that were getting the majority of the looks, and so and I was kind of trying to watch what the defensive line was doing, and so you didn't have Tank, and you didn't have Micah. People like that were not involved in it. It was all the backup linebackers. It was like the new linebackers were involved. Nick Virgil was involved. Willie Harvey was involved. Buddy Johnson was involved. You didn't have the Overshones, the Clarks, and Leofau, guys like that. We'll see what they do with Leofau, but I didn't see him too terribly much on the drills that they were showing today and getting ready for this game on Sunday.
I don't mind an overall careful philosophical approach to this, Brian, if that's what you want to do. Sometimes I don't think the benefit of playing is worth the injury risk. You know how I am with those.
Yeah, it's just I think the first time out of the blocks, I could see why they did the scrimmage yesterday, and because they did get a lot of work with their first offense and their first defense. So that kind of, and you could control that type of practice. You could say, okay, we're going to take a break. Don't hit the quarterback. Don't take the running backs to the ground. Trying to protect each other here. And for the most part, it really was a really good practice working with each other. I don't know how much people got to see some of the clips and stuff on DallasCowboys.com. We talked about it a little bit from the 6 to 7 yesterday, that there were some areas that weren't really pretty. I was working down with the backup offensive linemen, and they had their struggles against the Rams. It's like, we hadn't practiced technique or any type of pass sets for the whole time we'd been here. Everybody kind of reverted back to trying to survive, and it really wasn't all that great But we'll see how things work out on Sunday. A little bit better. Like I say, the one-on-one stuff was for the backup guys was a little scary yesterday.
From what I could gather, the Rams offensive line was struggling with some of the Cowboys.
Oh no, they absolutely were, and both groups. And the Rams are really banged up on their offensive line. So but it was good to see.
Is that why we got some Mazi a positive yesterday?
I think, with Mazi, the one-on-one stuff, and today, and actually today, him, just because he had some success yesterday, you could Mazi's one of those guys, and I don't know really how to describe it. It's kind of like being a field player, like when you feel like, okay, I can do this. Yes, okay, I can. He's one of those guys that usually if he has like a good rep, it was a problem to get a second good rep or a third good rep. But, today he was a little bit more bouncing around, trying to throw some moves, maybe got a little confidence working on the one-on-one stuff. I know I talked about him on the team period that I didn't think his conditioning was all that good.
Well, it sounds like confidence is very important, and it's
very important to him. Yeah, very important to him. And I think the thing with Mazi is, they're going to need him to play well. They just need more consistency with him. He doesn't need to be inconsistent with his consistency. That's, if you want to really be honest about it, because he's capable of doing stuff. You watch DallasCowboys.com, the pass rush stuff, you're like, all right, he could do that stuff. That's the kind of stuff they saw him when he was at Michigan. Mm-hmm. Okay, why is he unable to take that from this rep to this next rep to this next rep? What is the disconnect there? And I think there's times where Mazi lacks a little confidence in the way he plays.
And sometimes being unconfident can get you in your own head. Now you're not reacting. Now you're not present. You're not focused.
Thinking way too much.
Yeah.
But
maybe it's a turning point. That's actually kind of encouraging.
I hope. Because like I said, I didn't get a chance to see, because I was on the end of the field watching Cowboys offensive line one-on-one, and then I saw the clips on DallasCowboys.com, and it looked like overall that the Cowboys defensive line had some success, in the one-on-one stuff. And I was like, okay, I see where people are kind of drawn from, but they're going to need Mazi to be good. I'm not asking him to be great. Just go be good. Just go find a way to be good, and be more consistent with your technique and the way that you play. Get in condition. If you're gonna try something, try it. If it's not successful, go to the next thing. Just don't get in a rut as a player. And I think that's what happens to Mazi. He gets in a little bit of a rut, but hopefully, like we were talking about here, that yesterday's practice gives him a little confidence, and we'll see if he needs to play in this game on. He needs to play on this game on Sunday.
Yeah.
He does not need to be a guy standing over there next to me while the game's going on. He needs to find a way to have some good snaps, whether it's 10, 12, a couple series, whatever. He needs to find a way to have develop some consistency where he can develop some confidence as well.
Well, that would be awesome. It's rare for a player to be as bad as he was his rookie year and turn into something, but maybe yesterday was that turning point.
Yeah, and maybe so. And I got to tell you real quick about Andrew Booth. Do I have time, General, or are we up against it?
Yeah.
Okay. Andrew Booth, the trade that the Cowboys made.
Yeah.
This is really kind of this is just, of course,
Nation right for him, right?
Right, just as player for player. And this Andrew Booth was a second-round pick out of Clemson. And when you watched him play at Clemson, he played a ton of zone coverage at Clemson. He wasn't always really challenged much as a player. But I just remember him having really, really good quickness with the ability to drive on that football, the plant, the come forward. I think he's a 50-50 tackler at times. He runs, he moves well. There is a burst there when he has to carry the receiver inside. That's always something really, really big with me. Can you carry receivers inside? Can you run them? I just didn't think in college they got many opportunities. And then you watch him with the Vikings. He is a good-sized corner. He plays on the outside. I know people on Twitter are all saying, oh, he's a good inside player. I did not see him play one snap inside. And I watched him play with the Vikings, and they had him primarily playing as a right corner is what they had. But he's good with his hands. He can jam the receivers along the line of scrimmage. I liked his reactions. I liked how aware he was as a player, especially when stuff was coming in front of him. Like I say, he'd be in a zone drop, and then something would happen, and then he'd have the ability to react. He was not afraid to fill on the run when it's coming his direction. But I feel like, though, that, again, he's going to be a 50-50 tackler when it comes, because he makes a tackle, and then in the Tennessee game, he missed a tackle in space, the two really opportunities he had. And then the Seahawks caught him on a double move for a touchdown in a game. So that's something we need to kind of keep an eye on. How aggressive is he going to play? I think for the most part, though, like I said, you got Nashawn Wright, who really wasn't going anywhere with the Cowboys. And probably the same thing with Andrew Booth with the Minnesota Vikings. They probably felt like he wasn't going anywhere with them. So you just get two players. It's like, hey, change the scenery. Here we go. You take our guy, we'll take your guy, and then we'll move on forward from here.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Dallas College. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
The gold medal match of the women's beach volleyball is going on. First set, they're getting into extra points. It's like 23-22 right now. A drama-filled afternoon once again in Paris. And speaking of those Olympics, Chief, we have an edition of Pure Gold coming up, right?
Yes, we do. We got USA on the track and the best Olympic still shot of this year's games next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, baby, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Full show today. Rangers were scheduled to visit the Yankees, but that storm is so intense there on the East Coast, they canceled it well ahead of the scheduled 6:05 start. So have a doubleheader tomorrow while we're all out there at Hurtado in Arlington having the Fan Bowl, eating delicious barbecue and competing, watching the Olympic gold medal basketball game. It's going to be an incredible Saturday afternoon there, Hurtado in Arlington, and we'd love to have you out. A lot of Olympic stuff happening right now, and here's the Chief with a look at it with Pure Gold.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. There are going to be a couple of spoilers here, so just understand that. Prepare your body and prepare your volume if you are anxiously awaiting getting home and watching these Olympics take place. Now, we're actually right now being privy to live boxing footage of the Algerian girl with the extra, the gender
levels.
question. Yeah. The gender question girl.
Honestly, this Chinese boxer looks very comparable.
Yeah. I just noticed that's the bout that's on right now. I don't know if is this going for gold? I don't even know where we're at in the proceedings, but it's interesting to see how this fight goes here. Land some strikes. Now we had all sorts of things going down as it pertains to the Olympics and the track stuff and Team USA, and we had our moment here. We had our moment. And this is Team USA ladies 4x1 for gold. Sha'Carri Richardson is the final leg, and this is the sound.
Great Britain out front. They will hand off first. Amy Hunt is making the exchange to Daryl Nina. Here comes Sha'Carri Richardson. Look to the far side. Sha'Carri's got him covered. All the way to the line. USA wins gold.
Now, she ends up, she's able to basically look back at the opponent for the final, however, maybe 20 meters or whatever. I don't know.
She took a glance at her. She got shoulder to shoulder with her and then looked at her and then said, "No, not today, ma'am. You're not getting this one done."
Slingshot engaged.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And the photo of it, I believe we have a little clip of it, and then we should also have the photo here on the fan cam. Carter can pull up for those of you that didn't see it, but this is the coolest still shot from the Olympics at this point. I mean, I don't know if it's going to get any cooler where shortly before finishing in first place there, you have Sha'Carri looking over to her right as she's sort of, I mean, you're almost like you're high stepping into the end zone.
Yeah.
Like it's already, my work is done here. And her looking over at the opponent as she's a few feet ahead before she enters the finish line is just an epic, cold pick of the day.
Pride of Dallas. Carter
took the baton in fourth. She ends up over a meter, maybe 2 meters ahead.
Yeah.
Did Gabby hand it to her? Is that who handed it to her? Gabby Thomas? Or did she run that leg to get it to her? Third leg?
I don't think Gabby was third leg. I don't know who was, but I don't believe that was Gabby. But I'm sure I'll be corrected when inevitably I'm wrong. But yeah, that was incredible. Watching her do that was wonderful, and the Team USA gets the gold there. Unfortunately, on the men's side of things, they placed 7th in the men's 4x1 because they had the bad baton toss, which is really, really disappointing. That's
heartbreaking.
That's the gosh dang it! Like how many hours have been dedicated to getting that thing right, and then you fumble it, and that is probably the most frustrating way to lose. I would imagine. It's like, gosh, I didn't even give myself a chance with the bad toss.
Yeah. And there's so much going on, they can't perfect it. You know, they can't get it to where it's just so smooth because you're trying to run and look back and hand the baton and take off sprinting. There's like 3 or 4 things that got to happen at the same time. And
so many things.
Abby's biggest disappointment for her only track and field season is when she messed up the baton thing, and it's just like this crushing feeling of disappointment.
It's not that easy. It does look like it would be a little bit like anxious to make sure you get the pass off. Because you're moving full speed. They're starting to get a run going. It's like, man, that exchange needs to be on point.
Yeah, it does. And for as easy as it looks when it's done correctly, There's no question it's very, very difficult, especially when you're at the height of pressure and everything like that. So the men do not get it done. That's Team USA failing to medal in the men's 4x1 relay for the 5th straight Olympics.
Oh my gosh.
So that's a frustrating streak that we're riding here.
And Noah Lyles said, "I'm not doing this one."
COVID.
Yeah, he couldn't do it, right?
Yeah,
he could,
COVID.
I guess, if he wanted to. He just said.
I think they asked him not to.
Well, he said yesterday he thinks that they're fast enough. The U.S. team didn't need him to win gold,
so
he was bowing out of the. That was his final race of the Olympics.
Did our 16-year-old start this thing? Did he take it first?
Yeah, he was in the started. I think he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he did.
He ran the first leg. Yeah.
Okay, so people are saying that, I went all in with this Sha'Carri Richardson photo. People are saying that there's a surf pic.
The surfer guy. I was going to tell you that if you ever stopped talking.
Is that
the
what
surfer guy? Yeah, the guy won the gold medal, and he came flying out of this wave. He was in the tunnel, and then it shot him straight up. His board went one way, and it was horizontal, and he was next to his board, and he had his fist in the air, he's like they were both floating above the water.
Okay, I see that.
Wave. Yeah.
I see that. Yeah, that's pretty dang cool. Him and his board look like they're levitating 20 feet above the waters.
Yeah.
That is okay. That's impressive. Sort of a 1A 1B situation with the coolest photo of the Olympics. Then
I would say the guy that was the pistol guy, I'd say that's another good photo, too.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, the Turkish shooter.
The Turkish shooter. I think that was awesome.
That guy's a stud.
Hey, it looks like the 16-year-old was not in that relay right there.
Okay.
So, yeah, we got that one.
Okay. All right.
Hey, and also,
one of them damn relays.
Of course, I got the Gabby Thomas thing wrong as well, so my apologies.
Sorry, man. That's a lot of damn relays, bro.
There's so much misinformation in this segment. You're right, 810. It's
because you don't know which one is a heat, and you don't know which one. Is this the 4x, or is this the... It's a lot of going on, a lot of track, bro.
There's a lot of track happening.
What's this segment called, by the way?
Pure bronze as always, Olympic segment of the day.
I feel like
the bronze.
I kind of feel like we dropped the baton here on our train. I mean, I think that maybe the anchor.
I feel like we hotboxed the card and came in here and started talking about Olympics.
I agree.
I might have
COVID. 4 individual hot boxes.
I might have COVID.
Did you see that kid's bronze medal, though?
Yes, that's deteriorating.
My goodness, that's embarrassing.
That is embarrassing, dude. I
did not see this.
He's had his bronze medal for a weekend's worth of time, and it's already rusting, or the bronze is wearing off. It just looks like it's potentially a very cheaply made bronze medal.
Which kid are we talking about?
Skateboarder guy.
Okay.
Said he won it late last week. He spent the weekend sort of hanging out and sweating, let a couple of friends wear it. Now it looks like a 25-year-old penny.
Yeah, Nyjah Houston won bronze medal. 29 years old, California kid, skateboarding legend. And after a few days of wearing the bronze medal, he says, he's like, obviously I've been sweating and stuff, and it's been on my bare skin or whatever. I've had my friends wearing it, but this thing's already sort of wearing down pretty quickly.
Get that green ring around your neck, like the cheap gold.
It's that cubic zirconium bronze.
I don't know, man. Maybe think about winning the gold next time. That would probably
Hey, don't you disrespect Mr. Houston, okay?
You got to relax.
I'm just, maybe.
Or maybe the gold-plated medal because it's only 7% gold.
Yeah.
Hey, you see that gymnast kid? I think it's Frederick. I believe his last name is. He won a bronze as well. And they asked him to see his little medal, and he pulled it out of his backpack. He had gum stuck to it and everything.
Man, we were just not caring about these medals. Come on, guys.
Like it's a medal from a youth sports tournament.
Well, so now you have some people that are stepping up here saying the 214. That actually means that it's just good quality bronze. That's what bronze does. It oxidizes. So maybe that's what we saw.
Yep. Science.
Some oxidation on the bronze medal and not
butt
rust.
Crack there. I just think
no butt
are.
cracking. That sounds like an intelligent texture right
We're
there.
doing that in 72 hours?
I don't know.
Why was bronze ever mined from the earth, if that's how pathetic it is? Leave it in there. It's worse than dirt.
Best.
682 says he's lying. He actually took a dip in the poo water wearing his bronze medal, and that's why it started to deteriorate. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure there's been some bro on bro bet situation, bet payoff stuff like double dog dares or whatever to get in the poo water. or something like that. So I could see that actually maybe being in play.
I mean,
here.
the way you did your bros back in the weight room in high school, I imagine you would throw your own bros in there and laugh at them after I pantsed them. I would take their clothes off them first and then I'd throw them in those waters.
Yeah, pantsed them. Yeah.
The Indonesian, whose name I'm not going to say because it's just a little bit too daunting for me. But
hey, by the way, it's Flournoy. By the way, Flournoy.
So we do say the R.
We do. Yeah, Flournoy.
Berea.
Berea.
I'm coming for you tomorrow, baby. Personal record. I'm going for 6 tacos tomorrow.
6 tacos tomorrow.
How many did you have yesterday?
Too many.
Did you have any? Too many?
Yeah, I don't think I've eaten since.
I had 3 yesterday.
Every time I looked up, Chief had that silver plate in his face. That big, the serving plate.
Yeah.
I looked up, he's like waving to people like he's running for governor. And then he's got the silver plate thing. He's scraping the fond off the bottom of it. You know,
those tacos bring the best out of me, man.
Doing it right.
I was in my element yesterday.
Can you stop eating a little bit? Maybe do a show?
The
I don't know.
the Indonesian weightlifter. This guy's 160 pounds. Okay. He successfully lifted 437 pounds of weights over his head in the clean and jerk to win gold, and he set an Olympic record in doing so.
The clean and jerk?
The clean and jerk, which do you know what that is, Wolchuk? Do you know what the clean and jerk is?
No, are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty tough one to do. It's like you pull from the ground and then you squat down and throw the thing above your head.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we were watching earlier.
You start with the weight on the ground.
Your knees get wrecked doing
I
this
am
thing.
just waiting for somebody to snap a limb doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
because
looks-
it's so much weight.
Oh, my goodness gracious. It's incredible.
But for a 160-pound dude to have 437 pounds
He's strong.
over
That's
his
strong, bro.
head,
Yeah.
that is freaking amazing.
Well, they say a strong person can bench their body weight, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's double his body weight, and he's throwing it above his head while standing on his feet. Come on, bro.
Jeez, that's impressive.
Military
dude.
press. That man is strong.
And
That's
I think we had we medaled in a lifting thing, or maybe we got gold or something as a country for the first time in forever.
Maybe
Like
we
we
did.
finally
What are we
have a
doing?
strong guy. We finally got one guy who's strong enough to hang with the rest of the
Stretch
rest of the
Armstrong
countries.
come back?
Yeah, I don't know who it was, but we did have a USA guy finally show some respect there and medal. In
All
a
of our power
weightlifting
guys are like,
competition.
I'm going to play defensive tackle. You know, I'm going to do something else with all this strength. I'm going to be a pro wrestler, make millions of dollars.
Shock put.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got gold and bronze in the shock put.
Good Lord, yeah.
Huge
Hampton
guys.
Morris, first U.S. men's weightlifter to medal since 1984.
There we go.
It's been a hell of a stretch.
And what did he get? Did he get bronze?
He did not get gold. That was a name that I'm not going to try and pronounce either.
Yeah. Well, either way, I'm
It was
glad
bronze.
glad we're finally getting a little bit stronger here.
Yep, it was bronze.
As it goes for
And that oxidizing green thing was 100% true.
Really?
Simple Google check will tell you that.
Yeah. Okay.
In 2 days?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really
they
just
tell
depends
him
on how
that?
much like air and water that it's reacting with.
So you can clean it back up?
Yeah.
Right on.
Looks like Joel Embiid is non-committal on playing for Team USA next go around in the LA Olympics. He says
Cameroon.
he might be playing with Cameroon.
Oh,
And I
there we
think-
go.
I think that's because he sees the writing on the wall. Team USA is not going to want him, so he's getting ahead of it. Like he's making this decision on his own. It's a heady play by him. He also said in regards to playing versus France and the French fans booing the heck out of him, he says, I'm going to go back at them and tell them to suck it.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
his strategy for tomorrow's gold outing.
The moment early fourth quarter when he had back-to-back turnovers yesterday, I was like, this dude's not a real American. That's
No.
clearly an international
Wow.
thing. Fourth quarter of meddling
Jeez.
games to start
Wow.
peeing down your leg.
That is true, man. It was the
I
most
would
European
say you're
thing he's ever
meddling
done.
right now.
He also had the
meddling.
worst, maybe one of the worst flops I've ever seen as well, where he almost injured himself in the process of a flop yesterday. So Embiid to Cameroon. Can we start that now? Go put on that jersey. We don't even need you to win tomorrow.
Oh,
And let's get
jeez.
Jokic stateside. You know what I'm saying? If it's fluid.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Jokic can play for
Does
Team
Cameroon
USA.
have anybody
sketch.
we could trade player for player on? Do we have anybody we could trade with them for that?
Yeah, can we get a little player swap going? I don't know if Cameroon's got anybody we want.
Derek Lively will take his spot in 4 years. It's fine.
I like that.
It
They
is
got
the G.
soccer players.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. There it is, another Olympic segment. Canada leads Brazil 2012 in the second set, but Brazil did take the first one 1-0. That's your gold final beach volleyball game. I can't keep my eyes off it, you know, the competition.
Oh, I know.
Seriously, though, this gal from Canada is just
The
shining.
Canadian joint.
My
Yeah,
goodness.
that Canadian joint is crazy.
Brittany?
Yeah.
Dude, she's gone full Hollywood out there.
Get my passport together.
Who's got the best uniforms of the two teams?
Canada.
Canada's killing it right now.
Canada's killing it?
Yeah.
All right.
Now, the first Brazilian squad that got knocked out of this competition, they were killing it.
Yeah.
But Canada's on fire. That big tall girl, my God.
Yeah. Usually Brazil will kill it with their uniform combinations. Yeah.
Indeed, sir.
Crushing
It is
the game.
a college football super segment coming up here in 20-plus minutes, but the top 10 is next, Woolchuck. What do we have in store?
Yes, yesterday we celebrated Waterburger National Day. The most popular items at Waterburger. What's your favorite? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for a top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com, and here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Yesterday was, it was an outstanding day in general. We got to party at Hurtado in Mansfield. Shout out to all the Tolos who came out and said hello to us. And then it was also happy birthday Waterburger. It was National Waterburger Day, and we also do love our Waterburger.
Yeah.
So 877-881-1053. I've got the top 10 most popular Waterburger items. What is your favorite? Of course, tomorrow we will get to go back to Hurtado, this time in Arlington, for Fan Bowl. And at 4:15, apparently it is myself versus the General Gavin Dawson in the first round of our Fan Bowl tournament. I think at 4 o'clock, Eric, you're taking on Will Chambers. This is going to be awesome. We're getting to go back-to-back. All of the G-Bag Nation will participating. Lucius, do you know who your competition is going to be in the first round?
I don't think I'm playing.
You're not playing?
I don't play games.
Did you say?
I just don't play games.
Did you just say you didn't want to do this?
I just don't play games. I think people know. I don't think Lucius is going to want to do this.
You want to take my spot?
It's just
I don't think.
How did you end up getting out of this? What the hell is going on?
I don't know, man. Just people know, you know.
Lifetime achievement, track record.
But you will be there.
Took years and years of trying, you know what I mean?
I'm still trying. I'm still trying.
Man.
You built up that reputation, man. Kudos to you. You earned that.
He's not going to want it.
Gosh, I'm a little bit jealous here. Very quickly before we get to the list, Jake Paul, speaking of the Olympics, apparently he's trying to compete in boxing in 4 years in L.A. He said, I'm sick of waiting for another gold for Team USA. Jake, you've also got to make the Olympic team. So we'll see if he does do that. I'm not sure if he'll make it. Yeah.
Respectfully.
Hey, 100%. That's facts. And,
isn't he a pro?
Is he? I know he's defeated a pro boxer. But I don't know if he's technically a pro boxer
been
yet or
defeated
not.
by one too, right?
He has. Yeah.
I'm
Tommy
playing
Fury.
Corey Majors.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, at 345.
Oh, dude, you're going to kick his ass.
Damn.
Looks like you do play games.
They don't know me.
Dude, you should just troll him the whole time. Are you embarrassed? Tell me about that cinnamon grits.
You don't know me.
Lucius can outflick Corey any day.
He's going to flick the hell out of him. And shout out to TNT. They're getting creative here. They're considering turning Inside the NBA into a show like SportsCenter to keep this thing around.
Come on, let's go.
So even after they lose the NBA...
We don't need the games.
Yeah, after this year, they're like, look, maybe we can just still do a nightly Inside the NBA show. We'll do basketball highlights. And Charles Barkley has said, I'm not going anywhere. Barkley said, look, I'm going to play out the rest of my contract here with TNT. I know I said I was going to retire after this year. I'm not going to do that. So maybe we still get Inside the NBA, even if they don't have basketball games on TNT. I think this is great.
It sounds wonderful. I hope that people are just in the habit of tuning over there enough to keep it alive. But it sounds like a wonderful idea to me.
All right, a lot of texts coming in. The breakfast on a bun from the 214, the patty melt is their favorite Whataburger item. A1 Thick and Hearty getting texted in. The patty melt from Patrick in the 817. A lot of breakfast on a bun love, and I think the Bob is actually quite underrated when it comes to the menu items there.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, if you're a sausage guy, that's your wheelhouse.
Sausage keto with cheese.
There you go.
Sweet and spicy bacon burger. That is also my one seed.
Yeah, that's what my wife gets every time. Gosh. I do like that burger.
Very good.
But
you'd add a patty to it.
Yeah, I would triple that thing up. That's exactly what I do with the patty melt as well. And that's usually unless if I'm going with one of the signature ones, I'm going with the patty melt.
The chili cheeseburger or the Chop House cheddar burger. Which, they're seasonal.
Dude, the chili cheeseburger was legendary last
thing
year
was
with the
delicious.
Fritos on there and everything. That thing set it off.
Monterey Melt is the 214's favorite. Wish they'd bring it back. Getting text in the jalapeno cheddar biscuit.
The cinnamon roll.
Delicious.
Cinnamon roll's excellent.
Cinnamon roll is an honorable mention of the most popular items on the Waterburger menu, and it's slept on.
To me, there's only one clear champ, that being the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Oh, could be a spoiler alert. Yeah, it could be a spoiler alert.
That's right.
That thing's damn good. Now,
That honey butter's like liquid gold.
when
man.
we've talked Waterburger before, and I think I said this when we were inside the Waterburger in Plano when we got to go back out there, we should really go back out to another Waterburger location soon.
Yeah.
I think we should party with them some more. But I've been told one of the Waterburger hacks is you can get the honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, but you sub the honey barbecue sauce for honey butter.
Mind blown.
So
What a
now
hack.
you've got basically a honey butter chicken biscuit on steroids. It's delicious. Lucius, I know you're an onion rings guy, and
100%.
Whataburger has
Yeah,
delicious onion rings.
Yes.
Do you have another menu
If
item?
I do order onion rings, I'm going to get the number 5 at
Okay.
Waterburger, the bacon cheeseburger situation. But what I like, you can only get from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. is a sausage and cheese egg taquito.
Oh, it's so
Yeah, bro.
So delicious.
You go
With some
double
hash
sausage?
browns, bro. Yeah, no, I've never tried a double sausage. I always get 2 of those joints. Then I get 2 of the hash brown orders.
Those sticks, man.
I've never got double sausage though. They do that?
They do that, or you could go sausage and bacon.
I go
Just
sausage
say, let's
and
go
bacon.
sausage and
Let's go,
bacon in
man.
this
Yeah, we
piece.
double it up. And I will say their hash browns are very good. I like
They
this.
hand
Hash
roll
browns
those
are amazing.
They're good for
every
dipping.
time.
They hand roll
Yep.
those, I
Every
guess, you
time.
know? I mean, if you order it specifically, they sort of have to. I guess you leave them no choice. They're not going to say no to you there.
Amen.
469, an honorable mention, the breakfast burger. And it is very good there. Delicious, the breakfast burger. And I think they put it on the full-time menu. It was a limited time option. Now it's a full-time.
Breakfast burger. So that's different than breakfast on a bun.
It is. The breakfast burger actually has hash browns on the burger.
Oh.
I don't think.
And a fried egg.
Yeah, Brian wouldn't like this.
Oh,
Brian
man.
wouldn't like this because of the fried egg. Spicy ketchup. I mean, if you want to say that's an item in itself, absolutely.
I'll tell you something everybody's sleeping on. That apple pie is no joke.
Damn right. The apple
I mean,
pie is
when
outstanding.
you could have the sweet tooth thing. You get you order Lucius what he did. You get the burger, you get the onion rings, and you throw that apple pie in there. Now you're talking a game changer right there for me.
Number 10, we got the What a Chicken strips.
Yo, you can add veggies to the keto, yo?
I think you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yo, what's going on, man? I've been doing this the wrong way.
Surf and turf. What are we doing here from the 360? What's the surf version at what?
Panda needs 4
they have a-
consecutive points. Sorry, I'm locked
They
in.
have fish sandwiches. They have fish. They don't have fish.
They do for Lent, don't they?
They're probably calling the bacon sausage taquito the surf and turf for some reason.
Okay.
They're probably just being fun with that
That's fun.
because I don't think they have anything from the water.
Right? I don't think so either. Number 9 is your traditional Whataburger as their most popular item. Number 8, we've got the Bob, the breakfast on a bun. And I'm glad that it got some love because it deserves to be in there. Number 7 is your patty melt.
I wonder if Shakes are going to make an appearance in this thing.
Which one? A shake?
Shakes.
There will be.
Shakes.
There will be one shake.
Okay.
A whole
All
lot
right.
of shit.
Patty melt not being on the Waterburger Mount Rushmore seems borderline criminal.
Yeah,
And offensive.
I do have love for the patty melt. I do. I thought that coming in at number 7 was low for it.
One of my favorite things to do at Waterburger too is just whatever I get burger wise. It's like, hey, let's just throw some jalapenos on there as well.
Some jalapenos.
Yeah.
Spice.
I like throw some jalapenos on that patty melt and watch what happens.
I have not. Their spiced chicken sandwich was honorable mention as well.
Yeah,
I don't think I've had it.
That's because I'm not going to let my mouth write a check that my butt can't cash. You know what I'm saying?
I also
But
just
you're
don't-
all right with the jalapenos.
Yeah, because here's the thing about the jalapenos.
Yeah.
I remove the top layer of the bun and I will pick off a handful.
There you
I just
go.
got to have a couple of bites of heat here and there. But if I do a full-fledged jalapeno burger, yeah, I'll be just miserable.
6 is indeed the chocolate shake, Brian.
There you go.
Chocolate shake.
There you go.
Okay, what a catch is
What
a
a
fish
catch.
sandwich. So, and they have that for Lent, I believe. I think that's a limited time
seasonal.
deal. Seasonal, yeah.
I bet it's good, man.
Probably is. 5 is your onion rings from Whataburger. Damn good there. 4 is indeed your taquito with cheese.
Yes, dude.
They didn't specify sausage or bacon, but it's just the taquitos in general.
Yeah.
They're damn good. And they're a good size, too. That's what I love about it.
Yes,
They're
they're
not
like
just
they're
like
like 1.5
skimping.
sizes or times the size of like a McDonald's breakfast burrito.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the McDonald's sausage burritos are very tiny. Number 3 is a sweet and spicy bacon burger. It's my 1.
Yeah, that's super popular, man.
2 is the double meat Waterburger.
Yes.
People love their double meat Waterburger.
Just a straight up Waterburger is super quality. I'll go
Delicious.
just meat and cheese only at Waterburger, and I got no problem with that.
But number 1, Dawson, you nailed it. Most popular item at Waterburger.
Nice.
The honey butter chicken biscuit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of those items that you mentioned are great, but I can't get past the honey butter chicken biscuit when I pull through there.
It's so good. And honestly, it's probably the only item that I'd order chicken with there. You know, I'm not going to Waterburger for the chicken strips. I'm sorry. I know it's number 10 on here, but man, that honey butter chicken strip biscuit, delicious.
I like their salad, by the way. Salad's pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
underrated.
pretty-
Quality.
Thank you. Somebody had my back there.
That was a good interjection there, Lucius.
I stepped
Salad's
back,
pretty good.
Lucius, so I'm not going to lie. I stepped way back on that.
Appreciate it.
I was thinking about the
how
apple pie,
progressive
not
of
the
you.
salad. Yeah,
It's in
sorry.
contention, though, for maybe the second best salads in the game behind, of course, Chick-fil-A.
Oh, Chick-fil-A is
no.
Chick-fil-A's the guy.
They do some fine work there.
Always.
Okay. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. It's a Friday, so we got What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up in the 5. If you missed it, no Rangers game today because of the rain out in New York. So we're sitting pretty here with a full G-Bag Nation and a college football super segment coming up next, Wolchuk.
Man, we got a lot of stuff going on with the Colorado Buffaloes. Throwback unis and the Freaks list is out. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The four of us here, plus Carter Freeman, 75 in Fitzhugh, Broaddus in Oxnard. Our continued training camp coverage is brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, from grain to glass. And we have an edition of The Finest coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll talk NFL there. Right now, it's time for a college football super segment, though, and here's Wolchuk.
Just a couple of weeks away, man, from college football kicking off. I know we got college football Carter, who's out in the Pimp Cup right now. He's wearing his Oklahoma Sooners jersey, and we got some OU news. As Carter's going to pop up there on the fan cam if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, OU has unveiled throwback uniforms to honor the Sooner squads from 46 to 56 that won 11 straight conference titles and 3 natties. They are celebrating its history this season as part of the 100th year celebration of the Gaylord family Oklahoma Memorial Stadium. That team was, of course, led by Bud Wilkinson beginning in 47. Sooners won 102, 11, and 3 during that span. Unbelievable. They lost 2 games in conference that entire span. They went 59-1-2. That is absolutely insane. But these alternate unis are going to have white numbers, white stripes on the sleeves. Helmets are white. They're logo free. They've got a crimson stripe on the top of the helmet. They'll wear them September 7th during their home game against Houston, which will be week 2. So OU fans, I know you're pretty excited about that. Carter, thumbs up. What do you think about these ones? These are thumbs up here.
Of course they are.
Yeah. To me, I think they kind of remind me a little bit of Nebraska, but they're just more crimson.
Yeah, that was one of my takeaways. Is it's kind of like Nebraska, and that I'm also Googling like for side by side because I don't feel like the current ones are that different.
Yeah.
Trying to notice like where are the main differences.
The helmet's the biggest difference, right? Because you don't have the OU on the side, and then the pants are certainly different. But
and usually their helmet is like their crimson red or whatever
with
instead of
with
white.
the white OU logo on it. How about Jim Harbaugh in Michigan just giving the middle finger to the NCAA? This is great. So we found out that Harbaugh is getting a suspension if indeed he ever decides to go back to college football. He's going to get a 1-year suspension. But Michigan announced today Harbaugh's coming back for the season opener, August 31st.
In your face,
against
NCAA.
Fresno State. He's going to be the team's honorary captain for that game. So I think this is just glorious. They don't give a damn. They're still relishing and basking in the glory of a national championship. And Harbaugh says, you can't keep me away for long, baby. This is great.
That is great, dude. I love his energy towards that is wonderful. He's like,
doesn't care.
You can't touch me now.
Just does not. Yeah, like I'm in the NFL.
This is all hypothetical.
You tell me I can't come back too? Is that what you're going to say?
You think I'm going to go back into college football where we have NILs and portals and all that stuff? No chance.
I mean, this guy was a madman when it came to recruiting. Nico Collins was just, I believe, on Up and Adams. I think Kay was making her rounds to all the training camps. Nico was talking about how when Harbaugh recruited him to Michigan, he slept on the floor of his house.
Harbaugh
did.
Slept on the floor of Nico Collins' house by way of recruitment.
Yep. It's like, I didn't realize this guy was that invested, but he really wanted me.
Steak
on the floor.
Steak and milk for breakfast in the morning.
Crazy.
He had his khaki pajamas ready to go.
Unbelievable.
He actually sleeps in a headset.
It's got to be a go-to bit, man. I mean, you make quite an impression at that.
Yeah.
Like,
holy crap, he's willing to sleep on the floor. I guess I got to sign.
How many 5-star recruits do we got? That's how many nights I'm spending on somebody's floor.
Yep. Got it written down. SEC, Brian, they're moving forward with the injury report. First time in 2024 they're doing this. I think Vegas has a big hand to play in this as well when it comes to the gambling and the lines, who's playing, who's not playing. This will give you more information leading up to those games. I don't think this is a problem. I think this is a good thing, and probably all the rest of the conferences will follow suit.
Yeah, but all the coaches in college football, what's the one thing they're always paranoid about?
That's fair.
Is injuries.
No doubt.
And so nobody wants to give anybody, anytime you ask anybody a question about injuries. So you saw what Harbaugh did. He went from Michigan here to the Chargers, and they asked him about availability of players, and he kind of gave his lines of things that he did when he was at Michigan. He goes, "I'm not a doctor. I won't never be a doctor." So yeah, I think the coaches in the SEC will do what they have to do because the conference will tell them that. But we're going to start to hear of reports and stuff that they weren't probably very truthful with their injury reports. So get ready for that.
Shout out to Saxy 5-star wide receiver Khalil Lockett. He is committed to Texas. He's the number 2 ranked recruit in the Dallas area, averaged 118 yards per game last year. So a big get for the Texas Longhorns as the Saxy Mustang has signed to play in Austin after his senior season. And a big get for our North Texas Mean Green, Eric, as South Lake Carroll AD Steve Kessler, he's joining UNT staff as the school is aiming to bolster the NIL efforts there in Denton. So South Lake Carroll, obviously a powerhouse in Texas high school football, adding their
about
AD
money.
here.
Yeah, there's something about money
no
and
question.
how to deal with it. Yeah.
Any way we can help with the recruitment there in North Texas, I am all about. So shout out to UNT. Trying. Hey, we're in the American now, man. We got a chance to dominate that thing if we get the NIL money. We got some good funding. The Ryan Group. That's pretty good pockets there, man.
What's the name of our stadium now? I drove by it the other day. We're not Apogee
it's like
anymore.
Datku.
Is it the North Texas Teachers? Like, is it?
It's not the North Texas
credit?
Teachers, Brian.
Was it credit? Is it some credit union? Is it something?
It's Datku Stadium.
It's Denton
DATCU.
Credit Union something. Okay, back-to-back years of having no idea what your stadium name is.
It'll always be Apogee to us.
Oh, okay.
Dude,
Jack
hey,
Murphy.
did you do? I discovered this week the name of the Louisville basketball arena. You're gonna think I'm ball sacking you.
What is it?
It's called the KFC Yum ! Center.
Yeah, Yum Brands. You know what Yum Brands are, right? Yum Brands.
KFC Yum. That is a funny name though for a basketball arena.
Yeah, we're live from the KFC Yum Center.
Coming to you live from the KFC Yum Center.
You don't need to add the yum at all. It's confusing.
Yum.
Yeah, just
I
the
think I only
KFC
know
Center.
it's Yum Brands because you've said it before, Brian.
I think you should just say it. It's the Kentucky Fried Chicken Center.
Yeah.
I just call it the bucket.
Don't dilute the brand.
Yeah, just say, hey, welcome to the bucket.
That's not bad either.
Yeah, just call it that. Yeah.
Baby. Let's go Mean Green 940. I agree with you. Brian's still bitter because we beat their ass in the NIT.
Yeah, we
That
did.
is true. That is true.
Tore them up.
Cost me a T-shirt.
Damn right you did. Damn right. Shout out to the Freaks List. It's out. It is out. Bruce Feldman does this every year. Now, I don't know how we feel about this Freaks List because, there was a guy that the Cowboys now have on their team that was on it 2 years ago as number 1 on the Freaks List. Doesn't mean he's not a freak. I don't know if this always translates to being good in the NFL. It doesn't, right? But Mazi was number 1 a couple of years ago. Nick Harbor, South Carolina wide receiver, is number 1 on the Freaks List. He is actually the
What's
first
the freaky thing he does?
back-to-back number 1 player in the 20-year history of the Freaks List. 6'5", 242-pound sophomore, turned 19 last month. He ran a 10-100 meter, 22 200-meter for the Gamecocks track team, earned second-team All-American honors.
Dude, this is the guy that
crazy fast.
This is the guy that we had talked about a while back.
Yep. So he's competing in track, and he's competing against guys that are 60 and 70 pounds lighter than him, but he's still running just as fast.
Dude, this is as
Tyrone Wheatley.
This is as extraterrestrial a football player as we've ever seen.
Freak of nature.
I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me,
Like, he
dude?
looks like one of these 99 overall creative
Yes,
players.
he's a creative player.
He is.
He's 6'5",
More than Clowney?
250. Yes, dude, he's like the same size as Clowney, but he's
is.
so much faster. He actually plays wide receiver.
It's crazy. It is. Travis Hunter is number 2 on the list, the Colorado wide receiver. Corner, the Colorado. Kenneth Grant of Michigan, another defensive tackle, comes in at number 3.
I'm sick of these Michigan freaks.
too.
Like, I don't even care.
This
dude.
guy might be picked in the top 3.
He might be. Shout out to Baylor's wide receiver Monterey Baldwin, who made it on the list, and TCU wide receiver Savion Williams as well, who made
TCU
the cut.
wide receiver.
Hey, yeah, probably not.
Freak show.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk.
You feel me? Now, speaking of Colorado and Travis Hunter, man, there has not been some good stuff coming out of there, as we've got some former players and a couple anonymous, some did put their name on it, have said that it's, quote, like a real-life Grand Theft Auto video game. Wow. There are many distractions with fights, guns, and money floating around. The environment is unlike any I've come from before.
Welcome
now,
to the U.
Yeah, well, that's true. Hey, the U certainly had a good time. Now, former 5-star cornerback Hermione McClain said that he dealt with similar issues with Colorado, according to reports. He said he was taking the heat for a lot of people. At the same time, Coach Prime was saying he was in the doghouse and needed to improve. Hermione was getting bullied by his son Shiloh. Shiloh slapped him in the face several times.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. According to Cormani, this happened. Cormani was screaming at him, hey, I'm going to kill you repeatedly. Ooh. After that, it seemed like Cormani was just mentally not there. And it's hard when the coaches you trust are calling you derogatory names on the practice field, he said. CBS came out with a big article about the locker room issues that are running deep at Colorado. He said that Jordan Seaton, who was another former 5-star recruit, said that he faced similar interactions. He was picked to fight a former lineman at Colorado to prove his manhood. So instead of doing the bull in the ring, they're calling players out, and it's like, hey, you guys fight it out right now to prove who's tougher.
Little fight club?
Yeah, a little fight club.
A little slap boxing in the locker room?
Allegedly. Meanwhile, Colorado commit Ebenezer Boozy was arrested for allegedly threatening a girl with a gun 6 months before he was charged with misdemeanor battery stemming from an incident last year, according to reports. Coach Prime had a presser today, and, well, he didn't want to talk to a certain media member.
Coach Sean Keeler, the Denver Post. Happy.
Ooh, it's the other one. Sorry, Lucius.
You don't like us, man. Why do you do?
Oh,
say what?
That's
there's
the
another.
CBS. There's two cuts. The CBS Sports one.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
specifically.
Let me look in here. Look in that bag.
Look in that bag. CBS.
Yeah, no CBS question. Here we go.
That's the end of that question, I guess. Next guy.
Eric Christensen with CBS Sports Colorado.
CBS,
Tyler.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Joe Rigo, Mile
Ain't got nothing to do with you. This is above that. Ain't got nothing to do with you. I got love for you. I appreciate you, respect you. Ain't got nothing to do with you. They know what they did.
I'm here in Denver, not national.
You are who you are. CBS is CBS.
All right.
Joe Rigo, nothing to do with you. I respect you. That's why I told you that. I'm looking you in the eye as a man. I respect you. I got love for you. But what they did was foul.
And hey, it is possible that all of these allegations, it's not true. And respect
I think there's a lot of kids that get cut from programs that have an axe to grind that feel disrespected. You know, you have a ton of kids who are at universities that break laws. You know, it's just such a giant collection of people. I'll reserve judgment until more information comes out for
no
sure.
Doubt.
And yeah, I do feel like the media for sure. There are big portions of the media just waiting for the opportunity to jump on Colorado.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They are. I mean, anything that they're going to hear, they're going to run with this.
Yeah.
Colorado's getting scrutinized left, right, and center.
So we shall see. I mean, you say Grand Theft Auto. We've all played that game.
Like, there's
right?
no way. No. I mean, if anything, maybe Georgia would be more likely to that with everything they're doing in their speeding issues and racing and what's going on.
Yeah, Streets of Rage down there.
Yes, maybe a Tokyo Drift situation down there in Georgia.
I was trying to find a game.
Yeah, Gran Turismo. Hey, we got
Club.
The Niners situation is evolving, isn't it, Chief?
Yes, we got football's finest here. We will update the Brandon Ayuk situation that is ever evolving, and then we got some words of wisdom to the young ballers out there next to the nation. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, here we go. Hour 4 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes away from a little what you drinking and what you thinking. Okay, so get your phone calls and your thoughts in order. Maybe crack a cold one and tell us all about it here coming up in 20 minutes. It's time now, though, for an edition of The Finest, and here's Giafalo.
All right, so I need to figure out from Broaddus here if we're going to get, I want to get some confirmation, or as close to it as possible. Of course, we will have it for you on Sunday for the pregame show, but are we going to get some Tyler Guyton action? Just like the idea that because he was sick, what feels like a week ago now, is all of a sudden going to keep him from playing on Sunday is borderline making my blood boil here. Can you tell me that we're going to see some Guyton on Sunday?
Let me reach out and see what the situation. He was part of the practice today, like he was going to play. They had him in the rotation, taking snaps. But I can confirm that for you if you allow me to.
Yeah, no, I would
That's a
appreciate
weird
that.
status.
I'm with you, Chief. It's like, what's he got, mono?
Yeah, like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we doing? I mean, Noah Lyles is running races with COVID, allegedly.
Yeah. And I heard it described kind of as a chest cold. So I would be stunned if he doesn't.
If he doesn't play, I think we have to call it chronic vaginitis. I think is what we're going to have to call it.
Wow, that's, well, I mean.
Is it nitis or gnosis?
That's a good question.
We've always said nitis.
Yeah, here we go.
Maybe it is
trying
gnosis.
to use big words again.
Chronic vaginosis.
Just kind of show who we are. Oh, we're going to finish fourth. We dropped the baton again.
Those are two different conditions,
Just a bit outside.
Oh.
Now,
Back to
I
you,
can last
Chief.
a little longer.
Yeah, I think so.
Positive, Brian, that we had.
I'm doing my best. I was working with another team to try and get information, but
I mean,
here
Dawson was damn near having migraine, vertigo, blurred vision, going blind, and broadcasting his balls off yesterday at Hurtado. And you're gonna be chest holding it on Monday, and you can't play your first NFL game on Sunday.
I didn't know Dawson was playing hurt.
He was playing hurt yesterday.
Was he?
He was.
I
Was
wanted to curl up in a corner and cry.
But you said you had 7 tacos. What were you doing?
It was post taco consumption.
Before and after taco, I was feeling horrible.
He was really struggling, and he
Were you really?
and he had a Jordan.
I'm
flu
sorry
day.
about that, Dawson.
He did.
No, we're
Feel
good.
bad.
We're good.
I
I'm just
didn't
glad
know,
I got
man.
through. I'm glad it didn't get any worse. You know.
All right.
I drew a line in the sand and decided to not get any worse. And listen to me.
You couldn't tell speaks volumes. That's how badass he did.
No, I tell you what. Hey, you sounded great from here, Dawson. You really did.
Thanks, buddy.
A lot of times it's just mind over matter. If you have the mental toughness, you can power through just about anything. I'm looking at you, Tyler Guyton. So hopefully we'll see him.
Okay, I'm not going to get any information for that now.
Okay,
he's playing.
But the big news right now is things look to be trending in the direction of Brandon Ayuk remaining and re-upping with the San Francisco 49ers.
Damn, Brian, you got a gang of 7 or something?
I think when I came on the air, I talked about him potentially going back.
You did? It's like you
Yeah.
heard something.
You
heard a
know, you
little
guys
something.
had me out here for a reason, So
Yeah.
I'm
Putting in work.
I'm doing my best. I really am. I'm
Kicking
doing my
ass, taking names out there,
You
Brian.
beat Jordan Schultz. You beat Pelissero. You
Yeah.
beat Garofalo.
Yeah.
Or Garofolo. You beat Diana Rossini.
Dude, he should be Garofalo.
Should have gone to jail for that one.
I mean,
now is this confirmed? Is this happening, or just they're talking about now? Maybe we should just stick it out.
Fluid,
here.
right?
It's fluid.
Yeah.
Jordan Schultz is saying that Ayuk had a sit down with Kyle Shanahan in the last couple of days and others in the organization where, quote, some open and candid thoughts were expressed. The two sides have since restarted negotiations on a long-term deal, and there is some optimism that Ayuk could remain in San Francisco. Situation remains, quote, very fluid, but this has been sort of a sudden development here.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare for the Cowboys and the rest of the NFC, isn't it? I mean, you're about to get the guy out of there.
I don't know, because it's like
I thought Ricky Pearsall was going to be their guy, but he's been so banged up right now. I mean, has he even started practicing yet? Wolchuk, have you seen him practice at all?
No, he has still been out. He's dealing with that shoulder injury.
Yeah,
it was a hammy. Now it's a shoulder.
Wow, it's a rough start for my guy from the Florida.
But they
Gators.
signed Chosen Anderson yesterday.
So was he?
I mean,
was
you
he a
got four
slot
guys
like
that
that?
can crush you on that offense. You're hours away from taking one of them away. 25% of their weapons are about to go. I don't know. This does seem like a situation where maybe they're telling the other teams, "Oh no, we're just going to keep them in."
Well, no. I think it's actually a brilliant plan. If you look at it, the teams they're wanting to send him to, they're all kind of like bummy teams, and they're like, okay, fine, we'll help you here, we'll send you here, send you there, and he's like, no, I don't want to go there. I don't. Okay, that's the market right now. They're kind of trying to help him, but they're also trying to help him come back.
Okay, so the player is getting served with reality, like, oh, I'm a star, I'm going to go be a number one on a playoff team. It's like, none of the number one teams want to pay you huge money to be their guy. Brandon.
Right.
You're kind of a number 2 wide receitor. You see what happened to Smith-Schuster today?
Yep. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Smith-Schuster,
no doubt.
Gonski out of New England. That's one of the weirder drop-offs. I mean, that was like he's 24 years old and he's like 9th in the league in receptions. He's 10th in touchdowns. He's first in most routes run. And then now he's 27 years old and he can't even hang on in one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the sport right now in New England.
That's tough.
That's a very weird overnight crash and burn from Juju Smith-Schuster.
Brittany Spears asked, you hope everything's all right.
Yeah, 100%.
27 years old, you shouldn't be
Poor
falling
Brittany
off that
Spears took a stray there. My gosh.
It's not the worst thing that's happened to her.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not.
We did get the Cowboys trade today, a little player swap action, and Broaddus had the scouting report of the new corner, Andrew Booth, from the Vikings in a trade for Cowboys' Nishan Wright. So just a little corner swap there. Two guys that are probably, maybe weren't even going to make the rosters on their respective teams. You just traded up, and you got Zimmer, who's got some familiarity with this guy they're bringing back from Minnesota. But it is pretty funny. It's almost like the Cowboys just rubbing it in our faces, like we're waiting for the big CeeDee Lamb shoe to drop, or we're wondering, speculating, is Dak a Dak deal getting done as he doesn't show up to practice due to the ankle injury, and front office people are not out on the practice fields, and it's like, is Dak getting done? Is CDE getting done? And it's like, no, we're just swapping out no-name corner for no-name corner, dude.
I would have guessed we were getting the CeeDee Lamb signing this afternoon. It just seemed like, okay, there's way too much smoke going on here. And for all that to happen over a Nishan Wright trade is one of the funniest things.
It is, dude. Now, last night we had preseason action, and it was kind of cool to see a little bit of the technology, like the first down. Did you see some of the the new first down technology that they got going on, and they still have the chain gang out there, and everything still sort of looks normal when you're just watching. But whenever they get down to like a close call on a first down, they have this digital view that's like an overhead look to see whether or not how close the ball is. It's got like a tennis feel to it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good start.
It's a great start. Yeah, I'm like, this is why wouldn't we be doing this? I think this thing's here to stay. I know they're just kind of test running it, but I believe this thing's here to stay. How about Hendon Hooker running around and bumbling at the quarterback spot?
I love to see that, man. We were big Hendon Hooker fans, Brian.
We were. We absolutely were. I was more impressed with new technology that coaches can keep their notes clean when it's raining. Did you see what Brian Daboll had there?
Oh my gosh, how could we not?
He had a little tent over his notes. That to me was more impressive than anything that happened last night in that football game. We now have technology to keep our notes dry as we're coaching on the field. I think football's going in the right direction.
Wow, dude. I thought it was just like if you laminate the call sheet, you're fine. Right? But I guess you can't really make notes on it.
You can't write on it. You can't write on it.
So you're trying to make notes on something. Yeah. Okay.
And
so
it's just going away. So yes, now we have the little tent over our notes, and we can, we got our play sheets covered. We keep them dry. We can write if we have to. This is cutting edge stuff we're doing.
Nice gadget. Yeah, man.
Yep.
Dable is revolutionizing the sport of coaching here.
Weight loss and good thoughts, all in the same thing with him.
Yeah, he's had one heck of an offseason. I'm proud of that guy.
Yeah.
Now, the average age of every NFL roster right now in the NFL is 26.2 years old. The Cowboys' average age is 26.3, so they're right there at the NFL average. San Francisco is actually the oldest team in football right now by average age. So, like when you talk about Brandon Ayuk going back to the Niners, I do think obviously it keeps them just as good as they are supposed to be for this season. But if you're talking about like, were they going to get a first round pick and a second round pick for him in a trade or something? Ultimately, big picture, we're talking about earlier, the idea of maybe not paying CeeDee Lamb, because when you're resetting or getting close to the top of the market value on a wide receiver, history tells you you're probably not winning a Super Bowl doing that. So if you're the Niners, yes, you get worse this year because you're getting draft picks for a player, then the draft's not till the end of the season, so you lose Brandon Ayuk, and then you don't really get anything to help you in return for right here, right now. But that's a roster that's aging. That's a roster that's expensive. They're about to have to pay Brock Purdy. They don't have to, but they're going to. So I think big picture, it's actually better that San Francisco is just going to commit a bunch of money to Brandon Ayuk if it stays that way, as opposed to dealing him and then getting more cheap youth draft picks moving forward.
Well, and quietly, Trent Williams still isn't done. And I know, like, every day Ayuk is the headliner, but Trent Williams is way more important to that team.
Yeah, and you do feel like they're getting close there to that cascading of talent, either out of their prime or salary cap casualties in a way that could significantly change their outlook.
Someone just texted in about Juju Smith-Schuster knee issue, and that's why he's completely fell off. He did have a knee injury that maybe that really was the demise. I mean, he's been able to get out there and play. He just hasn't been anywhere close to the same version of himself.
Some of them are unfixable. You look at Jamal Mashburn. You look at Brandon Roy. Obviously, I'm going to all basketball players here. Bradley Beal. Mm-hmm. Some of them just can't get good enough to return to close to what they were.
Well, Michael Gallup.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
We know Broaddus has an enemy in the media in Denver. I believe it's Mike Kliss, right, Broaddus?
That's him.
So it seems like Coach Prime has a different member of the Denver sports media that he's not too fond of. This is Sean Keeler trying to get a question off in the primetime presser today, and Prime was not having it.
Coach Sean Keeler, the Denver Post. Happy summer, my man.
You don't like us, man. Why do you do this to yourself?
Come on.
You don't like us.
Mark likes me, by the way.
Huh?
Yeah. Mark said he likes me.
No,
so
but
that's
you don't. Why do you do this, though?
No, I'm sorry. Two-parter if I could.
No, I'm serious. Why do you do this? Like, you don't. Like, why do you do this?
No, it's not about that. Football question. Question.
Why do you do this? Like, it would be hard for me to really engage in someone I don't like or something I don't like. I'm just asking why. Like, why?
Gotta pay
What
the bills,
did I do?
You didn't do anything. It's not about that. But this is a football question.
I'm asking you why.
Yeah, you can answer, but that's
okay,
not
answer me. Because you want me to answer you. So
okay, that's fine. That's fair.
Why?
Why? Because I have questions.
Give me your why.
What's your why? What do you want to know?
Why do you always on attack? Like, what did we do?
Where am I on attack today? Where am I on attack?
Yeah, I'm not gonna give you opportunities to be on attack. But I'm asking you why. Like, what does it do for you? Like, what happened?
It's not about me.
But what happened to get you like this?
Who hurt you?
He's just an angry
Good
man.
question.
No, I'm serious. Because I want to help. No, I'm serious. I want to help. Because it's not normal.
We can talk about that.
Okay.
Can I ask you a football question?
No,
Seriously.
No, we'll talk about that. When we talk about that, I'll talk about that with you.
Can we ask you a football question, please?
When I talk about that, we talk about that. We can talk about that.
A lot of haters.
A lot of haters, man. A lot of haters. Hell yeah, Lucius.
I think we're going to see this a lot more in media.
With the coaches and the players clapping back a little bit.
Yep, I think so.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more.
Oh, I think we're about to see it. I think we're about to see it a lot more. I really do. I think
If you're a host, stand up.
I think these coaches and players have probably had enough of us.
Well, what it is it's proving the biggest lie in sports, that they don't listen to the outside noise.
That's true.
They see and hear everything,
They
and
do.
they know exactly who is saying it and who is typing it.
They absolutely do. You will see a player when you're in a huddle. They will look at your name tag.
Mm-hmm.
When they're talking to you, they will wait for a question, and then you'll see their eyes dart down at your name tag to see who you are, where you're from. And I think Deion Sanders is just the tip of the iceberg. I think this is going to get a lot worse. And
I just think the reality for the players and the coaches is like we're kind of aligned with the fans as far as our frustration, and that tie-in with the fans is where all the revenue comes from. So I know it sucks, but that drama of who messed up, that all goes to the interest of the sport.
Yeah.
And the 24/7, sort of coverage of it makes the game seem larger than life when they finally arrive.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It'll be really interesting. I definitely think, that stuff right there is gold as well. But can a coach capture it as well as what Deion just did?
That's going to be tough.
It's real hard to be that smooth as Primetime just did that. So we shall see. All right, G-Bag Nation.
They got to win that first game, too, by the way.
Got to.
Yeah, boy, them writers are waiting for Deion now.
Man, that story was hot last year when they were 3-0 or 4-0. That took over the country there for a brief time.
Yeah, they were must-watch.
Yeah. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for an edition of The Finest. When we come back, we'll hit the expressway. It is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. And we're back here with you on The Fan. I want to chat about Advanced Body Scan, though, because not all scans are the same. Advanced Body Scan has the newest technology for early detection, and we want to see you get
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Today to make a difference. Go to revolverbrewing.com to learn more. That's revolverbrewing.com.
Yeah, buddy, look at this. It's quitting time on a Friday, the one time of the week where you can actually call in to the G-Bag Nation while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz at 877-881-1053. We want your phone calls. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Good Feet Store. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. The Expressway is also brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We go commercial-free to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up here in about 15 minutes, so let's do it. Let's go around the broadcast room and declare what we are drinking and what we are thinking. And, of course, for me, it's a 20-ounce Diet Coke, about halfway through the second one of the day. And I'm still thinking about that flat spin that Brazilian airliner was in.
Oh,
have you guys all seen that? Just unbelievable.
Yeah.
The scariest airplane video I've ever seen in my whole life.
Did you see the backyard?
Yes.
Outside of that
was
one
so sad.
video.
Yeah, there have been some insane ones over the years. Which one are you talking about, Chief?
9/11.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
there you go. My bad on that one.
No, it's all good. Hashtag never forget.
The one video of like the scene where it had landed, and there's just an inferno everywhere. You know,
the black smoke just immediately, like just skyrocketing back into the sky, like seconds after landing.
That's that flat spin.
Terrifying. It really is.
You know, they talk about with the space shuttles and everything. It'll be really interesting to see the physics of how all that came together. I was talking to my buddy who's a pilot about it, and he said, yeah, that specific make and model of airplane is out of France, and there haven't been a lot of problems with it over the years, although some pilots are like annoyed by it because it kind of flies like an old dinosaur or something, but it's a twin prop turbo.
Okay, yeah, because I was looking at it, you can tell, you're like, yeah, that looks like a commercial plane, but it also has like some weird things on it that make it seem a little bit old school or something at the same time.
Yeah, it only held 70 passengers. And everybody on board deceased as it fell basically just straight down out of the sky from like 20,000 feet. Unbelievable day in aviation. That's what I'm drinking, and that's what I'm thinking. Broaddus, how about you?
Yeah, I'm out here drinking a Deja Blue water. I'm actually drinking water out here today. And
Nice.
what I'm thinking is how excited I am that we're going to get to have pre- and post-game coverage of your Dallas Cowboys this year. And I love working with all our crew. I love working with Eric and Zach especially, but just excited about another opportunity. I don't know how this season I have a feeling coming in, I was kind of had an idea what it might be, but this team might be 1 or 2 games better than what I thought. So if they can kind of figure out some things, maybe this thing will be a little bit better than I thought. But I'm excited about being able to be on pre- and post-game shows on 105.3 The Fan this year.
I'm excited to listen to it. Well, Chuck, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Just had some Tito's handmade vodka, one of those little like airplane.
Did you just do a shot of it? I saw.
Just pounded that thing.
Where are you getting airplane shots?
Yeah, bro, where'd that come from?
So my mother-in-law
was holding
actually.
back.
Yeah, no, my mother-in-law just supplied a bunch of them for me for my
enabling.
birthday.
Yeah.
She wanted
Thanks for sharing.
Well, she wanted me to take them to Oxnard, and I forgot them before I left. Instead, I'm like, well, these are perfect for what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
There you
bring
go.
them on up here.
Yeah.
So there we go. We're
Brian's
boozing.
going to be on the next bird back at this rate.
Hey, Brian, I got some. I'll save some for you. You'll be perfect. You'll be ready to rock.
There we go.
Also having some delicious Zevia creamy root beer. It's one of their better flavors.
Are you
I do like
chasing
that.
it with that?
I did chase it with the creamy root beer. I'd prefer maybe a Sprite, but it's all I had. So
Hey, you do what you can.
it is what it is, man. I'm here for the effect, really, not for the taste.
The first cocktail I ever enjoyed was a horribly conceived, but all we had was root beer, so I drank the horrible generic vodka brand. What is that?
McCormick's?
Svedka?
Smirnoff and A&W root beer.
Yeah, you was
Beef
smeared
eater?
off.
I had a stomach ache for 2 weeks.
I guarantee it.
Chief, drinking, thinking.
I am drinking some delicious coffee, courtesy of the boss. I believe this coffee is from the soils of Indonesia, perhaps.
Makes sense. Yep.
Been
And
right all day.
I am. Yeah, I'm sure I got that one wrong as well.
Yeah, why not? Let's keep going.
I am thinking about how excited I am for Hurtado's Fan Bowl extravaganza tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. I'm also excited for the pregame show with Broaddus on Sunday.
Yep.
And I need to give a big shout out. I'm so thankful. There's nothing better in life than having a guy you trust when it comes to your car mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
And I got one of those guys. And he saved my tail this week in a huge way. Mike Osmond at Ice Auto in Addison.
Mike's the best.
He's a legend. I brought him a Pure Gold as Always flag. Got the autographs on it from all you gentlemen. He's very excited about that. Throwing that up there in the shop. He's planting the flag there in Addison. But Ice Auto and Mike Osmond giving me my car has never run so well.
Man,
So,
I love
thank
that.
you, Mike.
I have a guy in Sunnyvale as well, A1. But how about the interview? Have you seen it with the guy who was supposed to get on the plane, but he was late? Yeah. There was a dude in Brazil at the airport who was just a few minutes late. They closed the doors. He's like, dang it, I missed my flight. 30 minutes later, they're interviewing him like in the at the gate. Like,
luckiest man in the world.
He's in tears. Like, I just can't believe what happened. We go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is standing by with what he's drinking and thinking.
Everybody did theirs? It's mine for real? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
sir. It's yours.
What am I drinking? I'm drinking water. I've had half a gallon at this point. Would have had more, but I skipped my workout this morning. I'll probably get it in tonight since the schedules have changed.
There you go.
I will be picking up some Pamos cannabis cocktail from Specs on my way home.
Yeah, it's a very popular item.
Man, those are really good. And I'm thinking it's going to be a sad weekend because we got the closing ceremony of the Olympics. That means it's over. And that's really sad because for the past 2 weeks, I've been waking up at the butt crack of dawn and turning on the television. I'm talking about reaching for the remote control and trying to find my vape at the same time.
Frantic moment.
Yeah. So it's going to be sad to see that go away, but I did get a text message that the State Fair of Texas season passes have hit the mailbox, so at least I can celebrate there.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
The closing ceremonies allegedly are going to have Tom Cruise doing some type of stunt. To like tease the Los Angeles sort of Hollywood.
My God, that would be fly, bro.
He's supposed to do some real
fly.
jump out of a plane sort of move.
As a
I
woman?
don't know.
Isn't he like a senior citizen now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, he
100%,
is.
man.
He doesn't look like it.
How about that? Yeah.
He's going to die trying to entertain Americans.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't fall down to the Avis parking lot, I tell you, that's for sure.
It just seems like Tom Cruise is probably the guy that's like taking the blood of young people and having it transfused into him all night long. He's like sleeping hooked up into one of those machines trying to stay young.
Yeah, if it came out, I believe it.
It's working if it is. Okay, it is time now to take your phone calls here at 877-881-1053. LA Live's coming up shortly. We start at the top. Kenny in Quinlan, you're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy? Kenny. What up?
What up?
What up?
Ken Doggy.
Oh, Kenny.
Can you hear me, Ken Dog?
In 1926, we had a time where they were lined up and people were taking ice cream bowls and making them into cones.
Mama brought us, Papa brought us.
Yeah.
My hockey playing grandson.
Landon and Maxon.
Going
to be in Chicago next weekend. Be at the flea market to raise funds for them. That's right.
Those kids have like the million-mile flyers for
Dude,
American.
They're going to be on the stars one day, though. Guarantee it. Line 2 is Polo in Garland. You're in the nation, Polo. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Man, I'm drinking some Rico Bay rum. I don't so be drinking, y'all, because y'all know I had the heart attack.
Yeah, we know that.
Let's go slow with it.
Wow, bro.
This is what I'm thinking, y'all. It's a couple of things. I've been trying to save them so I don't forget them when I call y'all. Why Serena Williams done did her face without his plastic surgery? She's like one of them red monkeys with the white faces out Planet of the Apes now. I know she always had the body.
Oh, wow.
Disgusting now.
What?
And another thing I'm thinking when the Mavericks
The red
and
monkeys.
Stars lost. Yeah, the little red. You don't Planet of the Apes season and the little red.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, man. Yeah, the orangutans.
That's what Serena Williams look like now. Now another thing I'm thinking is I told y'all 3 months ago, I said 2 months ago, the Mavericks and Stars lost. Sha'Carri Richardson was going to do something. I know she didn't win gold. She won gold in the 4x100, but Dallas needs to give her the key to the city. Let's go. Stand up. I told y'all this.
Yeah. LSU girl.
It's still about the Longhorns, Broaddus, buddy. Anyway,
Yeah, whatever.
Get back.
She went to school at LSU, bro. Don't run away from that.
She's a Dallas Carter girl.
Carter, bro. I love y'all. Got to go. Bye, y'all.
There he goes, Polo in Garland with a great call. It opens a line at 877-881-1053. I did notice that from Serena, too. I was like, it got another one. All the ladies are seeing the plastic surgery with the lip injections, and they can't turn it down.
Yeah, it looks crazy.
Almost
They all starting to look like Little Kim. A little black Asian woman. They all starting to look like a little black Asian woman in the face, bro. I don't know what it is. It needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped.
It needs to be stopped.
It needs to be stopped, no matter the cost.
Yeah. Every ethnicity, by the way. There's none of you that
everybody's
look
doing
good
it.
with that look.
Yeah. Lucius, you had a question earlier in the week, something you can't wrap your mind around. The fact that these women are still going back to that well.
I just need a little bit more volume in my lips, and I'll look perfect.
Are the Kardashians to blame for this? Were they the trendsetters on this?
I mean, I guess Hollywood has always been doing this to themselves, but I guess you could say they made it mainstream. BBLs and whatnot.
Yeah.
How about going to the same people that keep doing the surgery?
Oh, you need to mix up the doctors. They're making the big
huh?
money. Yeah. Oh, wow. This plane went from 250 miles an hour to 0 almost instantly and fell out of the sky. I'm just catching some evening news reports about it. James is on line 3. You're in the nation. James, what you drinking?
Hey, yo, what's going on?
Evening.
Yo.
Tell
I'm
us.
drinking the Bucanas. I'm drinking the Bucanas with the Red Bull.
Sounds delicious. And what you thinking?
I got 2 things. God bless America.
Salute.
Man, then Olympics, bro, nobody competes with us. We got 33 gold medals. I know China's up there, but they ain't gonna get no more. God bless America, baby.
Let's go, James. Yeah. Salute to you. That's
God bless.
We were feeling that way big time yesterday, and tomorrow we'll watch the final, the gold medal game, men's basketball. Join us at Hurtado in Arlington. Fan Bowl's going to be going on. Yeah, I mean, nobody can hang with us until the Winter Olympics.
Yeah.
And things change real quick.
That's when we get fried up in the winter, bro.
Yeah.
We
That's
need
when
the
the
North
other
to step
countries
it up.
say, yeah. Have you seen those girls with those fake lips when they're like crying or something like
it's
that?
hilarious.
The lips still look perfect, but they don't do that.
No, please. It's not helping. I love you just the way that God made you. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe a tummy tuck. Okay, maybe tummy tuck.
Yeah, I'm not mad at tummy tucks.
Yeah. And if you want to go from a B to a C or whatever,
Yeah, I
that's
ain't mad
fine.
at that.
Maybe a C to a D.
Yeah.
Keep
I'm
them
here to
supple.
support you.
And get the gummy version so they kind of hang and bang.
There you go.
Just keep the reductions out of here.
Real lifelike.
Line 4 is CJ. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking, CJ?
Hey, guys, I'm drinking a little Shinerbach in the pool, my normal Friday afternoon ritual.
Love it.
And I tell you what, hey, Broaddus,
work?
I love your Love and Star podcast. Listen to it every time.
Thank
we
you.
listen to one tonight.
We
Also
got
love
one
the
tonight,
posts
yeah.
that you do. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I tell you what, guys, here's what I'm thinking. Dawson, you're going to love this.
Okay.
I'm excited for football season. I love football season, college, pro, big Cowboy fan, have been for 40 some odd years. My oldest is 27. He's never seen the Cowboys in an NFC championship game, and here's why. We can change quarterbacks. They can sign Dak, not sign Dak. Mike can be gone. He can be back. We've changed coaches over the years. Hell, they can bring Switzer off the couch again. None of it matters because the front office is the same. The general manager has been the same since 1994. And the only guy that can fire the general manager is the guy that can fire the general manager. And it's not going to happen. It's the owner of the team. So there we go. We're in a vicious circle. It's never going to end until we get rid of the front office. And I don't ever see it happening.
Try to
So
enjoy
I'll
the
let you
ride
guys
and
talk about it.
the afternoon with
Yeah.
your son. I feel bad for that younger generation that didn't at least get to experience that in the 90s. It was a special time.
It's not fun.
Line 5's Big Jim. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking, Jimmy?
Say, fellas, well, I'm drinking bourbon because that's what I do on every Friday. Well, I'll tell you what I've been thinking about. I did something last night. Fellas, first of all, I don't know who made the decision and put the budget money for keeping Broaddus out not Snard. That's a good investment of y'all's money.
Thank you,
you
sir.
can damn near fill your day with about 8 hours of Brian Broaddus. I've never seen anybody be on so many different shows and platforms. Brian, by the end of last night, I could repeat your takes on that practice yesterday, and I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you for all your hard work and everything you put in. You boys did a great job when you were all out there. I enjoyed it thoroughly. It's just always a good time. And what I hadn't heard anything today, Broaddus, but you were not hot on Mazi last night.
Right.
A few other people were. I saw a little video. Man, what do we need to do with this cat? I just don't know. I'm gonna hang up and listen, boys, and Really appreciate all of you. And looking forward to the post game on Sunday, fellas. I'll call in.
Cheers,
Thanks,
buddy.
Jimmy.
Yeah, Jim.
Always love hearing from Big Jim.
Yeah, it's like No Country for Old Men or something.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk some Mazi coming up in the 6. Let's see if we can get through these phone calls before LA Live. Line 6 is Ben. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Ben, what you drinking?
Drinking a little water, driving around, getting pizza for the boys. But what I'm thinking is, I'm blessed beyond belief. My wife is pregnant with our 3rd child.
Oh,
Another
Congratulations.
Vasectomy time for you.
Yep.
No Seedless Grapes Club for me. I'm afraid.
Me too.
But yeah, what I'm also thinking, super excited for the Aggies this season. Excited to see what Connor Wegman can do. Excited to see defense under Elko again. Gig 'em.
Yeah, good luck to you on that, sir. Line 7 is Silent Mike. Here, this should be interesting. What you drinking, Mike?
Man, I just got to my local watering hole, but I've been doing like 60 ounces of water right now. I'm just like Lucius. But what I'm thinking right now, man, I can't be silent no more because Jerry just doesn't pay people. He doesn't pay his family. He doesn't pay Dak. He ain't going to pay CC, and he paid Zeke for cheap. So you know what? I'm done. So he ain't going to get my money because I'm a cheapo right now. Now, what I'm also proud thinking, hey, hook 'em horns. We got like 30 athletes. Man, we got like 14 goals. We got more than other countries. So on the silent note, Silent Mike is out.
There he goes. Thank you, Silent Mike. Turnabout's fair play. You know, Jerry wants to go cheap on your roster. Maybe you go cheap as well. And the final call here on a Friday, it's line 9. Matthew, what you drinking?
Man, I just got off the golf course and drove to another golf course. I had one transfusion over on those 9 holes. Right now I'm drinking Red Bull, and I'm in the parking lot waiting to play this next course, waiting for you guys to answer my call. I'm drinking a Red Bull right now. My sports opinion is I'm thinking I'm going to get my first ever eagle on this golf course right now.
Ooh, big day. A lot of pressure, a lot of confidence. Don't get Noah Lyles on this one, okay? You're guaranteeing victory. All of a sudden, you're going to call us next week saying that COVID bit me right before I hit the back 9. Thank you, Matthew. And get some water in for crying out loud. You're going old fashions and Red Bull. That's a recipe.
Or more transfusions.
Yeah,
I think
keep
105 out there.
You're too sober right now to play golf, all right? Have some more transfusions.
Thank you, gentlemen.
See you, buddy. There he goes. That will conclude that edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking. It'll resume tomorrow afternoon at Hurtado in Arlington. Now into the Pimp Cup for LA Live.
Tolos, if you are in the know, let me know. Is there a car show going on at Dallas Market Hall this weekend? Driving in, I seen a whole lot of lowriders, and I definitely like lowriders and the Cholo girls. Please tell me it's popping off on Sunday. Let me know on the fan text. Other than that, let's get into LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, Square.
Fire up this funk. It'll make you dance to some of
Little Jack Hurl.
Everybody get high.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish dominance quickly.
That's right. Establish that dominance, y'all. This is LA Live for Friday, August 9th, 2024. It's a Freestyle Friday here in LA Live. That's why I try to empty out this folder so I have no leftover audio going into the next week, folks. LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at KissableDental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. I have those people know at Kissable Dental, I keep my Colgate and my toothbrush with me at all times. So after I eat lunch, I brush my teeth in here. I'm be spitting right in front of Carter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Turn the Pimp Cup into the Spit Cup.
Very considerate.
The Spit Cup.
That might be something we need to normalize, you know? More brushings of the teeth throughout the day.
Yeah. You know what? I do like brushing my teeth. I don't like people that walk around and brush their teeth. You know what I mean? Like, my girl will come into the room brushing her teeth, talking to you. Like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah. I'm always worried it's going to fall off my chin and hit my shirt. You know?
That part, especially a black shirt. Avoid the law dogs this weekend, folks. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. You got Uber and stuff out here. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV. In fact, did you guys see that viral video that popped off in Garland?
Yes.
And you were listening to, did you hear like what they were listening to in the background?
No.
It was Gavin Dawson's voice.
No way.
That's the second time this has happened.
Oh,
Second time this has happened. It's that viral video.
That's awesome.
And it's 105.3 in the fan in the background. 105.3 the fan in the background.
Nobody got hurt, right?
It was wild.
Everybody survived?
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
It was a chase, right?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. So I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV unless you're recording stuff like that. Or DFW Scanner this weekend. I do not want to see you on there either, okay? In other words, don't crash out like this gentleman did. Let's go to Zoom court. The judge, Cedric Simpson, presiding. What? Presiding. That's what did I say that?
You did.
Okay, I'm not sure. The man right here got himself sentenced to 558 days in jail because he would not stop cussing at the judge. Do not crash out.
It's trespassing. I could technically leave and you guys could issue a warrant as long as I don't return. You can kiss my ass.
You know what? No. I'm going to tell you what. You don't come in here. You don't. Okay. That's contempt. That's 93. Keep going. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93.
Wow. Yeah.
That's another 93.
It's going for a record.
That's 6 93s consecutive.
Double or nothing?
Close case, people versus Keith Jenkins.
Next guy. Watch it.
Mr. Jenkins does not want to. He does not want to unmute.
I had a lot to write down on that.
I'll just listen.
I just seen. How you doing, Your Honor? How you doing, sir?
The next guy was like, "Bro, why you do that to the judge, man?"
Yeah. He's ready.
I just got a traffic ticket now. I'm about to get the book thrown at me because you got the man hot.
That's when your parents say, I've had it up to here with you. Oh. They hit themselves right in the middle of the forehead. Had it up to here. You don't want to say another word at that point. Trust me. From the 80s.
Nah, yeah. I get triggered by my dad's top drawer in his dresser because that's where the belts were. You can hear that clink, 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 clink. That's when you start trying to grab some sweats and put some stuff on real quick.
Rain slicker.
Yeah. Got 3 pair of jeans on all of a sudden.
Wow.
Ridiculous, bro.
The belt popping trick they do.
Pow! And it was leather. It had like his name on there because it was a cowboy belt. So every once in a while I see like an L or a U on my ass. I'm like, damn, look at that, man.
They'll tell you it's biblical. Spare the rod, spoil the child.
That's what they say.
Sorry, I'm just doing my part. Here's the parent.
That's right.
G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, shorty, especially this weekend at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner! Yeah! Here we go! Dak says the media need to get their money up.
I've said it over and over. I'm just present where my feet are, and I control what I can control. And the noise is going to happen, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's about the contract, whether it's about my play. I can't stop that. I mean, you guys get paid pretty well to write headlines and to do your job, and respectively so. But I can't allow that to affect how I get paid in my job. You don't get paid well? Y'all need a couple of y'all need to start holding out too then.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you, Dak. I really ain't. Let's see if I can get this in real quick, real fast here before I got to.
I think that's what America's doing right now. Sorry, that just dropped on me.
Yeah. No.
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm with it.
I know you need a job, but holding out for more.
Yeah. Yeah. Bud Crawford fought this past weekend. I did not get to see the fight, so I tapped into one of my favorite boxing podcasts, The Boxing Voice on YouTube. And this caller right here had me laughing. This has been sitting in the folder, of course, since Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spence and Crawford fans are still going at it. There's still echoes from that fight.
And I was just thinking about that fight earlier today.
It's on my timeline when it comes up, like, the anniversary of that ass.
Oh, jeez. I mean, he was obviously just not the same.
He just wasn't the same.
Wasn't real.
He wasn't.
Yeah. No, he was tired as hell. He just
dehydrated.
It just did not look good.
You guys hear that?
But yeah, listen to this right here. Little Bud fans and Crawford and Spence fans and everything going back and forth. They call this the Bud Tender versus the Earl-sexual.
I support turkey for sure. It's the turkey out of chic era.
stop saying it's the Crawford era. He wasn't the best fighter, and he didn't make the most money. The last era was Floyd. Huh?
I know who era is not.
Who era is not?
Sound like you're a Spence fan.
What they got to do with anything?
I'm just getting down to the meat and potatoes of it because you keep on saying it's Turkey Alley Chic era and not Bud era. Now we really see why you feel how you feel.
It's Spence fans. Like, that is crazy to me.